We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. We came out the streets, came up from flames, came out the beast, came up from pain, came up from cops, came up from Cain, came up from judges that's playing their games, came out the plots, came up from plots, came up from all of us playing our lanes, came up from crackers that's focused on killing our leaders and stopping our queens and our kings. All the days on that concrete, how did we ever get past? Short change, red line, see, so you may hustle for cash. Here we the struggle to have, here we the struggle to mass, but we knew troubles could last, plus we get muscle and math. Remember them days in the dark, hustling, not grinding that smart. Remember them days and them times, family was stuck on the move, family was stuck on the lines. So we push all our times up, push the case till all our files shut, push the feet till all our mouths touch, push the street cause all we got is us, yeah. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Nights when the food is grinding, focus on food, had to find rent. Trapping and cruise with timing, move or you lose or you're dying. Life for the fools and the blind men, cops and the rules and they finding. Hung by a noose of they lying, play like a fool by these tyrants. It's all that we know, remember the pain that we put in for dough. Remember the nights that we slept on the floor. Remember the schools with their hand in our clothes. Remember the cribs with the roaches and mold. Remember the nights with the hood on the stove. Remember your skin with no third wasn't cold. Remember the programs that open and close. It's all that we know, the life in the hood. Yes, it's the life in the street. The garrison cold, life by the curb, life in the beats. It's life in the cold, yeah, the life in your feet. The garrison cold, life by the curb, life in the beast. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know.
Tired of these fuckers, laugh at these fools.
I had it told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last get all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, using the past the soul. The pressure and hate, need to be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last get all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, using the past the soul. The pressure and hate, need to be fake, watch how I laugh more. Black is my movement, it's never gonna stop. Driving and moving my way to the top. I hit recruiting the builders of blocks. Fusion and hood and the cream of the crop. Following the birds on the part of the flock. Most of them capping, they lying and pop. Watching these fools till they move with the ops. Censor my work, the trolls be the cops. Dreaming of something gon' get you a sentence. Reading and running, best watch what you stepping. Talking about nothing won't get you no mention. He do that be frontin', I pay no attention. Gotta keep watching they spine with tension. Why they get real when you start to address them? They not the starters, they not even venturing. Walk with the boss, I don't deal with the henchmen. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you, make you the worst. I had it told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they they talking, screaming they boss. Watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you will not last at all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. These are not past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. They just be talking, not making no sounds. That's why I laugh when it comes to these clowns. Cause they not scratching that part of my crown. If you're not building, who keeping you round? How you not safe any part of your town? But you got cappers and keepers around. But they won't rescue you. If it go left for you, then you be stuck with your face in the ground. That's why I laugh and I never get triggered. Riddles be sad like crime in your river. Focus on black, my plans are just bigger. These are just facts, signed and delivered. They are just mad, they not in the picture. What are you building with nobody switching? Talk with a ball, but loud as a whisper. I speak for the streets and these are my scriptures. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in the work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had it told, no skimming they balls. So watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches. You cannot step in, you will not last at all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. He's in the past, the soul. The pressure and hate, these did every fate. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no skimming they balls. So watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches. You cannot step in, you will not last at all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. He's in the past, the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fate. Watch how I laugh more.
Yeah. I'm tired of the lady fuckers. Laugh at these fools.
Yes, sir. What's goody, YouTube? Yo, Doc, you hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. YouTube, what's up, man? Peace, peace. Alright, so
Here's random topics I put in the top.
we got up here Black Atheism on the Rise, Pseudolectuals of the Manosphere.
I meant to put a YouTube or the Black World. A lot of pseudo-lectures in the Black World, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot. Well, they get platforms. They have platforms to be able to do these things. And oh, man. And where are the African Pan-Africans at? Hmm. Alright, so where we touching first? Where we going at first? Where we at with it? Let's see. Cause I don't know. Either one of these topics we can go on. Where we at? Where we at? Where we going first with it? What we want to, which I want to touch on first. Pause. The pseudo-lectures of the manosphere, pseudo-lectures of YouTube, the YouTube pseudo-lectures.
Yeah, they got mad of them all on YouTube, bro. It's crazy. The amount of dumb shit. I ain't by the computer. The amount of dumb shit I done heard said this week. The false claims, the weird claims. The Democratic Party has never done. And I ain't no Democrat, y'all. Y'all know that. But I ain't gonna sit up there and hate for nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. Political parties is in a frenzy right now.
Trump got to kill himself.
Oh man.
Yeah, I heard Trump did some next nonsense.
Yo man. And he's not finished. This is crazy. This is
He just getting started. He just getting started still. 3 years left of the nonsense.
just getting started. So what's up? What's up, chat? What's going on? Peace, peace, everybody.
Yeah, I definitely gonna talk about the atheism on the rise. I was gonna say that to the Sunday morning, but yeah, atheism on the rise, man. A lot of the religious nonsense falling to the wayside. People waking up realizing like, yo, my man's ain't no damn God in the universe, man.
It
All this
is.
religious shit, bullshit.
Yeah, religion got them tripping.
Facts.
Yo,
I told him about that song a minute ago.
or shout out to one shot on that one with you. Y'all went crazy on that one.
I'll find that record and export that shit.
Yeah, we gotta have some new music for the people that
But you bought a computer, right?
um yeah, I'm on the computer, but I'm not downstairs though in the studio. But I got access to the computer.
Somebody said with the increasing popularity of FB, will Pan Africanism survive over the next decade? Yeah, I think it will, man. I don't see. I don't.
Pan Africanism not going nowhere.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere.
It ain't going nowhere. It's not going nowhere.
But individualism and ethnic pride is gonna be on a lot higher. So we gotta find ways to celebrate each other. I think we'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
We'll definitely be able to do that.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, that's not. Yep. We ain't going nowhere. No time soon. We have more work to do. Yo, shout out to A Dub in the chat. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. Alright. So let's turn it up. What we Okay, so RBR asks in the chat, Q. Can one be both FBA and Pan African?
Yeah, FBA is supposed to be a lineage, so that's why I don't understand how they bring up Pan Africanism. Pan Africanism is lineage based too, so I don't really see how they inter. I don't see the need for the separation.
Right.
Chris Hill Motors in the building.
Yo,
Chris Hill
Yo.
Motors.
well, Q, I got some bad news, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so with the Smoothie King franchise, if you want to see the email chain, they have one opening in Jefferson, Georgia, and that shit way too far for me.
Is what?
It's too far for me in Jefferson, Georgia.
I mean, you can still open up on another state, or you want to do it in Georgia.
Yeah, I want to do it in Georgia, and I want something close by because it'll be my first franchise, so I want to be close to it. But I did fill out the application for Planet Smoothie and Little Caesars.
Nice.
So
You gonna get
I'm
both.
gonna get something.
You gonna get something. That's what we do. We gonna get something.
Yeah.
Yo, Dot, this Chris, man. Chris, this my Dot. Y'all all
Yo,
my
peace.
brothers and shit.
What up,
Chris,
Doc?
Peace, King. Peace, peace.
Yeah.
Chris, my distant Jewish brother.
Oh yeah, Shalom.
Shalom, man. Shalom.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got my car painted. I got Shalom on the side.
Mm.
Yeah. And you
Fire.
spell it Shadow Wom.
Fire.
Yeah, and I got a V8 Prius with a Hemi engine.
Yo, that's funny as hell. I was just sitting here in my head saying my son got the V8 Prius, son. Nobody want no smoke.
No smoke.
Mm.
But yeah, you could
Doc.
be fit African and oh okay, what you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, Doc, I hope you don't believe this shit.
Oh. Oh man. Shit.
Q, you gotta pin the link. I just dropped it.
Oh, all right, I got you. He said, do we allow white people on the panel? Generally, no.
Uh-oh.
But we are
Mm.
discussing atheism, so it depends on the topic, what the talking points are. It's still
Okay.
fresh.
Okay.
Oh, RBR, yeah, I heard Subway good too. I didn't fill out the application for Subway, but thank you for telling me that. I'm finna do that right now. Subway. Okay, I don't see the franchise tab. There we go.
All right, we
Where's Q Butter? Q Butter ain't here. This is my show.
yeah, we here. We here, King. All right, so
Nah,
what
Q
we?
ain't here, man. We done took over.
Yeah, it's a
I
takeover. It's a takeover. What we doing tonight?
Man, it's straight flat earth and elbows.
Oh. Oh. The flat earth and
Yeah,
eyeballs.
are you a flat earth Democrat or a flat earth Republican?
Mm. Flat earth Republicans and eyeball Democrats.
Yeah.
Eyeball Democratic.
You said Abo Democratic,
Yep.
Abocratic.
Abocratic.
Yo, Real Collins, what's goody, baby? Yes, black atheism a ride, man. Leave your religion at the door. You don't need it no more. You don't need it no more. Leave your religion at the door. Bow, bow.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritual, yeah, I guess. Everybody like to jump on it.
Mm-hmm. Saluting the black atheists.
Usually by Brian said, hell, you black, where the black at, man? Once in a while, we got to hump for y'all. Y'all agnostics, y'all are okay for now.
Yeah, it's a couple in the chat.
I ain't want to do another talking about Anton Daniels and shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, him and Corey Holcomb fights like all right, or almost fight, almost almost could have happened fight, should have happened fight.
Yeah, it was getting heated. Didn't go nowhere though.
Well, Chris, I ain't hear what you would have did. So would you have fought if you was Corey Holcomb?
Are we talking about that exact specific scenario?
Yeah,
Um, nah. I got a business. I ain't trying to get sued. Um, and uh, if he would have threatened me while I'm in his face like that, um, and if I would have warned him, I probably would have did something. But like I doubt it. But I would have said, man, let's take this shit to the ring. So ain't none of us gonna get in trouble. So I don't know. And then I probably would have kicked him out off my platform. You know, when the arguments start getting heated, I probably would have told him it's time to go. Pay him for his time.
type shit. Vayasa said you put atheist messages in Easter eggs.
Hell yeah. And boom, just filled out the Subway application, baby. I'm getting something. I got to be a millionaire, man.
I'm with you.
It needs to happen this year.
Uncle Dev is in the building.
Man, Dev hate Madonna. Good God
Yo,
Almighty.
son.
Yo,
I felt bad for Madonna earlier.
man, I love Madonna, but I was like, God damn.
That was a different type of cooking.
Yeah.
I was after the barbershop closed cooking.
Damn, I missed it.
Yeah, man. Catch the replay, man. You're gonna say, God dang.
Man, fuck
Hell,
Madonna.
There you go. Yo, what's up, Dad? Oh shit.
Fucking waste of goddamn motherfucking dust.
RBR, I don't know the initial investment for a Subway franchise. I just filled the application. I can look right now and see what they say. I know for Smoothie King, they won 175 in liquidity and a $400,000 in your net worth. That's like your home, 401k, etc. So let's see what Subway is saying.
504 was goody. Yo, Chris, you ain't never linked with 504. You know he got a car shop down there, right?
No, I knew he had a business, but I didn't know exactly what he does.
Yeah, he got a car shop, son, an auto repair shop, I believe. A body detailing. Yeah, I should link up. You never know, so you might be able to do some business for him or some shit.
Man, I'm about to rob his business.
Yeah, but first make some money with him, then rob him.
Yeah, shout out a dub with a $2 super chat.
Yeah, earlier, hell yeah.
Okay, good looking out. Yeah, he did it last night too. Good looking out.
Yo, Subway cheap. It's preferred that you'll partner with equity stake, have restaurants, business, or franchise experience. The minimum financial requirement is $150K. net worth of 100K, liquid assets, cash on hand per location, depending on territory. Higher requirements may be necessary. I think that on the higher requirements if you build in the subway and not buying one. Oh shit. This might be it, Q.
Yeah, Subway's good. Another one too, you can look up Auntie Annie. I think it's Subway.
Auntie Mama's what?
Auntie Annie's. Pretzel
Auntie
spot.
Annie's. Auntie Annie's. All right, let me pull that up.
But you know
Oh,
what?
those
Though, I
pretzels.
tell you too.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to the you're already in the bank situation, but you can go to the area that you want to look at. You know how they got like the mall strips and shit,
Mm-hmm.
and then we do an assessment from the mall strip, like what's over here within 5 miles, and then like once you get the mall strip spot, or at least the area, the location, pick whatever works. You know what I mean? Like once you get the lease and you got the spot,
Uh-huh.
that mall should be the same shit.
That's a good idea. So I'm on Auntie Annie's right now. Man, these pretzels are deaf.
What you doing? You gonna get a whole strip mall, Chris?
No,
Nah,
I definitely can't afford that. But
Oh,
looking
nah,
for
but
a
you know they got the
franchise.
locations that's for renting the spots. So if you got a location that you got an eye on, you can pick the franchise based off the location. Just knowing what people gonna want in that area.
I'm not sure Auntie Annie's is doing the franchise thing. I don't see it on the website.
Dunkin' Donuts, Baskin Robbins.
Yo, why they going off on this one?
Corporate orders.
them all upper Midwest.
And he got a trucking company too, bro. You heard?
You talking to me, Q?
Yeah, 504 got a trucking company too. Can't be talking all this black power shit. You know what I'm saying? You about to put a good 100, 200,000 in one corp. You might 504 might only need a $10,000 investment to take his shit to the next level. You see what I'm saying? And then boom, y'all got, and you sell cars, so y'all definitely need to make that happen in the conversation. At least one sit down.
Hell
Man,
yeah,
five
man.
oh four. I was on the south side, and the west side earlier today. And I'm going to Cascade Skate Ring on Sunday. Nah, hell no, nah, fuck that, man. Nah, Cascade, they be shooting all the time. With my luck, I'm gonna get shot.
Oh, damn. Yo.
Yeah, like Cascade, they had like a shooting about 2-3 months ago. I'm like, nah, bro.
You have
504
you want to do
says I'm a
company car
trapper.
trailing.
He said we got a car lot. I want to do a truck and trailer parking. Hey man, the Dessa auction, they got all the good trucks.
What's up, Doc?
Yo, what's going on, Dev?
What's up with it, man? Good. You
Cooling.
made it. You made it to 26.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Another year, another one to go.
Yeah, man. Another roller coaster.
That's right. More work to do.
Yeah, it's a couple spots out here. They just open up for truck and trailer parking.
Man, Q, I don't think Auntie Annie's does franchises yet.
Like I said, it
Yeah,
don't even matter, son.
Yeah, it don't matter,
It's
but
like it did, bro. Like even fucking title match. Like and you know, like that's just making money in the area. Don't really matter.
get your title back with Title Max.
rip
Hey,
off
Matic.
city.
They got the halal shit now. They like I ain't gonna lie. They're on there.
Yo, these pretzels do look good though, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
That's cause you hungry and shit.
Nah, them
Man,
Monty and pretzels is different there. Okay.
Huh?
Them shit's different, boy. Them shit's different.
god dang. Oh hell no, they got a seed wheat pretzel. Who's gonna eat that?
What's up with it, Vyasa?
Flame said you can out rap everybody on the panel. I 900% doubt that.
He could definitely out rap me. I got 0 bars.
Out rap.
What if?
Can you pin the link up from where you at, Q?
You give me some. I got you.
Uh,
Nah, Dev, this
You,
my channel now.
you
We
know,
ain't pinning no links.
nah, just don't put open panel.
Flame Chowder, you know everybody on this panel? Oh, are you that confident in your abilities?
You don't have to know until I rap it.
Smooth. But so then that mean you confident in your abilities then? Cause I don't know about that.
He said, I don't have to know you to out rap you.
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know about that.
You about to be up in the middle of the night on some rap battle shit. Where Fontaine at, son?
I
Q, put on some beats, man. Let's hear them.
Yeah,
As you
hit the
said
link.
white earlier, right?
Man, Q, put on the damn beats, bro.
Hit the link.
You coming up here rapping about your setting off
There you
grandma
go.
and shit.
There you go. Hit the link.
You ain't gonna hit the link.
Oh,
What?
now you got music out there, man. You got something out there.
Man, I went platinum, man, a few years ago. You know that track that Q produced? That's me.
Mm, see, you got some rappers on the panel now.
What the hell?
everybody,
Like,
everybody wants to be a rapper.
I was ready for that early smoke. I ain't gonna, and not to say early smoke, but that conversation on atheism. I'm tired of. I've been always been tired of the religious people. Like, oh my goodness, y'all religious has been driving me crazy sometimes. Nah, for real, Dev. That should be crazy. Somehow some of these religious. Uh,
Mm,
Yeah, that's gonna be a never end. I never knew it was never gonna be an end. I thought they was going to start at one verse, one chapter, and then at some point they was going to tally up the votes and figure out who was the winner. And these motherfuckers is going to rap about goddamn religion till the end of time.
Non-stop, bro.
Shit, I ain't know.
I wanted to play that too, son. Anton saying, I'm not black, I'm Christian.
Wait, he said what?
He's not the first one to say, I'm not black, I'm Christian.
So,
In the last video you had,
Not
I didn't.
Anton said that.
Oh, okay.
oh shoot. Let him
He,
stand open. Stand open.
he known for a lot of weird quotes.
Yeah, like let the weirdos stand over there, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the weirdos over there, man. I don't
I'm
gonna be
not
weird.
black, I'm.
Uh-oh. Knocking at the front door.
That's like saying I'm not black, I'm OJ, right?
Yeah, it's like saying I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Man, OJ was my hero. He died.
Okay. You know, like
Just
that's
joking. Just joking.
yeah.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Uh-oh. You about to rap?
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up? How's everybody doing? My name's Flames, man. I wasn't like trolling y'all. I was really asking if y'all wanted to do a session.
Uh-oh.
So I guess perhaps I should begin, huh? Since y'all let me on.
Yeah, what you got, B?
All right. So I'll just go. I don't need a beat or nothing. Manufactured chaos through the pen I recite. A suicide type mission I was destined to fight. Given the mic I ignite and simply burst into flames. I'm a natural born leader, fuck a personal gain. A serpent came to me and offered me a proposition when I was broke as fuck without a single pot to piss, and now I'm losing my religion. While dodging opposition, I just caught a risk call. Now they got me hopping prisons, I ain't nothing optimistic. So how could I get twisted? Peace of mind is what I'm missing. I'm always double fisting, fuck following tradition, trailblazer from birth. I'm about to be the
Oh, you went on mute, bro.
Hey, what happened?
Huh?
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Hey, what
Nah,
me?
for some reason my phone dimmed. You guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got cut off, but yeah. So I don't know where I got cut off.
Nah, that wasn't bad, bro. I ain't going to lie to you.
Hey, I'll put a face to it. What's up?
Oh, you white. All right, then.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So
what?
yeah, I'm white.
You wouldn't be related to Action Bronson, would you?
That's funny. I don't know, man. I've been asked that before, but yeah, I didn't come on here to photobomb your guys' stuff. I went on a podcast yesterday with the Chainbreakers, and we were going back and forth like some Jerry Springer shit. It was hilarious. But so you guys are in my algorithm now.
Type shit.
Type shit. Yeah. So I figured I'd stop in and at least say hi. Say what's up. Thanks for having me. You guys want to hear another one since that one dropped in the middle?
Go ahead.
It goes like this. It goes, I'm starving, then my stomach's touching my back. That's why I'm set to react and then running the shack. Knock the door off the hinges. Arms sore from syringes from the local blood bank. And I'm sorta suspicious. Can't ignore the condition that I'm currently in. My broken ass spirit got me sipping syrup and gin. Ain't got enough loot to buy a fucking cup of soup. So I'm quick to buck a few and knock you up off your stoop. What you really wanna do? I'm about to come unglued. Pull a first degree bird while your fam fondues. Hit your fam's pontoon and strip off the boat motor. I don't give a fuck about you cause I don't know. I ain't 8 in days. Fuck amazing grace. Too old and grimy to ever change my ways. Got a rusty 38. I'm on a paper chase. So it's best to lose your wallet and save your face. So yeah, Satan's away. I'm here to take his place. I love running from cops. That's how I stay in shape.
That ain't bad, bro. I'll give you 8 out of 10.
What you guys talking about in here though? What do you guys are black atheists? What's that mean?
Uh-oh. We don't believe in God, religion, none of that shit.
Well, that's all right though. That's all right. You guys fuck with white people, or you're indifferent to that as well? Or what's going on? Why not just the atheist? Why I got to be the black atheist?
Well, nah, we don't fuck with. I don't fuck with white folk.
All right, that's real. That's an honest answer. That's an honest answer. Well, shit, at least y'all brought me on here, man. I appreciate y'all. Let you get back to what you were doing. But yeah, if you guys ever want to, like, you guys see me on or see people, whatever, man, we can collab down the road too, man. It was nice to meet you.
What kind of car you drive?
So I started out over here. I've done a lot of time in prison. So I came home and I started doing music on YouTube, and then I gravitated more to like podcasts because I'm 42 years old and music and all that didn't make a lot of sense to me, whatever. And, so I started getting into this, and I really just was exposing people. I would make shorts about like child molesters, rats, people that are no good. And I'd make little short videos. And they started kind of catching on, honestly. And then I started noticing there's a lot of people in the podcast world that have sex cases and telling on people. And then they're acting like they're running the prison genre and shit. So that's kind of the niche I've fallen into right now, is like exposing the prison genre. I'm cleaning house over there. I don't know if you guys have heard of the prison genre.
Yeah, that's part of the dark side. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's a lot of white boys that be doing that shit. That shit's weird, though. I'm like, how the hell all these white boys get all this damn information about this jail shit?
Yeah. So I do the background checks on these guys to make sure they really are who they say. Have you guys ever seen that guy, Don Shipley? This is the best way I could put it. Don Shipley's a Navy SEAL. I'm not a Navy SEAL, but he is a Navy SEAL. And he has a problem with people who pretend to be Navy SEALs. So he goes around and he checks people's like Navy paperwork to make sure they are who they say they are. So that's kind of what I am. Well, no, that is what I am to the prison world. Now, I don't preach prison's cool. I don't say prison's cool because obviously prison is retarded, and going to prison over and over again is absolutely slow. So I'm not saying that it's cool, but my thing is the people who pretend to be convicts, or they'll say they went to prison and then they come home and tell all the girls that they were locked up in the shoe for 4 years, but come to find out they were on PC for 4 years. So that's what I do over there for the most part. And I am also a minister, but I don't really be on that minister shit on the internet. But yeah, anyways, man, it was nice to meet you guys. Thanks for letting me come on here and say my piece. And I'll be in the chat.
What's your thoughts on reparations for black people?
I don't agree with that. I don't see why our tax dollars should have to go to reparations for that. I didn't enslave anybody. My people were slaves too.
Your people were slaves in America?
The Irish were slaves too. Yeah, indentured servitude. That's just a nice way of saying slave. But yeah, I don't have anything against you guys getting money. Go ahead, get some money. I don't care. When the idea that like, white people have to be the ones that feel guilty and pay for it, I don't agree with that part. You know what I mean? And I got black kids, so I don't fall like it. My dynamic in life is a little bit different than the typical. What'd you say?
I said, yeah, biracial children.
Well, they identify as black, so I'm gonna call them what they identify as. My kids aren't calling themselves biracial, bro.
I'm just saying, you're the dad, so you're white, so you're biracial.
I'm Irish.
By definition, regardless, by
yeah, but I'm Irish though.
Irish is white.
All right, man. All right, I just got into this with these dudes. I didn't want to come on your shit and argue with you, man. You have your opinion on. Do what?
I never heard you. You're saying Irish isn't white. I've never heard nobody say that before.
So the Irish started getting considered white in the 50s when they started thinking about busing and like the idea of desegregating people. And then they had to say, well, what are the Irish? And that's when they said, well, I guess they're white because obviously they look white. But we were never considered white. When we came over here, we were on slave ships too, man. They called it indentured servitude. All right. We worked in the same fields as African slaves. Now, I'm not saying we were on the same ships because it was two different countries that controlled two different slave trades. You had the North Atlantic slave trade. That's predominantly the Spanish that controlled that. And then you have the English who controlled the Irish. The Irish Sea is what they would travel across. And they brought us right here to Ellis Island, man. They kicked us off our land. They took our land. They poisoned all our potato crops.
Are you familiar Are you familiar with the slave codes of America?
Slave codes of America?
Yeah, each state has different slave codes. Because oftentimes,
No,
when I
I
hear
didn't know that. I didn't know
yeah,
that. I didn't know that.
yeah, I would definitely love this. Whenever you get a chance, try to look up slave codes. Because a lot of times people equate black and white, and there's no white slave codes, but there's black slave codes. So I would love if you get a chance, look up like white slave codes or slave codes specifically that were created for the Irish.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. There's a lot of people that say that, you know what I mean? But I got you. I'm not trying to crumb it at all on what happened to black people. What happened to black people was an absolute atrocity. Also, what happened to Irish people was an atrocity. What happened to the fucking original Israelites, the real Israelites, the Hebrews that built the fucking pyramids was an absolute atrocity. People get enslaved all the time. So I don't think the issue is like our color or any of that shit. I think the issue is the slavery.
You know, the Jim Crow and Constitution and different things have that issue. What about the federal? So what about the federal benefits that the government and states had from the institution of slavery? Do you feel like those institutions, even though they were ran by whites, do you think those institutions should be held accountable for reparations?
I mean, again, we're back to the reparations thing, man. Like I said, do I get reparations because my great grandfather was a slave?
Well, by definition in America, what we can hold on paper would be the tangible argument. So, for example, in Georgia, when black people were manumissioned or received their freedom, there would have to be $1,000 paid to the state for each person that was freed, to which the state benefited from. The state also charged black people, freed black people, extra different taxes. They also had to pay to leave. There were bounties, to which the state completely benefited from.
I'm glad you're telling me this. Yeah, they had to pay. They had to pay. So
there's no connection like that with. And if there is one
by definition, hold on. I wanted to say something on that. By definition, indentured servitude is paying for your freedom. So I love how I appreciate that. You just validated my argument that the Irish were slaves.
Well, if you can pull it up on paper, then you have a right for an argument. If you can prove,
everybody knows there was indentured servants, though, man. You can't deny there were indentured servants on the Mayflower. Even it's in a historical record. You want me to find that?
No.
You want me to find the Mayflower, the historical record of the Mayflower? They had indentured servants on it.
The states didn't exist during the Mayflower, so we wouldn't.
The states didn't exist. So you're saying that history at that point is moot?
For that point,
is that what you're saying?
Who would you be holding accountable?
I would look up the historical record of the Mayflower.
We're talking about the United States. So the United States had laws that specifically each state enacted.
The laws are not the people that tell the history, though. History books are history books.
No. I'm speaking about the United States, though. So we're talking about reparations from Britain. Then yes, the Irish owed reparations from Britain, but from the United States, there's no laws that were created in the United States from Mississippi to North Carolina, New Hampshire, that ever specified anything specifically for the Irish. So
okay, that's an argument.
Show that.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
You know what I'm saying? But in the United States, there were specific things that were done specifically to black people, to which the states and the government benefited from, and corporations. So I just, okay. You can show the same thing for the Irish. I would feel.
You're familiar with the city of New Orleans, right?
Yep, very much.
Okay, who do you think built New Orleans? It was all swamps and bogs. Who do you think went down there and built it? No, I'm talking about the slaves that were down there building the city of New Orleans. There was Irish slaves. Slaves built New Orleans.
And the French brought in the slaves to New Orleans. So
I'm saying that it is in historical record. You said historical record, so we're talking about historical record. This is in the historical record. It's written and it's woven in the fabric.
I'm just asking.
But that's what I'm telling you. Like I'm not upset or nothing. I'm just
being clear.
New Orleans has a historical record of indentured servants.
I'm asking you. Are you saying that the French brought Irish people to as enslaved indentured servants to New Louisiana?
I didn't say who brought them here. I just said they were here and they built the city. It's a historical fact.
No, because if we're talking about New Orleans, that would be.
Yeah, let's look it up. No, it's fine.
No, I'm saying.
I'm looking. No, it's not France now, is it? It didn't become New Orleans until,
New Orleans
when it was getting built. Yeah. So I'll look it up for you right now. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, just type in New France.
I'm going to type in New Orleans Irish indentured servants.
Hey, Q, what's up, Q? I already
All right.
typed it in.
Yep.
But
Irish
I'm
indentured servants.
No,
but
Do
I'm
what?
sure.
no. Hold on. Let's
We
be
got
very
the
clear.
National Park Service. All right. This is
Hold on. Let's be very clear. Hold on. You said very.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I'm looking at.
You
I'm
said
looking at an actual historical record, though.
Listen to
You
the
told me you wanted
statement.
me to find a historical record. I found one, and it's from the
clear.
National Park Service. So
Let's
that
be-
is a validated
Got you. That's cool.
website.
I just want to be clear. We're discussing the same point.
You said it has to be rooted in the
Irish-
city, right?
You said the Irish
Yeah.
built New Orleans.
They built New Orleans. Yeah, they did. And I'm going to read you the thing. Yeah, this is in the National Park Service.
Let's just be clear.
All right.
Orleans.
Yes, it says the Irish in New Orleans.
What part of
it says the National Historical Park and Preserve of Louisiana right here, man.
Okay,
by the mid-18th century, New Orleans was an attractive destination for enterprising Irish Catholics who hated the British. Some received land grants from Spain or France. Others arrived through military service for the French or Spanish. You're not even letting me continue. Once in the world, the Irish married the Creole families. Some changed the spellings of their last names. These early Irish immigrants had a different experience.
He hear y'all. He just ignoring y'all. He just ignoring y'all.
1845, you have the potato blight. Hundreds of thousands of starving Irish people poured into the United States. Those who arrived in New Orleans found a city where every bit of dry land was already claimed. Housing was scarce, and enslaved people performed most skilled labor. You hear that?
Some type of order.
Slaves performed.
So you want us to hear you, although you sat right here this whole time not hearing nobody saying something. You.
I respect the host.
I just want to be clear. He's saying that the French used the Irish to establish their colony in America. I just want to make sure that's the statement he's saying. But that's what he said. He said the Irish created New Orleans. I'm like, what? Like what?
But my problem with what he was saying, the reason I got up here, for one, when he said that shit about white people shouldn't have to pay for slavery. Nobody telling white people to pay for slavery. We telling America to pay for slavery. It's more than just white people that pay taxes. He literally said, I don't want my tax dollars going to that. Ain't nobody care what you want your tax dollars to go to. America owe that.
That's why I brought up the states. I was like, let me just be very clear. When you bring up reparations and white people, nobody's asking you what you feel. We're just discussing what was done.
And furthermore, he's bringing up Louisiana. When Louisiana was started and built by slave Africans.
I'm like, oh, you talk about Louisiana?
And later, it states later that they brought in some Irish and Latin American people to join the labor.
And those was indentured servants, or they was people under prison, basically. The people that was criminals.
I was like, let's be very clear. Are you saying that they created? Because he said created. I'm like, we're not.
The French didn't have the Irish. They brought the Irish in from up north.
That's what I wanted to hear. I'm like, are you saying the French brought the Irish in? Like, let's be clear.
It was started by the French.
That's crazy. I'm like, wow, never heard that one. Anytime somebody brings up the Irish, y'all just move the conversation to state law and just ask them to bring up what state has anything on paper that mentions the Irish.
And slavery is, and reparations is not solely about slavery. It don't end on just slavery. So when they try to pigeonhole reparations to slavery, nah, bro, reparations is about more than just slavery. It's redlining, destroying black communities, keeping us from education.
If we kept it on slavery, not to say like that, but you're right. Where are the Irish slave codes in the United States? We have
they don't exist.
Slave codes. We have black codes and slave codes. Not just not just slave codes. Codes for free blacks. You can't be in this curfew. You can't own a business. You can't go here. You got to have an ID card. You can't marry nothing. You can't go to church in these days. You can't congregate. These were laws for free blacks. Where does it? And they said free blacks.
Free.
I'm like, where do y'all get that? No, not that. I should be killing you with the Irish for it. I'm like, what? The Irish ain't white. The fuck did that? Oh shit. Oh man.
Did he get kicked off?
Nah, I just muted his mic. He ran on his own though. He said he was about to go though. He kept saying he had to. Thank you for coming up. But I
Nah,
didn't know.
he was holding a good conversation. Nobody
Yeah,
kicked him.
yeah. He kind of dropped the white people were slaves at the end though. So
And he went to a source, you know what I'm saying? So at least he did that. So it's whatever. We'd have let you rock. Ain't nobody gonna kick you off. Not yet.
nah, nobody kick you off, bro.
Yeah, he just was over talking and was being obnoxious about it.
He
Like
went.
when the host is telling you, hold on, bro, and you just continuously read as if you don't hear people telling you to hold on, it's disrespectful at that point. Especially coming from a white boy.
Mm.
He said,
Oh, what's up, Roger?
he said New Orleans was built by the Irish. Who's by the computer, bro?
Was good.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some info on that.
All you gotta do is all you gotta do is type in Louisiana, bro. New Orleans is underneath Louisiana, bro. That shit was not established by the. You can literally type it in. It's a French colony. Freaking the 1700s and some shit. There was no Irish in that area. It's
Yeah, I
peaceful.
got it already.
Share your screen, Dot.
All right.
Share my screen.
Show my
I
screen.
mean, I haven't even heard that in the pseudo circle.
Nah, that's gotta be in the white pseudo circle.
Oh, okay, it's a whole different. Or it's been like 15 years since I've been over there.
He said the Irish built Louisiana. That's crazy.
Built.
That's
He said
crazy.
built.
The Irish building a French colony is definitely crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Talking about the French. Like we do all remember that Louisiana was a French colony, right? Like, that's crazy. Next, the Spanish was also enslaving the Irish too. That's some Lance type history.
All right, let me zoom in real quick.
Or not, go to a real. Don't even use it. Go to God, pull up a real article in that one. I don't know why even saying I was using Google AI. Nah. Here's a real article source. Parks Department. I'm pretty sure I know what article you're talking about.
Historic New Orleans collection.
Yeah, by after British had they had slaves.
It says New Orleans was built on the enslavement of Africans and their descendants. Enslaved men, women, and children constructed the city's infrastructure, provided domestic labor, sold goods in the market, and built many
Now
of
go to
the
his source. Go to his source, the Parks Department.
Parks Department.
Yeah, he pulled up the Parks Department. They be having information on the historic ground because the Parks Department is
Okay.
controlling historic grounds and the preservation. Historic site.
Oh no, Bastard, I was reading something. I'm checking out the links now. Hold on.
That's an easy debunk. We should make that a show. Vayasa, you should make that a show. Debunking the Irish claim to slavery. That's right. We know y'all went through some shit. We ain't saying y'all ain't go through some shit. We got to be careful of the language.
What's going on here for that information?
Yeah, he said his people was on the other side of that though. That's what I misheard. Yeah,
Oh,
he kind of hit.
oh, I'm not sure. Okay, wait.
He had a bag full of goddamn pseudo shit. But
They had all types of indentured servant laws. And then you also had the fact that race-based laws from Virginia was separated Africans from indentured servants. Africans had lifelong servitude. Slaves were free. Indentured servants were free. They could also work for that whole caliber of compensation. And him being somebody who exposes people who are from jail under different caliber of sentencing and actual name in the hood. There's a difference in caliber when you say you a shooter versus somebody who says they shot somebody. You understand that when somebody says I'm a shooter and I've been to jail for shooting niggas, that means you done shot multiple people and you're known for raising your gun and letting it go. It's different than somebody who went to jail and shot someone. There's a big difference. I know you understand this.
Yo,
So
Q,
this,
your mic was going in and out.
What you said?
Your mic was going in and out.
Oh, y'all didn't hear that whole little story I gave my little man. That's fucked up.
Mm.
so is this the site that he was sourcing from?
I think Dot, you got mad air in your back of your mic. Well,
Oh,
you might have switched the mic, Dot. Your shit sound like you got the water run. Y'all hear me better than that? Yo,
yeah,
Yeah, I can
yeah,
hear
I
you
thought that
clear.
was you with the fan.
yeah.
now that's Dot with the background saying. It's like you got a fan or something running water or something.
No, my mic was muted.
Oh no, I had just muted. You got background noise. It sound like running
Oh,
water or a fan or
oh,
something.
it still sound like that. It's still
Yeah.
messed up. Oh, I don't know. Wait, let me see what's going on.
That's a computer fan. A computer fan.
No, it's no. I don't know. I don't even hear.
Nah, it might just be the
It
mic. The
might be the
mic might be
computer.
sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be. Yep, that might be the computer
Right.
mic.
We talking about
What,
Irish people building New Orleans. We're going to debunk that
what's
one right
good?
there.
What's good, y'all?
What up,
Why y'all
There,
buddy?
there's some truth to, yes, the Irish did participate in building New Orleans, right? But it wasn't slave labor at all, and it's way later in the game. This begins around 1830, and the reason why they start
I
bringing
can't give
in,
them that by y'all. If you're not discussing the 1740s, the original setup of New Orleans,
oh yeah,
1730s with the French.
there was a caveat I was gonna get. The original heavy infrastructure of the city itself was built by African slave labor. By
There's no getting around that.
1830s, by the 1830s though, with them breaking into building all those canals and heavier infrastructure, the slave owners didn't want to do with the dual loss of slaves dying because that's an investment. You're, I hate to say it this
No,
way,
but
the John
1830s,
Deere's
that's a
just keep
different
breaking
America at
down.
that point.
Yeah,
Like those
yeah,
people
yeah,
came to America and chose to do that work.
yeah. And they was paid for it. That's what
Yeah,
I
that's
was
what I'm
getting
like.
to.
Yeah, there's no
They
comparison of the
brought
two.
them in for cheaper labor all the way around. One, they are labored workers, but it's cheaper on the slave owner. He's not losing his product. I hate to say it that way, but that's how they viewed it at the time. On top of, at this time, Irish are heavily involved in the slave game throughout Louisiana.
Judah put a link in the chat. What's that, Judah? You said that link is about what? Fact check. I cut out. Y'all still there?
Yeah, we still hear you.
Oh, all right.
Everybody still here?
Yeah, it
If
got mad
somebody wants
quiet.
to, if somebody wants to throw this on the screen, it's in the back chat. But you can just start there. That first paragraph debunks the entire argument.
Man, we not putting shit up on the screen, you racist.
Not just his, but that whole narrative of Irish slaves. Like it's myth.
Is that slush?
And let me not be rude. Peace, everybody.
Oh, the server slush. All right, about it, man. You enjoy it, man.
Nah, Jay, he not whitewashing shit. He white spray paint shit with the roller shit. That motherfucker said he was in the fields. His people was in the fields with the African slaves picking fucking cotton at first.
Oh, Flames is back.
Google a call to remember 8,000 Irish who died building the New Orleans Canal.
Yeah, they call it
I can see
suicide
Irish
work.
died helping.
Suicide
Yeah,
workers.
I can see
Yeah.
them making the canal, but the canal is not the New Orleans. Just stand on that statement you said. You said New Orleans was created. Post a link stating that New Orleans was created and built by the Irish.
Hey, Flames, click the link, man.
How deny they contributed. Was it fair labor? Nope. Was it likened to what Africans went to? Nope. Was it fucked up? Yeah. Was it as fucked up as? No. You know what I'm saying? Slaves were there for 100 years, 200 years. You just, man, listen, bro. Ain't no damn roll up, man. Fuck.
Roll up was to hold up.
Why do you make a distinction if you keep saying slavery? That they're saying why there's no need to say the word indentured servitude. You should stick with slavery. That's it.
Word, Dad. Since we on jail time,
That's new to me. I ain't gonna hold you. You gotta get vetted and shit. White nationalist, Christian white.
Irish power.
Wait,
First
Christian?
American slaves unite.
no, because if he a jailhead, not to say not to say like that. I don't want to sound mad hood, but it should be a little bit easier to understand the language between each other because we hood over here. So that just means that you hood, and you expose dudes that's fake. So I'm saying, gotta stand on the facts.
Green fist in the air is extra. My bad, y'all. I'm not gonna do line by line reading. It's my first time doing this because I've never been confronted with what he just said. So pardon me for trying to take one fact. I mean, not fact, but one myth at a time. Because, like I said, he rolled out about 5 or 6, like a good 6-pack. We're definitely not gonna downplay the British Irish confliction during that period. Uh, I'm trying to see how you avoid or leave out the part about Irish owning slaves. Yeah, it was a slave trade market. West Indian sugar. Yeah, they were exploited by their own people, of course. Anglo-Caribbean. All these people mixing up with other folks. Yeah, this is a good little read. Yeah, everybody clean shaven, look like everybody got a hat. Oh, this is a fake photo. Oh. Yeah, damn, it's coming all the way up into the Trump era. Okay. Yeah, so I'll put this link in the chat if y'all want to go through that line by line. That's it. My bad, y'all. Oh, okay. I didn't know Kia dropped out. I think he on the move, so be back. Give me 1 second. I'll put that in the main chat. Check that out. Yeah, I had never seen that before.
Yeah, Deb. Now the reverse to the New Orleans argument. I'm gonna rewind it back a little bit before we become the United States. In the 1750s, Benjamin Franklin is noted for saying, "Why would America choose slavery over indentured servitude when
Mhm.
it's cheaper just to hire men?"
Mhm.
He's referring to Irish indentured servitude at the moment,
Yeah,
or anyone that they bring in, because it wasn't just the Irish. The problem with that, and he would go on to say, is that these hired men can run away from their masters, and masters didn't have the same implication that it does slave master. That's just your master teacher, your master in that trade.
yeah,
Is apprenticeship, then master. You get where I'm going?
yeah. I got.
So even in the 1750s, you see them making a distinction line and choosing to keep African slaves over indentured servitude, over the notion that these men could run off if he was working in ironsmiths with iron, or blacksmiths. I meant to say blacksmiths. That's why I got tongue tied right there. But if he's working with blacksmiths or whatever trade that indentured servant contracted his labor to be, masonry work, whatever it may have been, he could have just ran off and just set up his own shop. Slaves can't do that. And there is no setting up your own shop, even if you did get away. But I don't want to throw all the bullets out at once.
Yeah, why would you hire somebody and then have to pay and not worry about security? You just uh, have slave, the traditional chattel slavery, and get the same amount of labor or overhead. No overhead.
Now, I can't go full blown atheist, but this is where religious people do have their problems. The core of this American hate towards Irish people wasn't necessarily the fact that they Irish, it's that they're Catholics
Mm-hmm.
amongst Protestants. That's the core of the fight. If they could have removed the religious from it, they would have been white from the gate.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a religious political war, not a racial ethnic war.
Mm-hmm. The Roman Catholic Church against King James now.
Yeah, if you want to say it that way, but yeah, basically. This is why, even with recent topics, Americans feel so entitled to protest. It's literally part of the culture here. It's written into the damn Constitution. Like, that's of these people's nature. I'm doing laundry, so I'm going to be in and out, y'all.
So good. Yeah.
I'm surprised Fi ain't beating up the subject.
That motherfucker said,
I ain't gonna
I'm
lie to
not.
y'all. So I ain't even been paying attention, bro. I was doing something else. What y'all talking about?
Man. I'm
What
not
y'all was talking
paying
about then?
taxes.
I was just throwing a couple of grapes at that Irish slave myth, Fi.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's- the first thing I did when he said just Google it, I Googled it, and that shit said no.
Hmm?
That just said basically said exactly what he was doing, misrepresenting the information and putting out a false narrative, which they always do. That's why they all go to the Irish.
Yeah, did you hear the parts towards, this was settled in Benjamin Franklin's day, and it's not necessarily an Irish thing, it's Protestant versus Catholic?
Oh no, I ain't hear y'all say that.
Okay.
It
I'll
was a
run it back
religious
to
thing.
I'll run it back to you, as time progresses. But yeah, it's more so a religious thing. The ones when we see Irish that are owning slaves at the time, I'm willing to bet they what do you call them? It's that weird name, Presbyterian.
Yeah, Presbyterian.
Yeah, I think if you look at their buildings, you can even see Irish symbolism on it. I think they the ones that got like that 4-leaf clover looking thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
The, look like Mickey Mouse ears. Yeah.
But those that's in the Catholicism side of it, yeah, they're gonna be hated. They're gonna get persecuted up until Ozzy Osbourne takes over pop culture and all you heathens started coming out the woodworks.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Like nobody was really saying that in public until after the Cold War in early to mid '90s. And like you said, uh, right wing neocon right wing started picking it up. They started running with it, and that's kind of where we at right now, really. With the being being discriminated against, the civil rights is discriminated against white folks. Rhetoric. It just was just announced the other day. By the German.
Yeah, that's crazy how he threw that little shit out there. And
I mean,
they on his head about that German shit. What was that? The German president or whoever he was had brought Trump like family history, basically, like his great granddad birth certificate in Germany and stuff. I'm basically showing like, bro, you ain't from here.
He came out in public and said it.
Yeah, they showed it like at the presidential office. They was in the Oval Office or wherever they be having them little meetings with the
Yeah.
delegates and stuff. He had the whole little frame of it and everything.
Yeah, my feelings is hurt. I'm thinking I'm down to my last 2 loads of laundry and started to dry, but didn't start the damn washing machine an hour ago. So I got to stay up for this shit.
Damn. That's fucked up, man.
I went in there when Fi started talking, and my heart just dropped. Like, damn it, my bad, y'all. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's Trump conversation.
Nah, it's all good, man.
We all know them orange lives matter. Hey, Fi, that thing that Psycho sent you is dope, bro. And congrats
Oh
on your
yeah,
trophy.
I seen it, man. The
Yeah,
debate,
appreciate it.
fight, AV fight. Yeah,
Appreciate it. Yeah, Marcel, the dude that made it, he got some more shit. I was looking at his page when he had hit me on TikTok. He got some fire shit. Like he do different types of designs. He do faces and all that. Like he got a Angela Davis one. I might have to get that from him and hang that bitch on my wall. I
yeah.
love Angela Davis.
Yeah.
Is he
Myself,
only on TikTok? I don't really get on TikTok, so I'm a struggle to navigate to him to check him
I
out.
don't know. He might be on like the gram and all that. That's just what we linked was on TikTok because he had posted a picture of it. He might be in the chat one of these days. Let's see.
Yeah, when y'all said it, I
Um,
recognized his name from the chat, so
mhm.
salutes to him.
Yeah, he got some good work, man. Like I definitely want to get my logo done too, cause I know that just be fire how he do his work.
like on your avatar.
Yeah, the Fire Logic logo.
Yeah.
So I forgot the title of the show is about black atheists on the rise. That's my kind of topic right there. Shoot, like we seeing like with the Anton Daniels shit, like we see so many times that religion is a issue when it comes to black people. Like for a man to get up there and say I'm Christian first, I'm not black, it's crazy. It's like, bro, you think they see a Christian when they look at you?
Mm.
I assure you they don't. When you go fill out any kind of application and or any of that, the one question they don't ask you is your religion.
Mm.
So when are you Christian first?
Mm.
What Aunt be saying? You made that up, man. You made that up, man.
Since we so close to it, Fi, do you think anything about King would have changed if he looked out, whether he in the streets or on the bus, and found out some of the people marching with him was atheists? Do you think he
Nah,
would have hesitated or stutter stepped for 1 second, or he would have just kept going, saying, "I'm doing this for people's,
yeah, he
particularly
wouldn't have
black
cared about
people's."
your religion.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
right,
wouldn't have cared.
right.
Because he would stand next to a Muslim, he would stand next to any other kind of religion, so he wouldn't go against no atheist. Not in a fight for against oppression. Now they gonna conflict in certain areas, maybe ideologically, but for the most part, they'll be in the
I
same
think he
boat.
would have gravitated towards y'all quicker. Like, hey, one of you heathens, let me get a cigarette real quick.
Mm.
These motherfuckers got me nervous as hell.
Facts, yeah. He damn sure was smoking cigarette
Yeah.
Don't tell Coretta. I've been cussing.
and
Mhm.
hitting these white. Oh no, I ain't gonna say
Yeah.
that.
All them other tabloid stories gonna come out in the next couple days.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I forgot it's MLK Day Monday.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. The
But
slander will begin soon.
remember Psycho first went in on him like 2016, 2017. He took a whole bunch of motherfuckers.
Mhm. Now, I think, like, as far as like to just keep on the subject of religion, I think Malcolm X was gonna come out of religion. I think he was slowly on his way out of religion. Like the
Completely.
more he educated, yeah, like the more he. Well, it's hard to say completely because motherfuckers still be quote unquote spiritual, even though they're not dealing with
Yeah, he's
religion no
still
more.
close to his kid, his family.
Yeah. I just feel like the more he started learning about it, like he was already changing his stance on Islam itself. You know what I mean?
I
Once he
think, I
exposed
think,
himself.
yeah. I, like I said, it's kind of hard for me to put a definite on it, but obviously and for sure, the NOI portion.
Yeah, that was over
Yeah.
with. That shit was over with. He just the way he spoke about leaving your religion at the door and stuff, like I think he recognized like, bro, it's a hindrance with this religion.
I don't think he would have ever laid down his faith, but he damn sure was never gonna let it hinder the overall goal of what needed to be done in his day.
Yeah. I think religion served its purpose in our community. It's over with now.
Kept us from getting scooped up while we were kids.
Yeah. I'm saying, try to think like, what did it really do? Because I think it was really more in the way than it.
I don't think it's going nowhere anytime soon, Fi. I just
Shit.
hope with the access that people have to information, whether it's theological or what they call it, circular information, that if they truly of their faith, that they study it to be as factual as possible if they desire to teach it at any capacity.
Well, yeah, ain't
To
none of them
weed
motherfuckers
out,
trying to be
I
factual.
get some of it, based off the myth in it. We may never know if it's fact or fiction, but you have enough literature out there to be well versed to at least know the origins of in both sides of those arguments. You don't have to be blind sheep anymore and only go by what pastor said. I think that was the errors that hurt us the most.
Man, yeah,
If you get what I'm trying to say.
they still going by what Pastor said, but there's a lot of people leaving religion. That's why I say it's on the decline. It's on the decline
But
because people starting to see it's bullshit. Mhm.
I see a lot of people on the decline, but I'm also looking at a lot of recruitment.
Mm. Yeah, they damn sure be recruiting like the
Yeah.
army. Goddamn it.
I think people always gonna have that need to believe in something, Fi. I think it's just
Well, like
part of our being. Um, and we can't, unfortunately, we can't govern over people's anecdotal experiences and what they're going through in their inner psyche.
but you can't say
You
that.
you get what I'm
I
saying? Like
feel like
if somebody goes through a traumatic experience and is little mama's first time praying that mama don't die from the car crash while she's in ICU, and that brings about oh, I guess epiphany, not a eureka moment, but it brings about a spiritual epiphany to that child. It's hard to say that her little prayers wasn't answered in that moment to her specifically. You get what
But
I'm
that's
trying to
it.
say?
Yeah, but yeah, because but you're speaking from somebody who was introduced. Religion was introduced to them, so that's what the like. If you've never been told or taught prayer, you have no need for it.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So, and then
Yeah,
to
I get
say
that.
people have to believe, they don't, because I don't believe. So, like, it's not something that's innate. Like humans gotta believe in something. We don't gotta believe in nothing as far as externally, as far as outside of nature. We don't have to believe in nothing. You can just believe everything is what it is. It's natural causes, and you hope for the best, and but you don't do no praying to no gods and all that stuff. You just live your life. Like when I go through I had to learn to not try to pray, and I was like, it's a mental thing when you used to believe, and then you go to not believing anymore. So you got to stop leaning on those crutches that you used to have. But when you wasn't raised in prayer and church and all that, it's much easier to not believe in that shit and live in reality.
I give you that. But historically speaking, bro, they give an enticement that supersedes the biggest fear in reality, and that's
And that's
those who
death.
fear death.
Mhm.
That afterlife enticement, G, is that's gonna play with people's minds for a long
Mm.
fucking time, bro.
You right. Now that's true as hell. Because me and my daughter had a conversation earlier about death, and she asked me, like, what do you think happens when we die? And I told her, nothing. You just dead. And then we started discussing afterlife and why people even think about the afterlife or believe in it and all. Like, it gives people that sense of it's something after. It ain't just over right here, but nigga, it's over, nigga. Get over it, nigga.
And that takes us right back to that belief thing. Like, let's and I'm sorry for those who do it, but let's go into the mind of those who lost a loved one, and the only thing getting
Mhm.
them through is the belief that there's something else. You get what I mean? Like, these are the types of things that keep it lingering.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things that I be learning about when being an atheist, right? For when my family and people I love call me and looking for comfort in a love and losing a loved one. So it's like I can't sit here and tell you, man, God got you. You know what I'm saying? They in heaven. All that feel good shit. I can't tell you that. So I had to figure out ways to make them understand, like, bro, it's still gonna be okay. It's just a part of life. Just have your good memories with them people. Like they were gonna die. I know that sound harsh, but so I get it. The religion is help. It helps with appeasing people's minds in situations like that.
For that sentiment you on, what I've been practicing, Five, and especially when it comes to grief, especially in the sense of losing somebody, is I've been saying we have to learn to let go of the selfish side of being human. We don't own people and we don't own forever. Now, your loved ones, if you truly love them, you can't lose that love. You get what I mean? You carry it on and you pass it on. But this idea of, especially when it comes to death, that we I mean, look at what we call it. We lost, as if these people never existed, and we gain amnesia the moment they transition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just the selfish side of us. And it's a sick side of us too, because you got family who will split apart for 30 years, and then bro dies, and it's, oh my God, I lost my that was my nigga. But for 30 years you couldn't pick up the phone and call.
Cause, yep.
You get what I'm trying to say? But that selfish
Mm-hmm.
side of you, that you lost somebody, not that person is no longer here on earth and they're the one that technically lost something. You lost. And
That's why I got this
we gotta
saying
get
that
rid of
death
that
is for the
selfish
living.
side. Yeah.
That's why I say that. I always say death is for the living. The dead people don't care no more. You care. You hurt, you bother, you whatever it is, like you mourn and they dead. Like, they don't give a fuck. They can't. Death is for the living. The dead already. And this, you see your boy back in the chat too. He say, we at least got 1 month. We got an entire month. The Irish only get 1 day. They want reparations. This is why I don't stick to just slavery when talking reparations. Because people would try to say shit like, oh, we wanted to. Like, y'all, none of y'all have went through all of what the black community went through. And it's documented. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, this is why black people need to just be like, fuck all y'all and fuck the system. Because they basically are saying, we'll never apologize. Not him, like they need to personally apologize. But the government has never apologized for its participation in the slave trade. It never
But
apologized
no,
in
he
its
needs to recognize
participation
that
in
too, though,
destroying
bro.
the black community. Yeah,
If you
he
got a
do.
black kid and you don't recognize the shit that they family went through, that's crazy.
He said he got black. I didn't hear that part. He said he got black kids, so he
Yeah,
had
he had
children with a
children with a
black
black
chick.
woman, son.
You missed that
Ah,
part?
yeah,
Oh,
nigga, you need
man.
to go learn some history then, nigga. This
But
your
this
own kids, nigga.
what you just said, Fi. Learn your history.
Mm,
I hate to bust anybody's bubble, but March is Irish History Month.
mm.
Oh, so they do got a month.
Yeah.
Well, nigga, stop crying, nigga. Go celebrate your month.
Now, not to play devil's advocate towards that sentiment, many aren't aware of it, just like many may not be aware of Black History Month. It doesn't really change anything with us having a specified date for us to study our history. You get what I mean?
And
It's not shutting down America and everything becomes black throughout February. All
yeah,
of a
like you
sudden, every
you don't
governor
even
is
have to
black and every
acknowledge it.
president is black and all the
Yeah,
banks. It's not blackout month.
and no, and matter of
Right.
fact, during Irish History Month, what we need to do is show the Irish history of slavery and show how they were indentured slaves. That's why they don't need reparations. Because as an indentured slave, your time, you're not there forever. It's not hereditary slavery. You're not, your whole family don't have to continue your slavery after you die and all that type of stuff. It's totally different. So what are they repairing you for? What do you need
Yeah.
reparations for? There's so much that were they breeding Irish people on farms? Were they murdering y'all on farms? Were they taking y'all kids from y'all and selling them to other people? Were they doing any of this to y'all? What do y'all need reparations for? Go ahead, tell us. Come break it down. Right? People keep trying to compare what they went through to what black people went through. We went through something unique. Our ancestors went through something unique. And then we also are currently going through something unique. They like, as a white person, you don't really have to sit there and wonder, did I not get hired because I was white?
Mm.
You don't even have to wonder that, whether it is the case or it ain't the case. You don't even have to consider that thought.
Yeah, I think the one of the reasons why it's so easy for people to jump on the bandwagon and say, "Oh, well, since the blacks or African Americans are receiving these types of considerations, the quote unquote History Month, and people talking about reparations," which I for one believe that will never happen while this country's in existence, because it hasn't just been a situation where we've been in chattel slavery for hundreds of years. And these things didn't just happen. And even all the things that happened afterwards, those are direct attacks from the government on our people. It wasn't intentional attacks. For instance, you look at, I was on earlier and we were talking about the music and stuff that came out in the 90s, late 80s. Well, that was a function of the inrush of crack cocaine, where the CIA to fund war they say it's to fund war in South Central America. They actually were selling crack cocaine flooding our neighborhoods where crack cocaine to fund that war. That's what they say the reason was. But that was the CIA. It's documented that the CIA was the impetus behind the crack epidemic in the black community in the 80s and 90s, which pretty much destroyed at least an entire generation. I think more like 2. When it destabilized the Black community, and we're still seeing the negative effects of that. It pretty much destroyed our culture. The whites that were felons that were convicted of those crimes, of that drug trafficking, they received presidential pardons. They received presidential pardons, while the vast majority, Black people were receiving 100 times the penalty for basically the penalty that you would get for powder cocaine, 500 grams of powder cocaine. Only 5 grams of cocaine was needed to get that same penalty, a mandatory 5 years in federal prison for each 5 grams. That's a congressional law that was passed. They didn't treat us like they treat these other communities that are hooked on fentanyl and all these other, the meth,
opioids,
crystal meth, opium, opioids and all that. That's all treated as a medical condition. Our situation, where the government was putting crack cocaine into our communities, it wasn't treated, it was criminalized. And millions of us over the years went into prison. So what I'm saying is that, man, we don't live in a place where the people that are making these decisions have any intent. They actually, these are crimes of commission. They committed these crimes against our people. Not to mention the redlining, the inequities in jobs and education. Shit, I mean, I always talk about myself, man. I'm a miracle in the sense that, the high school I went to was 99% Black. I think we had 2 white people in my whole entire high school, 1,400 kids in the inner city. And, the average ACT score to get into college at my school was under 12. In other words, you didn't qualify to get in college. You didn't qualify because they didn't teach us anything. I remember sitting in class where we had a Caucasian professor who was supposed to teach us physics. He sat in there the whole year, man, and didn't write one thing on the board, not even his damn name. So we live in a system that's meant to dehumanize us from the jump. To sit around and talk about how this government's going to owe us reparations and this, that, and the other, when they don't even acknowledge the facts, the issues, the things that created the situation. I mean, they brought us over here as property, and they've been treating us like property, like enemies ever since. Enemies of the state. I hate to say it, but it's the reality of it, man. The progress that we made has been progress in the face of opposition. Oppositions from the highest levels of government. So we're an amazing people, but we got to get out of the psychology that somehow someone who has come in, busted down the front door, black boot stumped everyone in the house and raped and killed everyone in the house, that somehow is going to give us some type of payment when they still doing this shit.
This is what I'm saying. This is why I say though, like
when they still doing it.
And I ain't trying to cut you off, Mike. I'm responding to what you're saying. They are doing it, and I don't expect themselves to just say, yeah, y'all deserve reparations. That's why I keep emphasizing this might be a majority white country, but everybody here ain't white. There's other people here, and there are white people who would say, yeah, you deserve reparations. So we just got to get into these fields to be able to vote those things in, because we're also a part of the political process. We can go in and put these things on the board. We can go in and vote for these things. That's why I say we need more politicians in these fields. We can improve it our damn self.
Yeah, I'm saying that the issues what I'm trying to say is that I'm not talking about the average Caucasian, because they don't have the power to do these things that I've been speaking about. I'm talking about these programs have been put in place by the highest level of government, the highest levels of government. And, if you look at some of the congressional responses to these things, just like I said, they were pardoning the individuals that were selling crack. I'm talking about suits, CIA, that were selling crack in our communities. They pardoned them. They got presidential pardons. How many millions of black people went to jail for having, you know, $25 worth of crack for decades. So, hey, I always say it. I hate to, hey, man, the policies, right, speak to it. The history of it speaks to the fact that, I mean, you know, you can't say anything other than we're operating behind enemy lines. We are a people that are amazing because we've had you know, the most powerful positions and entities in this country, specifically targeting our extinction and exploitation and extinction, and we're still here. So we're amazing, man. I mean, you know, we just need to get. I think sometimes we need to wake up and realize, hey, we are at war. You can't be out here just lollygagging. You know, you got to be focused. You got to have some type of understanding of the environment you operate in, and as a result of that, focus your efforts in order to be able to navigate that appropriately and maintain your humanity in the midst of it. I mean, because there's pathways that they give you. Oh, well, yeah, we'll accept you if you become a freaking homosexual, black man or black woman. Yeah, we accept you if you become a, you know, Ketanji Brown Jackson or Kamala Harris, this bed winching. We accept you then. You know, you got to lose yourself, though. You can't show any commitment to the uprising and the restoration of your people. You can't do that. So it's just one of those things, man. You know, I'm talking about when you get into the places that actually make the policies and move, you know, move the entire country. Those places of power don't accept our humanity. I mean, they just never have. Sounds gloom, you know, it sounds like it's, you know, gloom and doom, but it's facts, Jack. I mean, if you look at the historical facts, I mean, you cannot, you know, you can't just stop with chattel slavery, even though chattel slavery was something that's unimaginable. You can't even imagine what our people went through, man. It's unspeakable. You can't put that in words. In fact, the human mind is not able to conceive that type of horror. It's not even able to conceive it. But that's not all. I mean, we went from that to sharecropping, you know, slave codes, you know, just, man, we've been constantly under attack since we've been here. To Jim Crow. You know, I mean, we've never had a period where we haven't been under complete attack since we've been in this country. So it's time to start thinking about the environment in that way. And just like I said, that not all Caucasian people have that mentality. I know that for a fact. But I also know that even those who don't have that mentality, they're not really affected by it. Like you said, they don't understand that. They've never had to worry about going to it, like your brother was saying, going to an interview and knowing that they're not going to get the job because their skin is a certain color. Yeah, they never have to deal with that. They live in a completely different existence. And now we got these fascists that's the next wave. That's the next wave of what we're going to be dealing with. They had this dude that's in charge of the guys that control the border. They showed him on, I don't know if you guys saw that clip, but the dude had a
customs.
The dude that had border immigration stuff.
Border Patrol. Okay.
Yeah, Border Patrol. His name, I don't remember the racist name, this racist individual's name. But they showed him yesterday. He was surrounded by a bunch of ICE agents. You know what he had on? He had on a coat that looked just like the SS from Nazi Germany. Had the same patches and everything.
You talking about the Randall dude?
I don't know his
Not
name.
not the random dude. I know I seen one of them racist white boys get ran up out of there.
I'm saying that he's the head of that whole thing. I have to look it up. The head of the whole thing. The significance of it is he had on the same uniform that the Nazis in World War II had on when he was walking with the ICE agents around him. The exact same coat.
That's crazy.
This organization is being funded by federal tax dollars. And the United States Congress has said absolutely nothing about that.
That's why I don't be wanting to hear none of that shit they be talking about when it comes to stuff like reparations and all that. Y'all don't care where the money go until they say they giving it to us.
$100 billion in that big, beautiful bill that goes to ICE. And they're walking around with Nazi uniforms on. The head guy. Literally. And the United States Congress is completely silent. The Congressional Black Caucus ain't worth shit. Ain't said nothing, man. Nothing, not one word. Who do you think, if they're the Nazis, if they're the new Nazis, who do you think the Jews are? I mean, I'm talking about just, if they're the new Nazis, if they're the Nazis in this regime, in this country, who do you think the Jews are? Well, I would say if you want to look at to find out who the Jews are, find out what role the Jews played in the first Nazi Germany. They were the scapegoats. Everything that went bad in the country, they were blamed for. To the tune of 6 million of them ended up in ovens, being exterminated in ovens. Who do you think the Jews in this Nazi Germany, this new Nazi Germany that they're forming right now, who do you think the Jews are? I'm asking you, Fantang. I'm asking you, my brother. Who do you think the Jews are in this new?
Oh man, I'm gonna answer your question, but please don't say my name like that.
Oh, what's your name, brother? Tell me how to pronounce it. I'm sorry.
But no, you good. You good. My name is Fontaine, but my little logo is Fontaine. So either way, cool.
Got it.
They already be trolling me with the supporting the LGBTQ. The way you just said my name, they gonna kill me. But we the Jews, nigga. Come on now, you know who they are. Us.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I'm not missing, what I make sure that everybody's not missing what I'm trying to put down. I'm just saying, man, it's time now that we really start. And it doesn't
fuck
even have,
you, Nikki.
Huh?
Go ahead, bro. I'm saying fuck Nikki. She trolling. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying that it's time that we start appreciating each other, bro. I'm telling you, because what I'm saying is, it doesn't even have to be like, okay, we do need to actually actively work together to and try to make things happen in whatever fields we're in. And then also socially, that's one thing I need to do get more involved in. I'm so busy right now, but I already told the Lord, man, I mean, I'm a man that believes in God. I ain't been to church in 10 years, but I believe in God. I believe in, I believe in the power of the universe. Now, I would like to see, and I believe he's active in our world, but he works through man. He works through men. And so it's up to men to make a decision. We have an ability to make choices, and we either choose to represent the things that project light, or we choose to represent the things that continue on with this darkness. And so that's our choice. So I think that, we need to be making decisions that project that light, obviously. And for us, the only way for us to overcome this darkness that's coming is to have some unity and some respect and appreciation for one another, and ability to work with each other. But it starts with a mindset. It starts with a mindset. Like when I see Black people out in public, I go out of my way to make sure that I say hello. I say hello to, whoever I think is friendly, really. But I don't go out of my way to say hello just to everybody. I go out of my way to make sure I say hello to people of African American, Black people in the country, because that's one of the things. Our unity not only helps us, it helps the country ultimately. And because, we got a lot of talent, skills, in not just in sports and entertainment, but in intellectual sectors, creative sectors. We've got a lot of talent that's not being used that's not being given acknowledgement and being used in this country and in the world. So Black people coming together and being better collectively and individually first, and then collectively, it makes the world a better place. It starts to push back the darkness, because that darkness is basically based on a satanic, demonic philosophy of racism and white supremacy. That's what that darkness, that's the fuel for that darkness. And, so at the end of the day, it's Satanism. That's basically what it is. But so anyway, I just think, man, we need to be people that work together more and see each other more in a positive light, and are willing to challenge ourselves individually to do whatever it is, endeavor that we have, to do it excellent and on an excellent level, and be representatives, good representations of what it means to be Black and American in the world. That's on an individual basis. And then we need to be able to look each other in the eye and be able to appreciate one another and be able to work together, But what we got coming down the pike now, man, is serious, dog. I mean, these individuals, they wearing Nazi uniforms. I mean, collecting government checks, man. They're collecting government paychecks in Nazi uniforms. You need to capture that, bro. This dude, and he wasn't just no foot soldier. He was the head guy in charge of ICE in his border patrol on national television wearing a Nazi uniform. You need to capture that, man. There's an issue going on, man. You know what? I got plenty of stuff to make sure that I'm in a position where if I had to protect myself, I can do that. But it's time to get something that's real hard hitting right now. I mean, that can penetrate, penetrate anything. You need that type of protection, because, man, these people, man, they off the chain, man. They're off the chain. I mean, what's going on right now? People better wake up. Better wake up. Whenever you got a government agency with a head person funded by federal tax dollars, your tax dollars, what you go to work for and what you pay into, is an organization where the leadership is wearing Nazi uniforms, being funded by the federal government. That's real, man. That's a real problem.
I agree. It's also a real problem. Niggas ain't gonna do nothing about it.
Sad part
niggas don't think niggas don't think ICE doing nothing wrong.
What you said? They don't say ICE what? I'm sorry.
People don't think ICE doing nothing wrong.
Oh,
I got niggas on my timeline arguing me up and down that ICE ain't doing nothing wrong. Everything they doing, we need. And these Black people, these ain't no white people.
Yeah, these are Black people saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up, Q? I didn't know where you sleep or not, bro.
Yo.
What's up? Thanks for having me, bro.
I'm hanging.
I'm in that break period. I'm in that break period. I told you, I think I mentioned to you this before, but yesterday, I told you about a month and a half ago, I had to give a talk at one of the universities on nuclear materials. I actually did that yesterday. So I'm actually in between now and MLK Day. I'm kind of kicking back, relaxing a little bit. But after that, I'm gonna be on the grind.
Kick back,
or
relax, and all cool.
until summer, huh?
Outside of the school.
What's that?
Nah, I
I was
start work.
rapping Will Smith.
I start work. You know that.
Right. Man, you guys, you be up all times of night, bro. I don't know how you. I'm doing it now just because I'm on a slight break. But shit, you do it constantly. I don't see how you do it. I don't sleep much at all either. But I mean, I'm not awake enough to be online at night. Normally.
Nah, Deb, yo, I ain't gonna. Y'all help me stay awake while I be doing the Uber Eats and shit. I be doing Uber Eats at night.
Oh, okay. Is that a hustle? That's a good hustle there in New York.
Yeah, a little secondary hustle. Hell, you on top of anything else.
Okay.
It is down here. Hell yeah, boy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, especially if you got peak hours and stuff, man, you can get some money.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, it's good if you need an extra hustle.
Yeah. I get it, bro. I get it. And I mean, the thing about this, and I'm all for that hustle. I'm for the grind. I'm for that. That grind is what my life. That's what I want my life to. Because I think if you're a real man and your life does not illustrate sacrifice, then if you're a male and your life does not illustrate sacrifice, then you're not living up to your potential as a man. If your life is not defined by sacrifice, then you're not doing what you need to be doing. So yeah, I'm definitely down with the grind. I'm down with that. It's just that my philosophy has been, okay, I'm gonna try to make sure that whatever money I'm making, that it just sustains me for today. But my grind, my after hours hustle, my grind is always gonna be something for the future. Always. I don't have two grinds that just are meant to help me survive for the day. Because if you're living in that state, then everything you get is just going to be just for today. You're not really investing in your future. So what I try to do is I try to make sure I've got one grind, and I try to, in my life, this is what I've tried to do. Have one grind that allows me to sustain myself, pay my bills, whatever. And if I can't pay my bills, then that means I'm living above my means. So create my means such that whatever money my lifestyle such that whatever money that I'm making allows me to live day to day. And then when I'm done doing that grind, that's when my real hustle starts, because the real hustle is just for me. It's for my future. So that hustle, I never try to, make money off that hustle per se, even though I have. But that hustle's always been futuristic. It's always been investment into myself for the future. So the grind, I'm definitely down with it. I just think that if that extra grind that you put in is just for today to sustain yourself, you're doing yourself a disservice. I mean, in the immediate future, yeah, you got a little extra money in your pocket. In the immediate situation, you got a little money in your pocket, but as far as your future investment, you're cheating yourself. That extra grind, burning that midnight oil, doing the things that others are not willing to do, that needs to be more futuristic in nature. That it may not pay off for another, 5 years, but when it pays off, it pays off. That's the type of grind that we need to, strategically. I think that's a better way. That's a good way of looking at it. But I don't know if you guys understand what the hell I'm talking about. But there you go.
I'm definitely with you.
Yeah.
I'm definitely with you. Is at the new location, that shit kind of, I jumped out the window with that shit. That shit $6K a month, not including the utilities and shit and everything else. So
yeah.
Do off the expenses. So I don't really have but I want that though. My goal is to get to 10K a month. I want to be able to afford 10K a month for a location.
Right.
And the bills. So I'm like, just got to keep leveling up, pushing forward.
Oh yeah, that's definitely, yeah. You're a visionary, man. You got a lot of, yeah. Once I'm done with what I'm doing now, the grind that I got going on now, man, I'm gonna go. It's gonna be time for me to go spread out a little bit and be more entrepreneurial in my approach, because I mean, going from that military stuff to straight into, commercial stuff in the same environment or the same field, really, or similar field. I haven't really an entrepreneurial mindset. I just been like, okay, I'm gonna put in this particular amount of effort, and then I'm gonna put in some extra grind. But it's always been towards just putting myself in a position where, because I, spending all that time in the military, I kind of started off late in regards to being able to have that levity, that freedom of schedule.
But I mean, you know what though, Mike? It's crazy because like I don't know. I'm looking at the opportunity, and like Chris, is Chris still on the panel? Chris is trying to get a franchise, and I just be listening to like I rock with professionals, and I always find it's easy to figure out business endeavors and entrepreneurship with professionals in their field, especially when they're really in a niche field.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So like, remember when I was asking like the specific PLCs or the type of wiring or the specifics that's associated with nuclear engineering. And if Chris, if you're listening, that would be something you could discuss with Mike and potentially another investor like Aaron or somebody. So that, look, we want to get into this particular module creation. You know what I mean? Like, and that'd be the jump right there. And there's enough background around to make things make sense. Like,
yeah. Okay. So you said Chris. Yeah. Chris. Yeah. I know you're talking about Chris. I know you're talking about. You said he's
trying to get a franchise right now.
Okay.
And
in what? In what field? I mean, what area?
He just wants to make money.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, long as it's solid and it makes money. And there's other people that's in the chat. Like, yo, it's crazy. I was talking about the military stuff this morning. My pops banned me from going to the military. So being around all y'all military heads is like a whole conversation, and like the level of benefits that y'all got set up and things that y'all have established in life and stuff. So it's like, but then a lot of y'all are still figuring out like, what's my next step? And I'm like, to have all of y'all pro-black, folks that's from the military who have whatever access to whatever resources you may have, it's dope to know that this little area is a place where you have people that you can actually have that conversation with, and not because something could come to fruition. Like you dead be on the panel with identity. Identity is a master level 20-year circuit designer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that. I be saying that to people. I'm like, yo, I don't know if y'all reckon. I'm like, yo, bro, I did. Y'all don't. I fuck with circuits. No, that's a big thing right there, y'all. That's not no small shit. It's not no small shit, y'all. We'll be very clear. The GA is no joke with the computers. He really know what he doing with software. And it's like, we got all these people here, like, we would be freaking slaves if we couldn't figure out something. I say this all the time. If we can't figure out some shit, Taz, Truth, with all of this smart black folks over here, motherfucking Fontaine, we supposed to be slaves, man. Fuck it.
Yeah, hey, somebody in the
I
chat
agree,
said,
bro. Too much talent, potential, and shit over here, and network for us not to be growing something out of this shit.
All right, guys. Just pure retardation. GA and I is working on, we got 3 areas, 3 research topics. I'm supposed to work on it this week. We're going to do it this week. Yo, GA, we ain't go class Monday.
Yes, Chris. Chris just came up in the chat, I think.
Oh, yeah, Chris right there, yeah. But yeah, GA, we got 3 areas of research we're going to be doing too. This week, we're going to be trying to publish some stuff, y'all. Anybody involved want to do any like communication technologies, specifically with secure shell protocols. And that's like terminal command line protocols. And we're going to be using ESP32s. We might use a different controller, but and it's with automation technology, environmental, and we're going to be doing something with PTP, precision time protocols. And anybody who does CAN bus programming, I'm looking to get a laptop, and I'm looking to get into programming myself with cars and stuff. Like specifically, I'm probably going to focus on foreign cars or high-end cars, but anybody that's CAN bus program, I know GQ. I'm gonna be calling probably tomorrow GQ, so I definitely want to try to get that shit this week or next month, within the next month or two. Within this month, fuck next month.
Yeah, somebody asked something about fissionable materials in the chat, and so there's a difference between fissile materials and fissionable materials, and that a lot of people don't make the distinction. Even like some things online that you can read on this doesn't really make a distinction between fissionable materials and fissile materials. So in general, fissionable materials are like uranium, plutonium. That's what's used. And those fissionable materials are materials that are able to be fissioned by fast neutron flux, basically a neutron flux that has higher energies than the cutoff for thermal neutron flux energies, which is about 0.25, 0.025, 0.25 eV for thermal neutron flux. Now, thermal neutron flux is what commercial nuclear reactors in the United States.
Mike, before you go into that convo, which I want to hear more of, Doug, I want you to recognize the level of low value you have in conversation like this. There's 30 people around. There's someone talking about opening up a franchise, a nuclear engineer. I'm telling you, I spent in 5 months probably how much you made for the year just in rent. But you want to discuss nonsense versus saying, how could I work with these brothers? How could I connect with Fontaine? How could I connect with Mike? How can I connect with these people and push black people forward? But your small little brain is only designed for peeling peanuts during the daytime. This time of the night, you should be focused on conserving your mental capacity for coloring. Get off the internet. Put on a nice little musical that has letters and colors on the screen that depict animals with the same sounding letter that you're focused on. This conversation is beyond the scope of your intelligence. Clearly. My bad, Mike, continue.
Yeah. Somebody asked about the fissionable materials. So like I guess he asked about what are fissionable materials. So there's a difference between fissionable nuclear materials and fissile nuclear materials. And fissile nuclear materials are nuclear materials that can be fissioned, which is splitting of the atom, due to a thermal neutron flux. Thermal neutron flux is a neutron flux that happens at very low energies, like 0.25 EV electron volts. That's the energy. That thermal neutron flux, it will not cause fission in fissionable materials, right? Like for instance, the fissionable isotopes are the isotopes that have like even numbers at the end, like uranium-238, plutonium-238, plutonium-240. But when you look at the odd numbered isotopes like plutonium-241, uranium-235, uranium-233, which is created using thorium, which is really cheap. Thorium is really cheap. You can actually create uranium-233 from thorium-232. But the issue is that those odd even isotopes, they have a microscopic cross-section for fission, an area that allows a large area of fission that allows them to be fissioned by low energy neutrons. Those even number isotopes, you actually need higher energy neutrons to fission those. One of the reasons why the designs in the United States don't use those higher energy neutrons in order to cause fission in nuclear reactors is because those high energy neutrons cause changes in reactor power that are very difficult to control, right? You want your changes in reactor power based on whatever power limit you want to go to. You want that rate of change to be controllable by the response systems that you have, control rods and everything responding to changes, so that you don't actually have rapid changes in power and the reactor is not controllable. So that's why we're using but you can design fast fission reactors as well. It's just none in operation here in the United States, but that is the new generation reactors. Gen 4 reactors are going to have fast fission. They're going to be fast fission reactors that use a fast neutron flux in order to create fission. So That may have been a little bit too much more, maybe more than what you asked for, but that's the difference between that's a fissionable material, a fissionable material. Those are materials that have the odd or the even isotope numbers, like uranium, uranium 238, plutonium 238, plutonium 240. Those are all fissionable materials. They need a fast fission. They need a fast neutron flux, high energy neutron flux in order to cause fission. And the fissile materials is what we use: uranium 235, uranium 233, plutonium 239, plutonium 241. Those can all be fissioned by a thermal neutron flux, which was the design of the U.S. reactors because it allows reactor power to be controlled by our the automated control systems. That's it.
Science for your black ass. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's above my chemistry pay grade, y'all.
But I mean, it's just information. So it's something you know now. You know what I mean? I mean, if you didn't know before, you know now. And that's really what life is about, is just the accumulation of information. And then when you can take that information and apply it to change your circumstances, that's real power. That's one of the reasons why they don't want to educate us. I mean, man, it's criminal, some of the stuff that's going on, man. And then, what's going on now, we need to be really, I'm not saying, wake up in cold sweats at night thinking about it, but you need to at least be aware of it and understand that, the way that you move in this society needs to be in light of, what's going on. They got government, leaders of government, the Border Patrol, leaders of the Border Patrol wearing Nazi uniforms in broad daylight, surrounded by ICE agents on international television, on the internet, receiving a paycheck from the U.S. federal government, our tax dollars, and the U.S. Congress has said absolutely nothing about it. We got a problem, man. We got a problem.
I mean, what they said, a large portion of law enforcement is KKK.
Yeah. Well, they're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even hiding it.
Then the politicians, man, I forgot the percentage of the politicians that are racist.
Yeah.
Known as racist. So it's like,
Yeah. And the sad part about it is it'd be different if the Congressional Black Caucus didn't exist, but they still exist. So I'm thinking, okay, where the hell are they at in all of this? Where they at? Okay, you don't come out and ransack the congressional chambers, but you at least say something. Get out and make a statement and say, hey, you can't wear Nazi uniforms collecting a government paycheck. They haven't even said that. I mean, so yeah, it's I don't know, man.
People's voices get different when that check be hitting.
I mean, it won't even. It would. It's just the right thing to do. It wouldn't cost them anything. It wouldn't be like, okay, you came out and said that we can't wear Nazi uniforms as government employees. We can't wear Nazi uniforms. That you came out and said that. How are you the bad guy in that situation? It's not just Caucasians that pay taxes. We all pay taxes. So how you gonna take my tax money and then wear a Nazi uniform? And you getting paid from government taxes? That doesn't make sense to me. And no one's saying anything about it. Our people, man. I remember the woman that said, I saw a couple of black politicians get on when they extended that the federal tax credits for healthcare just about a week and a half ago. And they were like, "Oh, we did our job. We did our job." These are black and a few whites. got on. Oh, we did our job. We came in and we passed in the House to extend the federal tax credits for health care, you know, and they just bragging about it. Oh, we did our job. And then the reason why they're doing that is because they normally don't do their jobs. They normally don't do their jobs. They up there cutting backdoor deals, backroom deals, getting filthy rich, and ain't thinking about the black community. I'm talking about the Congressional Black Caucus. And they ain't thinking about what's going on in the community. Obviously, they won't even speak up with outlandish crap like this going on. So only thing I would just say, man, the things that we do in our individual lives, we need to be like Master P said. I think it was Master P, bout it. We need to be bout it when it comes time to taking care of business in our individual lives and representing in whatever sector or field of endeavor that we're in. I mean, because this shit that's going on now, if you don't have your stuff in one sock, man, if you're not on a otherworldly grind right now, an otherworldly grind in regards to taking care of the things that you're involved in, and you're not meeting the mark.
No, you damn sure ain't lying, bro. You damn sure ain't lying. This is, and not to even get gloomy. I mean, just even if you just look at it from the opportunity side, if you're not taking advantage of all the opportunities, I don't know what y'all doing, man. Like, this is the perfect era, man. Like, they're unlocking so much shit. Oh my goodness, man. And not even there. Technology is unlocking the ball game. So us black folks gotta put together and organize. I ain't even say who. I'm saying motherfuckers listening who want to do that, let's just keep linking and organizing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't look for everybody. Don't look for everybody get on the boat. Just get on the boat with who you got next to you and push forward.
Hey Q, I said something. I brought something up about rap music before. Now I want to specify. Like, I listen to your rap, like the stuff that you had, that introduces the every time you have a stream. I'm not talking about that type of rap, because that rap that you're doing, that's conscious. That's conscious rap. That's more like that's probably why I don't know how well it sold for you, but that's probably why it didn't sell, because it wasn't a bunch of foolishness. It wasn't a bunch of foolishness.
You in the rap game, Q?
Yeah.
Nah, but he ain't wrong though.
I'm just bullshitting, man. Go ahead.
But you know, Mike, I ain't gonna lie, so I gotta put a little bit more into the videos, and so I told myself I'm gonna put some more energy into the video, and also being more about the art side. I'm just not like that though, but you ain't wrong though.
I can't hear you, bro. I can't hear you.
No, I said you ain't wrong though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because more of the conscious rap, that didn't sell, man. And when you start talking about the politics and the situations that exist in the country, that never got motion. You know, I mean, early on, Public Enemy and Sister Soldier, and you know, all that, the old stuff, all that stuff. I mean, it got popularity back when the Nation of Islam was making motion in the 90s. But after that, the small hats kind of cut that out. It was all straight foolishness. If it wasn't about extreme black degradation, then it wasn't gonna sell. It wasn't gonna get motion. So, and then all the way to all kinds of crazy stuff that's going on now. I don't even understand the rap game now.
I got the email, Angel. You know what's crazy? I definitely understand the degradation, but I think the lack of business acumen is really what made the degradation worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're doing degrading music, and at the same time, and you're getting robbed at the same time. It's like, damn, bro, like, shit.
Right. Yeah, because most of those artists, they end up broke. They ended up broke anyway, right?
Yep.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, they ended up broke.
Huh?
Yeah, they ended up broke.
Yeah. So the small hats kind of like You know, it's a double whammy.
Yo, Angel, I just got the email, sis. Hell yeah, I'm about to send it back to you.
I'm talking about who's that dude that's who's that those guys that were in charge of the industry, like that guy that funded Dr. Dre and
Jimmy Iovine and them, right?
Jimmy Iovine and that other guy, Leo
Cohen.
Leo Cohen.
Yeah, those dudes. That's what I'm talking about. You know, that vein of influence in the industry. I mean, because I think
count them. They be mad at me when I bring up the R&B dudes, but I really do count the Sambo class and the Coon class, because right now, I feel like that's one big thing too with the black community. Like, we got a lot of money in the black community, in certain groups, and it ain't major investments that's needed, but certain level investments to the right people in the right situations. Like, yo, black folks, there's some people doing some shit out here. They just need the right people, and there's a lot of Sambo money laying up. I'm calling it out. There's a lot of money laid up in the Sambo community, and some of the coons too got some chicken laying around. Invest in black, y'all.
right.
Invest in black. You seen that salon? Sister been running that salon for 20 years. You think she couldn't get more salons? It's just she been too busy. You see the dude with the auto mechanic shop. If you sitting on $500,000, $350,000 right now, a $10,000 investment to a random auto mechanic shop for a black person is not gonna hurt you. It's not. And the rainy day that you're holding your $300,000 for, $250,000 for, is more than likely not gonna happen anytime soon. So that $10,000 that you took and put into some random black woman salon or some random black dude who owns a tire shop, yeah, and you're not even gonna hurt. It's an investment.
Mm-hmm.
We need more of that.
Yeah,
definitely need more of that. Support black business, y'all. Support black professionals, not just business. Support black professionals. All right. So if you know somebody who's studying for it to be an accountant, help them pay their freaking account test. Somebody trying to become an electrician, buy them a fucking tool set. Like, what do you? I'm saying, like, come on, this is how we help each other.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to that now. Watch how I flex. Oh my goodness, watch how I flex. I'm running around just helping businesses. Like, yup, level up. Now we gonna level this up. That's so much money in that. They'll be pulling me over. Oh shit.
Yeah, I used to. There was a time when I had I think I've been to the Bronx maybe once, and yeah, once or twice. And when I came up there, I drove up there, but once I got there, I parked my car because I wasn't about to drive in that traffic and have somebody hit my car. But I had a friend of mine that lived up there, and her little sister was driving me around. I was like, man, it's crazy driving in New York. Yeah, that was. I don't know what the traffic is now, but that was like maybe, man, that was a long time ago. I was like, was that? Yeah, oh, that was over 15 years ago. But yeah, New York, I don't see how people drive. You got to be almost like a damn professional NASCAR driver to drive in New York. Some parts of New York. Well, back then, I don't know what the traffic is like now.
Yeah, I mean, I went quiet, 0 dark 30.
Yeah, I'm waiting on nuclear hour to kick back off.
The nuclear hour.
Yeah,
What's that?
back in your nuclear academic bag and get talking about uranium and
Oh, you talking about me?
Give me
Oh,
some fission.
oh, you talking about me? Okay.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Yeah, it don't matter, man. I'm just talking,
no,
man.
that's cool.
We got all night. Yeah, we're gonna be here all night, man. At least I'm gonna be here all night. I know. You
Oh,
don't have
so hey, you know what? If I can share my screen, I'll go through this.
Yeah,
I'll go through this. I told you guys I went through I gave a little presentation.
that'll work, man.
Hold on a minute.
There are people that can checking in on the Sunday on the off hours. They can rewind and catch it. You know what I'm saying? Got a lot of people snoozing.
Let me
That'll be
see.
quick.
I'm gonna make some adjustments real quick. Hold on a second. It may take me a second to make a couple adjustments, but
Yeah, it's always gonna be random times.
this
But
may be a. I mean, I don't even know if I should show you guys this, but because it may be a little bit too.
yeah, don't worry about if you don't think people understand that. Man,
Yeah.
I ain't got time for that.
But that means there might be,
They got Chat GPT. They got
yeah,
AI. People got man. Come on, man.
there might be some people who can follow some of this stuff, but
Yeah,
um,
we make them hit the pause button and rewind. Write the shit down.
but this is cool though. I mean, I'll share this with you guys, man, and for no other reason, just to let you see what some of the stuff that's going on now in the industry for like people who may be interested in getting into it, or even the young people who are starting off and they're trying to figure out what kind of field they want to go into. They might be interested in this. But
When I'm saying when I was coming up, the word nuclear, it was usually attached to something that was something. Weapon, nuclear weapons, nuclear energy, destruction, contamination.
Negative.
And so it's kind of it's like I don't think I want to, you know what I mean? And it just kind of stuck. And I was like, man, what the fuck was I doing?
Yeah, the unfortunate thing, man, is the science itself is it doesn't have a moral. It doesn't really have a morality attached to it. It's how people use it. You know, you get the right, you get the wrong, you get the right information in the wrong hands,
Yeah.
and you got a problem just because the person who employs that technology is wicked. You know, you get a wicked individual, you know, they'll take something that can actually change the whole course of humanity into something where the whole path of humanity into something that, you know, we wouldn't recognize in 100 years because humanity would have progressed so much, and they'll make it something that actually brings an end to the whole human race just because they'll convert that technology into something that'll bring an end to the whole human race because their ethics is messed up. You know what I mean? They got a mentality where, and that's unfortunately representative of most of the leadership in the world right now. Not most of the people, but most of the leadership, the people who are leading governments and stuff right now, man, it's discouraging in a lot of ways. The people in power have no real consideration for other human beings. So anyway, let me. I got one more thing. I'll make adjustment. Make one more adjustment, and I'm good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put this up now. I got to see if I can. See if I can share my screen here. Man, let me see. I remember how to do this. I got to go in the back to share it, right? I got to go in the back to share it.
No. At the bottom, where you got your microphone, camera, and then yeah.
Is that it right there? Yeah, share screen right there. Yep.
Yep.
Share screen.
You got a browser or a folder? It's in the browser or a personal folder. It should be able to differentiate where.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last time I did this, I was able to do it. Let's see here. Let me see a window. Here we go. And I'll bring that up. Tell me if you can see it.
You got StreamYard?
Oh, does it not showing?
Yeah, you got your StreamYard screen. Then you got a tab open, or you got another tab open.
Oh, is it not showing it?
Yeah, you can't see the screen.
No, I'm just looking at my
Okay, so wherever you got your work at the top, it should say share this tab.
Okay.
You see it?
So let me go back.
Okay.
No. I don't need to see the screen. I just want to make sure you guys can see what I'm see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. It's showing your StreamYard tab now though.
Oh, it's not showing the presentation.
Yeah, your presentation. Is it in a browser or a folder?
I got it on a folder. I mean, I got it in here. Let me stop sharing. Stop
share. And then when you go back to share screen, you should see options. You should see some more options off to the side.
Share screen.
Yeah.
And it says screen sharing is easy in 2 monitors. Sharing works best. Yeah, I got all that. So share screen, I'm doing that. And then it gives me, okay, a window, right? So I'm gonna go entire screen. That's what I want to do. Okay. And then I'm going to hit this. I'm gonna share it. And then I'm gonna come back and hit you with this and see if that comes up. Does that work?
Presentation objectives?
Yeah, can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Can you zoom in like
Yeah, I'm
125?
gonna do this.
Yeah.
How about that?
Oh yeah, excellent.
Okay. All right. All right.
Man,
So,
I'm
hey, I'm gonna get the background on this stuff. All right. And I'm gonna talk about it talks about a little bit here in this thing. And this can be kind of long, so I'm not gonna go through it all. But I'm gonna basically one of the issues right now with the commercial nuclear industry is that there's new reactors that are coming out, new reactor designs. And obviously this is just for energy production. This is for production for electricity, to produce electricity to put out on the nation's electrical power grid. And so one of the issues with the existing nuclear reactors, the ones that are operating right now in the United States, is that you can't get enough. The life cycle of the fuel that's loaded is about 18 months, where you have to, every 18 months, you have to go in and shut down the reactor and unload the fuel to load on new fuel. And so one of the reasons why that exists, that we can only go 18 months in the commercial cores, where you look at the military cores, like the Navy cores, can go 14 years. Those cores on those submarines, those coals, the reactors on the submarines and the reactors on those aircraft carriers can go for 14 years without refueling. And the reason why is because of the enrichment of the fuel, right? The enrichment of the fuel that exists there. All right. You can have higher levels of enrichment in those cores, and they can operate, for years. And then also, those military cores don't just operate at 100% power constantly, right? They change from, depending on to be honest with you, depending on how fast that vessel is going, whether it's answering a 1/3 bell at 5 knots or 10 knots or 15 knots or 20 knots being a mile per hour, depending on how fast you want that ship or that submarine, that carrier, that submarine to go, reactor power is going to increase as you want to go faster throughout because a lot of the power that is used on those vessels is for propulsion, for propelling that ship or that submarine through the water. So sometimes you're not going to be going all ahead flank, the fastest speed that particular platform can go. Sometimes you're just going to be, just cruising through. So the reactor power levels are different, operate at 100% reactor power constantly. So that actually helps to extend the lifetime of the fuel as well, the nuclear fuel as well. But when you look at when you're dealing with the commercial nuclear power plants, they want to get up to 100% power and operate at 100% power as long as they possibly can, because the more power they put out on the nation's power grid, the more power that's available and the more money they make. So they operate at 100% power the whole time. So when you're operating at 100% power with the enrichments that exist in these commercial cores, which is like 3 to 6% now, it's getting up to close to 3 to 6%, that nuclear fuel inside the core can only last for about 18 months. So that's an issue. So the new core designs, that's one issue. And the other issue is that the thermal efficiency that exists in those cores are about 33, 34% max. So that means of that energy that's created by that fission, those millions of fissions that are happening per second inside that nuclear reactor, that heat that's generated from that, only about 34% of that heat is able to be converted into electrical power and put out on the grid. So there's a very, very low thermal efficiency that exists with that process. A lot of that is due to the maximum temperatures that are able to be established inside those cores. If we increase the maximum temperature that those reactors can operate at, then we'll increase the thermal efficiency by, just by design. So the new generation 4 reactors, like the fast fission reactors, the liquid sodium reactors that are being built and designed right now, those go from, in the 30s up into the 40s, 40%, the low 40% thermal efficiency rating. So you get more more of that energy, that thermal energy from fission, you're able to convert more of that to electrical energy. So you electrical power, so you make more money. All right. So bottom
Real
line,
quick, what's happening to the other 60 to 70%?
losses, losses. You know,
Wait,
yeah, losses. Like for instance, like when you go through. Okay, so when you fission those atoms inside the core,
yeah.
that heats up the water. That heats up the water, the primary coolant that's flowing past those fuel plates. The fuel plates where that fission is taking place, they get extremely hot. And they transfer that water they transfer that heat to the water that's flowing past them. And that water that's flowing past them, it goes into boilers.
Okay.
It goes into boilers and it boils a secondary coolant that's on the other side of that of the tubes that go through that boiler. You got primary coolant that goes through the tubes, and the water that's on the other side of that primary coolant, the other side of those tubes, it actually boils. It turns into steam, and boilers that turns into steam, and then it goes out and it turns turbine generators, basically turbines and generators. So you got heat transfer losses, you got friction losses that exist inside the turbine generators themselves. You have a turbine on one end is being driven by that steam. It goes through several stages of turbine blading, and turns the turbine. And then on the other end of that, you got generator action, where you got a conductor, a magnetic field, relative motion between the two. That relative motion is created by the turning of the turbine. The turning of the turbine creates that relative motion, and then you have generator action or electricity that comes out on the other end. So there's a lot of losses that are associated with the system. It's called a Rankine cycle, or the Carnot cycle being a perfect cycle, but a perfect Rankine cycle is a Carnot cycle. But the bottom line is that Rankine cycle that occurs where you have heat transfer processes throughout the design of the plant. That causes losses to that energy that's produced from fission, that heat that's produced from fission. But if you increase the amount of temperature that you can sustain inside of the core, inside of the reactor vessel itself, inside the fuel matrix, if you increase that temperature, then you can actually increase the thermal efficiency. So you'll be able to actually create more, take more of that heat that's generated inside the core and convert that to electrical energy on the other end, going through all the steam generators and the turbines, So,
Okay, I got it. I didn't mean to throw you out.
Hopefully, I mean, yeah.
Was there a way to capture that loss and redirect it in another design, or the system is just not, that's not how it's designed?
Good question.
Yeah.
Good question. And there's designs right now that I'm not really involved in, that the heat that's rejected from the system.
I guess.
The heat that's rejected from the system on the secondary side, not the primary side.
Yeah.
But the second, and I'm not talking about the nuclear reactor itself, but I'm talking the steam generators.
I got you.
The turbines and all that. That heat that's rejected, that normally goes out to the environment. It's called a heat sink. It goes out to a heat sink is used to remove that heat from the system, to reject that heat from the system, because it's not being converted to electrical energy, electrical power. There are designs right now that are looking at ways to harness that heat that's rejected into very well insulated energy reservoirs. That heat can be rejected there, and then that thermal heat can be used to drive auxiliary turbines or auxiliary equipment.
Yeah.
So there's different ways that you can increase the efficiency by, like what you mentioned, by harnessing that heat that's rejected and not just kicking it out to the environment. Because right now, there's either there's a cooling lake, or there's cooling towers that they reject, that heat is rejected to, and that's energy that's lost. That's energy that's produced by fission that ends up being lost to the environment, that it's not being converted to electrical energy. So instead of rejecting all that heat to the environment, what we do with one of the there's a field of research that looks at harnessing that rejected heat and using it to drive auxiliary equipment, auxiliary turbines. And that would increase the thermal efficiency of the process as well. So, but anyway, yeah, those are good questions, man. So, and that, that kind of gives you an idea of what's going on with some of the other research that's going on. But I'm talking about the nuclear side, the actual nuclear side right now. And so with the nuclear side, I'm talking about the fissions that take place inside the reactor itself. One of the major problems is being able to extend the core life, the amount of fuel and the enrichment of the fuel being able to be increased in order to extend the core life. They extend the core's life so that it's operating longer it's operating longer, not just 18 months, but it can operate for 4 years without refueling. And so one of the issues that kind of prevents that is that the fuel plates themselves, the fuel that's inside the reactor, as you cause fissions inside that fuel, and then that fuel heats up, it begins to swell. It begins to swell over time. So there's certain types of materials that we use in the fuel. They're called face center cubic materials. That's this FCC material. I don't know if you guys can see if I highlight anything. Oh, it just went to the next one. That FCC material that is inside the core, it's called face center cubic material. It's basically looking at the crystalline structure, the atomic structure of the fuel that exists, and the design of that. That fuel is very subject to swelling. It swells up, which is a bad thing, because after you have a certain amount of burnup, pretty much that 18-month burnup times 3. I mean, to be technical, and I won't get into the specifics of that, but at that burnup point, where you run that fuel for 18 months, every 18 months, a third of that fuel has to be replaced every 18 months. And one of the reasons why is because obviously it can't sustain the critical. It can't maintain the reactor critical at 100% power, so it ends up coasting the reactor down. But at the end of the day, that fuel begins to change mechanical properties, dimensional issues, where it begins to swell, and that can cause issues with reactor safety, because the swelling of the fuel, along with some other things that happen inside of there, can cut off the coolant channels and also cause contact stresses inside of the core, which can cause the fuel itself to break. And when that fuel breaks, it can release fission products. And that means you only have to get outside the primary cooling system and outside the containment before it gets out to the environment. And really the truth is that it's not something that people need to be worried about, because the design margins the design safety margins that are put into the construction of these plants, you would have to have a very serious issue in order for fission products to be released. And people talk about Fukushima back in 2011, when they had that tsunami that came in and damaged those plants. Well, I mean, yeah, if you put your plant right next to the ocean, where you got earthquakes and stuff that come in, and then you have your supplemental systems that you need in order to remove decay heat from the core, you have them below water levels, where they all get flooded out, then yeah, that's a stupid design, right? Because then whenever you have some type of emergency, you're not going to be able to respond to it, because you're not going to have the equipment available, because it's going to be all flooded out. And so the stuff you need to remove heat from the core, you're not going to have it. But anyway, that's getting off topic a little bit. So if you look at this, I don't know if you guys can see this thing on that's pretty much what this analysis was on. It was on the deformation mechanisms of irradiated metallic nanofoams, and it's really using this whole thing is using nanomaterials. Nanomaterials are materials that are on the 10 to the minus 9th meter scale. You got millimeters at 10 to the minus 3rd. You got micrometers at 10 to the minus 6th. Well, 10 to the minus 9th is the nanometer scale. So you're talking on the atomic level. You're designing materials on the atomic level, individual atoms. On that, you design it on that level. And these nanoscale materials actually have higher strength than bulk materials. When you take a bulk material like a big piece of steel, and then or a big piece of gold, and then you redesign that on a nanoscale where you have nanoscale materials where then you have surface to area ratios that actually surface to volume ratios that actually increase the strength of the material. So the material, let's just say gold has a yield strength of 30 megapascals, right? When you redesign that gold on a nano level, you can raise that strength of that gold from 30 megapascals to over 700 megapascals. So that material has a lot more strength and can deal with a lot more stress or compressive stress or tensile stress than the base material would be able to withstand, just because you redesigned it on a nanoscale level. So I talked about that a little bit. As I'm looking through this, there's so much stuff in here that I don't want to go through because
Nah, man, don't worry about it. We want all of it.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just dusting around, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's
whatever,
cool.
Whatever you're comfortable with, man. It's
I
cool.
don't want to go through it because if I go through this stuff, man, I'll go down a rabbit hole and we'll be here.
You know how many rabbit holes we be going down, man.
Yeah, well, we end up going. We'll be here for a couple of hours.
The nuclear rabbit hole. They may not get out of that one.
Yeah. So we could be here for hours. But
man.
But anyway, so this research is really important, right?
Right. This is talking about the reactor for the United States.
Yeah. These are all the reactors in the United States right now.
All right.
You can see that picture.
It's a little small, but I think they can make out the
locations.
Yeah, the locations. Yeah.
Yeah, you see most of them in the east, in the south.
East of the Mississippi River.
Yeah. So yeah. And this particular slide, it talks about basically, hey, as you increase the amount of use of fuel due to the neutron flux that the fuel is being exposed to, then that fuel begins to swell, and that swelling, along with something that's called thermal creep of the cladding that the fuel is contained within, that can cause stresses that can end up breaking the fuel matrix. And if you do that, that means you're releasing fission products into places that it's not supposed to be inside the primary coolant.
Contamination? Contamination?
Yeah, that's basically, that's part of it. Yeah, that's what it produces. Yeah. Radioactive particles and isotopes in areas inside the core that it shouldn't be in, and inside the primary cooling system that it shouldn't be in, not at the levels way beyond the normal levels that you would see it. And there are federal guidelines that used in the Navy and also used in commercial nuclear, where we do primary coolant system analysis, fission product activity analysis. And so that's done at least twice a day in the commercial plants. I think once a day in others. But the bottom line is that we measure for certain radioactive isotopes that would give an indication of a fuel element failure, like xenon, xenon 133, iodine 131. Those are the main fission products that we test for. And if you have an elevated level of those isotopes inside the reactor coolant system, then you have a breach in your fission product barrier, which is your fuel cladding. So anyway, this gets into a lot of stuff, man, because it gets into the design of. So whenever you have this gets into the theory of irradiation of materials. So whenever you have like a neutron flux or some kind of charged ion that's being used to irradiate a piece of material, a metal or an alloy, what ends up happening is you have radiation damage. And that radiation damage can change the mechanical properties of the material. It can make it more brittle. It can make it, where basically it becomes a concern when you're at lower temperatures inside the system, where the method or the mode of failure becomes something that you don't really want to deal with. It can become catastrophic and sudden catastrophic failure. It's called brittle fracture. You don't ever want brittle fracture inside your system. You want your system to have more of a rubber band type of expansion before it breaks, right? Instead of like if you take a cracker, right, and you just and you break the cracker, it doesn't span at all. It just breaks in half, right? That's a catastrophic break, sudden catastrophic break of the cracker. Where if you take a rubber band and you pull it apart, it'll stretch before it actually snaps. And that's really what you want inside of your reactor designs. You want to have a certain amount of ductility in your metal, where that metal is willing to expand first before it breaks. Because if it has a catastrophic break, then obviously you released all the contaminants and the things that are contained within that boundary. You automatically release it to the atmosphere. So you don't want brittle fracture of your reactor plant components. You want
we're able to control that through heat or
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Great question. Yeah. So basically, we use you want a certain type of material, and it's called phase cubic materials, to be used in areas where you have a lot of radiation, basically a lot of neutron flux when it's being irradiated by neutrons, because it doesn't become as brittle, and where you have a brittle fracture. But yeah, you're right. Temperatures, we control temperatures in the plant and in those environments in order to prevent failure due to a sudden catastrophic failure of materials inside the plant. So we'll say, okay, if we're at, just say we're at 500 degrees Fahrenheit, right, inside the plant, then okay, we'll say, okay, well, based on that 500 degrees Fahrenheit, we can maintain reactor plant pressure about 2,300 pounds, 2,250 pounds, right? That it can withstand those type of pressures when the temperature is that high, because the metal at those temperatures have more of a that rubber bandish ductile type properties. So when you put a lot of pressure on it, it won't just catastrophically break. It'll expand a little bit, like a rubber band does when you're pulling it, instead of and that's an extreme case, the rubber band example. I'm just trying to get you to see that.
Yeah, you were kind of like elastic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's got elastic properties at that point when the temperatures are that high. So you got you got elastic deformation at that point, and you definitely don't want to get into the plastic deformation, because then you begin to change the geometry and the dimensionality of the system. So you don't want to get to plastic deformation, but in that elastic deformation region, that's kind of where we want to be. But that's only achieved at those higher temperatures. So when you cool the plant down, so you shut down the reactor and you cool it down, you don't want to be up at 2,250 pounds when it's cool. When it's cold, below 200 degrees. When you're below 200 degrees Fahrenheit, you don't want to be up at 2,250 pounds inside that system, because you still got all that stress and all that pressure in there, but you've lost the elasticity. You lost elasticity in the system because the metal's cold now. Same thing like when you start your car up in the morning. Yeah. So at the end of the day, when you're down at those low temperatures, right, you want to make sure that your pressure is low as well, so you don't put a lot of stress on it and cause catastrophic failure of the material of the system. The issue is this: when you irradiate those systems with high neutron fluxes over a long period of time, then the temperatures at which they become brittle are high temperatures at that point, because due to the radiation damage of the material. So instead of it actually having to be down at 200 degrees in order to crack, it'll be able to crack at 400 degrees. At high temperatures, it will be able to just catastrophically crack and fail. That material will be able to do that. And that's because of the radiation damage that's done. And that goes into point defects, planar defects that exist in the material as a result. Two-dimensional a point defect is a one-dimensional defect in the terms of vacancies and interstitials that happen inside the crystal lattice of the material. But then those will actually shift to or migrate or progress to planar defects, where you got two-dimensional defects that exist, and then eventually those will change to three-dimensional defects. And in this particular case, with FCC materials, they're called stacking fault tetrahedrons. And these stacking fault tetrahedrons actually have positive impacts on increasing the strength, the ultimate yield strength, ultimate tensile strength, yield strengths of the materials to prevent dislocation movement or the expansion of the materials or the swelling of the materials over time. And basically, when I did an analysis of the research that was done, the biggest thing is that the research was done at temperatures that are not really seen inside of operational nuclear reactors. So a lot of the things that a lot of the findings that they had were really not applicable to that environment. So there's continued research that's being done on this. I'm going to stop here, but I would just say that, you can go through here. I can go through a bunch of stuff that I discussed, but it's too much, man. It's too much.
It's never too much, man.
I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop. So I'm gonna stop sharing.
We appreciate it, man. It's all good, yo. Yeah. We love it.
Did I stop sharing?
Yeah.
I missed half of the shit.
Let me see.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good. You back.
Yeah, I missed it. I got pulled over.
Oh, you got pulled over? God, no.
Real?
Yeah, gotta be nice, guy, man. Gotta be cool, baby.
Yeah, man. Be cool about the shit. You all good, though?
Yeah, hell, y'all ran a light. I forgot the signal. It smelled like weed, and I was on my phone.
Did he let you go?
Looking at you.
He obviously let you go.
Yeah, he let me go. You gotta be cool, bro.
Man.
Always gotta be cool, man. Always honest and cool. Like, look, man, I'm just doing Uber. I'm my bad. My bad.
Yeah, right. Man. Yeah, you stood out about 4 o'clock in the morning. Ain't nobody else.
Yeah, I took because I put the van in freaking shop, and I took wifey car. So I am driving in a truck. So I'm like, that's the only reason. Because if I was in my black van, I would have never got pulled over.
Yeah.
I'm in a truck right now. I'm like, yeah.
Nah, it's all good, man.
Oh, nah, he was mad cool and shit. I'm like, yeah, whatever, bro. They did the eye thing, though. That was the first time anybody ever did the eye. She was like, we smell weed, so we got to check your eyes. I'm like, what?
Yeah, man, it's out. Colorado got the fucking the retina for your ID.
I'm like, bro, like I could have passed that test even if I was full blown high.
Yeah.
Like you need a better one than that one. Like this ain't work. Yo, Mike, why I asked him, I was like, yo, bro, you want to know if I'm good? You want me to give you a derivative? What you want me to do? He was like, oh, hell no. He was like, yo, it's 10 plus pen. I was like, all right, my turn. What's the derivative of? He's like, no. You're good.
Flipping it right back over. Hey, real quick, Mike. Somebody in the chat looked like they also was in the Navy, man. I haven't seen those schools since I was in those schools.
He said he had seen what?
Nixon Keith was asking about your
well, the nuclear A school and C school, I think they're like 2 years, I think, total. Two years total. Yeah, it's 2 years total. Yeah. So from the day you get there, 2 years later, you'd be heading out to the fleet. Yeah. I mean, I would recommend it. I'm gonna be honest with you. But shit, unfortunately, given the situation now, we got Keg's breath. Heg's breath.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Keg's breath. I call him Keg's breath because he really, he was a drunk and a rapist. But anyway, and he wasn't shit in the Navy. I mean, excuse me, he wasn't shit in the military. He wasn't shit. Excuse my French. But anyway, a failed weekend warrior, platoon leader. He wasn't shit, man. He's a moron. But anyway, let me just put it this way. Given that he's in charge and that whole Nazi regime, the first thing he did was fire the highest ranking military officer in the entire United States Armed Forces, which was that African American Air Force general, 4-star general, General Brown. That's the first thing they did. And then they drove Admiral Halsey, that was just in charge of Southcom back down in Venezuela, Argentina, that area. They drove him out, and he was a 4-star admiral. I'm talking about top-notch, incredible individuals, man. And you got a low-life scumbag that's able to just take these men's contributions to the United States military and the United States government, the United States, basically good contributions and good examples that they've set. You know what I mean? These guys are incredible. Both of them got black wives. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like they washed both of them out. And he got washed out by a DUI hire. That's what he is. He's a DUI hire. They call us DEI hires. He's a DUI hire. So I'm saying all that to say that I don't even know if I would promote. If you got to have thick skin to go into the military now, you know what I mean? Because it's so racist. I mean, they've been given carte blanche approval to be as racist as they want to be. This overt racism it's an overt out in the open racism that's being promoted throughout American society now, but definitely in the military. So if you go in there, have thick skin, and have your, and at the end of the day, when you're on those submarines and stuff, stay professional. You'd have to stay professional. You have to be able to put up with a lot of shit. But then also, I would, have your skills together, man. Have them handles together, so that if you really need to, you can put something on. You can put something on somebody's head. You know what I mean? Have them handles together. You know what I mean? If you go in the military now as a young man, you need to be willing to deal. A young black man, you need to be willing to deal with a lot of bull crap. Be strong enough to do that. But if you're strong enough to do that mentally and spiritually, and then you need to be ready to protect yourself physically. You need to be able to put them things down. That's unfortunately, I mean, you need to be able to, if they come at you with that type of foolishness, you need to be able to put that to a stop quickly. You need to be able to protect yourself. But
that's him on the screen right there.
Yeah, that's him. I mean, that brother's powerful, man. I mean, powerful brother. I mean, that's a powerful brother for sure.
Yeah, damn medals. Yeah, man.
Oh, 4-star general in the Air Force. Come on now.
Yeah, blowed it down, boy.
And not only that, he was a top military officer in the entire U.S. military, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's a bad boy, man. That's a bad boy. And the first thing they did when he took office was fire him. I think he fired him on like the second or third day he was in office. Yeah, bro. Look at that.
Civil engineering degree.
Yeah, look at all that education, bro. Look at that.
Aeronautical master's degree.
Bad boy, man. Bad boy. Yeah. Now he was qualified. You know what I mean? Qualified. Overqualified. And then he got fired by a 5-time draft dodger. Yeah. And a DUI hire, platoon commander.
Yeah.
A DUI platoon commander. So it just shows you, man, it's so inequitable, man, what happens, but inequitable. I mean, racism is it's a stench, man. It's a stench on the American, on world history, uh, but definitely on Western history and American history. It's horrible. But I would just say, if you go into the military, you need to be mentally and physically ready to get down. You got to be, because you're going to be faced with a lot of different foolishness. I mean, even this, I went in when I was. I mean, even I remember you talking about devastating you when you went in. You were on a boat with a bunch of rednecks.
Yeah,
You just got
yeah.
Yeah, you just got to be ready to. You got to be ready to deal with that from an intellectual, emotional standpoint, and go get that knowledge. Because see, once you get a hold of something that's as critical as nuclear energy, man, they can't stop you, bro. I mean, what, you know too much. You know what I mean? And that's the deal. The deal is to get into that environment. And it's not just nuclear. I mean, all the different math and sciences. Once you begin to matriculate through those higher levels of those disciplines, you're unstoppable at that point. You're too marketable. It's too much. You know too much. So, and there's enough people in the world right now that respect intelligence and not just white skin. See, these cats that are doing what they're doing now, Donald Trump and Keck's breath, they're maximizing the inequities that they're given, the privileges that they're given, being white males. They don't have any type of extraordinary skills, knowledges, or abilities, except for stealing and lying. Still, I mean, they accelerate in being thieves and lying and mistreating people. They accelerate in that. But other than that, they have no real knowledge, skills, and abilities that add positivity to the world stage. They don't have anything like that. So,
Yeah,
So
matter of fact, he's the only Secretary of Defense and National Security Advisor. The only other person I thought that had those two positions simultaneously was Kissinger.
You talking about Keck's breath?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't even like talking about that dude. He's a disgrace, man. He's a disgrace. He's the most unqualified. Did you see that speech he gave to all the generals and admirals? Did you see that speech?
Only snippets of it. I could not endure, like you said, the entire speech, but I got the gist of it.
That was so gross. And then you think about, how stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be from a national security? How stupid do you have to be from a national security perspective to bring all your leading admirals and generals into one location at one time?
That's a security risk.
Yeah, national security risk. And then you let the whole world know you're doing it. It would have took one missile, and the whole United States military leadership would have been gone.
They probably wouldn't even need that, really. But
you gotta be a freaking moron to do something like that, man. We got some fools. We got some fools running the government. I mean, really, you got some people who can't think past the tip of their damn noses. Unfortunately. And then you couple that with no ethics, no morals. No ethics and no morals, no sense of doing what's right versus from doing what's wrong. Do you not know it's wrong to mistreat somebody because of the color of their skin? How stupid is that, man?
Or their ideologies, what they believe in.
That's crazy. But we got people that are running the government that have based their entire lives around a philosophy that's that stupid. They're fools. And not only they're foolish, but they're immoral. You add on to that how the immorality that's inside of the top levels of government. Man, we got a problem, man. It's crazy, it's really crazy. I respect the acquisition of knowledge, man, just simply because when you do that, you give yourself the option. You give yourself options on how you're going to use it. And the acquisition of knowledge in the hands of a person that's basically moral, that wants to do the right thing, is a powerful thing. But the acquisition of knowledge uh, in an evil person, first of all, they're not going to really pursue real knowledge. They're not going to do that. But just having immoral people in charge that, about racism and mistreating people and, all types of foolishness, man. That's what the world does not need. I'm going to get off my soapbox. I'm done. Just, yeah.
No, it's all good.
Anyway, hopefully was that interesting? Some of what I was talking about?
To me, like I said, I'm not the norm. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about, well, you know what I'm all about. But like I said, it's obviously, it's not a lot of people out right now, but when we play the tape back, and I'll say, hey, that nuclear hour Saturday night, go back and check it out.
Yeah. I could have went into a lot more, but I didn't, just because it goes deep, and there's too much background information that you really need to capture some of the stuff that I would have went into.
I have a prerequisite foundation. I'm not gonna pretend like I knew exactly what everything you was talking about, but I did have idea of the concept. Yeah.
Oh yeah, without doubt. I could tell because the questions you were asking.
Yeah.
So the question you were asking kind of gave me some confidence you were following me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we go over the periodic table every now and then. He comes back over chemistry hour. We got nuclear hour. We'll do engineering hour. We'll do math hour, equation hour. I'm all about the education, yo.
Yeah.
Well, my parents are teachers, so.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So that's what I was talking about, and in that particular portion there was more like nuclear materials, like because the thing is, the materials that are used in these nuclear power plants, especially inside the core region, they're special in that they have to be able to maintain favorable mechanical properties and chemical properties in the presence of a radiation flux or a neutron gamma flux. So, and that neutron gamma flux actually causes damage, to the nuclear material. And I was going through specifically the types of damages, just real quick point, planar, three-dimensional damage that occurs, and somehow, and then I can go in that deeper, but there's another aspect of nuclear that just talks about reactor kinetics, talks about, okay, what happens during the fission process in order to maintain a certain level of reactor power, produce and maintain a certain level of reactor power, and how does that reactor power level change? How is it able to be manipulated and the rate of change that you want, so it's controllable? So that's a whole different area that can be talked about. And I could actually do something like that if somebody's willing, if somebody's interested in it, if they're just interested in like the nuclear physics and the nuclear reactor dynamics and kinetics that are associated with operating the reactor, changing reactor power, things like that. I could give something on that as well.
Especially it's a holiday weekend, this particular weekend, so people normally with their busy schedules like yourself and others that don't normally have a chance to come in today and tomorrow, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
You may not be available, but at least we'll have that little bit on tape. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If we
yeah,
decide
yeah.
to do something else later, that'd be good too. But either way,
Yeah, I think, I mean, as far as my stance as far as politics and all that, man, the reason why it disgusts me that things are the way that they are is because it really doesn't have to be that way. It's very easy just to treat people the way you want to be treated. You actually got to go out of your way to mistreat people. You know what I mean? You actually have to go out of your way to mistreat people. And I don't get it, man. I don't get it. What do you get out? What do they get out of being racist towards black folks? What do they get out of that? I'm not talking about the average Caucasian person. I'm talking about the leadership in the country right now. What do they really get out of? I think what they get out of it is that they are able to give a pacifier to a population of the American citizenry, a population of American citizens that believe in racist principles. Because you got to give some type of pacifier, because when you go to the grocery store, you're getting screwed. I don't give you them white, black, brown, yellow, green, whatever. You go and pay your insurance, you're getting screwed. You go pay your taxes, you're getting screwed. Pay your rent, you're getting screwed. You better go buy anything, you're getting screwed. The corporations are screwing the general populace, not just here in America, but all over the world, to the maximum extent possible. So in order to, we want you to take the fact that everything's tripled in the last 6-7 years. We want to take that fact, take that your standard of living has been completely destroyed in America. We want to take you that, but we want you to take that, but what we're going to give you in exchange is the ability to outright, out in the open, hate and mistreat anybody you want, especially black folks. So I think it's really a pacifier that the leadership in the country is given to mainstream America, who is actually having their standard of living completely destroyed by greed and predatory capitalism. And it's a pacifier. That's the only reason I can think of why this fascist movement that is existing and growing right now is something that even the government is allowing to happen, because it pacifies a huge portion of the masses of people who actually loathe, they crave racist policies. They crave that. Of course, not all of them. I know very good people who don't live like that, who are Caucasian. But there is a large sector of society that feeds off of that stuff, And most of those guys have the same demographic as those ICE agents. They're just lower class white dudes that haven't really accomplished anything in their lives, and they don't want to have to compete with black folks. They don't want to have to compete with black folks on a intellectual or ethical level. They don't want to compete with us on that. They don't want to compete with us. You know why? Because they know they can't compete, because they haven't put in the work. They haven't put in the work. So they said, oh, fuck your work. Fuck all those years you spent in school, right? Just like Hegseth, come in and fire that 4-star admiral you just put up there. He's like, no, my whiteness trumps all that work you put in. It trumps all that. That's the standard that they want. They don't want to live up to the standard of actually putting the work in and developing themselves intellectually and ethically. They want their whiteness to be all that's needed to keep them in front of the line and to debase and dehumanize and literally destroy everyone else. It's insecurity, brother, because they don't want to have to compete with another Barack. Not that I like Barack Obama, but he was a bad motherfucker. Excuse my language. He was Harvard grad, Harvard professor. You don't get there with no average intellect. You got to be ready. Same thing with his wife, Michelle. They don't want to deal with no more of that. That's why the first thing they did when they knew that Trump was coming back in office before he got there was got rid of um, um, affirmative action in college admissions. They don't want any more educated black folks, man. That's why I tell you. I mean, there was a reason why when they caught our people when we were thrust into chattel slavery, if they found out you could read, they'll cut your forefinger and your thumb off, so you couldn't hold a book. That's how powerful knowledge is. That's how powerful education is. And if they caught you reading as a chattel slave, they cut your forefinger and your thumb off so you couldn't hold a. Come on, man. We got to put it together. It's not hard. We got to put it together. And then the way we approach this thing called life, we got to approach it with that understanding, the historical and present context that we operate in, the context, contextual understanding is what should drive us and how we do our business. That's why I said if you African American male and you ain't putting in that grind, you fucking up. Excuse my language.
Yeah, that sounds good. Good.
Hey,
Oh,
Mike,
wow.
if you don't
Yeah.
mind me asking, and I don't know if your field of study breaks off into this domain or not, but it was just a curiosity question as you were speaking. Do you have any opinion on those nuclear icebreaker ships that Russia's making?
No, I don't know much about that. You said
Okay.
nuclear icebreaker ships?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I don't know much about that, brother. I don't know anything about that, to be honest.
Yeah, they trying to. I'm pretty sure they can utilize them for multiple things. One, searching for resources up there in the Arctic, but it's also creating the possibility of shorter trade routes.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Then
Yeah,
with it
coming to
being
the Arctic,
nuclear
yeah.
power, they save on that in comparison to traditional engines. But
Right.
with hearing, because I don't know what all you did within the Navy, I was just putting two and two together and thought I'd ask. Here we got it.
Yeah. I
So
mean, that's what nuclear is used for in the Navy. Outside of weaponry, right? Outside of weapons, it's used for propulsion. It's used for propulsion of those platforms, propulsion and electricity production on those platforms. That's what nuclear is used for. But I was saying before, like with the the nuclear power plants that are on ships and submarines. I mean, they don't refuel every couple of years. You go 14 years without refueling those. You go 14 years without refueling those reactors. So yeah, I mean, as far as the availability of that fuel source to drive that platform and to provide electricity for everything on it, that lasts for 14 years. So yeah,
I don't
it's
know if you'll be interested or not, but I put you a Wikipedia link in the back chat if this is something that might
oh
spark
for that
you. Yeah, might spark your curiosity down the road if you
nuclear
got
powered
time to read.
icebreakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that if I'm just looking at that, that looks like I appreciate it though. I think just looking at that, they just saying, okay, we're going, the going from conventional gas turbine propulsion to nuclear. I mean, the conversion is, it's obvious the reasons why you would want to do something like that. It's just because gas turbine engines, you got to keep refueling them damn things. Nuclear, from that aspect, is very cost effective because you don't refuel it but once every 14 years. It's, so But as far as the I talked about the thermal efficiency. As far as the thermal efficiency of gas turbine engines, they're definitely more efficient. But you got to keep refueling them constantly, refueling, because they burn at higher temperatures. You know, they can achieve higher temperatures in those gas turbine cycles. And the reason why they can is because
Explain why they're more efficient too, Mike. I would never assume that.
Okay, you missed that part. Well, the reason why ultimately the reason why they're more efficient is because they can attain higher temperatures. Higher temperatures. Those higher temperatures, where your heat source can reach higher temperatures, and you know, obviously, the thermal efficiency. What I mean by thermal efficiency is like when you take the heat that's being generated, you drive turbine generators to produce electrical power. More of that thermal energy that's being produced can be converted to electrical energy, just due to achieving higher temperatures. Your source actually achieves higher temperatures. But you can actually achieve higher temperatures in nuclear as well. But the problem is that you're not coupling that high temperature environment with a radiation flux, a neutron flux that can damage your materials. So you actually as you run nuclear reactors, you actually accrue and accumulate neutron flux damage to the materials. You don't just have, you know, the materials exposed to high heat or high temperature environments. You got materials in nuclear that are exposed not only to high heat and high temperature, high pressures, but also high flux, high neutron flux, gamma flux environments, which causes radiation damage to materials. And so that limits the temperature limits. That puts temperature limits on what you can achieve inside those systems, inside those nuclear systems. So that's pretty much. And I kind of went through that. I think you was in that traffic stop. Sorry to hear you went through that, but he let you go with a warning, right? Anyway, all right. I might get on up off of here, man. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Damn. I got to get on a regular schedule, bro. I might stay up. I might as well just go to the gym. I think the gym opens in an hour.
Yeah, that's nice shit, man. That's what I'm saying, boy. If you ain't a normal part of the crew, it'll throw your little biological cycle off.
Yeah, I know. Today's Saturday, yeah. So the gym opens at 6.
No, it's not Saturday.
Oh, is it? Damn, it's Sunday, isn't it?
You lost a day?
Yeah, it's Sunday. Man, I got to get in the gym. Yeah, I may as well go to the gym now. I like going because I beat the crowd, you know. That way I can do my own thing. I beat the crowd. All the, you know, because sometimes, you know, you don't want to, like, when it's a big crowd, you don't want to be going too close to
I don't like crowds. Yeah, nowhere do I like crowds. No.
Yeah. I don't want to be right. I like to be off to my. I usually pick the areas that other people don't go into, like the different machines that other people don't really mess with.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to be around a whole bunch of folks when I'm trying to, you know, get my workout in. But
Well, man, if you go do straight up, boy, whenever you get back, boy, you probably gonna sleep the rest of the day away whenever you get back.
Yeah. I'm thinking I definitely won't sleep the rest of the day because I gotta get on a regular schedule. Shit. Because after Monday, that's game. That's it after that. After
you still
Monday.
Got Monday off, though?
Huh?
You still got Monday off?
Oh yeah. The Dr. King's birthday. Yeah. You guys, I probably won't come in for it, but I'm just curious. Are you guys going to do anything? I don't know if you're going to give a
Yeah, we
short.
probably split it up with Psycho. Psycho probably do the second half. We probably do something in the daytime. We probably do something at night. We'll see how it goes though.
Yeah, yeah. So you driving now?
No, I just happen to be outside. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm not driving right now. No.
Yeah. So where are you? Are you on the East Coast, West Coast, Midwest? What area?
I'm 100 miles west of Chicago, Illinois city limit.
Oh, you're in the Midwest. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dealing with 6 degrees right now.
Yeah, it's got to be cold in the mug. I'll tell you one thing, man. That hawk in Chicago, I can't deal with that, man. That shit goes.
Nah, that ain't.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I've been cold before in my life,
but
I have never been as cold as I was in Chicago. In Chicago, man, that hawk, that penetrates your bones, man. That kind of cold, I felt that in my bones. So
that air coming straight down there from the North Pole, that Arctic blast.
Oh yeah. That's the kind of cold that hurts. I mean, it actually physically hurts. Yeah, you feel cold. It makes you feel uncomfortable. Like, damn, it's cold out here. But that cold in Chicago, that's something different. That's definitely something different. Yeah.
Definitely got to bundle up.
Cold Chicago, something different.
But yeah, man. We'll be rocking out for the rest of the weekend, man.
Right.
Yeah, people who's getting like morning time on the East Coast, 5 o'clock, like you said. Few people will be getting up Sunday service.
Oh yeah. That's one thing, man. I haven't been to church in a long time, man. All times I've been to church. It's been a long time. I mean, long time. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's been a long time. It just, I mean, I've actually heard some decent ministers. I've actually heard a couple every now and then. I hear him talking. I hear him giving speeches or sermons that actually mean something. But yeah, it's been a while. I actually listen to like sermons every now and then. More often than not, I end up turning it because they're talking about something that I think is just trying to. I like people who are real. Talk real topics, real situations.
Turn event. Yeah.
So let's see. All right. Well, I think I may call it quits. The sun won't be up for another 2 hours.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Appreciate it, yo.
All right, peace.
All right, peace out. Yeah, for sure. We definitely run that tape back when needed. See, we got some new people in the chat. You replace knowledge with beer. Yeah, alcohol is one of the leading causes of downfall to not only the black community but society in general, in my opinion. You said knowledge is only good if you're white. Nah, you gotta learn how to. It's how you use your knowledge. You have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't know how to use it, yeah, it doesn't do you any good. Yeah, we highlight extraordinary black males and black females on this platform, though. We can get into those a little later if y'all like. This is kind of the mid period. Yeah, half the crowd is had been up all night, and then the other half is just now getting up. So we'll get those mixed in. But we still live though. The link is pinned. If y'all want to come up, promote your business, promote your business. Comment on the title. I know some red pillars are still woke. It's their time of morning right here. I damn sure thought when he had Anton name and name in the title, I thought one of them was gonna pop up. It probably popped up in the chat. Sometimes they pop up in the chat. They don't hit the panel. The name and the title just knows. It's all good. I'm definitely going to be back up, getting the hazelnut coffee going very shortly here. Give me an energy boost. I think you might have cut out. You've been running pretty much all night. Had a brief timeout a minute ago, so everything's all good. That. Get out this kind of cool weather. Yeah, boy, I'm trying to shake that cold off my legs. 6 degrees gonna stick with me for a couple minutes till I get back into room temperature, 70 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Get back up and get the coffee going so I can get into some more activity. kind of don't mind the calm meditation moments because I know it's going to be off the chain sooner than later. What's up with it, Ebony? You want to live no shit? It ain't gonna be that much different down there. Yeah, I'm also a meteorological guy, a weather guy for the nation. I'm not the only one going to be dealing with chilly temperatures. I saw 15 degrees, 18 degrees, 20 degrees down there in the Tennessee Valley for tomorrow night. Slowly but surely. Yeah, you don't want to get out the spot. Trust me, I know all about that spot now. Yeah, 20s in the 20s. Yeah, 20s in the south is yeah, that's chilly. That's the reason why we got Donald Trump. What's up with it, Lady D? Yeah, we should. We're supposed to dip down to -2 tomorrow night, I think. They really getting the blast up there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They getting down to -11. Along with some lake effect snow, actually. That's why I'm finna get in this kitchen real quick so I can get this percolator going. The percolating. Because it's time for the percolator. And no, I'm not talking about the dance. Okay. If somebody else is on the panel, I probably can get away with a quick omelet or something, but I'm not gonna start it right now. I'm just trying to get the coffee going right now. Got some of that Tennessee Pride sausage on deck. I'll probably whoop those down a little bit later. I gotta get some more canola oil. I might do some catfish a little bit later today, depending on how it goes. I've been on a little frying kick as of late. Fried up some damn chicken legs, chicken wings, perch, catfish. You know, my favorite is the skillet size cast iron pancakes. That's gonna be the main one though. Normally, I can try to get away with just one good size skillet size pancake. But sometimes when I'm starving, I make two of them. So since my grandmama taught me how to cook, I don't go by measuring spoons and measuring cups. I eyeball it. Yeah. So, as people that be in the kitchen already know, that's trial and error over a period of time. You'll make me make dinner. That's nasty work, Miss Evans. That's called sandbagging it, taking the shortcut. Oh, okay. Yeah, we got OG coming up in a minute. Get yourself together.
Dave, you know they don't know nothing about the percolator, man.
Nah, they don't know nothing about that, yo.
Time for the percolator.
Boy, that motherfucking song was out, boy. It was green lights, no matter what. That's all I gotta say about that shit.
When that song used to come on, man, they hit the dance floor.
Hell yeah, boy. It was automatic wall clear. Seemed like back in the 90s though, they played it more on the west side than they did the south side though. Or maybe that's because maybe that was my fault. I tried to even my time out. It didn't work out at all. West side is pretty much one main little strip, but the south side there's a little bit more area to cover, depending on the activities.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of baking. Once the new year hit, everybody on they try to eat healthy shit. So we don't see how long this lasts.
Oh yeah. Them first couple of weeks, boy, that'd be all good, organic, no sweets, no sugar, and then right around Valentine's Day, all that shit go to hell, right?
Yeah, wifey made chicken noodle soup Thursday. That mug was off the chain.
Okay, yeah. I just picked up some goddamn basil and rosemary leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Made that boy from scratch, man. That joker was hitting.
Yeah, man.
Out in the streets yesterday. So we ate out in the streets while we was out there yesterday. Shit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Went to the comedy show last night, man. This fucking weather is disrespectful, bro.
Yeah, it's 6 out here.
Shit, yeah, same here.
6?
Yeah, 6.
Oh, okay.
Same thing, ain't nothing different. Actually, let me just take a second check.
Yeah, it seemed like the wind picking up just a little bit, boy. I had to get on in the door. I just left him out there.
It's saying 10, real field 2.
Oh, okay. That's about similar conditions.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but if anybody ever says it's 6, 10, or 2, in reference to a day, that better be talking about time, not weather.
I wish I was talking about the time, brother. I'm talking about
yeah, man. Single digits in the house. Yeah, that's strictly indo weather.
You said you went to a comedy show, Bears Reeves?
Yeah, out in Riddle, some local jokers out there in Orland Park.
Anybody have a decent set?
Yeah, they actually did. It was better than the shit I went for New Year's with the big timers.
That's what's up. I want to go to one. I don't care if it's local or celeb status or whatever. You get what I mean? I do want to go to a comedy show though.
Yeah, that's my thing too, man. That's about live music or comedy shows. That's the only outings I do now, man. I don't mess with them clubs and shit. They want to shoot them up every goddamn time or act a fool, fight and shit. They got a live band or a comedy show, I'm there. I went to fucking New Year's Eve was D-Ray now, man. That shit was garbage, man. D-Ray, who else was there? It was some big names there, but I don't know, man. It seemed like I just heard all that shit before.
I can see that. I wouldn't want nobody giving me, well, if I was spotted, I can't imagine them with the ability to actually make me laugh. Like, you have to be a funny motherfucker to truly make me laugh.
Right.
But that don't mean I'm not enjoying or appreciating it. I'm just that much a fan of the art or student of, you get where I'm going? You know I got a comedy side.
Already know.
So it might be I'm focused more than relaxed to laugh at a show. But I can see how they can take that as disrespect.
T.I. was at the one for New Year's. He was straight trash. I thought he was about to get booed off the stage. But they respected him enough not to boo him. They just wasn't laughing. I think he actually shortened his set.
Everybody know that man's sensitive. They ain't trying to hear no lecture.
Yeah. The funniest one was D-Ray, and he wasn't as like regular funny, but I think I just didn't see D-Ray too many damn times. It's just like,
and see, that's one of the things I think people don't get. Like, when it comes to comedy, there's most definitely levels to that shit. There's at home, on the block funny, you get what I mean? Just the goofy motherfucker we all know. But that don't mean he can do a set or be on film.
right.
Then you got movie funny, where the story itself or a character might be funny.
Yeah.
But to hit the stage,
because they got the writers, the movies, and that's probably what he need. He probably just need to get him some writers. He got enough money. Just go ahead and hire you some real comics to write for you, man.
No, TRP just need to stick to movies.
I mean, if it's just
he's already
something you want to do so bad, because I think he just thirsty to do this comedy shit.
Then remove the comedy and say you're going to do not necessarily spoken word, but you're a public speaker now, and implement your jokes into it to keep your audience.
Okay.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like, if this is therapeutic for you.
Yeah. It make more sense.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like, there's just certain shit you just don't jump into a craft and think you're going to be in the professional realm of it. If I ain't even seen them to judge them, but the snippets I have seen and the excuses I hear, it's like, nah, bro. No, just say you like being on the mic. You don't necessarily want to rap and perform, but you don't know how to lead a stage yet. Stick to public speaking and just get your jokes off where you can.
Yeah, that shit was hot trash, man. Especially for a New Year's set. You need to, motherfuckers spend their money, come out and mess with you for New Year's Eve. You need to really have them laughing, man. That's what I think about that. It's like every other year we'll go down to Erie Crown because they do a New Year's Eve comedy special every New Year's, and I think like every 2 years I go down there. this year had to be the worst one out of ever. Yeah, Taz, I already feel you, man. That would be depleting, man. The way they did them boys. Come on up here and teach some history or something, man. Share your screen, man. You ain't doing nothing. You just chilling, man. Give us some black history.
What's up with it, Dad?
Give us some black history, brother, man. Start an argument or something. Goddammit, I'll argue with you for a little while before I lay back down. I crashed out early too. Shit, I came home from that little comedy show. I cut Psycho on, and I was listening to y'all for a minute on there, and I passed out. I just woke back up about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, Mike came over and did a little mini presentation, man.
Okay.
We had nuclear hour.
That's what's up.
And you missed it before that. Dev was banging it out with the Irish mob, Bass Reeves.
Oh shit. The Irish
Yeah,
mob.
White boy came up here and said, "We were slaves too. We was down there in the cotton fields with the Africans."
No,
That's always wild. Happens soon. I fucking miss all the good shit.
Yeah, man. Shit, that motherfucker was serious about that shit.
I be missing the good shit too, man. This shit is crazy.
That motherfucker said the Irish people built New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Q had to pull over and see what the fuck was going on.
Damn, I missed all that.
Yeah, man.
When I went to sleep, last thing I heard was you cussing Madonna out.
Yeah, that's
motherfucker pissed me off, man. That motherfucker talking about white people smart. They smart. Ah, man, I lost it, man. I couldn't take that shit no more, man. I don't like that motherfucker shit.
This is the dumbest motherfucker. I've been talking for 2 days about how low their IQ is, and here he comes talking about they smart.
Man.
Typical Madonna. I was gonna jump up on the panel, man. I was thawing out, man. I came in the house goddamn cold, out there fucking around, trying to be goddamn it cute and shit, with my vest on and shit. I said, man, I'm underdressed like a motherfucker.
Nah, man, you can't be cool out there.
I know
trying
better.
to be cool and shit.
Yeah, I know better than this dumbass shit, man. I have a little army fatigue vest on with my shit on.
Yeah, man.
And man, I'm like, nah, this was the dumbest idea I've had so far this year.
I said, squeezing his ass up, boy.
Yeah, you can tough that shit out when you're younger. Fuck that.
Yeah.
For that shit.
Exactly, man. I know better than that shit, man.
Oh, man.
I'm the layer man, nigga. I'm the 3 hoodie and a coat type nigga. What the fuck am I doing out here with this shit?
The way that motherfucking wind be whipping up that bitch, I don't want no smoke.
Man. And the little parking lot, I was at Orland Park at the comedy show, man. The little parking lot, the wind, the way that motherfucking wind was blowing.
Wide open, boy.
Oh my God, man. I'm like,
I already know. You was at Toyota Park?
Orland Park.
Oh, Orland Park. Okay.
Man, that shit was retarded. Disrespectful. Let me say that. Not even, I ain't gonna even use that word. That shit was disrespectful.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be excellent conditions by the time the kickoff comes.
Excellent. Yeah, okay, excellent condition. Excellent for you think for the Bears.
Excellent for January, nigga. For
Yeah,
January 8th.
It's real feel 2 degrees right now. They saying it's gonna
God
be
damn.
it's supposed to be 11 degrees when the game starts.
Hell motherfucking no.
So that
yeah.
should be advantage for the Bears. They got them boys coming in from LA, but I don't know. We're gonna see. They all football players, so they all supposed to be used to this cold weather shit.
Yeah, man. Playoff time. Do or die. Yeah, I didn't like that performance last night in Seattle, man. I thought they'd be able to at least get a touchdown out the deal, man. The way they ran away with that shit.
Seattle defense is just too fucking much, man.
I know, man. And
I
then
mean,
Richard
Yeah,
we
Sherman,
all
we
been knowing
got
that
some
all.
injuries
We
on
all been
defense,
knowing that, but I'm off. Go ahead, Ted.
no, I was just saying we got some injuries on defense, but them boys good though. So I can't
yeah,
take nothing from Seattle. Them boys good.
yeah.
Yeah, their defense is ridiculous, man.
Yeah, they the top seed for a reason, boy.
Yeah, their defense is different. Both than Seattle, and I haven't seen many of their games this year. I think I seen one Seattle game all year because yeah, I'm thinking about one game all year.
Yeah, that's one advantage to the West Coast team, boy. The rest of the country don't get to catch them as much, and they get a chance to sneak through the goddamn motherfucking standings and shit.
Flip up on your ass.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one New England game all year, and them motherfuckers been balling. I'm like, damn, I ain't caught not one damn New England game all year.
I think I caught that Ravens game. But yeah, they've been balling out. No, we ain't on sports, Evan. We just trying to get the last of it off.
Y'all go with sports. Y'all feel it's fucking sports shit.
Trust me, Ebony, I ain't trying to talk no motherfucking sports.
If anybody gonna change it, yeah, Taz is gonna make sure the deflection is gonna be in full effect.
Yeah, I'm all in with the change up shit.
Yeah.
I told y'all, man, I was boycotting motherfuckers for years. Y'all fucking with y'all got me back started on fucking with them. I got in that fantasy league. That's the only thing made me start really paying attention to the motherfuckers again. I had said fuck the NFL for about 3 years straight. So I wasn't even watching no game. And I was NFL head, NFL crazy, college and NFL shit. I said fuck all that shit. Got on my start getting on my Black history shit. And said fuck that shit.
I missed the Oregon Indiana game. Shit.
I got on my woke shit and said, fuck all them spots. Y'all done lured me back in now.
Yeah. But I've been waiting on some goddamn nuclear missiles to get launched or a button to be pushed or something.
Oh,
in the last 2 hours. Yeah, that he don't he normally go haywire on Saturday night.
Shit. Yeah, I reckon. Like the old. I reckon.
Depends on the topic.
Yeah.
And they ain't had nothing galvanizing lately, man. I told y'all about the last night I was showing you about the little black babies, man. I think that was in Virginia, man. The twins, the little baby got the leg broke. But see, they don't be covering that type of shit. They just, you know, they dictate to us what's important, man. They do that. This is what I need you
Well,
niggas on. This is what I need
yes,
y'all about.
my bad. I didn't hear you, GQ. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying how the media do, you know, and the powers that be tell us this is what I need y'all focused on. This is what's important right now. This is what I need y'all talking about, you know.
Epstein files.
Yes.
No, I agree. The bad part is I think niggas reject that and do some worse shit, like send it up with Anton and fucking Corey Holcomb. So we reject the shit. Dumber shit, you know what I'm saying?
Make it even worse.
That's about the internet is up with that shit. Everywhere you go, motherfucker reviewing that shit.
Yeah. How much
I was surprised. Man, I was surprised Q had the title.
Yeah.
It was I lost count on how many motherfuckers had that shit on YouTube.
Man, every content creator on YouTube and TikTok, man, they try to take advantage of that clickbait. And I can see like the first initial reaction the first day, but you know, how you gonna do this? How you gonna carry this on for a week? You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna drag that out.
They're gonna drag it out they're gonna drag it out till Tuesday, no doubt.
Yeah.
Just so you the next one. So I just hope Corey don't even respond to that. I hope he don't say shit about it.
And
that's what everybody waiting on.
Yeah, Tuesday, yeah. And knowing him, he won't. Knowing that nigga Corey, he might get us in 3 minutes and move on to some more shit. If he give it 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would rather him not even talk about it because Anton putting a whole lot of sauce on it. You know what I'm saying? Try to keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Let that nigga have that moment. He trying to spin it.
And Corey, the type of nigga, won't say nothing about it for 3-4 weeks and spin the block and come back with it next month and say some shit. You know what I'm saying about the motherfucker. That's how he is.
If I was Corey, I wouldn't say shit on the show. I just make my whole set the next time I'm in Detroit about him.
But with all the heat around it, I still wouldn't be surprised if Tuesday show be a whole fuck Anton Davis show. I wouldn't be surprised. Niggas.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking numbers, that's what's gonna send the numbers through the roof.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I couldn't even hate on him if he did. I can't find that. I think Anton got his scrub with the white boy checking him. Do you got that, Taz? When the white boy checked Anton and he won't say nothing to him?
I don't know nothing about it.
Man, I can't find it, man.
You got into it with a white dude?
The white dude was just talking shit to him. He wasn't saying, he's smiling, looking back over his shoulder at him and shit. Anton like out to dinner and some shit. The white boy slapping on him. You know what I'm saying? But
went out in public somewhere or on a panel?
Yeah, out in public he was out to eat. I can't find it though. He had that shit removed after that Corey shit. I guess he said, I don't need this on here. Motherfucker, see this. After I talked to the Corey, but I can't find it for nothing, man.
Let me see if I can do a quick search for it. Look in the back right quick, see if that's it.
Let's see.
Yes, sir.
What they do?
What's good, man?
What it look like?
What's good?
Yo, Dev, and I forgot to say, and I was live streaming. The nigga saw me on the phone too.
Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, you got pulled over. Ugh.
GQ,
Yeah,
what
I
it
got
look? Yo,
pulled over.
GQ, I'm trying to get that computer this. Mommy got a new one too, son.
you going back to the shop today?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the shop today. I gotta check the vanish. I gotta get a flush for the radiator, but he gotta show me the computer he was talking about. GQ, you there?
He looking at that video I just dropped.
Yeah, I was looking at the video. I'm here. Yeah.
Yo, the computer you was talking about you had, that was for you said you could do programming lights and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
You gotta send me the one that y'all had. My man was telling me which one he was he said he got a new one out. That's even better, but
New scanner?
not the scanner, the programmer.
That's what you use, the scanner to program it.
To program the lights?
Yeah. But it is not the regular little cheap scanner that you put in and get the little codes to get the, it's a real scanner that you're gonna hook it up to the OBD2 and it's gonna program, and you can program the lights through it.
And how many manufacturers the one that you had it came with?
All of them.
Yeah, send me the link to the one you talking about. I want to compare it.
Okay, cool.
Taz was popping, son.
Shit, I'm chilling, man. My motherfucking wife sending me text messages and shit, bro. You'll never guess what she's sending me text messages about.
Your new visa from Mexico?
Nah, bro. She sending me text messages about these new Black Panther niggas, bro.
I saw Psycho talking about that. I saw what's going on with that. I saw like 3-4 people talking about them and shit.
Bro, some mixed niggas running around talking about they the Black Panthers and they fighting ICE and defending the white woman and all type of shit.
That's what I saw. Yeah, that shit was funny as fuck. That's why I saw niggas fighting ICE.
Yeah, she must have just came
figure out why they not black though.
Say it again.
I was trying to figure out why are they not black men?
Shit, they trying to get up with whoever they can, look like. Some mixed motherfuckers, some women, some white motherfuckers, whoever. We just the Panthers, nigga.
That shit kind of threw me.
Gotta be one of them. Hold on, what city claiming these? What city claiming these before I even say nothing?
They're coming out of Philly.
Yeah. And it's right in the middle of Pan-Africanville.
I'm blaming George Macon.
Yeah. I'm surprised he ain't did a thing on it because that's what I was looking for.
I ain't seen George. I heard George went FBA on niggas.
Yeah, he dead with FBA on niggas. It's crazy. Like I met you was Crip, nigga. What happened, son? All the way blood now, son. But I met him, he was Crip. He all the way blood now. I ain't gonna lie, that Tucker Carlson shit was a L though, son. Y'all FBAs ain't doing enough talking about that Tucker Carlson L, son.
That was crazy. Mm-mm-mm.
They weren't able to get no traction off of it.
What?
They weren't able to get no traction off of it, or they still waiting.
No, nah, because it's like they removed the Tucker Carlson part and was like, yo, we're national now. You know, we recognize on the big screens. I'm like, hold up. Y'all niggas is hyped for but Tucker Carlson said what's up. Oh, I hate drives. Oh, I gotta slow down. This
All right, Anthony. You got to take a look at your chicken before you take it out. If you have a chicken today, we got a chicken recall down there in North Carolina. Susanna's chicken recall. Boy, hop up ass mug. Yeah. Here comes the link in the chat. Here comes the link in the chat right now.
I hadn't seen that one, GQ. That's crazy right there.
What you think about that? What you think about that, bro? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and whip that up now, bro. That'll be out in the morning. That's crazy. Hell no.
And I was able to.
I'm gonna throw the water on that right now. Have that whipped up in the next few hours. It's insane.
Hey, why I feel like y'all talking about some food and shit.
Look, it's in the back chat, the video with the white boy checking Anton at the little restaurant and shit. He all up in his face and shit.
Oh, word?
Yeah, now this before the Corey Holcomb situation. But I couldn't find it. I'm glad you was able to find it because I sure was looking for that motherfucker. But yeah, he all up in his face, telling him fuck him, all type of shit, you know.
I don't ever want to get beat up in a fight. I don't ever see that happening. But if I do got to get beat up, I do not let it be no white person, son.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. It was one video I saw where a nigga jumped out, was talking shit to a white boy. He got folded in the parking lot. Shit was sad.
Hey.
I seen a couple of. Oh no, I know exactly what you're talking about, son. He was from New York, son. That nigga came to my studio.
New York, yeah.
That nigga recorded at my studio, son. He recorded at my studio before, son. That's just crazy.
That nigga was talking big. I'm from New York. From New York.
Yeah. That nigga was a rapper too, son. You
white boy hit him with the reverse naked choke type shit.
Should have ran into one of the MMA white boys.
He beat him like a hillbilly too, so that was getting spit on top of by a white boy and getting hit in your face 2-3 times while he lecturing you.
With the white boy on the side cheering him on.
Yeah, son. Just throw away your whole black card, son. Whole black card, son. At least if it does happen, don't let it be on the internet like homeboy.
Man. Especially when if it had been a nigga, you'd have popped him. You know what I'm saying?
Now the way they did, son, it don't matter if you was black or white, you gotta go back and clap, son.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it had a nigga, you'd have popped him if he did you
like son was wilding though. Son was out there talking just he was I don't know, son was either high or something, because he just started talking crazy to anybody.
Yeah, he talking crazy.
Yeah, then he just started talking to the white boy, son, and then next thing you know, I was like, who, me? I'm with the shits. He said, I'm with the shits now, boy.
Yeah, it was like that on some shit like the white boy wasn't even on that.
Nigga on some shit like, I'm from New York, I'll whoop you, blah, blah. Let the white boy fold him, left him laying there trying to lift his head up on some sad shit.
Dang.
Yeah, son, bad, son. I remember when that shit went viral. Niggas was talking mad shit about New York at that time. Oh, y'all New York niggas that be talking tough. like, let's understand, that nigga was crazy. New York niggas don't co-sign randomly walking in niggas' hoods and screaming out who want beef and shit like that. Nah, that's just retarded.
Yeah, just fucking with people for no reason.
Yeah, it was like that. Nigga was on some shit like, I'm from New York, what's up? Who want it? Type shit.
Son was shrimped up, son.
What's your boy name from Queens that was with Africa Bambaataa? Got what's his name? He was on some, he was on some of that type of shit. What's the light skinned nigga name?
I know you talking about
Hassan
the
Campbell?
years ago.
Yeah, Hassan Campbell.
Nah, that was crazy. When they shot son on his block, son, that was the most internet shit that you could ever describe when Hassan Campbell gets shot on his block.
He out there, he was on the same shit your boy, who you talking about, the white boy folded up, just fucking with people. He out there hollering and screaming, who want what? Who want to smoke with me? Talking crazy.
They dead shot that nigga, son. That shit was crazy, son.
Random nigga just popped him like, fuck it, nigga. Yeah, I'll take this with you. Catch these things.
I remember I heard Ebony Knowledge got beat up by a white girl in her hood. I heard she got dragged by a Kroger and shit. Beat up outside of Kroger by a white girl is crazy, Ebony.
Man, over the last bag of crab legs.
Like shit. White nigga had on motherfucking, you know, with them Crocs and shit, getting beat up by a white person in Crocs is even worse.
Crab legs went on sale, and motherfuckers would clink them out. They got the last bag. Oh no, this is my crab. Just snatched the crab legs out of Ebony shopping cart. Then whooped her.
And she thought she was tough. She got washed by a whole Karen. See, white people don't got this issue. In the hood, though, that is L to a like, say what you want in the like. No, I'm not saying white folks can't fight. I'm just saying that's a big stain on your resume.
Bullshit. Like, especially on the internet.
This was a part. Where the flat earthers at? They're supposed to be going back to the moon. Uh, February February 6th. Yeah. February 6th. Oh, that's they was talking about last night that they didn't really have any. The Bears never really had any plans to move to Gary. GQ.
Say it again.
The Bears owners never really had legitimate plans to move to Gary, Indiana.
Right. No, that was just some talk, just some propaganda talk. Nobody said nothing. It wasn't no real story out about it.
Yeah, it don't make no sense. Ain't nothing in for fucking Gary's. Everybody's out of there.
Yeah.
You gonna make everybody out of Gary for a goddamn game.
They said Indiana was offering them everything, of course,
Tax benefits. No taxes.
Yeah, tax breaks and everything. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Shit, that'd be a wonderful look for Gary. That'll bring that motherfucker all the way back to life.
Oh yeah, I forgot they do have the Hard Rock Cafe out there.
Yeah, they do. They ain't been too long to put that out there.
Yeah, man.
That's about the biggest thing they got going out there right now.
Yeah, man. I tried to park my truck at the truck stop and walk across there to go see Foxy Brown. I couldn't get tickets, man. I was trying to get in that motherfucker, boy.
She was out there.
Man.
Oh, okay. They be having some big names at that joint too.
Yeah, motherfucking Maxwell, The Weeknd, Jodis. I mean, they have big time groups. Yeah.
I missed Public Enemy at the Horseshoe on the Horseshoe in Hammond.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Public Enemy was there like 3-4 weeks ago. Man, I missed it. I didn't know till it was over with. When my partner come over here, when he leave the show and telling me about it, I'm like, man, get the fuck out of it. I definitely would have been in that joint.
Yeah, man.
I was mad. Boy. I'm still mad I missed them. Especially in like a small venue like that. I know that would have been.
Yeah, a cozy joint. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a bad seat in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can be able to see everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I seen Jeffrey Osborne at the what's the right across the street from the Wrigley Field, the Cubs, the reggae spot.
Oh, shit. Fucking
man, boy, I still got
not Kingston Mines. That's the damn. That's crazy. I can't think of the name of it, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Jeffrey Osborne out there.
Yeah, that was 97. Jordan's last year. Okay. 98. Yeah. It was $25 tickets, man. It had some badass backup singers too, boy.
Yeah, I could imagine that was a good show.
The wild hair, yeah.
The wild hair, exactly.
Yeah.
The wild hair. Damn, I don't know why I couldn't think. Many times I've been that's one of my spots. I don't know why I couldn't think of that one.
Man, on and popping.
And they closed the wild hair, man.
Man, that was
they closed it last year. I don't know if they're gonna open it because they had closed it before some years ago and stayed closed for a couple years. Then they brought it back, so I don't know how it's gonna go this time. But yeah, they closed it last year. But that was my spot, man. I stayed at the Wild Hair and Kingston Mines.
Yeah, boy.
Lead the Wild Hair, because they closed at 2 and 3 on Saturday and go and walk down to Kingston Mines because they didn't close to 5 in the morning. And
Still bumping.
they got the live blues,
Yeah.
2 stages. You know, shit, you can't go wrong.
Shit, you know how small the hair is, man. Shit, that little bitty ass stage, I think it was like, man, it wasn't 40 people up in that motherfucker, boy.
Damn.
But he was singing it like he was in a big arena, though.
I'm already knowing, man. I'm already knowing that bitch was off the chain. I was in New York when I seen at a small venue that was like the Wild Hair, and System was in there. And
oh, okay.
You remember you're in
Yeah, my sister.
Yeah, that joint.
yeah, boy.
That motherfucker was off the chain, boy. I had a ball. I'm like, hell, I didn't even know they was gonna be there. So you know how you just be at a bar, and all of a sudden, you know, so I'm like, only in New York.
Got them a little gig real quick. Go ahead and book it.
Man, they had that boy turned out, man. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. Because it was like an 80s party. So I knew it was an 80s party, but I didn't know they were gonna have live music in there. System up in that joint, man. I was like, oh hell no, that's too much right here. Like you said, it couldn't have been 30 people in that joint. Shit.
Man, yeah.
Me being a fan, you know, that was everything to me. I don't know about nobody else was in that motherfucker. I'm like, y'all, I'm looking around like, y'all know who this is?
Everybody, it was a lot of young people in there, no?
No, not a lot of youngsters, but no, not a lot of youngsters. Maybe mostly I about my age. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know how Hollywood they be in New York, and we down in Manhattan at a little bar, so you know, you know they probably just another day to them niggas. I was impressed.
Yeah, man.
I'd have been in the bar messing around in New York. You running the air, but I'd have been in the bar with Queen Latifah, all type of different motherfuckers.
Yeah. I used to work downtown. I used to go to this club called the America's Club, right behind Merchandise Mart. And one night we went up in there. Walter Payton was up in there.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Up in there with
yeah, man. I was like, man, this man cool in the motherfucker, man.
I showed you I don't know if I was on Hero Psycho when I was at the barbecue joint a few months ago, and your boy Scottie Pippen walked up in that motherfucker.
Oh yeah. He used to be all over Chicago, man, when he was here.
Yeah, this is like 3 months ago. I'm on 80s.
Oh yeah. I think you told me. I don't know if you showed me though, but you did tell me.
Yeah, 83rd and Cottage at Uncle John's barbecue, and Scotty walk. I'm with my brother-in-law. He from Toledo, and we up in that order. I see Scotty coming through the door. I tap him. I say, "There go your boy Scotty." So he look at me. He look around. He's like, "Damn, that is Scotty." Ain't I'm like, "Yeah." He took pictures with him and everything. I'm like, "Yeah."
Banned out like a mug, boy.
Like, there goes Scotty, man. I was like, damn. That was the first time I seen him in person like that, out and about. I was like, damn, that 6-time world champion that fell off up in the barbecue joint, nigga.
Yeah, man. Shit. We was on 87th and Dan Ryan at the Harold's Chicken. Was that 90? Had been 96. I think Jordan had came back. And Juwan Howard bought one of his baby mamas up in there, man.
Yeah, you got that good food. Well, motherfucker gonna come. You find anything. You ain't gonna tell her who you gonna see off up in that motherfucker. Uncle John's definitely got some good barbecue. It's slap dead middle of the hood. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes Scottie Pippen walking up in that motherfucker like it's just another day. It's like he ain't like he just a regular old nigga. Just walk up in them, everybody like Scotty, Scotty, Scotty. You know, that was a whole joint. Everybody holler Scotty, trying to take pictures and shit.
Every birthday is Friday. I know you're going out. She don't like sports, but you know who the fuck Scottie Pippen is. All right, I got you.
She knows Scottie Pippen is shit. Yeah, that's their way. The OJs, that's my group though. I like the OJs.
Yeah. Maryville was the last time I seen them.
Shit, I seen them. What was it? Last year? At I think it was last year at Airy Crown. It was OJ's. Who else was it? It was a few of them old groups. Eddie had to sit down and do his. He's like, man, Eddie's like 80, 82, 83 years old, man.
Yeah.
He still got that powerful voice, but he wasn't doing none of them moves. The rest of them were trying to dance, and Eddie just sitting. He sat down and did this. So they didn't do the song I wanted to hear though. My cut that what's that cut I always be playing? That
They got 1,000 cuts, boy.
don't they?
No bad song.
So many of them.
Yeah, man. Shit, I used to date a woman. Her cousin was one of the stylistics. He used to stay on the south side. She took me over his house. I thought she was bullshit. He lived like in a regular house and shit. Went up in that man, all the gold records and every goddamn thing was up in that motherfucker, boy. I was like, God damn. This is crazy.
Is that the OJs I'm talking about? That song I play all the time. Should have popped right up when I saw them. I put them in there.
Yeah, Scotty went to the same college as my mother did at the same year when she went back to get her master's degree, University of Central Arkansas. She said she don't remember him when she was going to class because, like I said, he wasn't a big star in college. But that quickly changed. Representing Arkansas, unfortunately, with the worst NBA contract of all time. Yeah, he's gonna be looking for a minute, ain't it, Rio? Talking about which one particular cut, which 3-minute cut.
Yeah, and now I'm starting to realize I don't even think that's who is even the OJs I'm talking about. I think it was the other group that was there with the OJs that I'm talking about that didn't sing the song.
It wasn't the Stylistics.
I think the Stylistics were there, but that's Stylistics. Maybe
they used to travel together. Yeah.
You talking about sliding the family stone? Yeah, he had his niche crowd. I'm not gonna say he was that popular, but the people that I was around, everybody had all the albums from Sliding the Family Stone. Mm. 3 or 4 records that was guaranteed to be in somebody's motherfucking basket when I was coming up in the '70s, boy. Parliament, Funkadelic, uh, Earth, Wind and Fire, uh, Isley Brothers, and shit. Take your motherfucking pick. Somewhere between the Commodores and Temptation. Yep, the Four Tops. Damn, they didn't drop down a motherfucking 5 degrees.
So it's getting lower and lower.
Yeah, boy, shit.
Oh shit! You know what? See if I can cheat a little bit.
Yeah, I seen BB King twice in Memphis and Mississippi. Both of them was for free.
Live.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's something I ain't never seen. That would have been a pleasure to see him live.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's one thing I had when I was coming up as a teenager, working at the radio station. Boy, I had a overly exposure to entertainment between the ages of 14 and 16, not even 18. Just them 2 years, boy. I seen Prince, fucking New Edition, Beanie, Run DMC. I can rattle off goddamn 10 more goddamn fucking acts before I get to the age motherfucking 17. I've probably been to about a good 30 or 40 concerts before I even graduated high school. I never been to a concert that was not sold out. And trust me, I always looked. Angie Stone opened for Luther Vandross in 2001 in Kansas City at an outside venue. It was relatively small, but that motherfucker was jam-packed. Michael Jordan was in the front row at Janet Jackson's Velvet Rope in '94. Yeah, that was '94. He was in the front row. I was in the first balcony, right in the center though, so I saw everything. You haven't seen Janet live? That window closing pretty tight. It might be always closed now, boy. You ain't caught it by now.
Yeah, it's like when I was complaining about the price of them Prince tickets. I'm like, nah, I ain't finna pay that much to go see him. Maybe I'll catch him next time and shit.
Man.
And he ain't gonna be no next time. I wish I'd have paid that little $400 for the damn ticket.
You know, shit, in this motherfucking elevator, man. Get the fuck out of here with that story.
Now at this point, it was cheap to go. That 400 would have been, you know what I'm saying? Damn, I'm like, I was man, fuck that. I wait till y'all wait the next time he comes. So.
Shit, I think them Purple Rain tickets back when I was in the 10th grade, them motherfuckers was only like $60. Shit, we had like mid section, mid level.
Right, that makes sense. But damn, them motherfuckers was $400 a piece.
Yeah.
Last concert he did in Chicago, shit, and them were like the cheap.
At the arena or United Center.
He was at fucking Soldier Field.
Oh man, God, no wonder. Shit.
Yep, Soldier Field, man. $400 a ticket. I was like,
yeah, I still got the halftime show when the Bears went to the Super Bowl on VHS, yo.
Oh yeah, who performed?
Prince.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you remember? You don't remember that?
No.
And it started raining.
Shit, damn, I was 9. Shit, I don't remember who
performed. In 2006.
Wait a minute, Prince was at that halftime show?
That's what I'm saying. When he played the Colts and Peyton Manning.
Yeah, with Colts. Yeah. Oh,
yeah, Devin has to return the kickoff on the first play. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Yes, I do. Now that you say that, I do remember that was Prince at that halftime show.
Yeah, man.
That show the fuck was Prince. My dumbass. It sure was.
Yeah, man.
That show the fuck was Prince.
Y'all know I'm not no spectator, but I gotta jump in. The greatest halftime
I knew he was gonna jump in on that
one. Yeah. Just in case Psycho up listening.
Uh-oh, Rio, they gonna get you on that one.
Yeah, I forgot that was Prince.
Yeah, due to the fact I didn't get to see Prince or Mike, I can't even envision a concert worth seeing.
They set the standard for shows.
Well, just think in my lifetime, you get what I mean? So,
Yeah, you had that window.
yeah, that's not to knock other artists, and it's hard to give an assessment if you don't see they stage shows, but based
Yeah,
off, what you call them, award shows, and just due to the fact we got YouTube,
yeah.
I ain't
Overall
missing.
hype.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I ain't missing shit.
yeah. Nah, I miss Michael on his solo. Even though I was in California when he was touring, I at least went to his house. So I took that as a trade-off.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all a story because I found the picture this week cleaning up. I'm at a bookstore with my daughters and my autistic boy, right? And it's like it's a used bookstore in Tulsa, but they sell weird novelty items as well, like
Mhm.
movie and entertainment related shit. Like you can get a life-size sculpture of Wolverine or the Hulk or Batman type shit.
Something like that,
Yeah, so I'm in there letting the kids get a couple of books and movies and little gadgets and get up to the cashier and she started laughing. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And she's like, wait a minute. And she asked the kids the zodiac signs, well, my daughters. And she gave them just like papyrus zodiac sign for each one. You get what I mean? One was Aries and the other a Leo.
yeah.
And she was like, I'm gonna put these in the book, but don't get mad when you see yours.
Yeah.
So I'm flipping through it and get to where she put them. This heifer done put a picture of Prince and was like, yeah, that's your sign. And I was mad as hell. But it was, I guess they went to a show and
Hmm.
they had their own pictures. So I got an original picture of Prince. Nice little 8x10 from a show. But
Like a
that was her
close-up.
way of, that was, yeah, like bottom of the stage damn near.
Oh, okay.
But that was her way of, once again, a motherfucker saying I look like Prince. I used to hate hearing that shit.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I think I showed y'all my Polaroid of Roger Troutman last year.
Oh, that's
I
dope.
think that was 95, 2 months before the ship with his brother. Because he used to open his shows from the back. He used to walk in from the back entrance wherever he performing at. And we was late, and I was like, "Damn, there go Roger right there." And my girl was like, "Can we get a picture?" He was like, "Hurry up!" He called my name out. I was like, "Damn." As soon as I took the picture, that's when the show started. As soon as the flash hit, he did something with his guitar, and that shit went all over the goddamn arena. I was like, "God damn, bro, this motherfucker got a cold ass system." And he rocked it. Roger Troutman. For those who the younger generation, that was Ohio punk band legend group that mostly famous for More Bounce to the Ounce, but Tupac Shakur collaborated with him on California Love.
Everybody know Computer Love.
Yeah, man. In the 80s, he was talking about the internet.
It took me forever. I didn't hear it until recently. I didn't know Charlie Wilson was helping him with Computer Love.
Oh, yeah, that was the first concert I ever went to, Gap Band. Talk about setting a standard for shows. Shit. All right, my bad, y'all. We over here reminiscing on entertainment. We'll get back to live action in a second. I gotta
It's just Sunday morning atheist gospel music.
atheist.
Bass Reeves over there looking for his VHS from going to E40 concerts.
I wonder if he's looking for that fun song still.
I'm looking for that concert. Trying to see who was the whole lineup at that concert. I'm like, damn. I'm looking. I'm in my email now. Like,
Yeah, man. You gotta get to the bottom of it. I know you're gonna find it now. You didn't went all the way in the motherfucking email.
I'm like, it got to be in the email. Goddamn, when they sent me the tickets and shit. I tried to go to my wallet.
Got the receipt in it?
That shit crazy. With the OJs and the Whispers with them that I'm trying to find.
Yeah, that sounds about right too. So.
While we talking, my oldest daughter went to see Jodeci last night.
Okay.
JoJo. KC.
Yeah, she sent me some text at like midnight. I'm like, oh shit, this girl done got into something. She don't ever fucking text me now. It wasn't nothing but a line of videos. I clicked on it, and this little girl at the damn, I can't call her little girl. This young lady at a damn Jodeci concert. I didn't even know she paid attention to who Jodeci was.
Those came out banging, yo. I ain't even fucking hold it. All the women I was with, boy, it was like, whew. Whenever there was a goddamn problem, just break out that Jodeci cape.
Mm-hmm. Well, they keep sweat.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. You see what the temperature then dropped down to?
Man. Shit's steady.
Four.
Shit's steady dropping.
Yeah, that's most definitely. If I'm at work, I ain't leaving. If I'm at McDonald's, I ain't going home. I'm staying wherever the fuck I'm at with them.
What's the coldest it get in Oklahoma?
It getting to the negatives, but it's been a while.
Oh shit. The hell.
Yeah, we get into the negatives and we get up to 120s. And you're gonna feel every bit of that heat because of the humidity here. You're gonna feel that heat and some.
Sound like Chicago shit. We get the full spectrum too. Summertime we can get up to not 120, but we definitely get 101, 102. In the winter we can get negative 40.
You know you in a hot spot when you say it's cool today and you check to see what it is and it's 102 GQ.
They then cooled off a little bit.
Hell nah, boy.
That's how it is around here when we get to 40s and 50s. Like, damn, it done warmed up. Like we done got a warm front, like it's summer then came through this morning.
But y'all got me scared. I got a pseudo theory, and it started in my childhood that we don't get our winter into the day after MLK. So if it's cold up that way, I'm wondering what the rest of this week down here gonna look like.
Yeah, it's coming through now.
Yeah.
What I'm in right now is gonna come down through the Mississippi Valley. You probably won't get the brunt of it. That Nashville, Atlanta, down there where Ebony at. Yeah, they as you see, they're gonna go all the way down in the 20s for daytime highs. All of the East Coast gonna be in the single digits tomorrow night. It's just that damn wind, boy. I ain't really looking to see. That motherfucker was cutting up the other night, boy. My motherfucking face felt like it was gonna break. Yeah.
So how does school work when temperatures get that low? Like, do they have a cutoff point of when the kids don't go to school, or is it y'all get y'all's asses on this bus and in this car?
Get y'all asses on this goddamn bus.
That's wild.
Unless it's one of them negative 15, negative 20. If it's extreme, I've seen them make some concessions, but shit like single digits, nah.
Yeah, I was about to say 6 ain't extreme for a 5-year-old.
Nah, not to close the whole goddamn shit down. Nope.
That's wild.
Hell no, nigga, I used to have to walk to school at 6 degrees.
Good morning,
Hands freezing through the gloves and shit.
Yeah, Bass Reeves, but we the last of the ADOS. We the last slave grandchildren. We went through a lot of shit that didn't make no sense. Especially, you got dual approaches. You got that Chicago and Mississippi childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
these Wi-Fi babies,
Yeah.
these post Oprah babies.
Man, tell me about it. My sister be calling my nephew fucking Ubers to go to school. I'd be like, what the fuck?
You got butler service, goddamn.
Fucking Uber.
Chauffeur.
I didn't feel like getting up and taking him. I called him an Uber. You ain't fit. What's wrong with the CTA? Goddamn it, that's what it's there for.
Hmm?
Yeah. I used to have to get on that
Free,
bus.
free bus pass.
Yeah. I used to get on that motherfucker for the kids they get on there for free. They going to the school kids, they just hop on that motherfucker. I was in grammar school. This nigga in high school, she won't let him get on the bus and go to school. I'm like, man, this shit crazy. We called this nigga Uber to school. This nigga got a chauffeur. Who the fuck he think he is? Will Smith's son or something. That.
The I think it's what Tulsa Philharmonica. I think that's what it's called. They did a tribute to Prince right after he passed. I did get to go to that. Somebody, I got teased about Prince, but I liked his music, and somebody, knew about that correlation and bought me tickets to go see that. That was around my birthday, so it was considered a birthday present. That was pretty dope to see the way they did it.
Yeah, live instruments. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sound like that was.
So here I am. I'm sitting like maybe third row, and I had two tickets. So I took my godson because we share the same birthday, and I had to go to Tulsa, and that's where he stay. I was like, I might as well pick this little nigga up so I have somebody with me. So he's sitting there, and he's sitting between me and this couple, and he started poking me. Bubba, Bubba, Bubba. This white bitch keeps saying you look just like Prince. I'm like, nigga, I'm about to leave.
Prince ain't dead. That nigga go right there.
Had her husband laughing and shit. Like, all right, Peckerwoods, don't get cussed out. I'm trying to listen to this shit. Y'all distracted me. It was dope though, and like it was mainly just the instrumentals. The whole show, like they did like an hour show, but they did Purple Rain and they dropped the screen and made it look like he was performing, but they kept playing the music. That part was dope.
6 o'clock somewhere.
On the dot.
All right, GQ, how many slides you got done for the Chicago history?
No slides currently are available.
While you out there dropping demo tapes?
I've definitely been working on my song. I've definitely been working on that, dog. I ain't gonna lie about that. I've been working on that, man. It was easier back in the day when I used to just had the two radios and play the play the beat on one and record on the other one. Trying to do this shit the real way is nerve wracking. I should have just rolled down there to where Bobby at and got in the studio and let him record it for me.
Oh man, we done lost Dale.
Oh, he'll be back.
That 3-degree weather done froze his phone.
He won't be gone for long. Let's see. This shit crazy. I can't. All right. Totally love. Bubba, what's the good word down there, man?
Not too much, man. For the first time in a long time, I just relaxed through today.
That's what's up.
Did some cleaning because I got bored sitting still. Didn't know how to handle that shit. I could holler at you, but that conversation wouldn't be for the open airways.
No. We need to get some rest and shit, though. That's always good, man.
Yeah, I needed that re-energized. It feels like I've been running forever.
I'm looking at old ass White Sox tickets.
You
Everything.
still trying to find this show lineup?
Man, I still try. You know how you get some shit in your head, get stuck with it, man. You can't. I just, yeah. Basically, yeah. I'm still trying to find that damn show, and it's because I keep seeing. So when I googled it, it showed me the Whispers, the Dramatics, and the OJs, which all three of them were there, but it was another group there that they not showing for some reason. And my Google searches wouldn't pull them up, so now I'm just trying to go back to find my ticket because I know it had all the groups on there. Because they leaving somebody out, and for some reason I can't think of who that is, and that's who I think got the song that I really was thinking about. Not even it wasn't even the OJs. I think it was the other group that I'm looking for. I don't know. Just some get stuck on like I know. Let me see. Wait a minute. Okay, we got some action. Land Trust Arena. Aircraft Theater. My wife always talking about we don't go nowhere. We'll be doing nothing. But that ain't what all these goddamn tickets I'm looking at showing. And I can't find the one I'm looking for when I see a gang of other ones. Look like to me we stay doing some unnecessary ass shit. Well, it's necessary. It's unnecessary, but it's necessary, My boy Lil Wayne said you do anything to a woman but boil. I damn near gotta agree with the young brethren.
Shit, I'm gonna tell them if you bored, solve this autism puzzle.
Look, you know how I feel about that bored shit. Like for an adult, nigga, like bored, nigga. And we got fuck you bored, and we ain't conquered the world yet, nigga. We ain't got
Right.
All the
Even in even in my younger days, I used to say, there's no such thing as boring places. It's just boring people.
right.
And I get the other side of this coin, but as
Mhm.
I age, I'm kind of stuck in my sentiment towards fuck that go out shit. Make your home your sanctuary.
Hey,
Put everything you want to do there.
that's what I try to do, but that I think that's a man thing. I think most women they need a little more attention or a little more.
Hmm. All that compete shit and attention. Gotta
Mhm.
be seen.
Mhm. You gotta show everybody else that they went here and they did this and they went and did that. So gotta keep them happy though. So if that's what you want to do, baby. Come on, we all know that. Me, I can sit my ass right up in this crib. I got everything I need at the motherfucking house.
Yeah, I'm half asleep, but this next little few sentences is for comedy only. But there's some truth to it. That you don't show me off is the biggest bullshit in the world. Like, motherfucker, I didn't make you invisible.
Right.
How
Show you,
much more can I show you off? You exist.
show you off to who?
That part.
Uh, we can't get in the parking lot good. You on Facebook? Yeah, I'm out here. We doing this. I'm at the God damn. Glad I ain't in the streets no more. Motherfucker want to line me up. They had my ass. You done told everybody where we at.
What we eating, what we got on, what we smell like.
Put your whole motherfucking life in danger.
That's what I'm with you on your demo premise. I never understood that campaign of these internet thugs. Like, nigga, where the fuck do they do this at? And I ain't even out there like that, but nigga, I know just from what I know, this is all the way wrong.
Right. Exactly. Nothing right about it.
Like, my social media is for Auntie and them to stop worrying if I'm alive. This is not for motherfuckers to know how I live.
Hmm. Find out what's happening with the family.
Sometimes I don't even want to know that.
Yeah, that was the whole purpose of when I first, because I never would get on Facebook, Instagram, but at first I used to get text all the time. Oh, okay, we all the family gonna be here for Halloween, for whatever, what such and such birthday party gonna be over here, and then then I start hearing later, oh, we was all and I'm like, damn, ain't nobody tell me, oh, we posted it on Facebook. I'm like, I don't got no goddamn Facebook. What the fuck you mean you posted on Facebook? Like everybody got Facebook. And after about 3 or 4 of them, oh, we had, and I'm salty I didn't miss the birthday party or something. Man, what the fuck is going on? Y'all say, y'all don't text them. Man, we put it on Facebook. You got to get on Facebook. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I do got to get on because you niggas ain't going to just text a motherfucker no more. Once y'all put it on Facebook, y'all figure everybody know.
See, I was L grandma's go to, so I'm getting all that information even if I don't want it.
Okay.
But there's not a lot of. It's more women than men in the family, as you know how that shit goes.
Yeah, I think that's most of them. Shit.
And I'm that line between the babies and the elders.
Mm-hmm.
GQ, I don't want to see all my little nieces and cousins' ratchet ass thoughts.
Right.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like,
That's a fact.
that's what my sentiment towards not wanting to know what family. You get what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
at first, I'd be the first one to take this shit down, but I had to give them breathing space. You get what I mean? Because I can't be a hypocrite and talk shit in the driveway and then not let them use they talk shit platform. But my shit is in the driveway. It's not for the world to see. Like if they could catch that part, I wouldn't have had no problem. But then that goes back to that sentiment of internet thugs, because they not like that in real. I hate when they say this, but in real life, that's they behind the glass, just have fun, not take this shit serious. But it's like, little nigga, you don't know what you project into the world. You get where I'm going? So
Mm-hmm.
plus, I'm the wrong nigga to let read this shit. Y'all knew I was gonna say something. So I don't even look at Facebook and all that shit now. What's that saying? Your math ain't mathing.
Hmm.
Got 170 million friends on Facebook, 30 people in your phone, and only call 3 of them. That math don't math to me. But for some reason, this 190 trillion people that's your friends and followers mean the damn world. Like, nah, I'm cool on that. Y'all keep that dopamine. I'll find mine somewhere else.
Real talk. Okay. Yeah, I very seldom be on my social media shit. I don't get no notifications for the shit. So I used to get them all the time, but that shit became a headache. I cut that shit off.
Yeah, I'm happy I found these platforms because I get a perfect balance. I get to socialize, I get my nigga shit, and then there's education in the process. So I really don't need the other ones.
So I guess it was just the whispers and the OJ's whispers and the dramatics. Could have sworn it was somebody else at that motherfucker. I guess I was wrong. I'm looking at the tickets now. So they had J. Anthony Brown. J. Anthony Brown, he'd be kind of funny.
I want to say when
Yeah.
I was in Japan, I have to get in touch with my pops and ask. But I went to school with the grandchildren of the Whispers. It was two twin girls, and ironically, they had the same birthday as me. I want to say that they was connected to the Whispers. I think that was the group. I can't remember exactly at the moment. I was looking them up and reading the members' names and trying to find they last name. But I'll get in touch with my pops and verify that information. Two pretty ass twins at that. They was both girls. Hey, dad was cool as hell. Fucked my head up. You gotta remember, I'm still young. He hit me with a what we would call pseudo ass story, but he hit me with some Jesus origin stories that I ain't never heard up until that point. And boy, my head was fucked up for a minute. Like, really? Nigga hit me with, you know where Jesus came from, right? He was his dad was a black man, and he washed up on shore, and Mary found him. I ain't going into all the details and all the shit he put together, but goodness.
That sounds like a hell of a story right there.
Oh man, he put a whole movie together in my head. Like, god damn. You got all of this out of Leviticus? I'm a tell swarthy.
Man. I found the song I was looking for too. I need Dale to come back up here because I know he gonna feel that when I say that. That I want you here with me. That's the OJ. It was the OJs, but they didn't perform it at the concert, and I was mad than a motherfucker. That's the main song I wanted to hear. But yeah, man, that's Lance. So we was on the was it Psycho show? Yeah, Psycho show Wednesday, and you know how the show go off, and you know we still be backstage talking and shit. So the show had went off, and me, Lance, and Aaron and Psycho was still backstage talking and shit. The Psycho, he talked for a second, then you know he went on. I think he probably went to sleep or said did whatever he was going to do. So now it's just me, Lance, and Aaron talking. And Lance is telling me and Aaron some of his pseudo story about the reset and how black folks was here and you know he going. So me and Aaron challenging him on shit, boy, and he had an answer for everything. I say, I told you this motherfucker here, boy. We supposed to be rich right now. Lucas World ain't got shit on Lance World, man. That motherfucker. He should have books, uh, cartoons, everything with the shit he be saying, man. He know he got an imagination out this world, man. And then he'll give you some legitimate history, some shit that if you look it up, now what he said wasn't false. It's just the context that he using it in, the shit he saying. When I'm like, man, this man is wild. Well, this nigga know he come up with some shit.
That makes the best pseudos.
But it was interesting in the month. I say, man, I tell you what, well, you know you can make you got some stories for a motherfucker, boy. He was pissing Aaron off, boy. Aaron like, man, what the fuck is you talking? Why would you say some shit like that? I'm like, man, you gotta let him rock, man. Just listen, it's gonna get worse. You think you heard some shit? You think you heard something now, nigga? You ain't heard shit yet.
I was wondering why y'all didn't jump over platforms. I figured y'all went to sleep. I was wondering if y'all was still talking, but yeah, I thought y'all would have jumped over.
Oh, okay, because they went live that night. Cuba. Okay.
Yeah, Dev told y'all like 90 times.
You talking about tonight?
No, that wasn't tonight. It was
Wednesday night.
Was that night? Shit, all these nights blurring together.
Yeah, because I don't remember. Now I don't remember if we went if Cuba went live or Dev started one that night. I'm not sure. Yeah, but we was back there for another about hour and a half, man, with Lance questioning him about all this Abo shit and niggas coming from Asia over here and niggas coming from Europe over here and niggas everywhere. I say, all right, Dale, I finally found it while you was gone, bro. So look.
Yeah, damn.
It was October 11th, 2024. That was the OJ concert at the Erie Crown Theater. And it was the Whispers and the Dramatics.
Dramatic. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, it was the Whispers and the Dramatics. And the song that I always listen to is that I Want You Here With Me, the OJs.
Yeah.
So they didn't perform it. So it was still a good show, of course.
Yeah. You were waiting on it?
Yeah, man, I'm waiting for that. I Want You Here With Me, man. They didn't, but like you say, they got so much shit, you know.
Yeah, man.
They ain't gonna be able to please everybody.
From one show, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it was some other songs other people wanted to hear that they didn't hear, but that's the one I was looking for. Like, I know they gonna do I Want You Here With Me. That's the cut.
Yeah, man. That's a fucking jam, boy.
That's a motherfucking jam, boy. They ain't do that motherfucking dog. Like, damn. I got in the car, listened to it on the way home. Fuck. Yeah, that's cool. The Dramatics, the Whispers, but they did good. Now the Dramatics, for them to be old as they are,
yeah,
and the Whispers, they was moving, boy. Them motherfuckers, they was dancing like a motherfucker out there.
Yeah. That's 50 years in the business right there, shit.
Man, them motherfuckers still move good.
Yeah.
Like them boys.
Remember when Scotty and I remember when they damn boy, had afros and shit.
Mm-hmm. Them boys still stepping good.
All right, GQ, is it gonna look right when Snoop and Lil Wayne 80 years old and they on stage saying they lyrics?
An 80-year-old man calling himself Lil?
Right. Lil Weezy at that. I guess he'd be Lil Weezy then.
That's funny as hell, bro. He'd be little again by then.
Well, I was asking all the rappers with the The little and the young.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Young Thug and Young Dro and Young everything. Yeah. No, I don't think that's gonna age well. Snoop might. Lil Wayne, no, that's not going. It's already not aging well, even at this point. But Snoop, yeah, Snoop, he still can do his thing. Snoop had an old man flow when he first came out. And they don't really do no dancing, so. But hip hop don't do like R&B, man. Them artists don't. There's only a few that be able to stand the test of time.
Yeah, that's gonna really be the determining factor because I seriously thought that once a song become a hit, it will be a hit forever. And I was quickly turned
Right.
into reality.
Right. A lot of that shit don't be aging well, man. Even some of your own favorite songs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Some of the stuff I actually listened to, like literally today, last night. Because you gotta remember, like I'm spinning records as a teenager that weren't necessarily hits, but in the club, in the skating rink, at my parties, and motherfuckers was throwing bashes.
Right.
They wanted that cut to run.
Yeah, they wanted to hear that.
Yeah.
Especially if you like me, that was really, really like gangster rap, and once you hit a certain age, that shit don't even, you got your grandkids right there. You can't be, you don't want to play that shit around them. Like, hold on, I put this shit to the side. Let me find something a little more grandchild friendly.
Yeah.
Good luck finding that.
That's why I done went back to my roots. I'm back on my old school R&B. I'm on my OJs, especially when the grandkids around. I'm exposing them to all that shit. Y'all, something I know y'all mama ain't playing for y'all. Let me where my OJs at? Where my stylistics, shy lights and shit. Ohio players. Let y'all hear some of this. My Bobby Blue Blend.
Hold on, my bad.
Put my Bobby Blue Blend on. I still love the blues, especially the old school blues. And they got the new blues, but they be calling it what they be calling it there, like the newer blues that they be coming out with. The boys from Mississippi and shit be coming out with.
Yeah, they trying to keep up with the times and shit, man. I can't keep up with that shit.
Yeah,
It's still the blues to me.
Yeah,
but they are kind of having a different look, a little more contemporary format.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I know.
ride. We're gonna do the trail ride.
All right, GQ, you said Shy Lights. I gotta throw this one in the.
Yeah, man.
Don't burn no bridges. Then when Jackie Wilson is one of my favorite songs.
Oh yeah. That's a cut. It is a cut.
So, dude, Barry, you doing Casey Kasem's top 40? Yeah, that's gonna be on a different format. Yeah, that's back in the country. We only had one motherfucking radio station in the motherfucking whole goddamn county and shit.
Jackie Wilson was a bad man, though. The Shylights was real young when they came out with that. I like that Taxi, Jay Blackfoot. Taxi.
Yeah.
That's my shit. Sultans of Swing.
Yeah, he into some techno shit.
Yeah, that's some rock and roll shit or something like that. Dire Straight Sultans of Swing. Yeah, he doing the most. That's some
It's
straight
still
up.
go ahead.
No, I was
GP.
just going to say them straight up white boys. I'm
I'm
just
not trying to get on a downer note, but it still boggles my mind that Gerald passed before Eddie.
Yeah,
Like
man.
I
Look,
didn't see that one coming, and his solo projects was something I kept my eyes open for.
I hate to even tell this story, man, but I don't know if it's on the pseudo ram or because I don't know if motherfuckers believe me when I say it, but well, you know I ain't, and you and there, y'all ain't got no reason to lie about it. But the night before Gerald died, bro, I had a dream about them niggas, bro. And I was in Atlanta, like I was at his house at Gerald Levert crib, right? And I'm knocking on the door and shit. And the motherfucker opened up the door and suck his dog on me and shit.
damn.
And the dog was chasing me and shit. It was a little white, looking like like
Poodle?
not a poodle, but like that dog on not a pit bull, but what's that like the little motherfucker on Friday.
The Doberman Pinscher?
Yeah, the little white dog. The
Oh,
little
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
white dog.
Yeah.
And I'm knocking on his door, like it seemed like I was just talking to him and shit, and then for some reason I had left and went out, and then when I came back to the door, I'm knocking on the door, motherfucker open up the door, suck the dog on me and shit, not running and shit. It was some crazy old weird shit, and the motherfucking next day That night I had the dream. That morning I woke up and I tell my wife about it. Like, damn, I had a crazy ass dream about Jerry Levert, woo woo, and it, that day it was announced that he had passed. I'm like, damn, that is crazy, man.
I ain't gonna call you pseudo. I'm just gonna say that's why I'm agnostic, cause no lie, like the brother I'm always telling you about from Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
if he was here to vouch for me when I sit back and say you would be shocked at how many times I used to have dreams like that.
Yeah.
To the point it literally saved our life before.
Mm.
Like I had a dream while we over at a homeboy's house and I'm asleep. I wake up, get my two brothers like, hey, we got to go. I don't care where we going, but something ain't right. We got to go. And we find a ride. This is before niggas could afford their own cars and shit. We find a ride, and once we get in the car, I'd start telling them the story, and then the phone rings.
Mm-hmm.
And the story I'm telling lines up with why I wanted to leave. Well, I'm having a dream, and the house gets shot up, and I get hit in the head.
Mm.
That's the part that fucked me up. So when they call, we double back and we go back, and without them even saying that, I go right to the spot where the only bullet hole in the house was. And they was like, how'd you know that's where the hole was? And I was like, this is where I got shot in my head at in my dream. So, and that's just one GQ. Like that shit used to happen to me so much. I used to get, this is why I'm a night owl. I eventually got scared of my own sleep.
Yeah. I was like that when I was a kid.
Yeah. Premonitions be real, don't they, though, man?
Corey in the house. What's up with it?
What's up, Corey? Yeah, motherfucker.
Except for women, all they premonitions about me have been absolutely false.
That's false.
Absurdly false.
I get you on that one too. But I definitely done had some wild dreams that, you know,
Oh,
was
no bullshit, man.
was
GQ.
related to some shit that came that happened, man. And
My
you be like, damn.
my first wife. Well, I've only been married once, but first, my only wife, but first baby mama. I even hate that. I hate that term, but
Right.
she already had our first. She pregnant with the second, my autistic son, which would the one that would become my autistic son. And I'm sleep beside her in the bed, and I just feel lightning. And I wake up out my sleep and realize this motherfucker done cut me with a knife. Cause in her dream, I'm cheating on her.
Get the
I'm like,
fuck out.
nigga, I'm right fucking beside you.
She cut you while you sleep because she just dreamed you was cheating on her.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy as
I'll show
fuck,
you the
yo.
scar.
That had to be an Indian woman.
Nigga, she's black.
Hmm?
I don't know where you got Indian from.
That had to be a Seminole, goddamn it.
That's crazy as fuck.
No, that was my little Aaliyah Jada Pickett, but she was crazy as shit.
Hell yeah.
Hmm.
God damn.
Them stories only got worse. That's how I wound up with custody. And yeah, gee, she I don't know what to call it. She got her first epidural, and she was not the same. She was
Man,
already rough around the edges, but after that, man, that shit just got
that's wild.
Worse.
yeah.
You always think you got a crazy ass woman. Then you start hearing other niggas' stories. You be like, yeah, I'm doing all right.
Oh, gee, that's the PG-13 story. If I told you some of the
Like I'm doing all right. At least I ain't got cut in my sleep. God damn.
Yeah, if I told you some of this shit, nigga, goodness.
Fuck. It can't get too much worse than get cut in your sleep. God damn.
Not too much.
Nah, nigga, I've had worse.
And then the reasoning behind it. Now, I mean, like she done went through your phone and found all the cheating pictures and all the shit, and then cut you in your sleep. That's bigger. But she had a dream about you cheating and cut you in your sleep. God damn.
But that's the thing, Bass Reeves, Dev. I tell Jesus and Allah to their face I've never cheated on a woman with no fear. But goodness, they premonitions.
Man,
I ain't with that cheating shit. I'd rather just be solid and straight up and tell you if it ever came to that.
right. I
It's
agree.
like I told you in the past, like I seen what that did to moms, aunties,
Mhm.
sisters. You get what I'm going? Like that's something I won't play with.
Yeah, I feel you. I can't make them same confessions to Allah and Jesus,
Mm.
especially in my youth. Now in my elder days, I'm doing good. I'm great now. But when I was young, oh Lord, that's why I done had three of them motherfuckers. You say you only had one. I'm on my third one. Loud. Hot boy. I was on fire.
I kind of see the split in the crowd when it comes to children from them not so healthy relationships. As far as my peers, male peers,
Hmm.
it turned a lot of them from that lifestyle, but some of them it amplified and justified the shit.
Yeah, I ain't. Now that what
The
I
fucked
want.
up part to this
Always,
on
I always
either
to
on
fuck up. Like, nah,
yeah.
I was just fucking up. I can't justify none of that shit. I was just hot, young, dumb. What is it? Young, dumb, and full of slum.
The fucked up part of that is when you see the good ones go bad behind this
Oh
type of shit.
Lord, man. Oh Lord, man. I can tell you. I told you before. I could write a book about it, man. Write a
Mhm.
book. So it's when you had a excellent one down like four flat and fuck over that, and you'd be like, what the fuck was I thinking? God dang.
Oh, I was more so talking about the good people who turn demon behind this, cause they go super saiyan demon,
Yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
and that's male or
They
female, and
got
it's
because they
yeah.
got messed over, and then they start doing get wild and shit.
And the logic behind it be some shit I can't rock with. I'ma do it to them before they can do it to me. I'ma hurt them before they can hurt me. And it's like, what's the point in even getting involved at this capacity?
What that boy say? Once a good girl gone bad, she gone forever. Now I got to deal with the fact I did you wrong forever. It's that boy Jigger Man.
As a community, have we went too deep into the toxic pool to where that healthy genre of love music is just gonna be called corny and unaccepted now?
Nah,
You think so?
no, I don't think we went too far.
A full album, and you can get the babies to gravitate towards it.
Them babies listen to what the little babies and
Well,
teenagers.
I'm
You know,
saying babies, but youth. The youth.
teenagers, man. You know, you can't never gauge what the fuck they gonna do or think. They just, the hormones and puberties and all that shit. It just, it should be all over the place. Now the younger ones, you can catch them like pre-11, go 11 and younger. They just listen to what the parents listen to, pretty much. They whatever they hear mom and them singing, that's what they ass be singing. Shit.
Yeah, but that 15 to 30 group now in 2026, if
The
if a,
females,
if a project dropped, even with the females, you think they?
yeah, for sure. The females still love the love songs and the art, the ballads. Not as much. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand where you're coming from. Not as much as when we were growing up, but they still rock with it. They still rock with it.
Is it gonna have to be the right artist, or can a new artist pull this off and be successful?
Yeah, new ones pull it off.
Okay.
New ones pull it off. Cause I just saw how the girl, who my wife listened to all the time, and my daughter, they all be listening to Tim's. I think she's from Nigeria or something. But they rocking with her. And who else is it? Um, he didn't do a whole album. He just got a couple of cuts that I know of right now. I don't know how his whole album is, but I hear my little sister and them playing him all the time. What's the fuck is it? Oh man, it's crazy.
Because Avant and Keisha Cole gave my generation brain damage, G. They can't wait to break up or cheat on each other.
Keisha Cole had a few ballads, decent ones.
Yeah, but it ain't registering with them like I should have cheated. Like, goodness.
Yeah,
How you gonna sing this on your wedding day?
yeah. Oh Lord, yeah. God damn.
This is what you playing at the reception? Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, that's crazy. I should have cheated at the wedding reception is diabolical. Yeah,
And be fully invested out there on the dance floor singing it. Pushing the groom out. Well, is it the groom? Is it groom or husband at that point? Pushing that nigga out the way?
yeah. Damn.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we in some strange times, man.
And what's worse is those who, for that debate on, they love to point at the hip hop and say it fucked up the community. And we never think about how these grievance songs can do just as much damage.
Mm-hmm.
If you get what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Where people start living vicariously through these lyrics or magazines, post, movie. You get where I'm going.
Yeah.
We ain't had a healthy man on screen since Tyler Perry hit the scene.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm trying to say? But that's what's getting the popcorn.
Yeah.
But if you try to flip it, everybody calls it corny. So it's like, how do we and can we combat that?
Gotta have some I don't know, man. I guess you gotta have some power for one thing as far as in this music industry to get good music promoted and shit. we got apparatuses to put it out, but just to get it promoted. Now you can make decent songs, good songs, and put them on YouTube, Spotify, and you done your part. But getting it getting it to go mainstream and getting it promoted, that's a different animal.
Was you there for that conversation on leader versus examples?
Leaders versus examples.
Yeah, who was that? Was that to Anon? Yeah, you was there that night
I
when I
think so.
was like, just try to be an example and stop trying to be
Oh
the
yeah, yeah,
leader.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Definitely, I was there for sure.
To that sentiment, right? And I
Hmm.
and this is just for conversation to kill the dead air.
Hmm.
Think about how bad this is, though, because if we look at it and we stay in the realm of black people, what healthy example do we have for a relationship outside the Obamas? But then, even with the Obamas, look how much negativity we just got to force on it, even if it's not there.
Yeah, yeah,
You
they
get
want.
where I'm going? Like, is degeneracy has been normalized.
That's a fact. They want to make
Is
gay and make Michelle a man. And all
right.
crazy
Or
shit.
there's got to be something. Even if we can't find shit, there's
Make
got to
up.
be something.
Yeah, they gonna make up some shit. Oh, they about to get divorced. Obama cheating with what was the rumor? The Friends girl.
Versus just sitting back and saying that could be us.
Hmm.
You get what I'm trying to say?
Hmm.
And making, and this ain't no shots at
Motherfuckers be having divorce parties and shit.
damn, my damn alarm went off. But making and once again, this ain't no shot at nobody. Making the players and the DM sliders the taboo to where that becomes shamed and ridiculed.
Yeah.
We'd rather shame those who think they can do it. Healthily, that is. In other words, y'all ain't the only ones feeling 6 degree weather when you go outside, cause it's cold than a motherfucker right now.
Mm.
Oh, it's 3 now. Shit.
See?
Going down it's going down a degree every 15 minutes.
Goodness.
Yeah, I caught that though. Yeah, caught that. Cold game. I don't know, man. Our for me, I say I'm thinking about my aunties and uncles, but I would have to go with my grandparents' generation. Man, was my great uncles, and they was the last ones of the 50 year 50 year 50 year marriages and the diamond anniversaries.
Diamond.
I think their generation was the last ones with the because when I go to my mom them generation, I don't see no real good examples. I mean, even with my aunts and uncles, definitely not with my mom and pops. My aunts and uncles, none of them really. They all had multiple marriages, or my godmom, she was a good example. She's, good Christian woman, but even she was married like shit 3 times.
All right, Bass Reeves, here's another part of that coin of why I never did it. All those who participated, well, I can't speak in absolutes, but the majority of the ones that I've seen participate in that behavior, oh, they smiled like hell when they felt that that was liberation in their youth, that type of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could only see the weight they carry as regret and age crept in, and I guarantee if they could do the trade off, they would.
Yep.
And we got these dumbass slogans that keep that shit going. That, what is it, YOLO? You only live once, so let me fuck my whole life up while I'm 20. Not paying attention to what you saying. Like, yeah, nigga, you only live once. Ain't no reset button.
Hindsight is 2020.
No run backs.
So I wasn't trying to get negative or nothing. And let me say this, I appreciate being around y'all, because these type of thoughts and this behavior kept me an outcast. Was two Malcolm X for the streets and two Tupac for Oklahoma, if that makes sense, if y'all catch what I'm saying.
Yeah. Definitely know what you're saying.
Yeah, boy, I was surrounded by Bible Belt, Southern Baptist Christians.
Playing KRS-One and shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm in the South, so
Mm-hmm.
no, there was no direct access to all that stuff that was coming out of New York City, except for the radio station. So before the radio station, shit, boy, it was strictly R&B and motherfucking blues like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
I
and
didn't give
I'm in a
nobody
little.
any.
Go
I
ahead,
didn't
Dad.
give it. Yeah, just real quick. I didn't give anybody any warning on what I was getting ready to do. A lot of people thought I was just going to continue the R&B.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I let all the shit out the back one night.
Now, imagine being in Arkansas's little retarded brother, aka Oklahoma, Dev.
Yeah, well,
That first 20 years of my existence was something else.
yeah.
Make you make you ask yourself stupid questions like, was this Bucker racist, or was he just anti hip hop and just hates my culture? Like, or is it both?
They couldn't relate to that shit, man. Imagine, in a old 200-year-old house in Mississippi in the country, and you got your little bitty little two cassette deck player that when you went home to Chicago for the summer, your mama bought you and took it back down there. Now you got your Houdini, and you trying to play that in grandmama's house, and she come back there with that motherfucking whip in one hand and playing that devil mint in my house. Devil mint. Everything was devil mint.
Yeah, beat machines came out. 12, rolling 808, Kai.
And it's super weird here now because all these white people don't bang nothing but hip hop in their car.
Mm-hmm.
But on the job site and out in the public, you hearing Journey and all that old rock and roll 60s, 70s era shit.
Woodstock in the house.
Yeah.
Right. And it's a loop of maybe 15 songs, but you gonna hear them every fucking day. But when they in their car and to themselves, oh, they banging the most ratchet shit in the world.
Oh man, that shit. When they took over, it's the number one genre of music. My grandfather, just imagine, granddaddy 84 now, but when that song was out, he probably was like 76, 77, and he, Juice, I like that song. What that boy say? Meet me at the park. It's going down. Meet me at Walmart. It's going down. And he making his own.
Yeah, got his own little rip to it.
He
Yeah.
had living his own words in it. Cause I'm like, granddad, he didn't say Walmart. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Meet me at Walmart. It's going down. I'm dying laughing. I'm like, you like this song? Yeah, man, I like that song.
He from the South.
Yeah, from Mississippi.
He ain't say Wally. He ain't say Wally World.
He's at Walmart. He said, meet me at Walmart. It's going down. He used to like that. It's going down, boy. That was his cut.
My first maybe 12 years around them elder country folk, man, they had me so confused. I thought Wally World was just this other magnificent place we would be going and pull up to Walmart. I'm like, I thought we was going to Wally World.
Y'all remember the days when Walmart had the video games in the big? When you first walk in the store, they had the stand-up video games before you go in the store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most in the South, or at least in our area, the grocery stores, Walmart, any little major shopping area had the Pac-Man.
Right.
Yeah.
Has a little Street Fighter or whatever little video games before you.
They had a whole little drop your kids off section in the Walmart supercenters. Like that was one of the when they first started doing the supercenter, when they went from Walmart to what we know today. I think that was one of their little incentives. Was give them a little arcade, Chuck E. Cheese type ordeal.
Yep.
I don't think my kids would believe me if I told them once upon a time Walmart didn't sell groceries. And they closed before COVID made them closed.
It took it took me a long time to buy some food out of Walmart, boy. Shit. Probably about 10 years. Straight up.
No, we too rural. That's the grocery store.
Right.
Unless I'm in Tulsa, then you actually got other places to go.
And then where we grew up at down south, every damn doggone Walmart was right next door to the grocery store.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What the hell you need?
Piggly Wiggly right here.
Piggly Wiggly.
And Walmart.
Safeway. Thriftway.
Walmart right next door to it.
Yeah.
You said that wrong, GQ. There used to be a grocery store until Walmart.
Right. Right next to Walmart. Used to be one.
Yeah, I ain't seen a Homeland in 40 years.
Uh-huh.
And I'm only 27 today.
Uh-huh.
We had Homeland and Winn-Dixie, I think.
Winn-Dixie.
Yeah, Winn-Dixie in the house. Mad Butcher.
Tulsa, they got I think it's an Oklahoma-based place. It's called Reese's. But you had to have some money to go there.
Okay.
That was expensive grocery.
Yeah, that was that bougie shit. Same damn groceries, just bougie prices on them.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, our thriftway had green stamp,
Mm.
kind of like rewards.
And then the opposite in Tulsa, that is, the opposite of Reese's would have been warehouse market. That's where all the niggas would go.
Yeah. That's why they tried. Well, Dorothy Tillman in Chicago, she tried her best to keep them big box stores out of, because she knew what it was going to do to the smaller stores. So she tried to keep them out, but they got rid of her and brought them on in. That's when we had. That's when the what is it? Food, food for less, and Walmart's and Targets came in, and they wiped out Moore and Oink.
Man,
They wiped Moore and Oink out. They couldn't survive. Dominic's couldn't survive. Remember
yeah,
Dominic?
that's them. The people at Dominic's are at Mariano's now.
Oh, that's Mariano. That was
Yeah,
Dominic.
that's Mariano's. The
Okay,
people the same people.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. Damn, I didn't know that.
yeah,
Very, very seldom shop at Mariano's. I've been.
yeah. They delis be on, boy. I be in it whenever I'm in the truck or either leaving out or getting back to home base. Boy, I hit them motherfuckers up, boy.
Mariano's Deli is where it's at.
Man,
Okay, put me up on game. Cause you know I'm a big nigga. I'd be up in that motherfucker, right up at the deli, like, hey, what's going on over here?
I know before the pandemic, once you pay for your meat, boy, if you wanted to, they'll cook your shit up.
Yeah, right there.
I used to do it before I leave out. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out. Cause I very seldom be at Mariano's. You know, I do.
yeah, that ain't the budget place, but
Yeah, I do Jewels and Pete's.
yeah, yeah, I be hitting pizza up
Mm-hmm.
when I'm in Bolingbrook.
Pete's just spread it, man. They doing.
Yeah, Maywood, the one out west, Maywood, Bolingbrook, and it's another one.
Mm-hmm. The big box stores, they told the more anoint that was black owned grocery store meat market.
Yeah, man. Shit, I was with a girl. She had food stuff. Boy, you could go up in there, man.
Mm-hmm. Go to more anoint and load up.
Load that motherfucker. Clean up.
Now they still distribute. They still distribute their hot links, more anoint hot links.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see. They got. I see some of their trucks.
Mm-hmm. They still got the more anoint hot links. So that's their main business now. They just make
Signature.
they do the turkey links, beef links, and the pork links. They got them in Walmart's, Jewels, and all the other grocery stores
Yeah.
selling their product.
Hmm.
But they put their grocery store out of business. They couldn't maintain when them big boxes hit.
That shit was crazy.
And all Dorothy Tillman was doing was asking for a living wage. You know, she's
Yeah.
like, all right, y'all gonna bring these big stores in here, Walmarts and Targets and shit in here, to give the people a living wage. We can't do that minimum wage shit. Nobody. They,
I'm trying not to be funny and say monopolies and capitalism.
yeah,
Capitalism in the house.
yeah, they ran her out of office. She was in office forever. They tore the projects down, took most of her constituency, moved them out.
Crazy. Fuck. Move your voter base out. It's,
Yeah, that's gonna be one of my slides. Viasa definitely gonna have to do Dorothy Tillman. I'm gonna have to do her. She up there with the greats, with Harold Washington, and
yeah.
she one of them.
Danny Davis.
Danny Davis.
Yeah.
Danny Davis just retired. Now I seen him. I saw him last summer. Not this summer, just past, because it's this year we didn't have a Soul Bowl, but the year before. September of 24. I saw him at the Soul Bowl. We was walking. We was in line together at Soldier Field, and I was talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he retired last year.
Yeah. Yeah. I was introduced to him when I landed my Black Expo contract. 93, 93, 94, yeah.
Yeah, Danny Davis. Been around a long time. Let me make sure. Let me put that in my notes so I don't forget Danny Davis. I definitely got to do something on him too. And I know that be suffice. He got so many years in the game, but I got to put something on him.
Well, that's dope. I finally squeezed a name up out you. And you know me in tying circles, you could bring Miss Tillman out today or tomorrow and tie her into MLK and get that off.
Mm-hmm.
I had to look her up.
Okay. Gosh, well, why would I not know that you looked her up when I said that?
Yeah, I had no clue who y'all was talking about at first. But as soon as I said that, you know me and making these links form a circle.
Mm-hmm.
Negro, I said I'm happy I finally squeezed a name up out you.
Oh yeah, Dorothy Tillman, bro. That's one of them ones, man. Real one of our real soldiers we done had out here.
She one year younger than my mama's mom.
Okay.
That was the first thing I noticed.
Yeah, she put in that work, man. No question about it. That's Chicago Black Excellence. You said Tyree in with MLK. What you saw about? Let me see.
You already know how I operate. I was about to make you read the link. But just pull up her Wikipedia.
Yep, I'm already looking at it. All right, so you know what? We got time, and we got 36 in the chat. Let me tell y'all about a little bit about Dorothy Jane Tillman, an American politician, civil rights activist, and former Chicago, Illinois alderman. Tillman served as the alderman of the city's 3rd ward from 1985 until 2007, a member of the Democratic Party representing part of the city's south side in the Chicago City Council. As an alderman, Tillman was a strong advocate of reparations for slavery. In April 2007, Tillman was defeated in a runoff election by challenger Pat Dahl. Now, this is after, like I said, they tore down all the projects, which was her constituency, and they put those upper class condos and all this shit over there. And so this Dow guy, and then she had this little slander because she was fighting big box coming in, Walmart and Target coming in, and was asking for a living wage. So she definitely had big money going against her. So I'm gonna give y'all a little context of how a woman that was a strong fighter for black people and held this office from 1985 to 2007 was defeated. So anyway, Tillman defeated Dow in 2003. Prior to her career as an alderman, Tillman was active in the civil rights movement, working for Martin Luther King's Jr.'s Southern Christian Leadership Conference as an activist. Tillman was known for wearing large hats and has cultivated this image as her trademark. That's a fact. When you think about Dorothy Tillman, you always think about them big hats, church hats she always wore. You never saw her anywhere without a big old hat on. She was born in Montgomery, Alabama, to James Wright, a local handyman, and Edna May Scruggs. Edna May. Tillman's parents divorced when she was a child, which resulted in her spending her childhood between Montgomery with her father and Pensacola, Florida, where her mother had remarried and relocated to. Tillman joined the Southern Christian Leadership Conference as a trainee and field staff organizer in 1963. Tillman marched with Martin Luther King Jr. and was among the SCLC staff to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, in the Selma to Montgomery marches on March 7, 1965. Tillman had her first involvement in Chicago politics later in 1965 when King sent her there to campaign for better housing, education, and employment conditions for blacks. The campaign marked the start of King's effort to improve socioeconomic conditions for blacks. Tillman was involved in organizing King's move into a Chicago tenement in early 1966 and the launch of his campaign in July 1966. By 1967, Tillman and her husband, Jimmy, moved to San Francisco shortly after their marriage and became involved in a successful campaign to improve public transport services to their neighborhood. Tillman and her husband later returned to Chicago where she became involved in educational issues. Tillman founded the Parent Equalizers of Chicago, which eventually became active in 300 schools across the city, setting the groundwork for school reform in Chicago. The momentum created by several successful grassroots campaigns Tillman helped organize led to the election of Chicago's first African-American mayor, Harold Washington, in 1983. Yep. That's Miss Tillman. We'll go in further once I release my Chicago Black Excellence videos that Viasa stay on me about. Let's see.
So you got, I don't know if he's the most famous, at least for me, I would say over Jesse Jackson, but Bobby Rush, one of the original Black Panther members,
oh yeah,
elected to Congress and the only politician to be victorious with more votes in a head-to-head election with Barack Obama in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if that made the headlines, but I did. I remember reading it in the Sun Times. But I met Bobby Rush too.
Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely another one.
Go from gang members to congressmen.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Definitely a beloved member in Chicago. Bobby Lee Rush, born November 23rd, 1946, is an American politician, activist, and pastor who served on the U.S. Representative for Illinois' 1st Congressional District for 3 decades, ending in 2023. A civil rights activist during the 60s, Rush co founded the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. Yes, indeed. Rush was first elected into Congress in 1992. He won consecutive re-elections until his retirement. His district was originally principally on the south side of Chicago, with the population from 2003 to early 2013 that was 65% African American, a higher proportion than any other congressional district. I told y'all we highly uh segregated here, but 65% African American population in the first district of Illinois, a higher proportion than any other congressional district. In 2011, the Illinois General Assembly redirected this area after the 2010 census. Redistrict this area after 2010 census. Although still minority majority since early 2013, it is 51.3% African American, 36% white, and 9% Hispanic, and 3% Asian. A member of the Democratic Party, Rush is the only politician to have defeated Barack Obama in an election, which he did in the 2000 Democratic primary for Illinois' 1st Congressional District. He ran up against the wrong guy. Yeah, Obama had the big head trying to go up against Bobby. On January 3rd, 2022, Rush announced that he was retiring from Congress. Rush earned his Bachelor of General Studies with honors from Roosevelt University in 1973 and a master's degree in political science from University of Illinois at Chicago in 1974. He completed a degree in theological studies at McCormick Theological Seminary in 1998. On May 13, 2017, Rush received a Doctorate of Humanities from the Illinois Institute of Technology for his outstanding contribution to Chicago.
Rock didn't slide in one of them Barack Awards. I'll go back to mute.
I don't think he got no he whooped Barack butt in the election, so I don't know if Barack gave him another hit.
Yeah, but that man just gave y'all the MO for a hellified pop quiz question. If we can pin note that we can't do it no time soon, but Black History Month is around the corner. There's plenty enough time for the chat to forget.
Yep. Yep, and all the usual suspects not here anyway. So yeah, we can definitely get them with that.
Don't fall for that trick. Taz gonna pop up in 2 days and have a whole presentation on Bobby Rush.
The only man I can hear him, the only man to beat Barack Obama. Now let's take a look at why.
While y'all out there advocating for ICE,
Let's take a look and see why they didn't want Obama to be. Because we're talking about a 63% black district.
I think a couple times, because I was involved in trying to get our cell phone business kicked off, and his office was the only one that would actually respond to our requests for community events. He was very accessible. He didn't give us no red tape. I mean, we wouldn't have to. At that time, we didn't have to worry about going through his bodyguards or shit like that. I mean, man, this shit was kind of different, man. It really kind of just like set me down and because all the stuff I learned about politics in school, uh, I really didn't know shit. I really got my politics from Bobby Rush, Danny Davis, and a lot of Chicago politicians.
Yeah.
The connection between them and literally the streets, because the names that he just read off, these politicians were for the people, and they was in the streets.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And the people that they dealt with, and it meant something when if something was going on, a gang war,
Yeah,
some shit like that, Bobby.
real fucking truces.
Yeah,
Like, he
yeah.
put the fucking guns down for real and shit.
And we talking about killers, like real fucking cutthroat.
Yeah, man.
Bobby Rush come and talk to them people, and they sit their ass down.
Straight up.
That's just the respect that he had, that he carried.
so in other words, the elders never dropped the damn ball or dropped the
Man.
torch, which my generation loves to say for whatever reason.
Man.
Yeah. It's the disconnect from what's real, from reality, and not knowing, not read none of them links that you put in the damn chat all the time for they dumb ass. They keep on talking and look right past it instead of clicking on them so they can see what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, is it disconnect or is it rejection? I'm leaning
Both.
towards rejection.
I think both. I think the disconnect caused the rejection.
The rejection caused the disconnection.
Okay. Won't argue with that either.
I remember I'm talking about those degenerates this morning. Degenerate culture.
Yeah.
I mean, we look
Good
at
morning,
who
brother.
we made our heroes. Peace to, I think somebody was about to speak.
Hey, peace out.
Al in the house. What's up with it?
Oh man, coolin'. Peace to you.
Where you from?
I seen the title, Black Atheism on the Rise. I was just on. They had a real good room on Clubhouse. I wanted to just tap in about that topic, Black Atheism on the Rise. Though when y'all, I don't know if y'all talked about it already. If y'all already done moved the conversation, or what y'all had.
Yeah.
Now, if the topic is up, it's up for conversation. All no matter
Mm-hmm.
what. Yeah.
Okay.
You got something
and
to
they
add
kind
to
of.
it? Go ahead.
Okay, and they kind of like tie into culture also. Okay, like with the with the Black atheism thing, right? Or how would I say, a more secular or growing more secular or liberal Black community. Do you think, and again, I ask this to people, you know, even though the Black church wasn't perfect, you know, it wasn't, but it kind of got our foreparents and our grandparents, and it got them to the next level. It got the people who took part in that a satisfactory outcome. So for the most part, like if you talk about, you know, maybe community cohesion, if you talk about the framework that it brought around, you know, marriage, shotgun marriage, you know, if you had an unwanted pregnancy, you had to go down south. You know, it gave a certain cultural framework or a shared value system, that had continuity throughout the generation. That it gave that framework or that stability or that rock that as what was it, millennials and Gen Zs and all these people, the people after that gave up on that we just don't have. Would you say that's like a fair assessment?
I think you said a word that has to be amplified, and that word is culture.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
When we highlight Black culture, those are the parts that we leave out now as we're becoming more accustomed to, whether we see it or not, assimilating ourselves into American mainstream and pop culture.
Right,
The
right.
the spiritual practices are just sub parts of the culture. And when you said, you know, the pregnancy and getting sent down south, I think that was our extended family Black culture, not necessarily product of spirituality. It was the culture itself, and the church was just a hub to congregate within that culture. But I understand your question. That's just my honest answer at the moment. Is we'd have to amplify culture.
Well,
And
okay. Now, when you say culture, right?
mhm.
Now, okay, putting maybe like I'll say E. Franklin Fraser out the equation, or Elijah Muhammad, or those type of people that spoke on certain things. Now, they remember there was this big old thing with the dude with the African guy. Was it Frank Zanu, where he was saying that black Americans don't have a culture, right? So, and I listened to, I listened to his explanation, and I even had to go back and look up the definition of culture, right? And then I was putting that chat GPT, culture versus trends, or what's the difference between a trend or a culture? I was just trying to get different answers, right? Now, when you have a definition of culture in social science or anthropology, and then you have what comes from that, what comes from like the cultivated thing. You have the other definition of culture, right? Now, when they talk about culture, they said it's like a deep rooted, shared, custom, um, norm, tradition, a framework that separates you from others, that transcends throughout your generations. So it has a continuity, and it's a deep, like a deeply shared, deeply held belief, standards, value system, etc. Right? Now, the thing about it is that, okay, a lot of the stuff that we now call culture really more so falls up under trends. It's things that maybe come and have but they're not really something deep rooted. They're not a deeply rooted or a thing that like they're just things that come and are popular and we huddle around, but they're not really. It's not really like a culture, so to speak. It's not a shared type of thing. And I'm saying that, okay, when you say that maybe we didn't need the church, or we didn't need uh maybe the institution of that, I would kind of say, like, well, maybe that's kind of like taking the synagogue away from the Jews. Like, yeah, you maybe don't need the the building, but those things, the things that I named, those were based around the framework of the black church and that Protestant faith that our foreparents built. Like I don't like when you kind of got rid of those things, or when black people start going more liberal or integrating into the American mainstream, all those things seem to just leave. Like they just it was like a slow, steady downhill of those things that our grandparents lived, for, or our foreparents lived for maybe 100 to 150 years. Like those things just are steadily going away without the institution of the black church and these things. Like I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but I mean, like I understand, what you're saying, that was those were the things of the culture, but didn't those things of the culture come from the institution or the rock of the black church? If you don't find any type of maybe how would I say, any type of truth in that statement?
My bad. I was trying to verify. And to answer your question, I can see it being equally both. And I heard you mention Frazier. I want to say that was Herskovitz debate with Frazier on black culture and whether or not we had our own culture or if we picked up products here and was practicing that culture. And to go back into our first exchange, I'm not saying that the church wasn't needed. I was just saying we have to analyze black culture for the things that was mentioned. Um, I even gave credit to the church being a center hub for us to congregate and do our politics within. I guess I should have said that as well. Alongside of that culture choosing its spirituality in the form of Christianity, at least here. Now we put our black, or if you want to say African twist to it, but it was nonetheless our culture being represented in a spiritual form. Um, it's hard to gauge each human individual's experience and say what drives them morally and if they would have those morals, whether it's spiritually installed, your church as an institution, or if it's culturally installed for me, if that's fair to say. I don't know if I'm making any sense to you, but
You
you could
said you
have
said it's culturally
it.
installed.
Yeah, what you mean by that? The morals and ethics that your parents bring and community. It's hard to say each individual, and I'm speaking from individual perspectives on that, which one feeds that individual more sufficiently and adequately for that individual to say which one is needed more. I can't say that because I can't speak for all individuals. You get what I'm trying to say by that?
I got you. I got you. So
So,
you're saying that everybody's, how would I say, like everybody's, how would you say it? Like, okay, you saying like everybody kind of had a different upbringing. You're saying
well, and
so.
it's not even that, but an individual has their own thoughts, own feelings, and it's hard to gauge what's a bigger inspiration on that individual. For example, it's what is seven of us on the panel now. Three of us might be, and with his birthday being tomorrow, three of us might be inspired by um, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., right? Two of us may be inspired by our parents. Two might get it from grandparents, and one might be inspired by the community on a whole and take in every aspect of what was just mentioned. And those are the driving mechanisms that made that morally sound or ethnically sound person. You get what I'm trying to say by that? It's just hard to gauge what individual experience is gonna, suffice for them to exemplify what we're talking about. Just as much so, it's hard to gauge what would turn them away from the things we're discussing.
No, I got you. I
You
understand.
get so I can't. In other words, I can't speak in an absolute on that. I can't say we absolutely need the church. I can't say we absolutely don't. There's some of us that need it. There's some of us that benefit from it. But then there's some of us who went and sadly had horrible experiences within the church. You get where I'm going? Which hand do you pick?
Well, okay, and that's that is correct, right? Because my mother, she was telling me about my grandma, right? And she was talking about how my great grandmother, how she chose the church over her family, and she did things, for the, in their generation, you know what I'm saying? Because I think my great grandmother, she might have been born like in the maybe like the 1870s. So yeah, so my grandmother didn't like the church like that, because of certain stuff that she experienced. But my thing is like this, okay? If When you look at an institution, you have to look at, okay, based on the outcomes. So if you getting a satisfactory outcome, if the majority of the people that take part within this institution or within this culture get a satisfactory outcome, wouldn't it be kind of more safe to say, okay, maybe we should go with that until you have something of equal or greater value to replace it? So meaning like, okay, if you got the 100% that's taking part in this, but say 70 to 75% are getting good outcomes based on the framework, the moral framework, or the spiritual compass that is putting out. You're not going to have a perfect situation, but you at least got where the majority of people are getting satisfactory outcomes. Do you think that would maybe suffice or no?
Yeah, if that was happening.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to speak towards the first time. And, we can go even deeper in this. And this is why I said you look at the culture. If we go to the inception of this story of us becoming us here, when we needed a place to exercise our culture, when we needed a place to congregate and get away from the oppression, even if it was just for a moment, just to breathe, think, and have communion amongst each other. I'll try to keep it in church vernacular. Yeah, that church was highly needed, and it became a central pillar of the culture that we started forming here. So I would never jump off the diving board of we don't need it. You get what I'm trying to say? But at the same time, I can understand that as we're becoming this people and we're separated from the outside influence being imposed on us of Christianity, Islam, or whatever it may have been, these these spiritual or philosophies or spiritual teachings or philosophies, however we want to word it, that got hidden within it become part of the study that when we get the chance and opportunity to go back and study and analyze this question becomes the centerpiece of it. And my safe place is to say, okay, is let's look at Black culture. And I like what you said earlier, by the way, by distinguishing trends from culture, because I think the youth are moving so fast that they can't understand that. So I like how you threw that into the conversation, by the way.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It is. I always ask the people or people, that I say, okay, with and again, I understand completely that was something that was imposed on Black people, and it did have certain maybe slavitudes or certain things about it that was used keep black people, docile and captive in the mind, and those things. I understand it, and that is the absolute truth. But
Yeah, and to not
you
cut you
know,
off, it was also a tool for liberation. Because as you know, as we're learning these things and we become aware of Christian or Islamic law, well, guess what we use to demonstrate our humanity? Okay, if I'm Christian and I'm Christian now, you can't enslave me, you can't oppress me. You have to recognize my humanity. And as we're going through this, our grievances, our admirations are exemplified in what we today call black gospel, which reflects the culture. You get where I'm going? And then you can go into the trends of that culture, how it becomes, some of it is pillars now, but your rhythm and blues, you get what I'm saying? Just as much as the reverend becomes the politician or the school teacher, and it breaks down and breaks down. So I get where you're coming from, and it is a hard debate. In fact, I don't know how often you come to this channel. I kind of posed a similar question, I want to say just yesterday, about the church and if we could make it without it. Are we ready to separate from it? But before we go any further in the conversation, if you don't mind me asking, because this is my first time meeting you, where do you stand in regards of atheism or spirituality?
well, with atheism and spirituality, I would say I would say I would be against that, and the reason why I would be against something like that is
Which
because,
which which one, bro? Which one? You
well,
against
atheism,
spiritual? Okay. Just for
because,
clarity.
oh, yeah, okay, because the thing about the atheism is that, okay, with those things, to me, you would have to have, um I don't know if the proper word is overarching government or overarching type of
Evidence,
leader. Say it again.
overarching evidence.
Well, what I mean is, okay, if you say spirituality, right? Like, you might have people that say, "Well, I'm spiritual," or if you got people that say, "Well, I'm an atheist," or was that is it agnostic? I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the thing about it is that then you kind of maybe lean into me doing what's right according to my own eyes, right? So it's not a organized type of Torah or the Gospels or these different type of a set law. It just ends up being, okay, me doing according to what I see might be the right thing to do. And the thing about it is that it kind of maybe has disorder because now you have maybe things that you would maybe shun or be pushed out the culture. Those things become intertwined, and then you don't really have who's to say what's right or wrong. When certain things become atheists, who's really to say what is right or wrong within a certain society? To me, like, I don't. If you understand what I'm saying, I don't want to talk too much.
No, I'm rocking with you, and that's part of the reason. I'm happy you laid out all three. That's where I choose it best for me to remain agnostic, and in that, I can't tell you the name of God. I can't show you what the afterlife is. We can have discussions, and I hope to inspire people to be the best people that they can be. But I would hate for me to lie and mislead someone if that happens to be a reality, that there is an afterlife, that there is a God. Because this God figure, whether it's male, female, or rock, or if it's just all being within itself, it's all of existence. It hasn't revealed itself to me personally to be able to, as they say, prophesize to people and give the law of said deity. But in my life, I've had experience that make me wonder, was this a spiritual experience? So rather mislead anyone, I'd rather just let my examples be there and enjoy dialogue and do my best to learn along the way. I hope that makes sense
I
to you.
got you. No, no, I got you. I got you. Because that's okay. So let me ask you this, right? Okay, in my community, right? In my community that I live in, um, you have certain issues where, in regards to how maybe the black people treat each other, um, the maybe the lack of community in the way of just a hello, hey, how you doing? When you walk past a person, um, everybody knows about the relationship thing and the children and where that's went, but just the basics of hey, how you doing? Treating a neighbor friendly, right? So my thing is like, okay, when you kind of like get in where maybe the spiritual, how would I say what's the word? Because okay, I consider maybe just kindness and within the community, just being kind or just greeting a neighbor or just saying hello to your elders. You see these things or kind of like not saying they're gone, but they're lacking. Or so just the basic type of things. How would you upgrade or how would you develop those things? The spirit. How would you develop the spirit without religion? Like how could you
That
really go about that
that
task
would that
with
would be, not to cut you off, that would be ethics, your behavior. And in that, once again, you build a culture that predicates itself on good ethics, high morality. Now, if you go beyond that and you start thinking about where theologic thought takes us, you start thinking about beyond the physical self. Now you start getting into soul and spirit, that part of it. That's when you start feeding the spirituality of that culture. But you can build that good community by making a culture that prides itself in good ethics. You understand that aspect? And
right,
sometimes,
right. I'm looking up ethics right now. They say moral principles that governs a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity.
correct.
Okay, okay. So you're saying in ethics. So what you mean by you mean like as far as study, like how could the community build good ethics? Like I'm like when you
Well,
say ethics,
you're just by asking that question, you're already taking a step in the right direction. When you say community, you're already thinking beyond self. You're not in rugged individualism. And I don't know if you cuss or not, and I'm only using this to exemplify this other form of behavior. But in that rugged individualism is fuck everybody but me. I'm not
right?
gonna wave. I'm not gonna care about nobody else. I don't care if you ate today or not. I'm worried about me. But when you start thinking community and the longevity and you start thinking things like family, that's a sign of morals and ethics. And you build that up by displaying that behavior. You don't have to be the leader of that community. You have to be an example in that community. And the more people see that, you let their discernment skills pick which kind of character do they want to be. Do they want to be the person that's known every day for fighting everybody on the block? It's disruptive. Even in the victory of those battles. There's the stress that it's putting on you. There's the wear and tear. Your knuckles get torn up, whatever the case may be. Or do you want to be? I gotta zoom in on your name, Mr. Al, who can shake everybody's hands. He can go by the park. All the kids wave at him. If he needs help, somebody's there to always help him for some reason. You get where I'm going? His grass is cut. People feed him. He feeds people. They always laughing and smiling. Meanwhile, I'm over here with an attitude on fuck everybody but me.
Mhm.
Which one do I want to be? And I didn't
Right,
have.
right.
And I
I
didn't
think
have.
morals come from values, though, not religion.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier. I mean that your spirituality is a sub part of your culture.
Yeah, I think that spirituality, that's a personal belief, because if you really question why people choose atheism, for many reasons, you got those that have like a disdain with religion and whatever. Maybe they had bad experience with churches or with other spiritual cults, because they do exist. But you also have people that seek for evidence, seek for some form of evidence and find none. So at that point, they're either going to believe something blindly without evidence, knowing that I can't support what I'm standing on. And you also got people that knows that a lot of these spiritual talking points, a lot of these Bible stories or whatever religious stories, it doesn't align with the natural universe. It doesn't align with physics. It doesn't align with nature. And the morality out of it is only in line if you're like a human-centric person. If you don't think about other life form, like this life after death, this spirituality and stuff like that, what you got to do to be in favor with this deity. There is no other life form that has to think about that or live their life based on that. And I'm saying, if this thing is real, why would it only concern about human life and not other life on earth that's been around long before human, that is more than human, and probably will be existing after human? So why aren't their life of any value to these gods, but only human? Is it because the gods are coming from humans' mind? Is it because they only exist in the mind of human beings? So every religion, every form of spirituality turns out to be human-centric. Even in animism, they all serve the purpose of human being, not for the betterment of the animal itself. The animal they will even kill the animal, strip it off its skin, take it from its natural. Just
Damn, Wale, what the
in
fuck?
that spiritual sense. Not in the sense of utility and nutrition, just in the sense of spirituality. So I'm saying, if this spiritual thing is real, why don't it consider the life of other life forms on earth, which there are, not only humans?
May I
Can I ask
speak
a
at this
question?
moment? I haven't spoken
Hey,
all this
Here we
time
go.
because
hey,
somebody
fellas,
Good
asked
peace
morning,
to the
me.
ladies.
Wale.
Real quick, real
Can we
quick.
go in order though? We got a lot of people on the
Yeah, I
line.
asked, may I speak at this time? I
My,
haven't spoken in a
my
long time.
apologies, Al, but
Everybody,
Do we have
I'm
a
gonna be
choice,
in and out. I'm gonna be in and
or
out.
is there no choice? You gonna do it
I asked,
anyway? You gonna do it anyway?
I asked, and I'm
Okay.
asking. It
All
allows for
right.
me to speak at this time. I've been on here all
Yeah.
this time. I haven't
Right.
said a
Right.
word. I'd like to speak at this time now.
I'm trying to respond. Are you gonna keep talking, or are we gonna let Amin finish his point?
I'm done. He tried to cut
But
me off.
you did cut him off.
He was like he was just like a potholes in the road. So I got around him.
Yeah, I did because he was putting out some thought.
And you could
What
have respectfully let me finish,
that
and
was
then you
so
talk your
out
shit.
of line
You could
of
have let me finish, and then you
reality.
do your
It's
thing. You've been
Yeah,
sitting
we're gonna
quiet
let
all
Amin
morning.
finish though. Yeah,
okay.
uninterrupted.
saying relative to the item at
We,
the
we're gonna
moment.
let Amin finish though, uninterrupted. We're
But it's
not gonna
okay,
just.
Wale. Good morning to you. You could take it. You could do your monologue.
May
Good
you
morning
also
to
have
you.
a good morning.
You what was your last point? I mean,
Now I'm just saying these gods only concern about the life of human beings, but human being is not the only life on earth. So if these gods are real, why doesn't it consider all life form? That's it.
okay, Wale. Thank you very much for allowing him to finish. Go ahead, sir. And good morning.
And good morning to you also. Thank you, man. I'm just trying to fit in where I get in. The idea of animism has nothing to do with animals. First of all, animism and animals have nothing to do with each other. Those are totally separate. So the concept about comparing animism and animals is like ludicrous, and that's what made me laugh. I mean, it was involuntary, but it shows the lack of knowledge relative to the concept of animism. So that's what I wanted to mention. And the rest of what you guys are saying, I'm really enjoying. I like Vasilas. I like his position that he said he didn't want to speak on certain things because he's not sure they exist. And so he won't speak on those things, as far as prophesizing or something he said. I forget how he put it together, but it sounded like a good sentiment. And I was listening to see how everybody goes. Meanwhile, I heard that that discordant thing about putting animism and animals in this, like they relative. Those two concepts are relative. That's all. Thank you, man. I'm good right now. Thank you.
So you cherry picked all I said to hawk on to one thing that you find as a mistake, but that wasn't the point of the dialogue though. The point is God concerning only about, or your deity concerning only about human life, about human being. The spirit that you guys talk about is usually associated with humans. That's a very human centric way of thinking because human beings are not the only life on earth. That's a point. It's not about what animism is, or let's break down the definition of animism. But I get us pseudos do they cherry pick and they will hawk onto the one point that they could actually stand. I get it. Save yourself. It's called a life jacket.
Well, can I
Okay,
ask a
I
clarifying
can
question?
understand you saying that because you're correct. I did not explain where I was coming from with that. I just simply explained that they are not the same. But I guarantee you, uh, once you know what animism is, you'll realize that it's not. It doesn't fit that suit that you just put together about God being only on humans and stuff like that. Animism don't fit in that suit. It don't walk in that yard. It walks in a whole nother yard. And that's why I even brought up the animism thing, because I'm not talking about in animism. It's a whole nother set. It's another game. It's not like a different type of football. It ain't football at all. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm saying.
Can you give a simple definition of what animism is and how Amin's use of animism is not suited within your definition? Because I
In the
understood
sense,
what he was saying and the use of animals. If you
yeah,
want me to give my
animals. Yeah,
go
please
ahead.
go ahead. Sorry, I thought you had asked. No,
Oh,
you go ahead, man. Tell me your thing about animals, because I'm curious now how you agree with that. I
well,
did mention your name.
in animism is a thought practice that there's a spiritual essence in all things. So if Wale was alluding to a culture that may have, I don't know, skinned a bear, and they're taking that spiritual essence of the bear, it fits within the definition of animism in their cultural practicing and display of that.
Exactly, Vice. You got the point. You got the point. They will still say there is spiritual significance in the bear, but skin the bear and have the bear skin as some form of spiritual icon for humans' entertainment. You'll never see a bear with a bear skin on its altar. You'll never see a bear with a deer head on its altar or other animal. The point is, other animals doesn't have to go through all these moral rituals and all these traditions that humans have to go through to appease these gods or these spiritual deity. So it all comes down to a human centric mindset, a human centric thinking. All these gods and all these deities only concern about the spirit inside human being. Even when you include other animals, these other animals, you're not including them for their own sake, for their own spiritual, for their own afterlife. You will even take their life in not you personally, not anyone here, just people
Oh,
in
I
general.
would. Yeah, I would.
Take their life in some spiritual ritual to appease your deity for your sin or for your misfortunes or for your own fortune, whatever it is you guys do in your cults. What I'm saying, it's always surrounding the human mindset, the human perspective, and the human well-being or the human continuation after death. It's never about any other life. And even if
Can
you
I ask a
choose
question when
one
you get
and
done?
two animals, I'm saying, what about the billions of other animals on earth? Doesn't these gods and spiritual deities concern about these other life? Why only human life?
Okay, like
Right.
why would a lion need okay, if you don't have, maybe thought or a language or live in the home or interact, why would a lion need a religious system? Like, or why would a leopard uh
So you're saying that
somebody.
they don't have, are you saying that they don't have feelings? Are you saying that they don't have a culture amongst themselves? Are you saying that a lion cannot communicate with another lion? Are you saying that a lion or any animal, I'm just using the lion as your example. Are you saying that they don't have some form of social, cultural thing going on amongst them? Just because it's not a human centric form of socialism, are you saying that the lions can't communicate, they don't have feelings, they have no will to continue their life, to reproduce, to be healthy, to stay safe, to protect their kids, just like you humans? Are you saying that just because you can use these things we call words, it makes you more than the animals that can't use words? Is that what you're saying? And because you use
Yeah.
words, God should favor you more.
Yes, because a human
Like
being
I said, it's
has.
a human centric thing because God only exists in the mind of man.
But I'm saying, okay, why would, okay, a lion, right, where you hunt and you do, why would a lion, right, need spiritual development in or the things that religion brought in regards to modesty or in regards to staying away from strong drink and intoxicants? Why would a lion need those things when for the most part your life is spent flying or spent hunting or sleeping, or it's not really complex thought. It's not really a civilization. You're just a beast of the field. Why would you need those things as opposed to a human who lives a full life? I mean, I'm trying to understand, like, how does animal life?
Let me try to help you.
Because
First
if the
of all, the
lion
lion does
eats
not
the other
need it because
lions,
it's not
the
a
lions
part of
go
nature.
extinct. Hold on. I mean, let me give it to him in a
Yeah,
way he might get it.
get it,
If the
Vyasa, because I
lion
heard it
eats,
too.
if the lion eats other lions, then there is no more lion.
Exactly.
Do you get where I'm going to answer that question?
No,
And
I don't.
just to say why would a lion, and this is based off the notion that we can't demonstrate its full cognitive awareness via the fact it doesn't have a language. right? But it's still a living being. It can process emotions. We've seen cubs play and families of packs of lions do as they do. You can see a demonstration of emotion in them. They get frustrated, all of this. Okay, but we can't communicate with it due to the fact there's a language barrier there. That doesn't mean that lion is not processing complex thoughts. So the need, based off what you were saying earlier about the community, if there's no spiritual or moral or ethic compass for that lion, whenever it's hungry, it's gonna go into that rugged individualism and it's fuck everybody. Well, not body, fuck every lion but me mentality. And once that happens, what happens when that lion puts lions out of existence?
He will also go out of existence.
That's where, if we're going to have this philosophical or theological conversation, brother Al,
So,
you have to think at that premise of it.
so what up, y'all?
Hold on, Sabio, I'll give it to you.
Sabio.
This is Amin's main sentiment of God being a human phenomenon, or theology being a human phenomenon for the needs of human beings. It's to satisfy our psyche, our emotions, our fears, our admirations.
Exactly.
And we can't find God in existence no matter what theological practice that you're looking at. We can't find these deities outside of
Human mind.
the language of human beings and the examples that are displayed in human beings' cultures.
That's what I was saying.
Well,
When you deal with animism, you can when you actually in it. But if you're looking at it from the outside, of course, you cannot. Because, but the thing is, all the so-called deities are just simply forces of nature. They are not concept just in people's mind in the concepts of animism, but in the concepts of Jesus, God, and the Torah, and talking about going after life and all that kind of stuff. If you're in that chain of events, if you're in that football game, then no, you're going to see it like that. I could dig it. That's why I say atheism is one of the best things a person can do to try to get out of that football game so they can see the other thing that's happening that's not even relative to that football game. But because that's how you're still in that game mind, that's how you see it. I can dig it. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying that's where that sits. That kind of rational thought sits in that football game. But in the concept of animism, it throws all that out. None of that is relative anymore. And that's the true form of the difference between,
So,
what you're fighting against and what you're actually.
Wale might do have a point, sir, because in animism, I know there is a deeper respect for life in general, not just human life. So he do has a point. But outside animism, I stand on everything else. It's
Oh yeah,
all
for
the mind of human being.
so
Well, can I ask a question? Okay, now
hold on, let's
what
get
I
some
was
order. Yeah, well, yeah.
okay.
We got a couple people on the channel. We're gonna get your question in, Mr. Al. We got Sabio coming up, and I appreciate everybody's discussion. We're about 8 hours into this, and yeah, let's just keep it on topic. No personal attacks, no nothing. So it's been doing good so far. All right, go ahead, Sabio, and then after Sabio, Al.
what up, Dad? What up, y'all?
What's up
So
with it?
thing that
Sabio.
there's the one thing that I've been listening to since I've been listening to the show for about 40 minutes, and it's been kind of, I don't really know how to word it. I'm just going to say it's been weird that it's been overlooked when we talking about these beliefs and these things. It's weird that we will downplay all the other life on this planet and act like these things are not relevant. And the question that I've always needed answered by those people who think that there is a God is, does roaches have a spirit? Do ants have a spirit? Do worms have spirits? And if so, are they, how did they get those spirits, and are they going to heaven? And if not, then what is the point of having this God? Because if God created everything, all life, then that means worms, ocean roaches, the shit at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, all that will have the spirit of God. So to me, when we only look at it from a human centric angle, we're doing if you're a believer, you're doing God a disservice, because according to your book, God created all life and imbued everything with the breath of life. So if you're saying lions don't have a spirit, then we don't have one either. It only goes to show, because we are animals also. So to
I
me,
agree. I do agree.
shit is imbalanced.
There has been life before humans, and there will be life after human.
So
Why
I need,
are
I was
humans?
thinking,
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let him finish up.
I
oh,
need,
okay. Who's finished?
I've been asking other theists these questions also about roach spirits and ant spirits and things like that. Do ants pray? Do roaches pray?
I
I
can't
need
answer
I
those
need
Are you
questions,
done?
Sabio,
I
but
need
I do
You want a
hope
round table response,
mosquitoes
I
don't
need
pray.
Fabio?
I need a theist to answer this.
Oh, okay.
You hear me,
Hold on, hold on, hold
Sabio?
on, hold on, hold on, Bass. Let's get Al in real quick, and then if
Did
y'all
he
want to
say,
rotate. Yeah.
theist or
Hold on,
deist?
Wale. Hold on, Wale. Al.
Okay. Now, what I want to say in regards to the animals or wildlife is that, okay, for the most part, my understanding of people maybe having a revelation for man being maybe in a falling spiritual or moral condition is that I don't see an animal like if I look at the cats, the stray cats, I don't think a stray cat would have the cognitive ability to say, well, listen, I need to clean these cats up from their moral bankruptcy. Okay, I see you over there eating off the ground. I would think that you would have to have a certain complex thought, because for most part, those revelations came as a result of seeing man and women in a certain fallen moral and cultural condition that wasn't getting good outcomes, that demonstrated a very low character. So, okay, I had a revelation. Like if I go in my community and I see people hanging out, kicking it, and then I bring a uh a moral framework that said, that goes against, shiftlessness and chilling and wasting time, and or if I see maybe a certain conduct of dress that looks a certain way, okay, I bring about modesty, I bring about a respectable garb. I'm saying that the stray cat or the stray dog or the pet bird isn't thinking on the level of any type of moral uplift, because I'm a bird. I'm a cat. I'm not gonna have any type of. I'm not thinking about diet. I'm not thinking about having a union of marriage. My life. I mean, I don't understand how you could compare somebody or a creature that doesn't really have cognitive ability to a human who builds and maintains society. That's what I'm
All
saying.
right.
I mean, like,
All right.
okay.
So again, the downplay of other animals, um, is really disingenuous. It lets me know that you really don't value the life of other other species on this planet. That you think that we are the highest form, but there are. If you actually paid attention to the animal kingdom, and Amin was giving you a great example of lions caring for their pride. protecting their pride. Cheetahs,
When you say animals don't have morals, I agree with you to an extent because they don't need it. That's a social construct from human social interaction. But
so
what animals have is proper hygiene.
I mean,
You
let
know,
me
birds. You mentioned the bird. You know, a bird will bathe itself at least 6 times a day.
so
A bird is more cleaner than most human walking around. Do you understand that?
so cheetahs
Right.
raise
So
their cubs by themselves. Cheetah mothers raise their cubs by themselves. They are not big cats. They don't have a growl or anything. Do you know the struggle a cheetah mother must go through to have a family? They're solitary, just like leopards. So for you to sit here and downplay their intelligence
A cheetah
lets me
mother.
know that you think the only intelligent
Tell
animals
me
on this
right quick
planet
what a
are
cheetah mother
humans.
go through. I don't know nothing about
And
that
for
shit.
any person in the chat that say we're not an animal, I don't know what you are. Broke in
Hey,
the new fleet,
tell
you
me
need to
right
go
quick
to the
though,
planet that you
what a
come from.
Hold on,
what a
sir.
cheetah mother go
Because
through.
if
I
you
don't know
have
nothing about.
if you have mammary glands,
Help me out.
hair, fingernails, you are a human.
Cheetah mother.
A cheetah mom has to fight with all them wild dogs, all them pigs, all
All
them
in
dirty
line.
ass lizards and snakes that's trying to take the cheetah cub back to freaking Mexico. That's what the cheetah mom has to put up with.
Hold
Like,
on.
so the
Wow.
Let me
downplay of
know.
animals
Nah, I'm just fucking around with
to
us.
No, that's
elevate
good.
humanity is real disingenuous. Like again, either God gave these animals the abilities that they have, and they don't need to have the higher level cognition that humans have because we are separate. We are different than a lion, an elephant, a giraffe, and all those other animals. Or we're all the same.
Let's see.
It's a very
But
hard
hold on.
conversation to have.
What's the topic?
Hold on. We're exploring black
Atheism.
atheism, Taz. But
Oh,
after you try to get in there,
yeah, let me mute up.
Oh, I just had a joke for Savio in the moment. Savio, I can't answer if roaches got spirits or not, but I do pray every night that mosquitoes go to the depths of hell.
hey
And when they get
yo,
there, they don't have no beak and a calf,
You broke up.
two twin calves, one for Moses and one for Pharaoh, suited is there, and they can't suck a damn drop of blood from it.
Wait.
But
You said
hey
the Pharaoh
yo.
do know Bayasa? What did Pharaoh do know? What's your issue with Pharaoh? I thought Pharaoh was black.
yeah, that's I'm just saying a calf of high value, one for Moses, one for Pharaoh, however people want to
Oh,
put it. Y- But
I would
no,
go.
to the
I
brother's
wanted to
question, I
speak.
mean
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
brother Al, to brother Al, that sentiment in the. Let me frame this question in another way, from what I mean and Savio is trying to allude to. Look, I'm gathering you from a Christian thought. We haven't declared that yet, but let's say you are. So that's God, Jehovah, El, any of these names for the deity that you're comfortable with. If all of existence is his creation, why would he not place value in that lion and want it within his kingdom if that's his creation? Who are we to say what's valuable to this deity and what's not valuable? Doesn't that start breaking into the cardinal sins and pride and things of that nature when we think this way and behave that way? Which goes right back into your question about ethics and morals within the community. If we can't demonstrate this to the fullest decorum, aren't we just hypocrites? No different than the story that they give us of Lucifer, that his pride, not bowing down to a lesser creation through his eyes, not the creator's eyes, but through his eyes and his reasoning, humans was less than him. So why should he have to bow, respect, or acknowledge them?
Mm.
And y'all niggas might as well get together and go to church this morning, bro.
The van,
That's where we at, Dinkin Tags.
Sunday service.
Deacon, brother Deacon Goat.
His church.
Deacons of Defense.
Nah, I can't do no
Now
bullshit
listening,
though, bro.
That's why I still advocate. Oh, that's why I
Let's
still
keep it at one mic
advocate
though, y'all, for the
atheism.
audience.
You gotta keep it at atheism, because atheism will draw you out of that Judeo-Christian mindset. I was gonna say to somebody, I said it on the chat at the moment. The guy said, people don't know the difference, this right and wrong thing, but wrong is not the opposite of right. In the Judeo-Christian mindset, wrong is the opposite of right, but that's not true. The opposite of right is left. So the whole thing is confused. Right at that moment, it should show a confusion right there. And I'm saying, when you go atheism, you pull yourself out, like you ask questions, like Sabio is asking questions. He says, so why this, why that? Because he's pulling himself out of that Judeo-Christian, I call it a football field, because you either on this team or that team kind of thing. They got this dichotomy thing going on. And so he's pulling himself out. So he's saying, why does this? Why does that? But I'm saying, just drop the whole thing. None of it is real. It's just a concept of everything. The guy I asked about Arjuna, because Arjuna, I'm saying, a whole nother a football game, which is the Hindu football game. The guy says their creator. They don't use God necessarily, they use creator, but in the concept of creator. And I still have a question about this God thing, the Judeo-Christian God, because they kicked Adam and Eve out. It was already people out there that they kicked them out to. When they evicted Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, it was people out there already. So they did, you know what I mean? So who invented them people, or who created them people? That's what I'm saying. So maybe there is some conflict. And once a person gets into the concept of, like he said, atheism, you can step out of that whole Judeo-Christian thing and set it to the side. So it's not even part of your logistical considerations. And then you can see what's actually going on, because what's actually going on is actually still being spoken about, but not under those terms. And so when you're looking for it under those terms, you're not going to find anything that's logical at all.
Okay, when you say there's no such thing as right or wrong, okay, can we judge right or wrong based on outcomes? Like, okay, like if I take part in certain actions, that's going to get me a certain outcome, right? So if that outcome is negative, can we say that, okay, that's probably the wrong way to go about things?
I said the opposite of. Oh, I thought you were done with your question. I'm sorry. Finish your question.
Go ahead. No, that's cool. That's cool. Go ahead.
I said the opposite of right is not wrong. The opposite of right is left. This is true statement. That was the thing I was going to. That's the only obligation we have in the world, in our lifetime, is to speak the truth. The opposite, well, you know this. The opposite of right is left. You got a right arm and a left arm. You got a up there. The opposite of up is down. But when you take it and say the opposite of right is left is wrong, that's not true. That's a culturally based situation that's not from your culture or your past or your people. And since you have adopted, and everybody understands that the Christian religion is an adoption, where people had their own stuff going on, and then they were introduced to the Christian religion by whatever means. I won't get into that. And then it was adopted by those people. Now you're in an adopted, meaning it's not of your people's creation. situation and you're attempting to realize your full potential inside of an adaptation. It's like me, I'm 6'3", trying to wear my young son's suit. It's not gonna fit.
But what about the right and wrong question he was asking? Wale, what's the opposite of wrong? Let me just say that.
First of all, we have to understand what what wrong means. Wrong means twisted. Like the guy said, don't get it twisted, man. And that's the same concept that goes into the wrong is don't get it twisted. And to straighten it out is the opposite of wrong.
Okay.
Get it straight. As the man said, don't get it twisted, get it straight. That's the opposite of wrong. Twisted is wrong is twisted.
So prior to the adaptation of the Judeo Christianity or whatever, what did we use to gauge this so-called right and wrong? What were good and evil? Bad
not really
and
good. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Bad and good, or I'm just asking, what we would choose?
It's the dichotomy of the football game you play that you're in. You were born in this football game, and so you really think it's the only game in town, but it's not. And you really think that, and you know better, but you haven't experienced differently. So you stay in the football game that you're comfortable with. And I'm saying football game because it's a dichotomy. Right, wrong, good, bad, all that stuff is a dichotomy. You got this side, that side, the dichotomy of opposites. And you're in that football game. You got, this team, that team. And it's always a versus. It's always a versus. And I'm saying in order to step out of that versus and step into a whole nother, I think it's called paradigm, outside of versus. It's not easy. I understand that to even contemplate that such a thing exists. So I try, just to say what it is as I see it. The opposite of, like I said, twisted, and I said straight. Don't get it twisted. Keep it straight. You asked what terms we use.
What was that? That was right and wrong was the twisted, and the opposite of that would be the straightened out.
Wale, in Jamaica, to twist something from they get it from the old English language. They call twisting ring. Like people be like, I'm wringing out the clothes or I'm wringing the rag. Ring.
It's from the same, it's the same root.
Yeah, the root word for wrong, twisted. He's right.
He'd be right in Jamaica. Motherfucker ain't in Jamaica. He not right. What do you mean? Yeah. Like if nobody else want to say it, I'll say it. No, that's not fucking right.
In Jamaica also, he just said, I'm right. I'm not right. I'm correct. It's correct.
He's correct.
At that point, it's correct.
Wrong is
wrong is incorrect. Right?
It needs to be twisted, to be deformed or crooked.
This thing about right and wrong came up through the I forget exactly who it was, but it come up through the European thing about right hand and left hand. They said left-handed people were eating.
Y'all don't have no room to talk about no abos or nobody else no more if y'all gonna start doing this type of shit.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the concept of right and wrong, how it became this concept. It came through their historical people, through their own living of their ancestries, and not through our ancestries. And we are adopting their ancestral stuff through this thing we are referring to as assimilation. What we're doing is adopting their ancestral lineage and their ancestral concepts and thoughts and everything. Actually, we're wearing their ancestors' suit or attempting to, and it's not going to fit.
Us being indoctrinated into this football game, did we have a measurement of these things, Wale?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I did not understand.
Prior to us being indoctrinated into what you said, us being into this football game, did we have a measurement of this incorrect and correct, this right and this wrong?
Yeah, like I gave it to you, and when I first gave it to you, it was the wrong and straight. Don't get me twisted. Versus let's straighten it out.
Okay.
That was the way we handled it. That concept.
Is that a blues record?
Respect, Wale, man. What's up, man? I'm glad to hear your voice, man. It's the first time I done heard you, man, in a long time. Since
2026 in the house, yeah. While it's still on.
Oh, that's beautiful of you to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, since the hurricane, I've been worried about you. Marley told me he had talked to you when he was in Jamaica. He talked to you on WhatsApp or whatever, you know. But it was good. So I know
Cousin, wherever you at, you can talk to me on WhatsApp. WhatsApp is international telephone. That's simply what it is. You can talk to me too. Yeah. But I like hurricanes. I like storms, period. I like hurricanes. That's my favorite. So most of the time I'm enjoying the whole thing. So that's how they go.
Okay, anybody not clear on black atheism?
Well, okay, I wanted to ask one more clarifying question in regards to outcomes, right? Because when I originally came on, I was talking about the black church versus black atheism, atheism or liberalism, right? So, okay, when the black culture, right, was under the black church, meaning that for the most part, black people, they focused all their energy, their moral or cultural energy into the black church, which kind of, I guess you would say, they end up focusing all their energy into the union of family and or this elements of what the church produced, right? And that got certain outcomes. It produced a certain demonstrated ability, right? So when the atheism kind of is here, what does atheism produce, or what is that about where you're focusing, what are you focusing your moral or cultural or spiritual energy into? So when it was the church, you know, it was the family, it was the products of the church, family, community, social clubs, etc., good ethics, these type of things, right? So what does what is the institution of atheism that we're going to be focusing? What is the institutions or the values that we're focusing our energy into? Because, you know what I'm saying, that's what I wanted to ask. Because when I look at my community, people are focusing their energy into, you know, getting money, into partying, into things that aren't necessarily getting good outcomes. So that's what I wanted to ask in regards to the focus of energies into atheist, a black atheist type of thing.
May I? I'll speak on it. My
Are
idea goes like,
are you an atheist? Are you an atheist?
No, he's not an atheist.
I mean, Sabio or damn, I guess it's me. Are they there? I mean, in Sabio, y'all there?
Yeah,
I've never heard anyone put it that way before. It's almost like, what is he saying? Like atheist doesn't focus on family and stuff.
Right. I don't understand what he's saying. That shit was weird.
That would be incorrect. I guess the main goal of atheists is not to focus on the church and what the church has going on, but they still have a focus on preserving the black family. That's still one of the main aim amongst black atheists. But we still try to push what's making the world move forward right now, which is STEM, science and technology. We're still trying to push that, you know, and that's something that's probably been lacking in the past and probably helped to hold us back big time, you know. So we just have a different perspective on reality. That's it. You guys focus on
all atheists don't focus on science and STEM, but there's still a question. Mr. Morris is for you is, do you think
Hold on. Let me respond, GQ.
But we're talking about the black atheists, though, and most black atheists, if not all, have
I just want to
do
ask him, do
focus
he
on
think
STEM. I don't see
atheists
no
have
black
no
atheists
morals?
not pushing
Before you
education,
ask me that,
not
before you ask
pushing
me that,
science and technology.
let me, because he said something about the black church, and I think especially when he's talking about a specific time, like that's the thing that we have to do. We have to take history into account when we're talking about our ancestors and the usage of the black church and why they were so quick to use that institution, because it was the one institution that they could use that wasn't being bombed and things like that by the larger white racist community of America. So this was a place they could gather and put their funds in and get things done for the overall black community. So when you use the black church, you got to understand that it was a tool to help our people gain some traction in this land. But now, as we have become better stewards of information, and information has become more readily available, it's now time that we challenge those things that our ancestors were given when they were in a lesser state of humanity in this country. Not saying they weren't human, they were treated as less than human based off of some laws and things implemented by the overall government of America that made them have to do some things to express their humanity or show their humanity to the wider world. And now that these things are no longer that relevant, now the actual reading of the books or the scriptures that our ancestors have adopted from that peculiar institution up till now should be challenged. And that's all we're saying as black atheists. We should not just readily accept what has been told to us. We've been doing that for the last 1,800 years. And everyone knows what an insane person does.
Mm-hmm.
So are we insane?
Hell yeah.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
I'm not saying insanity. I just okay with the atheists. I was saying okay, the church or that institution or that culture, it allowed people to focus a certain amount of energy into the elements of the church. So I'm saying, as an atheist, what is the majority of the moral, cultural, and your energy being focused into? You know what I'm saying? Because
Bettering the world, helping people think, helping people realize that not only is the Christian God far-fetched, but the Muslim God is far-fetched, and so is Quetzalcoatl, and so is all the Greek gods, all those other gods that you've heard of. I'm sure you're an atheist to Al Morris. I'm sure you're atheist to Zeus, Thor, Quetzalcoatl, Poseidon, Allah, Buddha. You're atheist to all of those. I guarantee you're an atheist to all of those gods.
I think the answer to your question, Mr. Morris, is bettering our lives, bettering our family lives, or let me say, bettering their lives, bettering their families' lives, and just living life. I mean, it's not necessary to have a religion to live life and to have morals. Do you think, which was my question, that atheists have no morals?
Yes.
Can I jump in real quick?
This question is for Mr. Morris. Let me just get
I know, but I want to answer. I want to answer his question before another question is posed, because you and Sabio wasn't here in the beginning. is what I'm getting at.
Go ahead, bro.
But that mechanism that you're looking for, once again, is the culture itself. Spirituality is a subcategory of that culture. The morals and the ethics that drove us to utilize the black church or Christianity or Islam, once again, was these various African cultures merging into a new culture, to where the dominant spirituality practiced of black culture becomes the church. But the culture and the ethics and the morals and the humanity was already there before we knew the church. And you can have it both ways. Those who choose not to participate in the church can still be a part of black culture and practice those morals and ethics. Those who choose to participate in the church, they can still practice those very same morals and ethics. It's the culture. The culture is the mechanism for your questions.
So, Mr.
Your
Morris,
spirituality is your
nobody's gonna never answer
spirituality
the
is
question for me.
subcategory of it.
And I was there, like, through the whole conversation. I heard you and Bubba. I heard you and Mr. Morris' whole dialogue from the beginning before anybody else.
I got you.
Yeah, before anybody else came up, I heard it. I just never. I mean, y'all were.
I thought you was in the ancestral realm for a second, GQ. I'm not gonna lie.
No, y'all were doing great. I just didn't say it. I mean, I was just listening. Shit, I was listening to y'all was having a great conversation about it. But I was just asking that one simple question. I'll mute back up. I just want to know if he is under the impression that atheists, which I'm not atheist, but I'll just say that atheists have no moral code or have no morals. Is that what you think, Mr. Morris?
No, I don't think the atheists don't have any morals, but it's not a system. Like okay, like when he says the thing of what the gentleman just spoken before, to me it's like, okay, and I understand that what he's saying, but to me it's like going from a spoken language to a written language, right? So okay, we're speaking the language, but once you have something on paper, you're taking maybe a system to the next level. You know what I'm saying? Because now I have it gathered in a centralized or a standardized type of information that because with the atheism thing, that could be different from person to person. So, you can say one thing that I might feel is moral or correct or is going to get a good outcome. You can say, well, no, I don't think that. I don't believe that. So then it's like, well, now you have differing opinions, you have differing outcomes, you have differing ways of belief. So I was saying, okay, what is the culture? You know what I'm saying? Because to me, it has to be shared. It's a shared belief. It's a shared system, culture, standards, and behaviors. You see what I'm saying? So it's like with the atheists, then you kind of getting like a different type of thing, and it's not anything that is this in continuity. If I'm making myself kind of clear, not
Yo, GQ, can I add in, bro?
No, you are not. No.
I would just like to.
Hold on.
He's being very.
Hold on. I mean, hold on. Because the one thing that doesn't make any sense to all, you said a lot of things, but the one thing that doesn't make sense is how can a person who probably was religious, who probably believed in the same God that you believed in at one point, they got some information, they started reading, and then they said, you know what? Not only is Zeus not real, but Yahweh is, and Jesus isn't real also. How does that add up to them being moralists? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so to what he was saying, what's up, y'all? I just
Hold
want to add in
on,
to
Fab.
basically what Sabio was saying as well is all religions aren't consistent in their morality either. So which religion are you making the claim has the right morality? Like, so it's just a human thing. Humans around the world have different concepts of morality depending on where they live, the culture, and the area they live in. That's what actually develops the religion they have, where they live, their culture, the food they eat, the things they see. So which religion would you say has the right morality? If atheists can't be consistent across the board.
Well, I want to say just for the record, I'm not saying that atheists have no moral capital. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that it just seems that something maybe that like Islam or the Orthodox Church that for something to last 1,500 years, 2,000 years, it has to have some value, right? I'm saying that the atheism thing, okay, if the atheism thing was something that had a continuity to it, it would, it would make sense, okay? Because now you have something, a shared system, a shared belief that that transcends a generation, so the generation of the generation of the generation, and we can look back at this thing and we get good outcomes from this atheist framework. I'm saying that when I ask one person something, because again, okay, to your question, okay, you have differing beliefs within the Christian faith, but that's the thing over time in the book, and it going into different cultures, and that's true. But I'm saying that even within one generation, where's the continuity in the atheist thing? Like you might talk to 12 people, and it's something different.
So
I'm saying at least with
let me
my
jump
bad. I
in
thought you
real
was finished,
quick,
bro. I ain't
Fab.
want to cut you off. Okay,
no, go ahead.
Because you two may be indirectly driving past this question. The moral, that's an internal personal thing, right? And here's a word that can apply to both parties: dogma. The dogma of Christianity is Christian faith and is written down within the Bible. The dogma of moral character, if you're atheist, is laws and constitutions, written laws of that culture. This is what we do, this is what we don't do. Now, it's going to be different in various cultures, just like the practice of Christianity is going to be different amongst each sect, and that's okay. But what you're looking for in that terminology you're looking for, brother, is dogma, doctrine, law.
But Biasa, where
That's
I think that, I thought you was done. My fault.
go ahead, Fi. Go ahead.
Nah, I didn't want to cut you off, bro. But what I was gonna say is, I think the issue is we keep trying to make atheism the same as a religion. A religion is a structured what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, doctrine that people follow. They all agree that this is the doctrine that we follow. Christianity has this set. Islam has this set. The rest of them has this. Atheism is not that. Atheism is simply saying I don't believe in the stuff y'all talking about. It's not a group of people. It's not a group of people following one way to live, the way religion is. That's why when people try to make them the same thing, they're not the same. So if you expect all atheists to think the same, you'll be wrong. Because like GQ said earlier, some atheists don't subscribe to science and some do. Some atheists just don't believe in entities and they'll tell you that science is BS too. So all atheists don't think in one way like religious people tend to do because they're following a set doctrine. There is no set doctrine for atheism. And atheism has actually been around just as long as religions because someone has always denied religion. Everybody didn't follow the religion because the majority did. So when you say religions have lasted for thousands of years, so has atheism.
Yeah, Fi, but to his question, and I'm not saying nothing you saying to him is wrong, right? He's looking for that structure within, and let's just keep it at black atheism. What is the structure that keeps morals and ethics there? And that's why I threw out dogma, law, constitutions, whatever it may be.
Common
You
sense.
you can have that there, just like you can have the Bible there in that black culture. You can
That's what I
have
wanted to
those
relate.
you can have those with no spirituality still sit back and say we need red light, green light, don't
Yeah.
steal. This
Point
is
out the
that.
stuff that do work. I got you.
These are laws. This is laws. This is the dogmatic practice of quote unquote atheism. Now, try not to branch it out too far for them to keep it compact. You get what I mean? Because then you're gonna start talking about various cultures when you say it's practiced different ways. You get what I
But that's
mean? I'm
also
trying
goes.
to I'm
But
trying to, and I'm only saying this so the conversation doesn't become circular,
well, that
because they
goes to what
often do.
Savio was saying as far as, at a certain point here, blacks in America, we needed the church for cover. We needed it in order to organize without them coming to burn it down, blow it up, whatever, because niggas is gathering. So now we at a point where you can organize and have, different organizations without the need for the without the need of
Secrecy.
cover of
Without the secrecy.
without the cover of religion, and to keep the cracker from burning it down and blowing it up. So that made a lot of sense too. But
Yeah, and
we got 10
in
up
the
here. I can mute up. Y'all can chop it up. What's up, Mike?
in the black culture is still there. The black culture is the father and the mother of the utilizing the church. And even in that time frame, don't think that the atheist wasn't there making the same arguments. It's the culture. You have to start there. You have to analyze the culture. And there's going to be a variation of studies within that culture. Eating habits, sleeping patterns, mating habits, spirituality. Those who have it, those who don't, it's still going to be in that book. Christian, Islam, atheism, and I'm not saying atheism is a religion, it's still going to be in that book. It's going to be in the spirituality section of this encyclopedia called Black Culture. Then you get into entertainment and law and all these other things. So to the brother, to help him through this, this inquiry of how morals and ethics can be established and maintained, is maintained within your culture. Your culture is the very embodiment of the question.
Hey, you want to know what's crazy? Because it's like when we have these conversations, especially about black atheists and things like that, it's like a whole lot of history is overlooked. Do many of y'all know that during the early formation of this country, most slaves weren't being Christianized? That's why I reference things like the Negro Christianized, written by dang, I forgot his name. The Religious Instructions of the Negro, Charles Colcock Jones. Maybe y'all should read that. Charles Colcock Jones, The Religious Instructions of the Negro. If
But
this
before
was
we,
hold on. If Africans coming off those slave ships were Christians, then why would there be a pamphlet or a catechism written to planters, slave owners during the 1700s in the Americas, called The Religious Instructions of the Negro on how to Christianize Africans? Why? It's like a whole bunch of history is skipped and overlooked just to pine and say that we need this religion. I don't get it. I
Savio,
don't.
you got to give them the other side of that. Why was they trying to prevent us from being Christians as well? The one fundamental reason, and it's not Jesus.
It's
You know
not
the
G.
answer though.
It because it made us human. It
There you
gave us
go.
rights. They couldn't enslave another human. another Christian according to their doctrine. Y'all need, this is crazy. Like the downtake of history to be glued to this ideal is really mind-numbing to me. Because it's like, I know we have some intelligent people in these conversations. It's like y'all will overlook everything else that led up to where we are today. But we don't get to today without the past. You can't overlook what happened in 1742.
What happened in 1472?
In 1742.
In 1742, what happens?
Or in 1833.
What happened?
Different things. But what I'm saying is you can't overlook it, Marley.
Yo, Marley, you're atheist too? Or you're agnostic?
Who, me? Yeah, I'm just riding the wave, son. You know what I'm saying? I'm just riding the wave. I'm just riding the wave. Says whatever. Some days I might be, some days I'm not. You know, it depends on how I feel, you know. I might jump in the
enabler.
you know, sometimes I jump in the conversation and I take up for the God believers, and then 1 minute I'm taking up for the atheists. So, you know, I could go on both sides.
He take up for the God believers till they say something stupid. Then he like, see, this is why I don't defend y'all.
All you niggas got a religion. It's called panology. Y'all like being on panels. That's y'all religion. Goddamn. Everybody.
What's going on?
That's more of a hobby than a religion.
Body's stupid.
Niggas do this religiously, bro. This is a spiritual. This is a spirit. I'll be listening to some of you niggas. This is a spiritual epiphany. Sunday school learning experience, therapy.
Ain't no spirits up here, my nigga. Ain't no spirits up here.
All the shit you get from church, nigga. I can't tell you. That's what five. Hey, five. That's your issue right there. That's like you like the child that got dragged to church against his will. See?
Real quick, Bobby.
I damn so did.
I've been rocking all night, y'all. I'm gonna jump off.
I get time to shine. It's the six-man squad.
Hold on, Marley.
Yeah. Making the second unit. I'm the second unit coming in.
Who's gonna be host to maintain the order?
Okay.
Because the show is moving
I got you,
the show is moving so much better with implementing one mic at a time.
Okay.
Nah, we gotta keep order.
If I need to stay a while to moderate and just
given
chill in
the
background, I will.
Pastor, we should let Jesus take the wheel.
Nah.
Amen, bro. Amen. Amen.
Hey, GQ, can you check something for me,
But that's my main sentiment, y'all. Is let's maintain some structure in order to Dev get back.
No, that's real.
Just out of respect for him.
Hey, GQ, I think my comments is hidden. Can you check that shit out?
Hey, question for you. You guys that are atheist slash
so hold on, Mike. Before you start, hold that thought. Bubba, me and Dev in the back, we ain't went nowhere. We had to get down to let enough people get up.
I didn't know you Negroes could do that.
Yeah,
I was nervous.
So we in the back.
I'm gonna stick around for a minute.
So the moderation is definitely in effect. We just got down so enough people could come up. I dropped down so Bobby could come up.
Okay.
So
I told you they just one click away via said.
Not all of a sudden people trying to act like they got
I appreciate it, GQ. That's that Chicago love, nigga. You're a real nigga.
Best Reeves to that.
Trying to act like he got courtesy
I'll
and
shoot you a
manners.
text if I get to the point I can't keep my eyes open no more, and I'll just stay up here and keep it going.
Okay, it's all good. I'm gonna drop back down, let Afro up. I put Dot the Hitman in the back because I think he's asleep. He ain't been up all this time anyway. So
Can I say something real quick, GQ? I don't want to get too far off subject. I've been listening probably like the last 15 minutes. Are y'all saying that black people didn't have any spirituality or religion, and atheism is something that's been a part of our culture for centuries, or y'all saying that are y'all just going in on Christianity? That's why
No,
I don't really follow.
thing
Yeah, that's what
about
I was trying to get an understanding too as well. Is that what y'all trying to say? Because that's what I thought that they was trying to say too, Bobby.
Oh, I just
Right,
came to
right, right.
bash religion.
Bobby,
Yeah, I
why
just
you
came to
ask?
bash religion.
no,
You
no one,
didn't.
No,
no one, no one is even
no.
hinting at the
You know
practices
what I'm
that are
saying? I know you
actively
didn't
had
know
in
Hey,
that.
Africa.
GQ, why
No,
you got to
bro,
do
look, no,
it?
that's a whole gaslighting of the stance.
What's the
No,
gaslighting? Hold on, I didn't hear what you said. Go say it one more time, Sabio.
no, we are not saying that Africans did not have spiritual practices or any of that in Africa. No, no, no one
Okay,
saying that.
nigga, turn your aggressive meter down. I'm just asking the question,
No,
nigga.
no one
Fucking
Yeah,
Here,
you
follow
did
the
get
conversation.
kind of
here you
aggressive,
go,
Sabio.
question.
Bobby,
Said
Bobby
you
and
did get
Marley.
kind of aggressive.
Here
I
y'all
was like,
go.
what the hell?
No,
Oh, you heard how the nigga answer me?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
nigga.
I was like, what the
You
hell?
I
gaslighting, nigga.
answered, I
Nigga, some
answered
shit.
Yeah,
his
well,
question.
sure, he came
Bobby
at
and
that nigga
Marley.
Bobby. I was
Here
like, what
y'all
Bobby
go.
doing?
Damn, I just asked. I'm trying to follow the conversation. That nigga said, nigga, you
Bobby,
gaslighter, you
Bobby,
shade tree
Marley.
mechanic.
Here's a synopsis of the conversation for
Hey,
you
Fire,
two,
you
right?
Say,
your comment.
Sabio, man.
You was asking
I
that
hear
question.
you, Vice. I'm sorry.
This the wrong channel,
Hold
GQ.
on,
You
I'm gonna
good,
let
right?
Bass Reeves get what he
No,
gotta
no,
get
this
off.
the wrong channel. This my other one.
Hey,
My
you
bad, y'all.
funny as hell, Vice. You call that nigga Bass Reed.
Yeah, yeah, that's Bass Reeves.
Yeah, that's my name, brother.
Dog, I hate you niggas sometimes, but that's what's up, man. Salute.
Yeah.
But here's the synopsis, Bobby, Marley, so y'all two can jump in and throw your opinion. We got
Yeah,
Brother
go ahead,
Al
go
came
ahead.
up here, and he gave an inquiry
Speak
towards
up, man.
black atheist thought, right? And
Right,
that
right, right.
is, in a short, what is the incubator and maintainer of good character, morals, and ethics in atheist thought, opposed to within black culture, and we're keeping it in the United States today. We're not going to jump over to Africa because we'd have to cover way too many cultures.
Hmm.
With the black church being a hub and a central pillar of maintaining morals, ethics, and the likens, what
Okay.
does what does atheism incubate that with? My answer is black culture, and black culture is the utilization of the black church and spirituality. As we've
Right, right.
lost as the onion got peeled, if we are onion at the
Mm-hmm.
moment, if the onions of philosophical and spiritual thoughts that we brought with
Theological.
us got peeled away, and
Mm-hmm.
we bloomed into something else, our spiritual practice became Christianity, dominantly, historically speaking, in
Mm-hmm.
black culture of the United
Correct,
States.
correct.
Now we're comparing it to those that choose a non theological approach to it or a non spiritual approach. What is going to be the harness of good characters and ethics without the church? And I'll mute up.
Right.
The same thing it's
Ooh.
always been community and what the community says because of
Right. That's true.
I think that the experience that black people had in America is so entrenched in Christianity that even within atheism, those morals tend to find themselves in there. Like that's just my belief. The same way that scientists say trauma and certain things can be passed down genetically, I feel that way about mostly all things culturally, especially if we're talking about general culture or just your family culture. So I think that even if you take away the spiritual practice or the religious practice of Christianity, those moral guidelines still find a way to seep their way into regular black people life. Yeah, even if
yeah.
they've been away from it for a long time, they still find a way up in there somehow. And that's just, whether you want to call it a generational curse or a generational gift. It's all how you look
But
at it.
that's the thing, Bobby. The community is who sets the morality. Like that's why I was bringing up. I got cut off, but that's why the reason I said that about the religions.
everybody in one church don't agree on morality.
Right.
All in the same church, they don't all agree
Right.
on the same morality, though. So the
Right.
religion don't set the morality. It just sets
No,
the judgment.
I said general.
No, I wasn't saying it to you. I was just saying it to the question in totality. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I
Like
got you.
religion doesn't set the morality. The humans involved do. Because like I said, we can both be reading the same Bible, going to the same church, and then disagree with the pastor and say this isn't moral.
I mean, if
And
it's
still
going by what it
operate
says.
on our own thing of what we consider morality.
When you ask the question of whether it's a curse or generational blessing, whatever.
No, I didn't ask that question. I just made that statement.
Oh, a hypothetical statement. Okay, so I'm going to say, obviously, if you have a moral standard in living, righteous living, and no matter what your religious practice is, obviously you don't want to be a Satanist. But the bottom line is that if you have a moral standard for living,
why wouldn't you want to be a Satanist? Now let's go there.
That's a blessing. Well,
shit.
Why don't we start with respect first, and let me talk. So
you're right, brother. My bad.
So the
niggas aggressive this morning, Marley. What's going on?
That standard, right?
Yeah,
that's if you had that moral standard. That's what actually prolongs life. When you live a moral life, when you live a life that's based on moral standards. So anything that has that's based in moral standards and ethics and righteous living, it actually promotes life and prolongs life. So that couldn't be anything but a blessing.
Is some billionaires in the world that take over countries, cause genocide to children. They do all type of nefarious things, and they go take the hearts out of many people who are donating so they can live on for as long as they can, well past people with these good morals and upstanding characters.
I wouldn't even went there. I would have went to.
Wait. I made my point.
I got you. Let me because what he just said is what Michael just said is kind of weird to me. And it's been a minute since we.
Can he answer my thing first, Sabio? You niggas been here for a while, dude. Y'all salute. That nigga said, "Hey, Bobby, that shit you just said was cool, but this what I would have said, nigga. Fuck what you talking about."
Look! It ain't
it's all about me.
No,
hey GQ, you got somebody trying to get on the panel. I don't know if somebody can jump down.
So all I'm trying to say, instead of going there, you could use a real life example of a person who believed in church, who believed in God, and went and murdered his family, and was yelling "Allahu Akbar," and this is what God.
I don't know if Allahu Akbar is Christianity though, man.
Hey,
it's definitely not.
I'm just trying to think. A nigga yell Allahu Akbar.
This nigga lying on him. This nigga Savior lying on him. He's lying on him.
Where in the who are these niggas, Savior?
How you lying on him, Savior? Savior lied on him.
What's up,
Savior was a liar.
Hey, no,
I'm not.
Liar.
His source is Benny Siegel.
No, I'm actually not.
Benny Siegel first. Benny Siegel. Blow up the building.
So his name, if y'all want to look into him, his name is Ron. His name is Rondell. He murdered his wife.
No, last name Rondell. What, nigga?
Rondell. His name is Rondell.
He gonna say Rondell Williams. He gonna say Rondell Williams.
I can't remember his last. I cannot remember when I remember his last name. When I remember his last name, I will tell it. But
hold
this
on
case happened.
1 second, Fabio. Zayman, if you want to come up, cut your camera on. I don't know who you are, Zayman.
So
anybody know Zayman? Zaman.
That sounds like some zesty ass nigga.
I don't know who that is, but his name is His name is Ronell something. But
nah, let me stop. I'm just joking. I'm joking.
This is an actual case. This is an actual case that happened down in Florida. He said that God and Allah told him that his baby's mother was evil and she needed to be killed, and he killed her, his autistic daughter,
I
and
don't think you
stabbed his
should be giving
sons.
an example of
So
mental, what
I'm
we call
giving
a,
an
that's
I'm
a
giving
mental instability. You giving a person
no,
with a mental issue,
no,
and
no,
you
Hold
no,
on,
no,
putting
time
them
out.
in
no,
this
no,
conversation.
no, no, no. I'm not. What I'm doing is I'm trying to show the contrast of how religious people can take their beliefs to extremes, and then how they impact other people, and
You mean
how
like saying that you're gonna get a whole bunch of virgins if you fly this bomb or this plane into a building?
that
Why
I
are we
did.
still talking about Muslims? Let's go in
We're
on
not.
the
Well, it ain't got. It's about religion.
It
Is
has
Islam not a
religion,
religion?
No,
Islam
period.
not a religion.
No, no,
It's
no.
all the same, bro. You
Islam
can
is
talk
a
about the
religion.
Crusades and
No,
when
no.
Christianity went around the
Hold on
world
a
killing a
second.
bunch of people in the
Hold
name of
on.
their religion.
Five.
Oh,
I'm
Mr.
not.
I'm not
Buchanan.
specific
I'm
to
just
Hold on one
religion.
saying.
second.
This ain't
What's
to
up, Bobby?
condemn Islam.
Bobby,
I'm
Bobby
condemning all
Fine
religion.
and Sabio. Bobby Fine and Sabio. Hold on. That's Keizo in the back. Zamani. Damn, my bad. All right, when you come back, I'll take care of it. You ain't got to let him on the panel, GQ. Oh, okay, here you go. Come on, Keizo. He's from I think Nigeria.
Peace devastating for you. Peace to the
What's up
panel.
with it,
Peace.
Afro?
All right. I
What's
just
up,
want to
Afro?
comment real quick. We got the good example with Dr. King. Shout out to Dr. King. You know, he was able
All right, I'm
to
jumping back down. Who did I take off? Wale? All right, come
he
on. Go ahead.
he was able to use biblical doctrine, biblical principles with some success. You know, that we can actually account for. You know, it's measurable success that was made with the civil rights movement, you know, even though it was derailed and usurped by what he called the white liberals. But Dr. King was definitely standing on business. He was a Southern black man. You know, it's something that we could quantify and we could objectively look at. He definitely used biblical texts, tropes, even some of the mythology. But he was able to organize and mobilize tens of thousands of black people that actually made political progress for us. You know, we can't deny that. It's just the facts. And he was
But Afro,
standing
to
on
me,
it.
that's my bad, bro.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's more
I
of a
agree.
credit to him than the
That's
religion.
what we've always done throughout history. We have been
It's the
able to utilize different religious aspects to benefit us. That's
yeah.
what people have done. So
There's
fuck
nothing
you.
wrong with that.
What?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I
If
got
we
a
can
question.
do it, if we can do it with atheism, I suggest we do so. If we can do it with Christianity, I suggest we do so. If we can do it with Islam, I suggest we do so. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter to me.
I got a question though, man. The question that I had that I wanted to come up and ask
New world.
is, obviously my interpretation of the difference between atheism and gosh, man, lost my train of thought.
Religion.
What's the other agnostic? So being agnostic and being an atheist, I'm assuming that my interpretation of those terms is that if you are agnostic, then you don't really consider the discussion of whether God exists. But an atheist is against the premise that there is a God, that there is the existence of God as a reality. And so I would say I would ask the question, if you are a person that's geared towards the sciences, the STEM, you got a STEM brain, basically, sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and you went into the deep recesses of these particular disciplines. Is it logical for you to, after gaining a certain amount of knowledge about the physics behind the world that we exist in, the universe, is it logical for you to be an atheist? Is
Yes.
that a mark of
Absolutely
a
logical.
lack of intelligence?
No,
That's the
Is
most logical response
that
to
a
when
mark
you
it's
learn about the
absolutely
world.
a lack
logical.
of engineering,
Y'all
mathematics,
gotta
science,
y'all
and
gotta rock
technology
with
intelligence?
one mic.
Is
Hold on, Mike. I'm gonna give it right back to y'all. Let Mike finish completely, y'all. And then we'll try to answer his question.
is
Keep
that
remembering that there is an audience.
Keep adding on to it though.
is that a mark of a lack of STEM intelligence, science, technology, engineering, mathematics intelligence?
No, it isn't, because all the scientists, all the cosmologists, all those people that study space and physics were much further and are more intelligent in those disciplines than I am, have not found a creator.
Do they believe in a creator though?
It doesn't matter. As you know what? Neil deGrasse Tyson said something, and this is something that has always stood out to me. He said, I think it's like 7% of the world's top scientists still believe in a personal creator. 7% of the
How do he
world's
qualify? See, Neil deGrasse Tyson just be talking sometimes. Who the fuck did he? What
Yeah,
survey
yeah,
did he
yeah. Because
do that?
because what did he do in order for him to determine that?
He just be
However,
saying, like,
hold on, there
stop.
is people. Wait, there is people that have that scientists who are religious. You have Muslim scientists, Jewish scientists, you got Christian scientists. However, some of them may be religious, they are like by culture, not so much like dogmatically religious.
They
Like, you
may
know what
be
I'm saying?
cultural
And
Christians.
then yeah,
They
yeah, right,
may be
cultural
cultural
Christians, right,
Christians.
right, or
Doesn't
cultural
negate what
Christians,
you're saying.
or cultural. Wait, hold on, Savior, or cultural Muslims, or cultural Jews, in that sense, but they're not dogmatically religious. So you have to find out the nuances. Wait, hold on, Savior, hold on. You have to find
Yo,
out the
no,
nuances to these people, when they when we see that they are religious or they come off as religious, or you might see like a scientist with a yarmulke on, and you might be like, oh, they Jewish, but they might not really believe in the actual, like, you know what I'm saying, as it's actually real. Like, you know, they just might be it culturally. So those are things that you have to find out about the
I,
scientists as well too.
I appreciate you taking my talking points from me. I appreciate you for saying
Yeah,
things that I was going to say. But the reason I even brought that up was
yeah.
to say that even if there are some top
Hmm.
scientists that may be cultural Christians or cultural Muslims, or may be
Hmm.
devout Muslims and devout
Hmm.
Christians, that still doesn't mean they have found a creator out there in space.
Hmm.
Because if they found a creator sitting out there in space, it'll
Let
be
me ask you. Let me ask
qualified
you this then, Savio, because you said that once already. They ain't found the creator. Have they disproven the creator though?
that science isn't
No,
looking at
they haven't disproved,
Yeah.
or proved the
Okay.
creator.
That's
But
my.
we
Okay.
do know historically, though, the concept of God came about due to people not having understanding the natural phenomenon of the world, going back to what the Mike was saying,
this.
the amount of
But the
knowledge that
more
you have with science. Hold on, the amount of knowledge that you gain with science, it will be logical for a person to not believe in God, because back then, how the concept came, because people didn't understand the natural phenomena of the world, because science wasn't advanced as yet. So they would say, "Oh, this is God." These natural phenomena that they couldn't exist. Now today, we have enough science to explain a lot of these natural phenomena that people wasn't able to
Hey,
explain
Mark,
back in those times.
now
Now,
read.
after
Oh, my fault, Marley. Go ahead.
Hold on,
Go
Bobby.
yeah,
ahead,
Hold on,
Marley.
Sabio.
yeah.
Y'all. Hold on.
So
Hold on, Marley.
yeah.
Hold on, Marley. Hold on, y'all. And I'm gonna let Marley finish up. Bobby, if you want to jump in, go ahead. And I'm not trying to tell either one of y'all to make it swift. I do have to say something though. Brother Zamin is on the panel and he hasn't got to speak yet. So
Mhm.
before we get too far away, let's remember that. So when we clear up this little subject, let's
about
let him introduce himself and see what he's bringing to the panel.
I
I
just
All right,
thought
wanted
he
to
was
cool.
the one that asked the
So
question. Oh, I'm tripping.
That was my question.
Right. So they wasn't able to, weren't able to understand. They didn't understand the natural phenomena that was happening in the world, like thunder and this and rain and all these other things. So they started or pregnancies and things of that nature. Now we have science now. And what's happening now is that we, in modern times, and a lot of people are not really into these sciences like that, or they may just be religious, or too lazy to go learn about these things, and they just still continue to go with the concept of, God and religion, these things, and you know what I'm saying. But anyway, go ahead. I don't want to
Let
go
me
too
rebut you real
deep
quick,
into it.
Marley. Now,
Yeah,
what
go
you
ahead.
saying about people believing in science back then and it molding their religions, that they belief in a God, that might be true. But
Mm-hmm.
I also feel like even with that being true, on the inverse, the more
Mm-hmm.
advanced that we get with science, like
Mm-hmm.
with all these different scientific fields that get brought up, now we're
Mm-hmm.
starting to notice, and this is just me from doing my research on science and quantum physics and all of that, not in depth, but just listening to the experts,
Mm-hmm.
they are starting to question certain things about reality, and they're coming to conclusions now of they're not calling it God. They're saying it's some type of
It could be
design, it's some
something,
type of
right? It might not,
pattern, it's
right?
some
It
type.
might not
You're
be
right,
something
right.
divine. Like in those times, they was thinking something that's divine because they
But
thought it was
divine, but
supernatural. But maybe it's not something that's supernatural. Maybe it's something that's just natural that we don't understand yet still today. Just like
that's the
how back then. Wait,
supernatural.
hold on.
Okay,
You're
I'm
right.
sorry.
Just like how back then in those times, the natural phenomena that was happening that they considered to be supernatural, that was natural, is now that we can understand that the natural phenomena now because we have the science to explain it. So it could be the
So
same thing, but
But
this is
super.
happening in the future. It might not be supernatural or divine, and it's something that's natural, but we don't have the knowledge
But
yet to know what it
what's
right,
is.
right, right.
interesting
But
to
real
me,
quick though,
what's
Sabio, because
interesting
you,
to
I
me,
mean, real quick, because I
what's
got cut
interesting,
off, Sabio. He
I
got
did too. I did too. I got cut off
I
too.
just
I
let me
got
finish,
cut
cuz.
off too.
Go ahead, cuz.
I
You
got
got
cut off
Go
too.
ahead. Go ahead,
See, if
Sabio.
y'all practice religion, y'all will be able to have this conversation with some decorum.
You crazy as hell. So the one thing that's interesting to me is they've had the Voyager, the Voyagers 1 and 2 traveling through space
Mm-hmm.
since like 1977,
Mm-hmm.
1976, 77, 78. And one of the Voyagers is about to leave the solar system. And
It
all the
already did.
and all the things that these Voyagers have found has not been any sign of any creator, any deity, any god. They find rocks, they find planets, they find stars, they find quasars,
Wait,
supernovas.
now can I say something real quick?
Hey, I'm almost through. I'm
You got it,
almost
bro. Because you cut me, but
so
it's cool.
y'all cut me 3 times.
Go ahead, Sabio. I'm listening, cuz.
So until the science that we are using to try to make this argument about science has found creators and different things, science has not found anything of a creator.
All right, now let
Science,
me rebuttal that because you finna just say the same shit over and over again. Now,
science is already finding natural phenomena that
right,
we as
right,
humans are
right.
limited. We as humans are limited to explore because we
Correct.
cannot do that. We can't travel past certain parts of the solar system.
Got you.
So our limitations are going to be limited.
Limitations are limiting. Got you, Marley.
Yes.
Now let me rebut. Let me answer back to what Marley said and to some of what you said. You said it's shit flying through space and all of that, right? And they didn't find its creator or they didn't find a deity and all of that. That's fine. One thing that we like what Marley just said a second ago about supernatural. People have a way of explaining things and putting identities and names on things that they don't really have an explanation for. That's why certain things and events get deified. You understand what I'm saying, Marley? Because we
Right.
don't
Yeah,
have
that's what
the
was
proper
happening.
word.
That's what was
Oh, now watch this.
right.
When you deal with science today, science
Mm-hmm.
is saying that especially in quantum physics, that when they start to notice patterns, when they start to notice certain things that are synchronized, when they start to notice what they call signs of design, right? This ain't my talk. This is science talking, specifically
Mm-hmm.
quantum physicists. These are not people that are searching for the macro, meaning they not searching for what's in outer space light years away. The revolutionary thing that's going on now is people are going micro. They're going inner to things. Like they're going beyond the atom. Do you understand what I'm saying? Exploration in space ain't even the big thing in science no more. They're exploring I guess you could call it counter space or with the smallest particles and the smallest you get what I'm saying, Marley? When they go into that space, everything about the physics of this world start to break down. Everything about I didn't say the atom was designed, my nigga, or created. I said they starting to find signs of design and consistency around certain things that are supposed to be I guess I had entropy and chaos to it. You dig what I'm saying? It's not supposed to be so uniform. I know that much. I may be a dumb nigga on the internet, But I do know that
Can
much.
I
That certain.
can I get in
Go ahead,
when
Fatime. Fuck it, I'm done. Cause he ain't ever
No,
gonna
y'all gotta
finish
let
my
No,
shit.
I was,
Zamin.
No, go ahead.
Hold
No,
on,
no.
I
hold
mean,
Go
he
on,
was
ahead and
so
get
say
in.
yo, he was saying the same
hold
thing
on.
over and over again, and he was about to start saying the same
You,
thing.
you don't.
Well,
Y'all
I
gotta
guess
a
it
lot of
didn't
let
what he
matter.
was
But go
saying
ahead.
just
hold
now,
on, y'all. Hold on, hold
sorry,
on.
Bobby Knight, but it was a word salad
Y'all let
still.
Zamin jump in real quick. He been on the bus stop forever. Let him at
yeah, do
least
your
get on.
thing, brother. Allow you to introduce yourself, brother.
Yeah, let him at least get a seat.
Yo, all
Hello?
this time I thought you were saying Amin. I didn't even know there was a Zamin. The
No,
fuck?
no, we're not talking about you, bro.
Yeah.
Don't think anything
All right,
about
I'm
You
gonna
guys
roll
hear
my.
me?
you. No.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, we hear you. You're good.
Yeah. Shout out. I just wanted to ask, and my name is Kaiser. I'm an African. Um, I wanted to kind of ask and clarify something, right? Because you guys, from my understanding, is you guys are talking about God from a construct, basically what I would consider demonic, false idol kind of territory. Let me explain what I mean, right? You create a construct called God, then you use another construct which was created by the white man, which is science, to prove or disprove this entity, which again it exists outside of time,
Please let me go
space.
next.
Therefore, science doesn't actually have the ability to prove or disprove God. It's not actually possible because, again, science is all about interactability, something that can or cannot interact with something. So essentially, I think the whole framing is off in the sense that, for example, if you're going to say that God exists, right? God is outside of science. Science and materialism and religion or God is really beyond that, right? If God is outside of space, well, you can find God in space. Science deals with space. If God is outside of time, science deals with time as well. So you can't prod or prong God. I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say we're trying to see a small atom, um, an atom, right? You shoot electrons or some kind of subparticle onto that thing, and if that thing is bigger than the electron, then you can see it. If it's smaller than the electron, then you can see it, right? Then maybe you go and say, okay, I'm going to build a large hadron collider whereby we're going to bombard neutrons or other particles and see them explode and, look at the subparticles that get released. Essentially, if God is outside of things, right, matter, it's not possible. So I think the framing is off. And I'll give one last point, then I'll let the next guy come in. So imagine you meet an advanced alien civilization. Now, to you or to us,
All
is that
right.
large
Let's not go. All right, pause.
alien
Let's deal with your
civilization?
first point before we go into advanced alien
It's
civilization.
the same point. It's the
No,
same
no,
point.
no. Let's stick with your first point about
It's
God being
exactly the same
outside
point.
of time.
Right.
Let me get it right. You said God, like science
Correct.
deal, like astrophysics overall cover the dimension of space and time. Science
Correct.
deals with space and time. So you're saying God falls outside the realm of space and time. Correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right. Do anyone want to check the definition of what is outside the realms of space and time?
It's
I'm gonna make it
supernatural, but
easy
I
for you.
definitely want to get
Let me
my
make it
chance to
easy for you.
respond to.
It's outside of
I'm
space.
gonna make it easy for you. Look up the word non-existent. What it means to not exist.
That's
So
outside of space.
that is why we're atheists. We're saying that God does not exist. It literally means what you just said. Not existing, meaning you're not inside the realms of space nor
And
time. You fall outside the realm of space and time. It simply means you do not exist. That's all. God, you just proved the point for every atheist on the panel that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, okay. God is not existing in the construct of us. It's not limited by space or time.
hold up, stop.
So what
Stop.
is
Hey,
outside space and time?
don't even go there. How is God not existent, but he created us? What?
Okay, so let me ask a question.
How can something that doesn't exist create something that does exist?
Is that a response to the brother or me?
That's to you.
Well, I didn't say God doesn't exist. I said God doesn't exist in space or time. exists
So
outside
how
of it.
can something that doesn't exist inside space and time create something inside space and time? God, he
Okay,
doesn't
I'll make a very
exist
simple.
outside of space and time.
I can answer your question. I can
Because
answer your
nothing-
question, right?
Because outside of space and time,
I can
so
answer it.
explain to us. Explain that. Go ahead.
I can explain it, right? A programmer programs bits. He's outside of bits, and that thing is inside bits exists.
We're not talking about computers. Stop.
Damn, bro, I wanted to respond to Bobby and this nigga. Y'all going on and on. Can I
Don't you
get my little
understand how
couple minutes?
abstraction functions, right? You as a programmer can program bits. You don't exist in the world of bits. You exist in a different world, and that thing does
Savio, let him finish. Savio,
hang
let
on,
him
brother.
finish.
Hang on,
And
brother.
Fire, you got it
asked the
next.
question of how can something that exists outside of something exist and create something else? You as a programmer don't exist in the world of bits. You exist in a different world. Yet you can program a whole world.
Where does God exist then? Where does God exist?
Man,
That's a
come on,
logical
me, y'all. Let him finish so I can get my chance. I didn't sit here letting y'all talk. I ain't said nothing. I did ask to be able to speak when they said let Raheem speak. So I do want to get my chance. I've been wanting to respond to what Bobby said before he even started talking.
Right. So God, I can't tell you where God exists. All I can say is it's not in space or time. The same way my programmed game character doesn't know where I exist, but I'm not limited by the rules of the game, which is exactly what's happening here. So how can a science which is deciphering the rules of the game go and be able to detect an entity that actually wrote the rules and operates outside of the rules? So science is the wrong premise.
I like this dude here. I like this dude here and what he's saying. Thank you so much for coming on and saying. All I'm saying is I like this dude. I can say I like this dude.
Wait, it's Fire's
We
turn.
heard you.
We heard you. Wow.
Go
Can
Fire.
I finally respond?
Go
So
ahead,
to Bobby's point about quantum physicists and physicists saying that they see a design or a designer, I'm going to read this. When quantum physicists mention seeing a designer or design, they often refer to, and please let me keep going after this. This is not all I want to say. They often refer to the universe's fundamental laws exhibiting intricate patterns, fine-tuning for life, wave-particle duality, superposition, entanglement, and the seemingly improbable yet consistent behavior of particles. They are not insisting that there is a designer in the sense of a god or a creator. That's that point. Now, to dude saying that he mentioned something about white science. White people didn't create science. They aren't the only ones that do science. So you can just throw that out the window. And what you're saying is God exists outside of the natural world. We don't know anything to exist outside of the natural world. That's why we say God doesn't exist. That's literally what Amin was saying. That's the point. Because we don't know anything to exist outside of the natural world. If I was to ask you, where is the world outside of the natural world, you won't be able to tell me. So it's basically just make-believe. You're basically just saying, hey, it's something outside of time and space that we don't know nothing about, and that's God. That's the God of the gaps argument. Okay.
That fine. Science won't never say that designer is God, but they won't never say that it's not God. That's the catch-22.
But science
they don't know.
Won't bring God into the conversation.
No, they just won't bring it into the. I agree with you, but they're talking.
Science doesn't name a designer for the universe, though.
I never. Hold on, bro. I was talking about quantum physics. I was talking about places where the brother in the chat tried to dumb me down and say that okay, niggas keep saying science never said there was a designer.
Quantum physics.
I said okay. Go ahead. Explain it to me.
Quantum physics is still a form of physics, and even within quantum physics, there is no designer.
Can you read what you just?
Mathematics.
Can you read what you just said again, Fontaine? I could have swore I heard that word. They design up in there somewhere, unless I'm tripping.
Hold on, I'm pulling it back up because I moved away from it. When scientists use the term design or designer in a professional technical context,
stop right there. Hold on. Stop, Fontaine. Who used the term? Because that's all I want to qualify. Who using design and designer?
Right, let me
okay, all right. I'm just stop right.
But the next little sentence matters. They are rarely.
I never said they. I never said they
was
talking about
everybody listening. I just want to say it for everybody listening.
I got you. I got you.
Not about you personally.
Right. I never said it, but you responded back to me. But I'm saying if you was listening to what I said at first when I responded to Marley, I said I agree with him when I said that people are giving deification and things to things that may occur naturally. They may explain them as supernatural. Whatever it is that's going on is not randomness as was expected by quote unquote science. It's something that has a design to it. And it seemed like it's a specific design.
See, I don't agree with it.
You just read that.
Science does not.
You just read that though.
That's not what it said.
What did it say?
So
it said where they expect to find randomness, they don't. They find intricate. They find intricate shit that's put together nice and neat.
That's true.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that. Yeah,
Bro,
but it doesn't mean. But hold on. But it doesn't mean. But it doesn't mean. Hold on. But it doesn't mean. But it doesn't mean that is about intelligent design or any type of. It's just
Bro, intelligent design to me, like I'm not just thinking about no man in the sky. You see what I'm saying? It's a form of intelligence to a wave particle. Whether if you want to believe that or not, and I ain't talking about consciousness. I'm just talking about it has a job to do. And it does it. It doesn't go off into entropy, that word that the nigga said I was using, and randomness and chaos, or niggas will be breaking down and being recreated into some type of different form constantly.
No, that's not how physics works.
Yeah, wave particles are not intelligent, bro.
That's what he's saying. He's saying that that's not how it works.
Y'all gotta slow down.
That was a territory right there, Bobby.
Well,
listen,
Bobby,
man.
let me say this, brother.
We having this conversation, and for real, man, fuck this conversation, because you niggas get too emotional off this goof ass shit.
Bobby,
Nigga,
let me
fuck
say
God
this.
and fuck science. How about that?
No, Bobby, let me say this.
Bitch ass niggas on here talking to me on the panel and ain't in no science class. But
Right.
you want to
shit,
argue
that's
with
crazy.
me? And niggas'
No,
mamas
that's
was
crazy.
old church.
Bobby,
Niggas don't talk to their fucking mamas like this, and y'all mamas in church and shit. Talk to your mama like this, bitch. Don't talk to me like this.
I do. I talk to my mama
Yeah,
just like
nigga.
this about church. That's why she just
Oh man,
laugh and be like, "Boy,
you
got
just
it."
got a I do for everything. You ain't never said, "Mama, shut the fuck up."
I
Talking
do.
to me about Jesus.
I never told you that either.
No,
Cause my
nigga,
mama
but
know
you
how to
done
have a
talked to me
conversation intelligently when I
Bro,
tell her
I
about
know
my
how to
opinion
have-
about her
bro,
religion.
I'm having a conversation intelligently. You just don't like what I'm saying.
I haven't said nothing crazy to you. I'm about to say.
I'm saying you, but don't take the you as you personally. I'm saying
I just
whoever
think
the
you're
you
being
is.
emotional right now. It's not that serious, and we can just continue the
No,
conversation.
I
don't
hold
really
on,
think it's that
Fontaine.
serious.
I'm being this way right now, the same way when you be that way and you say, "So what, nigga?" I'm ready to talk like it don't matter. Do it really matter?
Actually,
Because when
I
you're
mean, it don't, but
emotional, don't nobody say nothing. They just
Yeah,
let you
well,
be
yes, they
emotional.
do. They call me emotional all the
Right,
time.
but you say I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm finna dive off it. You right. I'm hogging the mic. Fuck it. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you're saying, Bobby, makes perfect sense.
No, Michael, it don't make no sense. I don't
It
want you
does,
to make
without a
sense
doubt.
with me.
I'm saying that.
No. This shit don't
you
make
know
no
what?
sense.
Now you cutting off a nigga that's agreeing with you.
Not because it don't make no sense. I don't give a fuck if cuz agree with me. He believe in the Bible, man. I don't believe in that shit.
All right,
I
y'all.
also
Let's
recognize that
let's
the
get some
gentleman
order
that came
again.
on
And
that
Bobby,
says he's
I
from
like what
Africa.
you're saying, but let's get back to some order.
No,
Mike,
you
go
don't.
ahead and rock out since you were speaking, but let's get back to some order and let's keep the nigga shit minimum for a minute.
That's
that'd
right.
be
That's
awesome.
right.
But Mike
That'd
was
be
trying to
awesome.
say
I
something.
appreciate
Mike
that.
was trying to say something.
I appreciate that, keeping that N word to the minimum, especially when you say it out of anger and disgust. But the Zaman individual that just came on, he obviously it sounds like he's into particle physics, so he obviously knows.
I have a PhD in quantum physics. Correct.
Okay, it sounded like you did. Okay, so it's obvious that he knows. And then you say you're from Africa. I'd be interested in finding out what area from Africa you're from.
At the moment, I live in Nairobi.
Wait, from Kenya.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Kenya.
So you are your ancestors are from Kenya, or are you from
the
Middle East?
No, from Kenya.
Okay, so you're not a Middle Easterner that lives in Kenya.
No.
Okay, so you got African descent. Okay, so listen to Zaman. It's obvious that he knows what he's talking about, and what Bobby's saying is definitely in line.
The fuck he don't.
No. Let's keep it calm and
That's sad.
Sabio, don't do that, bro.
That's sad. That's
Don't do that.
you know what? And
Yo,
here's the
chill,
thing.
Sabio. Chill, Sabio. Now, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike. Hey, hold on.
Science. What Bobby said was purely nonsense. It was a bunch of word
Sabir,
salad.
wait
That's
Ain't no
not true.
scientist that
That's not
agrees
true.
that
Nah,
That's not true.
Fontaine, you see what I just said about niggas disrespecting?
That's
Tell
not
your
true.
mama that she talking nonsense, my nigga.
if
Right,
she was
Please
y'all.
do
talking
that.
Just let Mike.
nonsense, you're
Hey, y'all.
saying I
Just
would
let
No,
hear
Mike.
that
Just
it's a
let Mike
bunch of word
finish. You don't.
salad.
You
Because
don't
that's
Said
all
have
it
to
is.
nonsense.
listen.
Let
Hey,
Mike
Yeah.
y'all.
go,
Chill out.
bro.
Chill out. Chill
nonsense.
out.
Tell your mama she
Let Mike
nonsense.
go,
Bobby.
bro.
Bobby. Chill out, y'all. Chill out. Listen. This is simple. And we don't have to make it so complicated. As people are speaking, if you don't agree with them, it's perfectly fine to have your opinions. But let's keep the decorum going. Let's let each person finish speaking. If you want to be the one to jump up and answer whatever was spoken by the last person, feel free. But everybody can't come off mic at once, and we can't keep going on tangents.
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen. So
Yeah.
even if they saying something you don't agree with, that don't mean jump off mic and just say, "Ooh, my opinion." Like, we are grown men. You get what I'm trying to say? Let the conversation happen. Everybody can have their views. That's what makes the conversation worth having. But when it comes to my opinion and just let me be spontaneous with my opinions, anytime anybody says a word, that's no longer a conversation. It's just noise.
Yeah.
Right. Let's
So
have a
what?
real conversation, y'all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all this foolishness, man. Get rid of that. You got a guy that's got a PhD in quantum physics on here, and you guys act like you can't learn anything from him. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You need to take a look.
Can the person with the PhD speak? Because I think he is a believer. Can you speak to quantum physicists or physicists using the term designer?
Well, could you let me finish first instead of interrupting me?
Oh, I thought you was one of the people with a PhD. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, bro. See, this is what I'm saying. Why are you talking to me like that, bro? I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
I don't accept everybody's degree claim.
When I go off, y'all think Bobby was
Hold on.
listening.
Fontaine, let me say this. I appreciate that he may have a degree, that he has a degree. But when you try to
Not a degree, he's got a PhD. He's got a PhD in quantum physics. Shut yourself, man. I'm out of here.
Who has a PhD? Who has a PhD?
I've got one.
Okay.
And this guy's got one in quantum physics.
Let me hear the design in quantum physics.
Now, again, as I was saying, he can have that. Cool. But when he tries to force
Sabir, shut up, man. Shut up, Sabir. Damn.
Where Afro came from.
So when he tries to force God into physics, that's where I jump off of his physics degree, nigga. Cause ain't no other physicist ever said God did this, that, and this. So he can have that degree. Just don't try to force everybody to think like he thinks, nigga.
I think what's going on is that he wants to respect that having the PhD. However, I don't think it should be used as an authoritative thing. But it
Why
should
not?
be respected. It should be respected in terms of he's
be
actually an expert in the field, and
But why
instead of
can't
you
it
just
be
denouncing him,
authoritative?
huh?
Why can't it be authoritative?
Because we don't appeal to authority.
Real quick,
Yeah,
y'all.
appealing to authority
Mike
as
didn't even get to finish. Mike didn't even hold on, y'all. Hold on. Mike didn't even get to finish his question before everybody formed an opinion on him just saying the man has a PhD.
Right. Y'all violated the dude.
We didn't even get to that point. And to be fair, I haven't heard the brother say he can prove God exists or doesn't. He
Right.
opened up by saying we're using a construct God that they gave us, and we're using a construct science that they gave us, and we're trying to force a clash in between the two.
Right.
That was the only sentiment he gave so far, out saying if there is a God, quote unquote, it exists outside of time and space.
And y'all scared Mike away.
But as far as representing any of his personal beliefs yet, we haven't even got a chance to hear the brother present himself yet.
I hope
And
y'all
we're
don't do
already
that shit to
jumping
me
to
when I get my
conclusions based
PhD.
off our opinions.
We
I hope y'all
definitely
do that
will.
shit to me. I hope y'all do that shit to me when I get my PhD,
Oh,
sir.
you know,
Violate me
it's
like
gonna
that.
be
Yeah,
worse for
niggas
you.
gonna definitely be violating me over
It's
here.
gonna
Boy,
be
you don't know
worse
what
for
the
you,
fuck you
son.
talking about. We don't give a fuck what institutions you went to, hoe ass nigga.
You know
Oh, I'm
He's
most
gonna
definitely
violate
doing it,
me.
Marley. I'm gonna be the worst one.
That's gonna be
All right.
crazy.
But if
But
we're
it's
gonna
not
get back to the
authoritative because
conversation
this
though,
is not a quantum physics conversation. And if it was, then your PhD definitely would hold some authority. But in this
No,
particular
but it is.
conversation, it does not
Can
hold
I clarify?
authority. But it is respected. So
Yeah, it's
DQ,
Can I
respected.
clarify
DQ,
something?
it's a
Right.
usual tactics that they use because when they fail
Do
at
they?
physics, they try to
Right.
move to quantum physics, and when they move to quantum physics, that's where I'm gonna really demolish them because
Nigga ain't said shit yet. That's
I know
what's
Right.
crazy.
exactly,
He
I
ain't
know
said
exactly the
nothing though.
talking points that they're coming with.
yeah, but it's
That's
Yeah,
fine.
they
You
respected.
haven't
don't
even
you
argued
don't
with
know
you.
because he ain't said nothing. Y'all
I
just keep
blame
on
religion. That's why
talking,
y'all
man.
niggas can't
I'm
have no
not talking about
conversation.
Mike.
All
I'm
right,
not talking
Marley,
about Mike
let
because we
him.
didn't.
I'm
Can I
not
answer
talking
you?
to oh
Hold on,
wait.
Bobby. Hold on.
I'm
We
not
didn't
talking
even
about
get.
Mike.
We didn't even get
Bro,
to hear what Mike
I'm
had
not
to
talking
say.
about
So
Mike.
we
I'm not
can't be
talking
talking
about Mike.
about
I'm
Mike.
following the conversation clearly. I'm talking about the nigga, Zaman or whatever his name is, who said that he's from Africa. He got a PhD in some of this astrophysical, whatever y'all want to call it, shit.
Oh
And y'all
shit.
trying to cut, hold on, y'all trying to cut the shit off at the knees and say, I know what he finna say. I know the nigga ain't said nothing.
Oh
50
shit.
niggas then jumped in front of him. I know what he finna say, man. He finna break, then I'm gonna kill him at that, man. That's
I
crazy.
actually was the one that said I wanted to hear his opinion on when
Yo,
physicists use
Bobby.
the
Right.
word
Fi said he
designer.
wanted to hear this shit. Hold
Check it
on.
out.
As
Right.
soon as Fi said he wanted to hear, say, yo, fuck your degree. And then the nigga with no degree said, fuck a nigga degree. This crazy right now.
Yeah. Can I clarify
And we
something
got
Ken said earlier?
Yo, let
hold on,
let
Marley. Hold on,
African
Marley.
brother go.
Let the
Chill out.
brother talk, man. God damn. Let him
Yo,
talk.
We
Mike.
got
God
lost.
respect.
We got lost from Mike's question. So let's give it back to Fi since Fi had one form. Fi, if you remember your question, go ahead and give it back to the brother. And let's just hear him out. Let's just see where it goes. But
So
let him get it
can
out
I
first.
clarify?
Hold on, brother.
Yeah,
Fi,
go
go
ahead,
ahead and
brother.
ask your question, and then after you answer his question, feel free to present the next subject.
He
So,
just said,
so
"Fuck
my
your degree."
so my question is, as a professional, not your personal opinion, as a professional, how is the term designer or design used in the physics realm or quantum physics realm?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You're using your professional opinion, not your personal opinion. How do scientists use the term design or designer when speaking in physics or quantum physics?
All right. I've never really come across those terms in the kind of um, papers that I write, right? So I couldn't really answer that question.
That's a body slap.
I don't know anything about that realm, right? The kind of science we do is mostly focused on very specific linguistics. So what I mean by that is we'll be talking about like the specific experiments we're doing, or that you can do math. So the physics at this point is just math with some experiments. But I will try to reiterate my point, which is science is never going to prove or disprove God because God is outside of the scope of what science can do. Science only deals with materialism and doesn't deal with anything beyond that. I mean, we can't even prove consciousness, and that's something we at least can experience. So proving or disproving an entity that is outside of our looking glass, pun intended, it's just not possible at all, right? I mean, if you look at our greatest feats in science, it's light. We shoot light at things, and then things, release back their rays in different directions, and that's how we see. How can you see something that's, not within the same scope as light? It's, smaller or whatever you want to call it. So essentially, I think it's just a wrong premise.
Can I get a shot at it, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Even if you can't detect something from its own radiation, you can, however, observe how that thing interact with other particles or other matter, because
Incorrect.
it doesn't
Incorrect.
exist by itself.
Incorrect. Impossible. what you said is logically impossible. Because if you can't shoot light, go ahead.
We can't see dark matter, but we can observe how it interacts with other particles. Likewise, we can't see dark energy, but we can see its effects on the expansion of the universe. These are things that we can't detect with none of our instruments. However, we can see how they interact with other stuff that we can measure. So for that alone, we can tell that it does exist. You're talking, if you want to put God in the realm and say
incorrect,
saying we can't identify God now because it's beyond the scopes of our instrument, then at some point our instrument will be updated, and at some point we will be finding stuff. We'll be able to identify stuff that we can't identify now, and at that point, where are you going to put God? How far are you going to keep pushing, moving the goalposts of what God is and the definition of what this entity is?
So great points, but it's actually all wrong, right? So I'll tell you why. Dark matter and dark energy, these things don't exist, and we don't have proof that they exist. When you shoot light at
no, I'm questioning. No, I'm not questioning if you know anything.
Let me finish my point.
Physics degree. I'm questioning the physics degree from that.
No, a lot is
let the man finish.
Well,
I gotta let him finish.
Y'all up, bro. Come on, let that man finish.
Dark matter and dark energy, these are abstractions based on what we think happens when you shoot light somewhere. They don't exist. We don't have proof of them. There's many theories about what they could be or if they even exist at all. There's different modeling based on different expansion rates of the universe, for example, for dark energy. And in terms of dark matter, some people think it's a black hole or whatever it is, right? What we can tell is there's something there. When we shoot light, it doesn't absorb or it doesn't reflect light back, and it seems to have a different gravitational sphere. What that says, it doesn't mean it's dark matter. It could be anything else. It could be a black hole for all we know, like a primordial black hole.
Hold on a second before you
drift. Hang on, brother.
Before you drift, brother. You're drifting right now. Hold on. We're having a
Let him finish.
Oh, let the nigga finish, bro. Fuck no. Let him finish.
You guys don't understand. He's drifting.
Bro, it don't matter what he drifting into. He gotta
let him finish. I totally agree with you. But you gotta let him finish, bro.
Bobby Knight, just chill, brother.
What you saying don't
matter. The only reason I'm triggered because niggas constantly cut me off, and I'm watching this shit happen again.
Conversation because you guys don't understand the terminology that.
Nigga, fuck
well, I totally understand. I mean, and I totally think you're right, and I totally want to interrupt him, but you gotta let him finish, bro.
You gotta let him finish, man. Keep playing with me, man. I'll put you in the back. I don't do that, man. Just let the man finish. You're gonna have plenty of time to correct what need to be corrected. Just let him finish.
Okay, boss, Reeve. Okay, boss. I understand.
God damn.
Right. So as I was saying, right, these things don't exist. There's no they're not part of the scientific literature as things that have been actually studied or been codified. They're just theories right now, and there's an observation of things that happen that are unexplained. That's why we call it dark. But there's no such thing as dark energy or dark matter, right? What you guys call dark energy is just an expansion of the universe that's faster than what is expected based on the distance or space. And then dark, I already explained the other one, right? So my point is simple, evolutionist and everyone else listening. If you look at the neutrino particle, for example, right? We didn't know it existed because it didn't interact with anything until we found the weak interaction. And you can sometimes find it in something else, right? Therefore, it now is codified as an existing particle. Now, God, as I said, is not made of matter, right? This dark matter, whatever it is, there's no evidence. It's an exotic particle, which is what your point would allude to. For all we know, it's just no matter. It's just a black hole that keeps absorbing all that light and doesn't reflect anything back, like a primordial one, right? But it being an exotic matter, a new kind of matter, there's no evidence for that, not even a little bit, right? Now, secondly, God, as I stated, is not made of matter. So, earlier mentioned light, right? Light was an abstraction of interactability. However, as you mentioned with this dark energy, matter thing, it interacts via gravity, right? Now, that could just be a black hole, as I stated. God is not made of matter, and God is not inside of time or space. So if he's lacking those three attributes, which are exactly what science is for, right? With Newtonian, Einstein's theory of general relativity, right, which is all about space, time, and matter, and then quantum physics, which is a little bit different than that, right? So it's about the fundamental particles. God is not something that is interactable within that system. Fundamentally, it's not about getting the tools to be sharper or better. God will never be able to be prodded by that because God is not made by that. He's outside of the rules.
How do you know all this with no research on God? You are pseudo fuck.
It's a lot.
I'm just gonna tell you,
It's on
you
you,
are
brother.
a pseudo, bro. You're a pseudo.
All right, you just want to you after all that what that man say, you just want to do ad homs, and we're not gonna do that. Amen, go ahead, brother.
I'm just gonna tell him the truth. You could call it.
You ain't got no science. You ain't got no.
He said a lot, and that is why.
Yo, shut the fuck up, nigga. God damn.
Shut up, Sabio. Shut up, Sabio. Yeah, because after that man said all of that, and you just you pseudo as fuck. No, that ain't gonna work. Go ahead.
Okay. That was all psychopath.
Man, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, man.
Shut the fuck up.
The reason why they call dark matter, and dark energy is because we don't know exactly what they are. And that the reason why we don't know what they are because we don't have instrument that can detect and measure them. Hence, we call them dark. Dark is just a prefix for saying unknown. However, we know that they're there because we saw the interaction with other things in nature. For instance, dark energy. We know that it's there because it's causing the expansion of the universe. Dark matter. We know dark matter is there. We can observe the bending of distant galaxies through gravitational lensing. He's saying that dark energy could be something like a black hole that's totally false because physicists identify thousands of black holes and have like at least 5 to 7 different categories of black hole. That's how much information they have about it. They identify every aspect of it from the accretion disk to the horizon to even the inner part where you fall, where some people even theorize that it might be a singularity or some other form of forces taking place there. We even have physicists that can calculate the entire lifespan of a black hole. That's how much we know about a black hole. We could actually measure it. Dark energy, we can't measure dark energy. We can see its effect on other things. We can see its effect on stars and galaxies. We can see its gravitational effect. That's how we know it's there. That's how we know it's that thing that's there we call dark energy. It's not the same thing as dark matter. It's not the same. So what he's saying is totally false. That's why I say it's a lot of word salad to dissect. So you gotta slow it
Where
down.
did I say it's the same? I didn't say it's the same, brother. I said that dark matter could be a primordial black hole. And please read up on what a primordial black hole is.
It could be, but a black
Primordial.
hole is something that
Read
is
up on it.
measurable. Do you understand that? Do you understand
Read up.
It's measurable?
Brother, I understand what you're saying.
You gotta let the brother finish, bro. Damn,
Please read up on please read up on something called a primordial black hole or a Bose-Einstein condensate. Those are going theories. I'm not talking about a normal black hole that has an event horizon. I'm talking about primordial stuff that has existed from the universal creation. They function totally different. They're long-lived, and of course, they didn't decay like the typical black hole. All I'm saying, brother, is that there's no evidence that they're exotic, meaning new kinds of matter interaction. For all we know, it could just be no matter doing its things over there. But I don't want to lose my point. My point is simple. God is outside of this prodding. He's not made of matter. He's outside of space. He's outside time. Science can't prove that.
Can I read this source on dark energy? Yes, dark energy is considered real by most scientists as the best explanation for the universe's accelerating expansion, making up about 70% of the cosmos, though its fundamental nature remains a profound mystery, with some newer theories challenging its existence by proposing that gravity's effects on time and space could explain observations without it. Evidence for dark energy. Hold on,
real quick.
I'm almost
brother.
through. Evidence
Hurry
for
up,
dark
man.
energy. Accelerating expansion. In the late 1990s, observations of distant supernova revealed that the universe's expansion isn't slowing down due to gravity, but is actually speeding up. Cosmic inventory. Cosmological model, like the Lambda CDM model, fit observational data best when they include dark energy as the
This
dominant
nigga just said all this what you reading, man.
alongside dark matter. He just said it didn't exist.
Actually, he didn't, because he's saying dark energy, and we was talking about dark
Hold on.
matter, so he
We
didn't.
talking about Barton, right? But he said look up a primordial. Hold on, real quick. I looked up primordial black holes, and it said, and what Sabio just read about dark energy, dark matter said it's a mystery. And what I just looked up about the hypothetical primordial black hole, which is in this theoretical science, they said that this could be an explanation from where this dark matter is coming from. So
But they also have other leading theories as well, that dark matter is made up of different particles.
They got not other leading theories, but other theories. And I'm saying what he just said. No, I'm listening. Hold on. They got other theories, Fontaine. I agree with you. But what the nigga just said about the primordial black hole, everybody out there, well, not you, Fontaine, but I just heard niggas jump on it without verifying it. I just did a simple Google
that's why
search.
I wanted to get in there on that.
Right.
I cut you off.
No, you good, Fontaine. I just did a simple Google search. I'm not disagreeing with what you said. I'm saying it could be more than one way to get up a mountain or skin a cat. He said one thing and niggas said, no, it ain't like that. I went and looked it up and niggas said, yeah, that could be a possibility. So explain that.
All right, and as you say, it's hypothetical. It's not even real. It's not even something proven.
Most of quantum physics is hypothetical, my brother.
All right, let me address the last thing that he said, and that's the thing he said about neutrino. The reason why we know neutrino exists before we even detect it is through math. Mathematically, we know that for every pair of matter, what we call normal matter, proton, electrons, and what makes up protons, electrons, and neutrons, there has to be its antimatter pair that was formed during the Big Bang, or you could say created during the Big Bang. And before we even detect antimatter particles, we mathematically calculated and know that these things should exist. And even if there is an imbalance between antimatter and matter in the world, there should still be antimatter particles somewhere. And eventually we're able to find through high energetic experiment, shooting laser beams at atoms, we were able to detect neutrinos and other form of antimatter particles. And he's absolutely right. In a sense, to us, they do not exist because they do not interact with light the way that matter interacts with light. In fact, they don't interact with light at all. However, they interact with other stuff or have other effects in the universe that can be detected and measured. Hence, we know, and through math alone, we know for every matter, there's going to be an antimatter. The thing with God not existing, because these antimatter particles, I would say we detect it. Neutrino, we detect.
Can I question?
And hold on, this is the main point. Even though it's an antimatter that doesn't interact with light, it is still existing within time and within space. So even to us, it doesn't exist. It still exists within time and space. And even if we can't measure it directly, we can measure its effect on other particles in real time. The thing with God existing outside of time and space, and we can't measure anything about it or see its effect on anything in nature, that shows that it simply don't exist. It's not real.
Hold on, Kayzo.
Let me know when I can say something there. Just Wale, let me know.
Take it away.
Are you gonna wait on me to let you know? Okay, thank you. Hold on, Kezo. Sabio there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right, so we've been going pretty good with a maxed out panel for over an hour, man. We're not really trying to do the convincing thing. We got another stream that we're broadcasting on. So if we can we just be a little bit more considerate if we don't disagree, the excessive outbursts with the you know what I'm saying, what you got going there. I didn't really see any other behaviors in terms of you know, personal attacks. So if we can keep that to a minimum, I appreciate it on this particular topic, yo.
All right, Dev, but I'm just gonna call a spade a spade.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You can do that, but without all the extra stuff, though. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The extra.
I think a man doing a good enough job. I mean, if you got some information you want to present to disprove what he's saying, cool. But just jumping on talking crazy, no.
Yeah. You didn't have to call his name. He never called your name. He don't really come over here this much. This is not his first time on the panel. So I'm gonna hop back down because I think we had somebody in the back. Kezo, you there? Kezo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Go ahead. And then after you, Wale, you after Kezo.
Yeah, so what I was saying earlier, right? So shout out to the brothers, right? Regarding neutrinos, yes, they interact with something we call the weak force, right? Now, if I don't want to be pseudo, right? Because I could do this, right? But if we go to quantum physics, and you start looking at you know, the double slit experiments, and you know, start looking at certain information paradoxes that come up when we try to look too far in. Now, I've done the research. I've written several papers on this. I can put it in a private chat on this, right? But it seems apparent from my research, right, and everyone's research. The more you try, you know, the more you try to look at where the second particle is, right? Let's say you take a particle, you entangle it, right? You force it through some kind of beam splitting energy level, and then now that particle splits into two, and then both of them are entangled, right? You give one to Bob, and then you give one to Alice, right? When Bob measures his particle, he knows something about Alice's particle, vice versa. However, that information seems to be locked. The more you try to do anything that allows you to do any kind of faster than light communication, right? It's basically vetoed. It doesn't happen. You can't do it. If you try to kind of look into the past too much or into the future too much, it prevents you from doing it. Now, I don't want to be pseudo and start saying something like, well, to me, this is evidence of there being design, right? As the other brother mentioned, into the universe, right? But basically, logically, what follows is this. Universes that allows for these things, right? Information paradoxes occurring don't exist anymore because they would allow things like backwards in time travel, which basically would eliminate reality itself through paradoxes. So to me, it seems that this reality, according to the current laws of quantum mechanics, are extremely well preserved by disallowing us, right? Preventing us from looking into places where we're not supposed to look. It's rather comical in a sense, right? You look at it and it just prevents you from knowing information that will again cause paradoxes. So to me, that there's two options. Either this is a universe out of a possible infinite universes that didn't get paradoxed out because of these rules, or someone designed these rules so that this universe doesn't destroy itself. Now, let me be precise about the consequences. If you could go backwards in time, well, that creates time paradoxes, meaning you've corrupted reality itself. So self-deletion. If you allow for faster than light communication, it basically means an advanced alien species could travel to you and around the whole universe, destroying everything, which hasn't happened as far as we know, and probably why we can't see advanced alien civilizations, because we're separated by time and space that we would never be able to close the gap, right? Again, based on quantum physics. So you can argue that's evidence for some kind of design to prevent these paradoxes from occurring, therefore life to exist.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Hey, could you put your whatever you published? Could you put that in the back? Appreciate that.
So,
yeah.
So
It's Wale's turn.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's Wale's turn.
Yeah. It's Wale. It's Wale. He did ask.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, I wanted to say two things, say something, and then ask a question of Zayman. First, I wanted to say to Zayman, the reason I say it right away is I like you is because you used the analogy of creating some kind of system outside, but you had to be outside of the system, and inside the system, whatever you were imagining at that time, it functions. It does all the stuff, but you refer to what I like to call a basic law of physics. The creator must stand outside of the creation in order to create it.
Right.
This is physics.
Yeah.
This is the physics 101. So then I understand what you're saying about the time space too, because I wanted to get into that. I just wanted to make that comment first, and then I want to get into the time space thing, which is this. Time space is relative because we have a personal connection. Each one of us has a personal connection to being outside of time space. We just rarely use it because we have been conditioned into accepting, or I would even go so far as to force to believe that time space is the only thing that's real. So when we as children or whatever, when we are making our innate connection to the outside of time space, we are told, oh, you daydreaming, you this, you seeing things, you're talking out of your head, all kind of crazy. That's how they say about us till we stop and we go to ignoring our connection that we have with that's beyond time and space. That's what I wanted to just mention to you.
Hey, Zaman, can you put your publications in the back that you're referring to? Could you do that?
Yeah, give me a second.
I did say I wanted to ask you a question. My question is, what do you think of what I just said?
A whole bunch of nothing.
I think he's asking you that question, Zaman. He's asking you that.
Oh, right. Okay. If the question is for me, I think fundamentally, most of us won't admit it, right? But most of us have either a negative or positive experience with religion. So even when we discuss these ideas about science, God, and belief, it's almost always from our psychological profiles. So I'll give you an example, right? I grew up Christian. That's something I grew up with, right? Then when I studied more into science and philosophy, I obviously tried to open up my mind. And it became apparent that you can't really prove God. And that's why, spirituality is all about belief, right? And I'll be precise here. If you had a very advanced alien civilization, right, they might be able to fool you that they are angels or maybe some kind of godlike being, right? They could fool you. In fact, they can fool many people. Perhaps not you, perhaps you, I don't know, right? But they could fool the majority of human beings. Now, my question is this, right? At which point would God actually be able to prove themselves to you without God overriding your free will? And I will say never. In my understanding is that God could never prove to me that he's God unless he forces me by removing my free will to believe in him.
This is why I disagree. I have to stop you on that. This God who created everything should be able to prove to every person that he exists. We should not have to believe. If he was able to prove to the people back then when the Bible was written, he was performing miracles, parting oceans, causing plagues, locusts, diseases, stopping the earth from moving, the sun stood still, raising people from the dead. He should be able to do that now. God doesn't. God, I'm almost through. God doesn't change according to the scripture. He was him then, he was then in the middle, he's him now. So according to that book, all the shit he was doing back then, he should be able to do now. So that whole shit just fell off the face of the planet, bro. Try again. You fucking with some real atheists, not no niggas who just mad at the church like you think, nigga. Stop.
That's sad. And I apologize to you, Zaman. I apologize to you.
Chill, Sabio.
I apologize to you, Zaman, that these individuals, these individuals are referring to you as the NIGGA.
And the brother not even talking about the
Bible. These individuals, bro.
Hold on a minute. I apologize to Zaman, okay, that you're being treated like this. With
I treat your ass the same way, Michael. Shut the fuck up.
You're a moron. Hey, I apologize.
Hold on. Time out, man. Hold on, Mike.
I'm gonna head out. Hey, Zaman, can you put your articles in the back, please? I'm gonna head out. And thanks a lot for your contributions. Thank you, Zaman.
All right. Yeah. So I don't know what the issue is. What's the issue with the crash outs, Sabio?
I'm tired of these cats lying, trying to sound smart.
But I'm saying though, no one has came to you in a disrespectful manner, yo. What? How does that equal disrespectful words to him if you don't agree with him?
Okay, so I'll stop.
I'm just saying, if you don't agree with him, just say, hey, I don't agree with that, and finish your point.
I'm talking like Sabio, Dad. I'm gonna stop talking like Sabio.
Someone's still here?
Like everybody else. Cool. I'm gonna try to talk like everybody.
Where Mike? Every time Mike, Mike
but all I said,
I wanted to ask Zaman.
Hold on. One mic.
All I said was that this God was able to prove himself to those people back then. What are you talking about? I don't care.
Let's deal with the concept of time and space.
Hold on. We will. All I'm saying is that if that God was able to prove himself to people back then that he existed, he didn't stop when God can't do anything.
But see, you talking from a perspective that
I'm
man
talking about all gods.
Listen,
I don't care.
Zanon never said that that God was able to prove all those things. You said that. He never said that. You adding that to the conversation. He never said that God was able to stop the sun and create the locusts and do all. He never said none of that. He's sticking to the science. He is sticking to the science. Him and the men were sticking to the science. You just coming in with your emotions.
No, I'm not. So I'm actually listening to the conversation. And the thing that he said before I made my comment was that God cannot prove himself to us. He distinctly said that God cannot
do it on my own, but
yeah, go ahead and do it on your own if you feel it's out of control. GQ, you've been doing a great job. Q is trying to do his best to keep things afloat. And this is his show. This ain't mine. He made this title. So obviously he made the title for a reason. And I'm pretty sure that if 9 people are having a discussion and one person is constantly cussing and using profanity towards another person on the panel because they don't agree with his opinions, that is going to be out of order. It hasn't been like this. We will have our jungle fights later in the day. This is a 12-hour stream. You already know that. But I'm saying in this particular context, that there is no reason for that. Nobody's provoked you. So
yeah, that was.
I do want to get in the conversation.
I did want to hear some response from the Zaman, I think, about the question I asked him. I don't think he understood the question I was saying because he spoke a long time about something that had no relativity to the question.
You asked him, what do you think of what you said? Yeah.
And I'm saying,
is that what you wanted him to do?
Yeah, well, it didn't sound like what he said had any relativity. I was saying that we as people have a connection to beyond space and time. It's innate in our being to have that connection with beyond space and time throughout different phases and circumstances in our life. It appears, even in dreams. It appears all the time in that outside the logic. I will say there is another something that's outside of that, and I'm saying that something is outside of space and time, or has been, or can be cast in that area of outside of space and time.
Yeah, we should be able to identify and replace the word something with an actual noun, I guess.
Okay, imagination.
Come on back,
Imagination is outside of space and time. Even.
Okay. Pedro?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, so I've just posted a link to one of the papers. So regarding like, let's say something that does connect us, the easiest one that I can think of is consciousness, right? We don't know what it is. We experience things. We experience our emotions, and things that seem to be linked to our bodies that is outside of materialism, aka science cannot prove consciousness. All science can do is prove analysis, analytical mind. But they can prove a mind, right, to an extent, but they can't prove consciousness. Whatever that thing is that allows us to experience being itself, and a sense of self-awareness, or whatever it is you're going to define it as, science can't do that. And I think that is a connection to something outside of time and space. And essentially, if you say, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know I had the mic on.
Oh, right.
Just mute it if you're not talking, and let him finish it up.
Right. So if you look at, again, space and time, right? Consciousness is something that's beyond that. If you look at your memories, right, you don't experience your memories in real time. But by real time, I mean, okay, let's say right now I'm hungry, I'm kicking something, I'm playing basketball, right? If you look at your consciousness, your deep emotions and feelings and experiences, these go beyond real time, right? They go beyond space as well, because you can imagine yourself in the possible histories and states that have never even happened in your life. And that's what abstraction is, right? You exist and you can access a temporal moment within infinite space of possibilities. Actually, it's outside space, right? Essentially, because you can conjure certain ideas into reality that don't actually exist in any moment or space. So yes, I think consciousness is definitely something that does link to beyond space and time. Ideas exist in the construct world, right? If you're a white man, you might call it the world of the forms. I call it zamani, right? That's how I interact with it, right?
What is zamani?
That's my son.
Zamani is a whole philosophical idea. I don't think I would have time to explain it, but it's basically a collective of all African and Black experience into our culture, norms, identity, and logic, right? It allows us to access this kind of space.
Agreed. I said I like you the first sentence you spoke, so I'd like to get up with you. I'm gonna put my stuff in the back chat, and hopefully you'll get at me, man. We could talk.
That go to paper, Aaron, in the regular chat. My fault, Bass.
To the brother from, well, I can see it now. I mean,
yeah.
Is it safe? And keep in mind, I'm in America, so I can only get English translations. Is it safe to translate Zamani into hope?
So into what? I didn't hear the word.
The word hope, the concept of hope. Is it is that a safe translation? Because that's my son. That's my youngest son's name. Actually, is Zamani.
Oh, interesting. Crazy
as fuck, man. My bad.
That's wild, actually. So the direct transliteration is going to be timelessness. That's what Zamani literally means. It's the past, the immediate present, and immediate future, and all the knowledge that existed within the ancestral plane of existence. So anything that has ever been experienced by Afro-related people is within Zamani. I'll give you a very simple one, right? You may or may agree with this.
I got my words. I got my son's name is Tamani. I know what you're talking about. You talking
Tamani.
about
All right. Yeah. Tamani is hope. Yes.
Yeah. And you're talking about the two concepts of little time and big time. The opposite of Zamani would be, what is that? Big time, or is that the little time? When you do
Yeah. So.
things. Go
I would
ahead.
say the opposite of Zamani would be linear time, what I consider the white man's time, right? I'll give you a simple example of this, right? The white man will say that, black people are always late, right? And it's true to an extent, but it's not that we're late. It's that we perceive time differently, right? The black man makes time. The white man lives in an abstraction of linear time, right? That's why they're talking hours. How I do my work is I don't look at how many hours I did the job. I look at the fact that I did the job and I got the job done, right? So it's just a different abstraction on what time is. The white man limits himself to, dollars per hour. I limit myself with, did the job get done or not? So essentially, I don't think black people are late. It's just we're not actually supposed to be living through the white man's linear time. It's oppressive system to us, and we should go back to our own understanding of what time is. And a simple example is, if you look at, I don't know, you guys may or may not agree, right? But if you look at like how you guys wash your chicken, right? Most black people around the world, including Africans, they all do something very interesting, right? They all wash their chickens. The white man will tell you they don't wash their chicken, right? And the white man is right, because you don't need to wash it because the fire will kill all the germs. But the black man washes a chicken because it's part of their ritual, and guess what? They do it, and they're also right, because it removes the gunk and the skunk and all the weird slimy stuff on the chicken. So you see, the point is, it's not an accident that all black people have a culture of washing chicken. That's now the point there.
Is that true? In the chat, in the chat. If you don't wash your chicken, could you raise your hand?
Is it salsa and
But
Zamani?
there's a
Am I
reason.
getting my terms right now? Is it salsa? S-A would be in English, and Zamani?
Yeah, Sasa, exactly. Sasa is the immediate, present, and immediate future.
I just want to say about
I actually did a presentation on African concepts at the time. I've been up late, so my mind is not all the way there. But I did a presentation on African concepts of time, maybe 6-7 years ago, and covered those two principles. I just got the Mani part, and I'm thinking about my little boy and conflated Tamani and Zamani, so my bad on that.
No, you good.
That's cool.
Ebony, you saw that, right? You see that, Ebony? You got the link to the chicken recall in the United States for 31,000 chickens for listeria contamination. My bad, Kayla.
Hey, Zaman, Zaman, is this Consistency Forbidden Histories? Is that your article?
Yeah, yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. That was just one on the kind of, if you now start looking into the God concept and you start delving deeper, it's all scientific. There's no mention of God there, right? But it is literally about looking at quantum physics, and there seems to be some rules that this universe has that if it didn't have it, we would have paradoxed ourselves out of existence.
Right.
We no longer would have existed, basically.
Yeah, as far as the neutrino research, I work in a place that does some neutrino research with basically it measures the amount of the neutrinos coming off of a nuclear reactor. So I am a nuclear engineer, so a lot of the things that I get into, particle physics and all that, that's dealing with interactions with nuclear materials, interaction with the nuclear reactor itself. So we've got a neutrino. I don't know if you ever heard of Prospect. You ever heard of Prospect?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, so the Prospect, it's a project that was used to detect neutrinos that come off of an operational research reactor. And so it uses a lithium scintillation detector. And obviously, the neutrinos are very difficult to detect, but that project stayed in place for a couple of years. Then we removed it, and now we're looking at putting in a different neutrino detectors in those same locations. So I'm not a neutrino scientist, but I have to understand the basic principles behind the detector and understand how it operates, its components, constituents for the chemicals that are used, radioisotopes that are used to set the detectors and be standards for detectors to calibrate. So anyway, there's another couple of neutrino detector projects that are coming up in the next year or so. So I'm indirectly associated with science like that.
I see. That's pretty cool.
Hey, Zayman, is that how to pronounce your moniker, Zayman?
You can call it Zaman.
Zaman. You're familiar with this guy named Feynman or Bohr? You familiar with Bohr or Feynman? One of them,
I know.
Guys?
I know Bohr, like Niels Bohr, or
the guy they do Feynman, Feyin, something like that. Strange spelling, but anyway, he's saying that the photon, not the photon, the photon. Which one is a light material? The photon. The photon. He said the photon is faster. It's here and it's there at the same time. Are you familiar with that concept? That's why I ask you if you know, because I just was watching a lot of those concepts to see where they're at with their conceptualizations, and he was saying that therefore it's outside of space and time, and then he started delineating space and time like you were doing earlier, delineating space. It's already delineated by the construct. So now we're talking about the construct in which this thing happens. And then even within that construct, the stuff that keeps happening that you see that's so surprising, it still maintains within this construct, and then it'll make itself fit the construct. And the consciousness, of course, has something to do with it. It's the perception of what construct. And so I was just curious if you knew this guy's work or who you recommend I should look at next, because I looked at his work pretty good so far. You have anyone else that?
Let me just kind of look up some of the research papers that I know. However, you're delving into something quite deep, right? So I did mention earlier, right? As you correctly stated about time and space. So as far as we know, currently light is a timeless particle, right? And what that means is it doesn't have any natural decay science. It does not decay across time like other things. So if you look at most other things, if time passes, at some point there'll be a spontaneous decay, meaning they'll have some kind of half-life, right? For light, as far as we understand, there is no such mechanism. Meaning, the light from the Big Bang, let's assume the Big Bang is real, would also be light that's still going on around the universe today. Meaning, light is timeless, essentially. The thing with that, though, right? Even if light is timeless, because light was created by something, right? Something caused it to have a throttle effect, to have directionality. I would say that something like God essentially would have to be non-interactable with light, because even something like neutrinos don't interact with light directly, right? You have to use the weak force to kind of test it. And something like gravity, we haven't found any, scientists claim there's a particle called a graviton, but we haven't really found any evidence of a gravity-like particle just yet. So regarding consciousness, I don't know, man. Like, because some people claim with clairvoyance and being able to have telecommunications using your mind. If that's the case, that would have to be light based, because light incorporates the electromagnetic spectrum inside it, right? Or rather, it's part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So, yeah, I would have to kind of think deeper before I can give my thoughts on that.
I'm thinking it's better to use a different terminology than God, because as soon as you say God, we got which one? I think a better terminology is creator, because the creator is creating. This creation, most people think in terms of God, they think in terms of God created. You understand the words I'm using in past tense. And I'm saying the creator, however, is creating constantly. It never stops creating. So, I mean, this creation is eternal. You understand what I'm saying? It's not
I ain't gonna lie, but this conversation is pseudo.
So what you saying? What you saying, Wale?
In the realms of science, long time. You guys are
no. What we're talking about
is hold on, Wale. Are you saying God is light?
No, I'm saying I don't deal. That I was suggesting, first of all, that we did not use terminology such as God.
Let him use whatever he want to use, though.
I said I was suggesting.
He had no, but I'm saying though, there's no reason to do it. There's no reason to suggest that. You're only doing that to fit your personal need. Let everyone heard what he said. He said it how he meant it. I don't understand this over excessive influence to have somebody say something and then you come up and say, hey, let me suggest to say as if there's some sort of fault or anything. That's all. He just giving his viewpoint. I don't know what the seriousness is. Brendan, what's up with it? Are you saying, are you going to get to the bottom of it before the sun goes down? If y'all want to analyze it?
No,
it looks like they're analyzing the paper.
Gymnastics and pseudo judo is to prove that something can exist.
So I have a question.
All this is to prove that something can exist outside of space-time. That's all they're trying to do. And all they're doing is prove that everything that you're saying still falls within the realm of space and time. It still falls because space and time is the dimension of our universe. That's the dimension. Space is a three-dimensional space that we live in, and time is a fourth dimension that connects it all together. When you talk about consciousness and all this mental stuff that happen inside your head, it's still happening inside of this universe, because if you don't exist, your consciousness do not exist and your thoughts do not exist. So you still have to be within this universe. You still have to have those mental conception at some point, and that point is called a time. Whether you remember yesterday or you dreamt this morning, it's within space and time. You're trying to prove that something can exist outside of space and time, and
incorrect.
You the most jumbo judo pseudo, and you're still within the space-time continuum. You can't.
Correct.
To
Incorrect.
be outside of it is to not exist.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
You believe in the multiverse.
I apologize if I was a bit preemptive with my claims, with my statements. But now everybody has started to realize that this has been an expose in pseudo judo psychobabble.
No, I would be quiet, but I don't want my reputation to be down the drain because I was on the panel while all this pseudo judo going down. I got to say something.
Okay, can I correct you?
Yeah, correct that nigga, son. Correct that nigga. Correct.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, this is a classic. If a tree falls and no one is there to observe it, did it actually in the forest? Did it actually fall?
Wow.
It's a classic. I don't want to call it logical fallacy, right? But it is that. So consciousness is outside, or rather, let me explain it. Right, the Zamani space, or what the white man calls the world of the forms. This is an abstract space. It does not need an abstractor for it to exist. It's a symmetry space of all possible symmetries, and it exists outside of space or time. Now, when you interact with it, you are using scientific methodology, as I stated earlier, to conjure something from that world into this world of materialism. But the world exists independent of the human interactability. The world is pure symmetry, pure infinity and abstraction. But yes, you are correct. However, you didn't phrase it this way or frame it this way. When you go into the abstract world, right? I didn't say your mind. I'm talking about the world of the forms, right? For example, the forms of the abstraction of mathematical potential. It does not exist because we went and thought about it. No, the world is there. We went into that space and then interacted interacted with it within our time, and then we got whatever we got from that world. But the world exists outside of our knowledge. It's just there. It's just pure symmetry. So no, the abstract world exists outside of space time, and it's real.
So the abstract world is real. The abstract world is real.
What's up with the who want to know D, was that D500? I don't have my glasses.
She's from my side.
Recognize the abstract world. We all know the abstract.
That's what you want to know, Brendan?
And the abstract world that we're talking about, it exists because of our own conception. Mathematics.
No. Oh my God! Please just stop. No. 1 second. I have to prevent from making yourself look. Brother. Mathematics is from the world of the forms. It's an abstraction, right? It exists. It's a symmetry space. In your mind, your thinking is irrelevant to that space. You just have the ability sometimes to go there and conjure something into this shared space reality. But that reality is independent of human thought, thinking, and analysis. The space exists, right?
What reality is independent of
I'm talking about the abstract space. It's called the world of the form.
He's talking about the wait, hold on. He's talking about the abstract world. Huh?
Sabio, go do
as opposed to what? As opposed to what?
What y'all talking about is the physical world. He's talking about the abstract world.
So let me make it clear, right? The brother said nothing can exist outside of space and time, and he gave his reasoning. And I claimed, which actually showed, that actually the abstract world is a real world that exists, and it's outside of space and time. It does not need a human to think about it. Mathematics was not created by man. Man went into that space and found certain symmetries that happen to be universal. Right. The symmetries are independent of when I went there and the time I went there, whatever it is.
No one disagrees with that we discovered math, we discovered science. No one's disagreeing with that. But you
don't get the abstraction, brother.
Chill out. I'm almost done. But what we haven't discovered is this world where this creator exists, and we can't. So we can theorize about different gods. So let me ask you this: is this God is this creator that created everything? Is it a drop of shit?
Hold on. That's what I said.
A what?
A drop of shit.
Oh.
No, a drop of shit is matter and existence in time. So no, it wouldn't be that.
So is God leads to the rainbow giraffe?
Again, same point.
So anything that we can conjure can be God.
I don't think the logic follows.
Anything that our mind, because we cannot attest to it, we cannot see it, we cannot feel it, we cannot get to it.
I think he's saying the opposite, Sabio.
Look, in simple states, right?
I know he's saying the opposite. I'm just trying to figure out what it is, because all these different people that have been on this planet for the time that humanity has existed, we have not had one concrete God concept. One universal God concept.
Hold on, we got one more quick.
I think.
Hold on, Marty. Brendan, so the bottom line is, Brendan wants to know, does God exist or not, whether it's in the abstract or the outer?
So I think was
No, that was
I
the
think
Kezo. That was the Kezo.
okay,
Hold on. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I was
Can you
gonna
repeat?
say that. Yeah, I was gonna
Hold
say
on,
that.
Molly. Hold on. Kezo. So bottom line is, does God exist, whether in the abstract or the outer?
Right. So my claim, and I won't say this is necessarily, absolute truth. My claim is God exists, and God is that symmetry of everything. It's infinity itself, and us as finite beings that exist with finite temporal axes and spatial axes cannot prod infinity itself. So God would be the symmetry of all. Of all, right? God would be the symmetry that holds reality to be what it is, right? That's what God is. Now, to claim of a personal God that loves you, now I cannot prove or I cannot talk about that. But in terms of a self-existing, self-sustaining symmetry that everything else originates from it and nothing existing within it can prod it, yes, I believe that that is the definition of God. God is infinity, and infinity is all potential and symmetry. Symmetry here, I'm adding symmetry here because symmetry is real, right? Symmetry has things that stem from it.
So
All right. On the record, clip that identity. Go ahead.
So it's very interesting to me that somehow everything that I've been saying has came back full circle. So even though I was a little bit preemptive with my attack, it has all came back full circle, and now we see that this man has been spewing psychobabble.
What?
Because I said I think God is existing, it's all psychobabble.
So watch this. Does God know about the
know about
the amoebas? Does God know about the amoebas and the life forms at the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
What the fuck is Sabio talking about right now?
Sabio, what you talking
This
about, bro?
nigga just say,
Nigga,
does
this nigga
God
just-
know about
this
the
nigga
amoeba
just-
there?
Hold on, can I get in
This
for a
nigga-
second?
this
Because
nigga
he
say
made
yo
a
wildin'.
point again.
Yeah,
I want to congratulate Samir.
It's your go, Molly, whenever you're ready, man.
Hold on, let me
So like,
congratulate
hold
Samir
on,
on his
real quick.
profound point again. Mark, just 1 second, because he said God is infinity. That's a measurement he just put on God. God is infinity.
Measure?
Infinity
Hold
is
on, wait.
Hold on, I'm just reading what infinity is. We're trying to get to what God is. The question is, does God exist? And he said he put a measurement on it as infinity. Infinity isn't real. It's not measurable.
What?
But hold on, wait. But infinity is abstract. But it's abstract. But hold on, but it's abstract. Like he. But it, hold on. Wait.
All the
But
time.
he.
God isn't real.
We went off the
But
deep
no. But
end.
what he's saying. But what he's saying. But hold on. What he's saying is that he's saying that it's infinite because and he's comparing it to the abstract world. So infinity, even in mathematics, yeah, what you're saying is not measurable. It is abstract. Even in mathematics, it is abstract, right? So that's what he's saying.
Wait, he just said.
Hold on. He's saying the concept or whatever the case is, or what you would say is the creator, or whatever, or symmetry or God or whatever the case is. Forget about the concept of God. He's basically whatever saying created or whatever created this, where we live or, our existence. This is what this is, whether it's God, whether it's, forget about it being God. I think he's stuck on the term God.
Can you measure symmetry?
My line of questioning.
Yeah.
And what's important, I think, is to know that he said, in his opinion, not qualified. So you can't say that he's not saying that this is what his degree in quantum physics has been.
Going on record. Yeah, going on record.
Right. Going on record, right.
He's not saying from his studies he figured this
Right.
out. He said in
Right.
his
GQ, them niggas know that. They just
Yeah.
playing obtuse in order to call a nigga stupid and dumb and all. Come on, Marty. These niggas can't be this smart. I'm sorry,
just
Dad.
pointing out the
Fight
obvious.
for your rights, Bobby.
First, God falls
That's a
outside
fact,
the
Bobby. You're
realm
right,
of
though.
space and time,
Yeah, you're right,
which
Bobby.
is literally the definition of not existing. And now
Mhm.
God is infinity. Something again that doesn't really exist, just a concept of mathematical.
So I wanna. Well, infinity exists outside of space and time, and that's why God is infinite. So let me give an example here.
Doesn't exist.
One second, brother. One second.
Literally, why we say it doesn't exist?
Hang on, brother. Hang on.
Made up in your mind.
Wait, 1 second, brother. 1 second, please, brother.
The pink elephant created the universe. It's infinite and it's
No.
infinitely symmetrical. The pink elephant that created the
So
universe. Prove me
no.
wrong.
So brother, let me. Right, brother. 1 second. So I can do that right now. So, brother, maybe you don't understand what infinity is, so I'll explain what it is, right? All of mathematics is based on infinity concepts, right? All the way from number theory. If you go from number 1, can you tell me the last number that comes on that scale? Well, do you know what it is?
You talking about the number that goes.
Yeah, just hang on, brother. It's my time to explain. I just asked a simple question. I don't need you to repeat yourself. Right? 1 second, brother.
And the only reason why it would be infinite right there, because he couldn't live long enough or have enough time to finish.
Right. So 1 second, brother.
It's an infinite regression based on logic.
Right. So
infinite regression based on logic.
Hang on, brother. 1 second. 1 second, brother. You've asked a question, and now we're going to have to correct you, right? And take,
correct that.
We have to correct you, brother. Right. Hang on, brother. 1 second. You've good. Right. You've made a claim which is kind of wild that if you had enough time, you could count to a finite number at the end. No. That's not how mathematics is. According to, hang on, brother, just 1 second, please.
When you get to the end,
hang on.
Hey, I heard you cut in one time and tell the Jamaican to shut the fuck up.
Right.
Let him go. I mean, let him go, man.
Unfortunately, right, you don't seem to understand how the white man science even works, right? Look, number theory, as all mathematical theories, right, have... Okay, right. Number theory, as all mathematics from the white man science goes, right, creates things from this abstract realm, right? So when you have number 1, it goes on forever. It does not reach a point in time. Again, because this whole conversation is about God existing outside of space, time, and matter. There is no time where you could count and you start counting again over again. It's not a circle. That's what pi is. Yeah, hang on, brother. Just one, brother, my brother. Hang on, brother, please. I think you should learn decorum first before you debunk.
Nigga say you ain't got no respect. Nigga say you got no respect.
Anyways, so brother, listen. Infinity exists. I've just proven it to you. Give me the last number that comes at the end of the number. You can 1, 2, 3, 4, a billion, right? Keep counting, add it up 1,000 times. There's no time that will ever be run and you will reach the end because it's an abstraction. It's an abstraction.
So I'm curious to Armin's response.
It's an infinite regression.
What does that even mean, brother? Can you explain that?
It means that, yes, when you get to the last number can always become the previous because you could...
Can you prove that? Prove me one time where that has actually happened because you won't be able to prove it. Because earlier, you came from a scientific perspective, right? Or talking about materialism and what can be proven by science. Prove to me where science shows an infinite number, or rather a number series that ends in infinity, somehow will reach that end, and just give me one example of any number series that counts from itself.
You're trying to flip the script because you're supposed to prove to me that the infinite regression is your God. However, in the realms of science, we deal with physics. We're in the physical realm where we deal with the fundamental forces of nature. In the realms of mathematical concept, you can have an infinite regression called infinity. That's easy.
Can you measure symmetry, me?
I don't seem to understand what he's actually saying.
You can measure symmetry mathematically.
Yeah, you can measure that.
These are mathematical concepts. In the realms of physics, we don't have infinite regression.
So let me make the last correction here, right? So what the brother is saying, which is a crazy claim to make, is that you could reach the end of a number theory line and somehow it starts over again. That has never been proven by anything. Otherwise, infinity would right.
The last number could always become the previous. For instance,
no.
100 is the last number. That's where I stop. Someone could always come and say, nope, there is 101. 100 is now the previous, and 101
brother,
is the last.
Brother, you just
it will be infinitely
what the hell are you saying? What does that even mean? No. Listen, you've not said anything. What you just said is the number that you can count up to.
You ain't saying nothing.
You're not saying anything, brother. So we'll just leave that there. We'll leave that there, brother. You're not saying anything. Right. So let me
insanity. Let him go, man. Let him go, man. Infinite regression. Hold on. Let Amin make that point about infinite regression.
Right.
No, he said he was done.
Already, I'm done.
Right. So evolutionists, what you did there, what you did is explain our limits of being able to count, and that we could always count more. That is not infinity. Infinity is foreverness. It's a symmetry, right? You can never reach the end number because there is no end number, and that's what infinity is. Now, that is what the concept for me is. God, it's a circle, right? It's infinite there, yet it is out there, right? And that's my my belief personally. Now, you did mention something else about infinity and science, and I'll explain how science works. In science, because we can't measure reality as is, we measure constructs of reality. We come up with models, right? Whether it's evolution theory, whether it's quantum mechanics or Einstein's theory of relativity, we create constructs. We create boundary limits, right? We say, actually, because we can't interact with reality, because that's, again, infinite symmetry, we won't be able to get any meaningful data from it. We're going to make assumptions that allow us to make predictions from the assumptions. Meaning all science is actually wrong by definition, but it's useful, right? I want to repeat myself. Science is wrong, but useful. What that means is science can make predictions that are true enough that we can use it to do what we want to do. But essentially, we're leaving out so much data that we could include just to make it not give out infinite numbers, because then it wouldn't be useful to us. So essentially, that's what. Now,
let me ask, not only you, but this is for everyone. Is God a mathematical concept?
No.
Is God a concept of logic?
No, because logic is a concept.
The simple fact that you place God in the realm of infinity, meaning it is either imaginary
logic.
It's abstract, but infinity and mathematics is abstract anyways. It's an abstract number.
But those are mathematical concepts, and mathematical concepts are based on some form of logic. You follow.
Right, right.
As I said, the realm that
you're
missing
something.
You could make anything that you made up imaginary could fall in that same realm and have the same properties as his God.
He's got a point.
Right.
No, incorrect. Let me correct it, right? So logic is an abstraction of what the white man. In fact, the white man created logic, right?
No, wait, no, you wild. No, I'm done. No, you done. No, I was wrong with you until you said that. I was wrong with you until you said that. You went way off, brother.
No, hang on. Wait, that's a fact.
But they'll give you that. They'll give you that. They'll still give it to you, K. They'll still give it to you.
Y'all can't have people who's you with PhD.
Hang on, wait. We have to clarify. We have to clarify what logic is, right?
Logic. The white man created logic. That's crazy.
No, hang on, brother. 1 second.
No, you said that's crazy. How did they created logic and that's crazy? You said that.
From a cultural point of view, from a cultural point of view.
The white man did not create. Just like
True.
the
It's
white man
true.
didn't, just like the white man didn't create mathematics, just like the white man didn't create mathematics, they didn't create logic. That sounds crazy.
So let me explain it, right? Is
But
logic
how
an
you say
English
that?
word? Is
Go
logic
ahead,
an
go ahead.
English word? Is it a Black American word? No, it's a Greek word. It means logos. It
But
literally
it's
Okay,
means
based
from.
okay.
off of
Now
the
you're talking
premise.
about okay. We're not talking about the word. We're talking about the concept. Hold on. We're talking
Right.
about the
Logic is a
concept.
concept.
Now
Right.
that we're talking about the concept itself. No. The concept itself, whether if it's that word or what, we're talking about the concept. The
Right.
concept, like running. But hold on, running was a concept before English people said running. That
If
was
I won,
happening
I will get
before
you
that
one
time.
fact.
Like,
Show
what are you talking about, bro? You
me,
sound crazy.
show me another culture outside of the Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, right, and Africa that had a concept of logic, right? Logic is Greek word,
Did you just
and
disregard everything he said?
right. Now, let me explain what that means, right? That's why I keep saying symmetry. Symmetry is beyond logic, right? Symmetry is the universal order of knowing. Logic is a piece from symmetry, right? Logic is a game that allows you to figure out rational truths within bounded infinity, right? So I'll give you a simple example, right? Logic is a game, right? Say if all men wear hats, Wall Street
The
and they
same
wear
hat, the
right.
same hat, the same hat.
Oh, well,
Wait,
okay.
how could you say? And how could you say the Greeks created logic when a lot of the Greek philosophers learned in Egypt?
Egypt.
Where logic was already established.
Established. Now I won't say it was
Where
established
You
there
can place
neither, but
logic
I'm
in
just saying.
Egypt.
But I'm just saying. Now I'm not
You
saying now.
ain't
You see,
building
now
them
you
structures
reaching.
without
Now you
logic.
reach. Not right. Now you reaching. Well, now I
What
wasn't
you
saying
saying?
this was established in
What you
Egypt, but
say,
I'm just
Five?
saying you
No, but
can't
I'm
say
saying
that
even if
how.
we deal with symmetry, right? We know
Yeah.
that these two
Symmetry is
parts,
what we deal
these
with.
two
Correct.
parts have the same
Right.
dimensions, right? So it's
Correct.
logical to understand that they have equal dimensions. Like they are.
So
You get
logic was already before even before the Greeks.
correct.
No,
You
no,
can't
no.
say so you can't.
Hang on. Logic as a construct didn't exist, but the understanding, the symmetry of knowing things existed obviously
That's
before
what
the white
Mike is
man.
saying. The
But that
concept
is
already
symmetrical
exists,
with
not
logic,
the word, the concept. People already have rational thoughts.
right? That is literally
No,
logic.
no, no. You're not really getting it, right? Logic is very precise. Let me.
He
I
said he's not getting it.
think you guys understand what logic is. I'll
Bring it
explain
out
it.
at this point.
Logic is, for example, if I said, right, all men wear hats, okay, and if I make a claim that Wall Street is a man, well, Wall Street has to
It
wear a
would be
hat. That's
logical that he
logical.
wears a hat,
That is correct,
That's
right?
deductive reasoning. That's deductive reasoning.
which is
Logic,
logic.
right? That is logic, right? That is a fact. That did not exist before the white man. Now, if you claim, right,
Well, would
I
you
saw
say
a
that
man.
deductive
I'm gonna give
reasoning?
you the same
Wait.
logic that
Would
they
you
use
say
on the
that
African
deductive
plains.
reasoning
A
didn't
pride of lion
exist?
will attack and kill. There is a pride of lion in the bushes. Let's not walk over there because they might kill us.
That's
Right,
logic.
That's
exactly. We're
African
saying the
That's
logic.
concept,
logic.
right?
That's African logic
The concept
100,000
exact,
years
right,
ago.
right. That
Nigga,
No,
concept
So,
existed. Hold on.
hundred
hold
thousand
on.
years ago.
Wait. That
Hey,
concept
yo,
Nigga,
Marley, let
existed. That's what I'm
Amen make this
saying.
point
Nah, the
because he
concept.
cooked.
No,
as if
no,
people
he's
didn't
right.
have rational
No,
thoughts.
he's right because the concept existed before. Now,
Correct.
if you want to talk about the word and the structure and everything like that and how they
right,
put it into structure,
That may have came
that's the
with
social construct. But they
European
had that
linguistics.
concept.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
argue with that.
they had that concept years and years before.
But
Like
the
I mean, just
concept
not
was already
explained.
here. Right.
Yeah,
It's
right, exactly.
logical to
Like the
understand.
term,
It's
right,
logical to know that these lions will kill. So the
right,
logic is if you don't want to
right.
get your ass bit, don't go over there by those lions.
Right,
That's logic.
exactly.
right. However, predicate logic, which is really what science is based on, which is more of what I did earlier, right? All lions eat cake. Jeffrey is a lion, therefore Jeffrey eats cake. That's logical. That did not exist before the white man.
Oh man, all right, bro, you got it, bro. You got it.
That's
No,
what I'm
proof
saying.
that
That's not
it
logic.
You
existed
got
before
it,
the white
bro.
That's
Listen, you're not
That's
understanding,
precursor
bro.
you
You're
put
not
on it?
understanding, bro. You're not
You said
understanding what we're
predicate
trying to say,
logic,
bro.
right?
We're saying, hold on. Well, we're saying that how the concept,
What
like for
he's making
example,
is
like hold on, wait. I mean, wait. Example, running, right? Niggas was the same running back then, but people were running. That term that they used was created. The word was years later. but running was already a concept.
When
It
I
was already
run, I get to a
right.
point faster. It's logical to believe if I run, I will get from Tanzania to Zimbabwe faster. If I
Honestly,
run, that's logical.
I don't think
Right.
Bro's no
That's
quantum physicist
yeah. That's
because
all that we're
he
saying.
ain't
We're not saying
simplifying.
that the whole social structure of deductive reasoning and all of those things didn't come from this particular group. We're just saying that these concepts and stuff had already existed. That's
I
all.
agree.
God damn.
Now that was your man 2 seconds ago, Marley. You was
Nah,
co-signing.
because you gotta, because you gotta check niggas when they wrong, son.
I've been listening.
Like, look, I ain't on
He's been
nobody's
wrong
side.
at every single turn.
I'm just trying
Every
to bring
single
out some,
turn,
some
trying to
clarity.
prove
That's
God.
all.
I have a question for the brothers, right? And what's your name, brother?
It's your bro,
GBS,
God.
No,
right?
Molly.
That's
Marley,
Marley's
right?
bro.
So
Yeah.
okay, so I don't think anyone really kind of challenged this point, right? In the Weizmann construct of logic, he creates things that are not real but are logical. Do you think the black man had that construction? As I said earlier, right? Um, um, Jeffrey is a lion, and lions
What
eat
we're
grass.
simply saying is Europeans didn't create that way of thought, right? Like understanding what's
No,
logical.
no,
It's
no. Hang
logical
on.
if a
Let's,
lion, hold on, real quick.
right, go ahead.
It's logical if you know lions bite and kill. If you go over there with those lions, it's logical you might not make it back. We're saying that
Correct,
the white man didn't create that
and I
way
agree
of
with you.
thinking, that
I
understanding.
agree. I agree with the one that what I did great though is the element of logic that you guys aren't quite understanding, which is if lions eat grass, this man over there or that thing is a lion, and therefore that thing eats grass. The white
Right.
man's created an aspect of logic that doesn't have to follow into reality, but it's
Correct.
logically and symmetrically correct. So as I said, all men wear hats. Therefore, if you're a man, then you have to wear a hat. That is a logically correct statement. The black man did not
Yes.
create that type of logic. He
Yeah,
only
but this
created
is where the
the other
abstract
aspect of
portion of it
it.
comes in. Because if you're looking directly, we're just talking about lions and biting niggas in the ass, right? We understand
Right.
that lions eat people, right? So that form of logic. Now, if you're saying a grass eater is gonna be a lion, yeah, I could understand where that could be confused. But the logic has still already been established, right? If you
Right.
water these plants, if you like tend to this portion of land, if you irrigate properly or even till the land right, you have a better chance of the crops going. That's logic. It's logic built
What
off
he's
of
talking
science.
about is different syllogisms and arguments where the
Right.
argument could be
Right.
logically sound,
Mm-hmm.
however, it's
Right.
not factual. It's
Right.
not
Right.
true. It's just simply following the concept of logics. So
You
if
done, Papi?
A equal B and B
Right.
is
Right.
C, hence therefore C also A also equals C. You're just
Correct.
following a concept of logic. And that just have to do with argument. In reality, you're not
Correct.
gonna say a lion eat cake. In reality, you're gonna
Right.
say what Will says. A lion will eat your ass. So you're not gonna go mess with
Hey
the lion.
yo. Hey
Hey,
yo.
Come on,
Hey
yo.
come on.
yo.
I
Hey
ain't say that.
yo.
I
Yeah.
meant
Hey yo. Hey yo. That was crazy.
I
nah,
slap
That
us
that's
in
was
the
That's
car.
all
crazy.
crazy.
A
hey,
Cosmo man.
Okay.
That was
Lion will eat
wild
your ass.
crazy. That was
You ain't gonna
wild
be messing with
crazy.
the lion.
That
The
was
lion ain't
wild
gonna be over
crazy,
there
man.
looking for cake and grass.
Cake and grass. Oh nah, this nigga said cake and ass.
fire upon them, my man. Fire upon them.
Yes,
Pause.
correct. So, the evolutionist, and you concur that aspect of logic that I'm talking about was not created by the black man. The white
Well, you
man,
and I men get back into that.
Nah,
Because
but nah,
now
but
we
nah,
have
but
a
we,
base. Now
Well,
we have a foundation.
that's more like the philosophical
No
concept
one's disagreeing with you on
of
that,
logic.
right? That what you just now said, nobody's disagreeing with you. But what I mean is trying to say is that even though it wasn't, like, let's say for example, Zaman, right? Like the plants that they use, like the herbal medicines, right? That the ancestors known what was used to heal what, right? They didn't use the scientific method at that time, right? They used like another different method to
I would
determine like
disagree with
what
that.
herbs. Hold on. Let me finish. No, so they didn't use the scientific method. The scientific method that we use now, they didn't use that. right? That
And
came, that
see,
scientific method. Wait, hold on. That scientific method came years later,
real
right? That
quick
we
though,
use now with the.
Molly, real quick,
Let
I'm
me
gonna keep
finish.
it short. I'm
Hold on.
gonna
Let me
keep it
finish. Let me
short,
finish.
Molly. It's one sentence,
Yeah.
right?
Yo,
This
What?
is
yo,
my
I'm
problem
a,
with this
I'm a jump off
conversation
for a little
because
bit. Maybe
now
Psycho or someone else want to take the
Hold
what
spot.
I'm
on.
All right,
saying
thanks
is
a lot, man.
now
We be up here, we running all night, man.
what
We
I'm
all
saying
night,
All
is
man.
right,
now
I'll
they're
be back in
taking
like
the
an hour or two.
scientific method
All
from
right.
us. I do think
Wait,
the
hold on. So,
scientific method
hold
was
on. Let me finish.
involved.
Hold on. Let
Hold on,
me finish. All right,
real
go ahead.
quick, Molly. I do think the
Okay, I
scientific
understand
method
that, but
was
you're not letting me
involved.
finish, bro. But
Good.
they didn't use the same method that we're using now. They use something different. That's what I'm trying to say,
I
right? They're not
disagree.
using oh gosh, go ahead, bro.
Here's what I'm saying, right? The scientific method is the scientific method. You observe, you make deductions off the observations, and they either prove true or not. They go from being a theory to being a law where we know for a fact it's understood. If you eat elderberry, you might not get a cold, right? I'm saying Africans were already utilizing scientific method. How else do you get to a point where you understand what herbs cure what? That's some scientific method. If you eat okra, I'm like, you might not be cured from this. But if you eat the sea moss or the garlic, it will cure this. That's scientific method. On a crude, accredited scale, right? I ain't got no degrees in this field, but I do understand the basic
Right. So
structure
like,
of
yeah, like,
scientific method.
right. So like I was saying before, but like how they were doing it back then, it wasn't the same way, right? If you look up when the scientific method was established, it wasn't back in those ancient times. The one that we're using now is what I'm
Correct.
saying. Now, right now is what I'm saying. Right now. They weren't using
So
that. So and
But
hold on.
again, we're
So in
going back to
those, wait, hold
concept.
on, wait. So let me just finish. Let me finish. Let me just finish. They weren't using that same particular one that we're using now. Whatever they were using back then, it was something completely different. But they knew what herbs did what and did what is what I'm trying to say.
So Molly, was the
That's
concept different?
I don't know is what I'm saying. I don't know. They
so
whatever they used was something completely different. I'm not. What I'm saying is that they did not use the same method of the
Yes,
same
it was
exact
different
method that we're
because
using
We're
they
now.
dealing with
included
the
their
Right.
religion
logic.
in the scientific method, and
Right.
that's not a part of the scientific method. They
But what I'm
included
so
their
Right.
religion.
the
Right.
method
So
was different enough that is fundamentally a different thing, right? The main
right.
addition was from Rene Descartes. It was basically the falsification that did not exist in history. I'll give you an example. In the past, we practice science the way we practice law. Law is not about the truth. It's all about what I can prove, right? By persuading a couple of people. Science is not about persuading people. It's all about objectivity and independent studies. So
Right.
falsification was the greatest addition, meaning, right? I'm going to try to make this hypothesis untrue by doing many different experiments. If after many different experiments by many different people it holds true, then it's true enough, and then you make it into a scientific theory. That element of the scientific method didn't exist before, and I
So
think that is
stop right there.
powerful.
Stop right there. You just said element of the scientific method. What I'm saying is the scientific method is very broad. It simply
You
deals
said
with
right, Lisa.
hold on. Let me land, and I'm gonna keep it short.
But we'll like
I'm gonna keep it
the
short.
falsification part is
Hold
Because
on,
important to today's scientific
I want
method.
to
five.
use
But
it.
go ahead.
The argument though is whatever you're saying is an element of the scientific method. The scientific method is simply observing, coming up with conclusions, utilizing those conclusions to prove a theory, and then that theory becomes law. Right? So even if you
Theories
go
don't
back
No,
to
become law.
no,
Africa,
Theories don't become
no,
law in science, bro.
no,
You just
no,
getting that wrong, bro.
no.
So
Yeah,
the
that's what I
fact
was
that he
trying to
brought
say.
up the
Because
falsifications is important because that's why I said
I
they
may have
included their
worded it
religion
wrong.
back then. The falsification part really does separate today's scientific method from what they were doing back then. You can't just simplify it and say it's just observation and then do.
Hmm?
It's not that simple. It's a rigorous testing, a rigorous back and forth between people checking the work and knowing that what you're talking about is consistent. They didn't
But
really do that back then.
But I'm saying on a
right.
broad level. But wait, I'm saying on a
Nah,
broad level.
You
Hold on,
don't have any argument, Will.
hold on.
yeah,
No,
you
no, you
and you
hold on,
hold on,
I'm
nigga.
saying
boss. You
on a
let
Yeah, what the
broad
fuck is you
level.
arguing for? You don't
Hold
yeah,
have
on,
yeah,
chill
nothing.
out, Dad.
and
Stand
you cut
on.
me off and you cut me my whole style off just to say that bullshit. You
Let
forget what I
Marty
was gonna
go.
say. Yeah. So yeah, so that's what I was saying earlier. right? In terms of when I was just talking about concept, in terms of the scientific, how they found out the herbs was working, they were using a different method or whatever the case is, but the concept was always there, but it was just in a different way, is what I'm saying. You know, that's the only thing I was trying to say about
So the
that.
scientific method itself is a concept. This is a
Yes, it's a
way.
concept.
Right. So my only point is that concept was understood. Now, yes, everything y'all said is right and exact. The way they establish these scientific concepts and test them and whatnot, it's different now, but it's still a part of the scientific method. So my point is to say that people that shamans that had people come in front of them sick and kept feeding them this and they got better. So now over time, over 3-4 generations of shamans, you feed a nigga some oregano and yeah, his skin get better. Right? They understand that. That's scientific method. Even if it's in a crude form, I'm saying it doesn't remove itself from the concept. And the reason I'm making that point is if you remove the crude form from the concept, now you can say Africans didn't have scientific method. While the European may have additional fly shit that they added, right? They didn't create scientific method. They
I'm
didn't
talking
have
about the one.
the
I'm talking about the one that we're using now. The one that we're using now.
Yeah,
That's
bro,
what I'm
they
talking
literally
about.
created it, bro.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't believe
yeah, they
that?
literally created it, bro. It doesn't matter what you say. You can say all of that
no,
they
no, no,
created
no,
it, bro.
no. Now that part I understand, but it was when he said that white folk created logic,
Mhm.
how we got to
Right,
this point of having this conversation. I
right, and
apply
that's
the
and that's
same.
and that's
Hold
the
on.
example that.
I
Oh wait, but that's
apply.
the
Hold
example.
on. Hold
Wait,
on.
that's the example.
I
Hold on, but that's
hold
the example
on.
that I was trying to. That's
I
the example that I
apply
was
the
trying to
same
use.
thing to the scientific method that I do with
Right. But
logic.
that's my that
I'm
right. That's
saying.
my point. That's
Let
the
me.
point I was trying to make.
Go ahead,
Will. That's what I
Mom.
was trying to say. That's the point
That
that I was trying
Brooklyn.
to make.
I
That's
know,
the point.
nigga.
Right. So why did you
And
cut
now
me
you're
off just to say
changing it
that?
on scientific method. I'm
No,
saying
So
oh my.
the same, hold
Wall
on.
Street.
I'm saying the same, no pun intended, logic that applies with how
Yeah.
logic was formatted applies to
So
scientific
Wall
method as
Street.
well.
Nah,
That's
not you.
all
Wall
I'm
Street.
saying. And I'll land
So Wall
there.
Street. Here's my issue, I guess, when it comes to like words like logic, right? Um, the black man already had his own way of knowing, right? Rationality and symmetry. I think just calling it logic isn't really suffice, right? Because it took him far more than stereotypically what we call logic. The way I understand it, like logic is a tool used to try to make the infinite world become bearable so you can find out some truths about it. But the absolute truth is a symmetry. And I believe the African man was interacting more with the symmetry. I'll give you an example, right? Um, Logic tells you what's possible and allowable. However, the way the black man reasons is he inculcates other aspects, right, that he values. For example, if you look at the world that the white man created, we have let's say climate change and stuff, release of certain gases into the atmosphere. Now, the black man wouldn't have done that because he values sustainability. He wouldn't have gone down the path of creating weapons of mass destruction like we have, because it would have removed the potential existence which he values. So I would say, right, we both have our own fundamental ways of knowing, which you could use the word logic to describe them, but fundamentally the black man isn't thinking of logic in the same sense as the white man. The black man is thinking of what can I do? What's the wise decisions to make? Is this even what I value or not?
Now stop right there. Right? That premise, that concept, that theory, right, is even applied to something like climate control, right? Now it seems like you're arguing Europeans were dissecting and concerned with things that we weren't. I wouldn't disagree with that. No one was concerned with climate change in 600 BC Africa, right? So yes, they've created their own thing with regards to that. But I'm saying even that thing they created still applies to the things that ancient Africans were using at the time. Scientific method, logic. That's the broad base of it all. And I can't give that to the European. That's the only point I'm making. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with nothing you're saying in terms of they've elevated certain sciences. And when you get to nuclear chemistry, which you and my big brother Mike are involved in, and all of that. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. They've locked in on that model of science. But when you're dealing with the broad terms like scientific method and logic, no, I'm not giving that to them. I'm saying that there's proof that Africans were very logical, right? That they used scientific method to figure out the same stuff that got people buying CMOS till this day, right? A
Yeah,
scientific
but
method.
yeah, but yeah, but the scientific method is a social construct. Logic
Mhm.
itself is not a social construct, right? So the concept was already there of logic. The scientific method that we use now is a social construct that we use in science today, which everybody agrees
Logic
upon.
is a social
Yeah.
construct as well.
No,
Come on,
right,
man.
right. So no, what he's talking
You're
about, what
saying
Zaman is
logic
talking.
isn't a social construct?
Hold on. What Zaman is talking about, yeah, what Zaman is talking about, how they
Social?
came in and they created
Yeah,
the
You
hold
should
on, how
have
they
been
created
said that, Death.
the syllogisms. What he's talking about, yes, that would be the social construct, right? But logic itself was already there. Now the scientific method is a social construct. Now sciences like chemistry and physics and stuff, those things was always around, but they were established later by people who started identifying these laws and these
I'm not
theories and
disagreeing
things
with
of
that.
that nature. Right. So
They began to
that's the only thing that I'm trying.
classify
Right.
things that weren't
Right.
previously classified. I agree.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to
I
say.
agree.
Now, the concept of the scientific method, that's a social construct. Now, what Zaman is talking about with the Greeks, that's also a social
So is
construct.
logic.
But we just right. That's what I'm saying. That we talking about that concept that Zaman is talking about. But what I'm talking about
He
in terms
said that
of
Europeans created logic, Molly. That's the only time where
yeah,
you disagree.
right.
So
That's
I'm
what I
saying
disagreed
stay
with.
there, right? If we agree that
Yeah.
logic and scientific method are both social constructs, right? And using that word social constructs doesn't make it a fallacy, right? Like, especially with scientific method. These
So
things are proven.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, brother. Right? Do you
Cool. Which
understand
one?
that? Yeah. Do you guys understand that logic isn't the only way of knowing, and that logic actually stems from the symmetry that I've been talking about? It's just a small part of this
Well,
symmetry.
well, I'm the stupidest dude on the panel at all times. My name is
Yeah,
Wall
and
Street
always
Willie.
talking.
So hold on. So yes, I understand that there's other models to define something besides being logical, right? You have the whole
Mhm.
FBA movement, right? It's not logical, right?
But it
So yes,
exists, right? It has
I
move.
understand you can create a premise of something that's completely devoid of
All right,
logic.
don't get
Yes.
too over it, man. Come on, let him
I
stick
want
with
to
what
be
he's
clear,
talking about.
Dev. I
All right,
understand
all
you
right,
can
all right.
make a premise that's
Okay,
completely
okay,
devoid of
okay,
logic.
okay,
Yes.
okay, okay, okay.
Not bad,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Pedro.
Yeah. So what I was saying earlier is that a very specific construction of logic. The syllogisms were made by the white man. We as Africans, we understood rationality, as I said,
My
right?
mouth, psycho.
Um,
My fault.
so we understood which areas are dangerous. If you go to that cave in parts of West Africa, people collapse. Therefore, we shouldn't go into that cave. However, what the white man did, which is different from us, is he will argue, okay, well, what is in that cave? We would leave it as well. It's dangerous, and we're not going to go into that cave, and it's not useful for us. And they did
That's
have
right.
add
Right.
extra elements into it. They'll discover natural gas that way, right? Meanwhile, some
Wait,
of
wait,
us would
wait,
have
wait,
thought,
wait. Stay there though. I'm
okay,
saying we do agree that that's logic. Everything you just said, that's the
right.
basis. That's the foundation of logic, correct?
I would say it's rationality. We're rational people, but we don't have rules.
So what
Let me give you
separates? Because now you're gonna get
rationality from
weird with
logic.
it. So I'm a drill it down simple. What's the
Hey,
difference
yo.
between
Pause.
pause? I said
Pause.
pause. What's the
That
Big
difference
pause.
sounded
between
crazy.
rationale and logic?
Good, good. I would say that
If we're gonna
logic
go there,
is great, great. Rationality is the ability to reason according to your goals, right? Your reasoning relevant to your goals. You have a goal and you figure out how to reason to get to your goal. Logic is a very specific linguistic game that has very specific rules that I would say almost no one on this panel understands what logic is. We're all rational people here, but we're not logical. Like, even for example, at the beginning of this discussion, when I came in, at least, right, it was framed incorrectly. It wasn't logically framed. Like, for example, science can't prove something that it can't prove. But you guys were arguing around, whether science can prove God. It will never prove God. It
We
doesn't
never
have the
said science would prove God. Actually, what we
Logic
said
is
was
simple.
science
Hold
doesn't
on.
care to. Science
Hold
doesn't
on.
try to.
Logic is
Science doesn't attempt
simply
to. And since
valid
there is no
reasoning.
evidence, hold
Nothing
on,
else.
Will. And since there is no evidence of a God, science doesn't claim that God exists, but it doesn't try to prove or disprove God.
Logic is
But that's
simply
not
right.
true.
valid
They
reasoning.
got
That's
studies
it.
trying to prove
That's it.
God. Like
Oh,
it's
no,
Hold on.
You
logic
have
is
Keep it simple
scientists that
though.
will do that because they're religious, but science itself does not try to prove God, bro. Show me the study
no.
that they're
So
trying to prove
no.
God.
So listen. This is what I'm saying. What he bringing up. Like even going back to science, we talking about science itself. Before science, it was alchemy, right? Alchemy is a
So who is
different
that?
construct of science, and it was
No,
built on top of that, right?
It's a
Who's this
part of
talking?
Did you
Bobby?
know?
science.
This is Bobby Knight. This is
What
Bobby.
up? Nah, that's my
No,
man
no, this
KT.
KT.
KT
No,
popped out the bushes. I know
yeah,
I
I'm
know
just
who I'm
saying, like
talking to.
what he breaking down is that like science, how we understand it, it's only called science and not alchemy because this is what the white people came to the conclusion. Like this, how we work it. Even how y'all
So
were saying
KT.
earlier, like
alchemy would be one
So
particular
KT,
piece of
here's the
science,
thing,
like
KT.
chemistry. It wouldn't be
I
science
completely
embodied.
understand that premise, KT, but I'm saying on a broad level, when you're dealing with terms specifically like we've been talking about, logic and scientific method, no, I can't give that to them people. I'm saying if someone figures out that this root will cure this illness, that is done through
yeah,
scientific
but
method.
that's
That's
rationality.
just not
That's
stumbled
rationality, right?
upon.
yeah, yeah. So
Sure,
what he
but
making the difference? That. Well, now go ahead. You can explain yourself better.
yeah, but that's why I want to make that clear distinction, right? Look, I think
But I'm
what
keeping
you
it broad though, KT. I'm
right,
keeping it
but
broad.
what you're calling logic is actually rationality. It's not really, just logic. Logic is a very specific social game that the white man created. You're being rational by knowing what these fruit. If you go to the pygmies in Congo, some of the tribesmen, actually most of them, know up to 2,000 different plants and their medicinal uses, right? And that's been passed down, and they've tested it, right? Now you would say that's logical and fair enough, but they didn't derive it using logic. They derived it using rationality, right? And that's the sense that they already had. But they didn't have to go and say, well, if this, that, then that happens. And if that happens, then this, right? They don't use a specific tool that the white man uses, but they still derive to the same conclusions. So I'm
So
saying you don't have to, be so caught up in the
I'm
word logic.
understanding your point more now, right? Because what separates logic is having some, for lack of a better term, standard, right? Something that it has to be compared against that's a respected method, correct?
I'm
More or
not sure I
less.
understand. I'm not
So
sure
you're
I
saying,
understand.
so you're saying when we're dealing with the difference between rationale and logic, rationale
Correct.
just deals with the why, right? This is why we don't go over there by those lions because they'll bite you in the ass. That's rational, right? You're saying logic is established by saying, okay,
By
this
reason.
is
By
the
reasoning.
metric, this is the metric or the test that has to be utilized to prove that that's true.
Yes, essentially, logic
Got you.
gives you the
I
mechanics of
understand. Hey,
how it
Dev, I ain't
happens.
no dummy, Dev. I
Right.
understand what
Yeah,
he's saying.
right. Logic is the mechanics, right? The mechanism, the exact of how it happens, and not just how it happens, how it will always happen in the future.
Can
Logic
I
now becomes
So
yes.
wait,
can I hold
Bobby
on
Knight, I'm
real
gonna end
quick,
it real
Willie?
quick. Watch this, Bobby Knight.
Don't
I'm
don't cut. Hold on,
saying
Willie. Let me.
if
Uh,
you give black folks rationale, which gave life to logic, right? Then fine, I'll take that.
Sure.
I'll be in agreement if you want to say that white folk created logic. If you agree that the base of logic, the forefather of logic, was rationale, and we had that, all right, cool. Just because I don't want to argue. We were rational. Rationale gives
100%.
birth to logic. The only difference between logic and rationale is some base form of testing, more so.
Not, I mean, not only that, but that's why he's saying like it is white people because like us as black people understood be rational. Like logic is a part. Not saying it's a part of science, but like that's why I point out the word.
See,
Like, is this a
this nigga,
European word or
this
not?
nigga
ready,
KT want
man.
to give science to the
Hey,
white
hey,
man.
KT, let me
Yo,
help you,
KT,
bro.
Nah.
you be
I
my
just looked up.
man.
Hold on, real quick,
Up until
Willie.
that point. Go ahead,
I
Bobby.
just looked up logic and rationality, and I asked were they the same. and it gave an excellent breakdown on the difference between the two.
What was the
It said
breakdown? And show me where I'm off.
it says that logic follows strict rules of inference within a system. Kind of what the
testing.
Strict rules
Strict
within the
rules of
system. Yeah,
right.
yeah. Kind of like
Let
what
him
the
finish.
brother
Let
was
him finish.
kind of like what the brother was saying about it being European because it's they putting everything within defined parameters, so to speak. Basically, but it says rationality is a broader concept of using reason, facts, and judgment to make sensible decisions, often considering real world context, emotions, and incomplete information that logic might ignore.
Right.
Which
So
is
now
that
my
which is
question-
hold on real quick, because this all been based around God. This whole
So let me ask you a
conversation.
simple question, Bobby.
All right, go ahead.
Would you say that rationale is the foundation of logic, or would you say that logic is the foundation of rationale?
Based on what
Just
I'm
say it,
reading,
nigga.
no. Listen, damn man, why you niggas is strong this morning, man? I'm sitting here smoking. I'm relaxed and shit. How
cool,
the
Bobby.
fuck you
You
niggas
been
like this
cool.
at
Nah, you been
11
cool,
in the
Bobby. My
morning?
bad.
I don't get it, G.
On a
But
Sunday, on
on
Martin
a
Luther King
Sunday,
Day
my
weekend.
nigga, did you hear me?
And then you
Martin Luther
answer,
King
MLK Day
Bobby.
weekend.
tomorrow. But
Yeah,
look,
right.
Let Bobby answer, then you answer,
but basically, from what I'm seeing, because I would have said yes, Wall Street, just a few moments ago, because I never looked that deep into rationality and logic. So just off of pure assumption, I would just assume they coming from the same tree. But what I'm reading, I gotta say no, that one didn't birth the other. They seem to be like two different concepts that might spawn from a similar point, but they not. You know what I'm saying? They're not the same. I don't think being
It says that how logic.
We gonna
It says
come
that
back
how.
to that. Let
It
Molly
says
go.
that how logic. It says that how. It says that hold on. It says that logic is the foundation. Hold on. Hold on. It says that logic is the foundation to rationale, and it can go. And it can be. And hold on. And it can be interchangeable too, just like how our physical world influence our emotions and vice versa. So it could be. It could go both ways. It could be both.
Well, when you say the foundation, I feel like if something is the foundation of something, I feel like it has a part to play.
All right.
They might. Oh, hold on, real quick. With damn man, come on. I've been muted for 30 minutes for this reason. So when I get in,
let me ask the question more
Wait, let
directly.
him go. Let Bobby
because if
go.
you ask a question, I'm gonna forget my train of thought every fucking
Yeah, let him
time.
go. Cause you do that all the time, Will. You do that all the time, Will. All the time.
Because I done already forgot what the fuck I'm finna say.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
do that all the time, Will. All the time. So you did that to me.
Let's keep it simple. Is rationale based on logic, or
Fuck your question,
is
nigga.
logic based on
fuck
rationale?
with you, Willie. No, nigga, none of it's based on nothing. Because what I'm reading, it say you could be rational but not logical, and you could be logical but not rational. So it's drawing the distinction between the two. It may be places where they overlap, but saying something is the foundation of something mean that you need. To me, it might not be. It mean that you need the foundation in order to get to the next point. From what I'm seeing, it's just showing that it's overlapping parts of logic and rationality, but they're two separate entities.
Yeah, there was actually a brother who wrote something in the chat. He said, logic doesn't always have to be based on reality. Rationality always has to be based on reality. As I was saying earlier with the distinction, right? It's rational to say lions, we've observed the behaviors of lions. Lions seem to eat meat. We are meat, so if we go playing with lions, we might get eat. That's rational. However, the white man will say, make a whole construct, say lions actually eat grass. That over there is a lion, therefore that lion eats grass, and that's logically correct. I hope you're kind of seeing the difference, right? Logic doesn't have to be based on reality. Rationality is by definition based on consequences of reality.
So wait, you're saying that logic isn't rational?
No, logic is a tool that allows you to create a symmetry. Rules, it's all to do with the rules. Correct.
Which one of the main things that these rules are created on is rationale.
No, it's not. And I think this is a big issue, right? Okay, let me ask you a question, brother, right? If I say all men have female body parts, This is a man, therefore.
Training conversation.
Hang on. This I am a man, therefore I have female body parts. That's a logically correct argument, but it's not a rational argument. So
I think a good analogy would be I'm sorry. What's up, y'all? I haven't been around in a minute.
Go ahead, identity. Go crazy.
But the a real quick like analogy, I think it's easy to understand if I put it in a context of like a movie. You remember the Will Smith movie, I, Robot, when the kid was in the car and he was going to drown. Logically, the robot thought to save the kid because based on some logical arguments that it was computing, but Will Smith was more emotional about it. Like, no, don't save me, save the kid. Even though the kid has a higher probability of dying, don't save me, save the kid. That's that
Right, 'cause it
battle
was
between being
programmed.
rational and logical.
And logic. Right,
So they're
right.
not the same. If I had to put it in broader sense, I would say logic is it's rationale without the emotion, like without that attachment.
That's basically what's up, identity. That's basically to Zayn's point though when he said rationale is subject to reality's consequences.
Yes.
Right.
As long as you don't
Right. That was a good example identity that you used. That was a good
I figured most people seen that movie, even though Will Smith's not like these days.
I use that example a lot too with the robot, him and the little boy. That was a good example because that shows and displays because logically because it's programmed logically through mathematics.
Separate
hold on, well, so the robot was programmed logically through mathematics, and that's how I was able to make the decision that it made. So going to what identity was saying, it wasn't a rational decision, but it was logical. So the logic will be without the emotion, and the rationale will be something that would have the emotion to it.
It gets even more
rationale to build pyramids.
Right, but it gets even more wild than that. When you use logic, you don't just strip off emotion, you even strip off real world consequences. Meaning you can actually strip off even truths, right? You can make a logical argument with wrong data, and it's still logically correct. As in, you can literally say lions eat grass, and that's a logically correct statement. It's just all about the rules. It's not about the data or the facts. So logic removes the dependence on emotion or even facts. It's just rules.
Innately, logic removes the emotional part of it. Innately, it does.
Okay.
So
And
now,
also-
let's double down on the iRobot analogy, right? It would be logical that, both of them will figure out a way out of it, and I might as well just save my battery, right? But once I say, nah, I gotta save one of them, that involves rationale.
Because you're talking about the robot. It didn't rationally think that. It used probability and statistics that Will was going to die. Less chances of Will dying if he saved him versus saving the child, and they both may die.
As well.
So that's not rationale. That's logic, bro.
That's logic, bro. Because
that's probability and statistics.
Right, and statistics, you wilding, bro. Yeah, because they have to use the mathematics in order to make those decisions, and it's based off of logic.
I'm saying even off the logic of the water and everything else, right? It's rational to believe. It's rational to believe if I don't get involved, he's going to drown. Right? We agree, right? That's rational. If I don't get involved, he's going to drown. Again,
no, he's programmed to get involved, though. That's his task. He's programmed to save human life at all costs. No, even at the expense of his own existence, which he doesn't know what that is. But that's what I'm saying. He's programmed. That's the whole point of being programmed. That's where the word is. He's programmed to do whatever he can to save a life.
Will was going off of his subjective morality and subjective morality, and especially in culture, right? People would deem to say that it would be more empathetic and more better to save a younger child as opposed to yourself.
It's what defines his logic.
Hold on. No. Due to his Will's subjective morality, right? This is a little kid, right? It has nothing to do with logic or reason, even in that sense. It's just how he feels. I feel that this kid should be saved because he's a child. It had nothing to do with logic
No,
or
that's not what I'm
reason. Hey,
saying.
hold on. I know that's what you're saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that Will Smith's decision was based more on emotions and feelings and subjective morality, as opposed to it was being based off of logic and reason, as
All right, but
opposed
hold
to
up.
what the robot was programmed to do. The robot
Marley, here's the
logically was
thing.
programmed to save whoever had a higher chance of living based off of statistical data. And that's what he got with Will Smith to save the kid.
Correct.
Now
Correct.
go ahead. Go ahead. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I
What
wanted to say
I'm
without being
saying,
interrupted.
what I'm saying to the point he made about the movie, right, was these robots were programmed, right, to take care of people. That programming is based off of rationale and then logic. The rationale is, right, that if I don't get involved, Will Smith
Understand?
is gonna drown. The
Mhm.
logic is, right, I have to choose between Will Smith and the
Well, nah,
kid,
let me
right? But
correct
the
you real
but
quick,
the
Willie, because I think I
rationale
see
is
where
if I
you
don't get
missing it.
involved,
No,
one of them is
listen,
gonna
Willie.
die, maybe both.
Willie, rationale, when
The
we talking about
logic
computer
is still
programming,
even based off the
listen, you
rationale.
talking
Yeah,
about
he's
Is the
giving
computer.
point I'm making.
computers rationale. He's
Yeah,
giving it to the
computer
computer.
programming is based
I'm saying it's programmed,
purely off logic.
Thank
like
you,
It's
he
sir.
not.
said.
It's
Appreciate it.
no
I was agreeing with
rationale
you.
in programming. It's very strict
I'm
parameters and
saying
things you can
in
do. It
that
don't take no.
iRobot analogy that you made, I'm saying yes, the rationale was programmed. The rationale is saving the life of humans,
No, you
That's
right?
not
can't
the
But
program.
rationale,
No,
Will.
you
calculations and
can't.
If
probabilities
that
is
wasn't
not
the
rationale,
rationale,
bro.
then
Yeah,
why
It's
you
not
not
can't
just
programmed
program.
with
save
rationale.
my battery and have faith
Rationale,
that
listen,
Will
Willie.
Smith's gonna
Rationale
save
would
the
be
day?
emotion. You can't program
It's
emotion. That's why we
rational to
keep pointing
believe
out
in this
that you
situation
need.
he's not gonna make it. I
Hey,
need to get
Will, does your
involved.
mic work or does your headphone? Can you hear me?
But nah, he just be talking over niggas. He
Now I hear
always
you
do that.
now. My fault. I didn't know you was
Always,
saying
son.
that.
Always, son.
I
Always,
just
bro.
heard that's not the rationale. My fault. I didn't hear the next part. Maybe I dropped off.
Yeah, that's not rational. When once you gave rationale thought to the robot, that's where you went wrong because he's operating strictly off of logic,
Right.
program. Ones and zeros, probability and statistics,
That's
numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So it
that's what I
doesn't
was trying to
care
get.
if it's. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My fault,
My
identity.
basic
Go ahead.
argument the whole
No, hold on,
time
Willie,
was
because you keep
logic
cutting
is
me.
based
That's what
off
I. But the
rationale.
argument though. But that's what I was
That's
trying to
my
get you to
only
understand.
argument, right?
Nigga, I'm gonna
The
keep talking when you
rational
talking,
argument
because you
before
ain't
you
never
get to the
gonna be
X's and
quiet. You
O's
go
is
keep cutting me off, nigga. I got a question for you, nigga. Now what? That's why I said to you earlier that the difference between rationality and logic is that rationality incorporates human emotions. There's no way around that. Logic is based off of strict rules, i.e., programming. You know what I'm saying? Within a certain boundary. Logic is incorporating things like helpfulness, goals, and things like that. Everything that pertains to human emotion is pertaining into, I mean, not logic, rationale. None of that is in logic. Logic is basically robotic thinking. Even if it's irrational in the real world, it's still logical based on the parameters of logic.
Correct. Correct.
You ever notice that like when
I mean, my
businessmen they
name
call
is
people like
until
a
emotions is
shrewd
logic.
businessman is the one that makes those decisions, those hard decisions. It may seem cold to some people, but business wise, it made sense. So
Yeah, because you got to be robotic in that sense. I got you, identity.
yeah, there's an agenda here. If it's to make money, save money, get money, and you go against that, you get cut. Period. Like it's not. It has nothing to do with emotion. It has nothing to do with anything else. The bottom line is it's to make money. So anything against that, I can't be attached to it because then that's not. I'm going to start making rational decisions. Then
I
yeah, it
already
doesn't
dropped
go with
him.
that.
I already
Oh,
dropped
you
him
drop.
before you did it. Yeah.
Oh, you
Oh,
drop Will?
Aaron
That's the
sniping
only way
me.
you shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you know how many
Aaron in the
times he
bushes
you
sniping
know
like
how
a
many times
motherfucker.
he interrupted me and cut off my whole. I'm
Hey,
just
I
like,
couldn't
Will.
do nothing. I
damn,
was
Hey,
on the
bro.
mic.
Will.
My
I
bad.
didn't snipe you, my nigga, but you do be. You
You
stepped on my
yeah, you my
toes.
nigga, yeah, you my nigga though, bro, Will. But
You
you
my
gotta
nigga
stop doing
still,
that,
Will.
son. You my nigga still, son. But you gotta stop doing that, bro. That should be irritating, bro. That's why Dev be cussing
But
your ass out so
but I
fucking
want to
much.
go back.
You know what
I
I'm
want to go
saying?
back to the point about Europeans creating logic or whatever. They're only credited with basically documenting and making it a distinct abstract form of
Mm-hmm.
or method. the concept of the logic or using logic was already there, bro. Like to say they created logic is wild.
So let me ask you a question, right? You were right, like I said, right? The concept of using rationality existed, but the white man made it into an actual system that is always correct or always wrong, right? He created the rules of what logic is. So, if I write a string of sentences, it's either correct or it's false or it's, whatever it is, because the white man created that specific rule. That's what
I wouldn't give the white man that much
Yo,
credit,
Sabio, you
bro.
still here,
But that's what I'm
Sabio?
saying. So when they were writing on the walls, you don't think they had a correct and incorrect way to do that?
Okay, well, okay, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to abstraction. So I'll give you a very, very precise example, right? Do you think the black man made comments such as, like I said, right? All men wear hats. You are a man, therefore you wear a hat. Are you wearing a hat right now? Are you wearing a hat, brother?
No,
Wait, what
I said all men wear hats. I'm claiming the brother I'm speaking to is a brother. Therefore, he wears a hat. So I'm asking him if he's wearing a hat right now.
no.
Right, he's not wearing a hat. So it's a logically correct statement, but it's in reality it's false argument. Correct? We did not create that aspect of logic. The white man created that very specific logical game.
No. A plus B.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. But go ahead, Savio.
One plus one equaling 2 is how logic has always worked. Rationality always worked like this. Yes.
No.
The pyramids that was built before Greeks and all of them knew about logic. That was
brother, you just missed my point. I literally said,
hey, bro. They're going to kick me off if I overtalk you. So let me finish my point before you interrupt.
Probably don't get kicked, period. You just be saying stupid shit sometimes.
Not really.
Brother, you can finish.
I say a lot of shit that is much more intelligent. It's just that y'all aren't quick enough to catch it.
Okay. So, brother,
hey, bro, stop. Because I wasn't finished. I was interrupted again. So, again, those structures that was built in Egypt before this idea of what you would call the white man's logic was there. These Egyptians, they had hieroglyphs, they had medical papyri, and all this. Are you saying those things are not logical?
They're rational. They're not logical. Rational.
And I was about to say, listen, no, Sabio, listen. The way that we know for a fact that was more rational than logical, because logic doesn't explain how pyramids was made, right? Like they're there. We still cannot logically explain today how it was made. Matter of fact, the logic we have is them niggas had ropes and wood, which, you know what I'm saying? The shit really ain't possible. Like if we talking about outside of logic, inside of logic.
Listen, because we are not aware of the things that they use to build those pyramids does not mean that.
Oh, your mic went out, Sabio.
Jesus came through. Jesus
not
on the
mean
main
that there was
line.
no logic in the way that they were moving the bricks, cultivating the stone, or any of that, or where they placed it. None of that. So the disrespect of our thinking on the continent of Africa is
so you've shown me zero understanding of logic. I don't believe you use logic ever. You've only used rationale so far.
I haven't used anything rational. I'm talking to you. Studied philosophy. Got a A+ in every philosophy class that I ever took, and logic. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like I said, logic doesn't explain how the pyramids were made. I'm not sitting there saying logic because we already brought up. Listen, Sabio, chill. We've already brought up that logic and rationality may intersect. They may have some intersecting parts. But what he's saying in particular is the system of how we understand logic today. It is built by white people. That's not really. We're not debating if logic even existed in another word or something, or he's debating whether that logic existed in another word. He pointing out that the logic we follow today has a strict set of rules and parameters that was established by European people.
I don't think that's what he's saying, because if that's what he was saying, he would have said that. I didn't ever, and I've been sitting in the back for a
That's
long
what I've been saying, brother.
Hey, you did not say that. You did not ever say that.
Is it logical to decide not to eat something because you know it'll kill you?
Yes. Yes, that's logical.
No, that's rational. That's not logical.
If I know this will kill me, and I say I'm not eating that because I know 100% it will kill me, that's logical or rational?
It's rational. It's not logical. First of all, you can't know if it will 100% kill you unless you know it will 100% kill you, and that's not something.
Wait. There's the logic. I got 10 people that ate it, and all 10 people died.
All right,
so I
that's
know
not logical.
Whatever that is, I'm not
That's
eating
good.
that.
Good. So let me explain.
That's
right?
logical,
That's not
bro.
No, hang on, brother. It's not logical, and I'll explain why. Right? Logic isn't about I guess there is inductive reasoning, but logic isn't about statistical. Hang on, 1 second, brother. Right? Logic is not about. Hang on, brothers. Right? Logic isn't about statistical relationship between your knowledge versus the outcome. Logic is just the rules itself. If the rule states every man that eats this will always die, and I don't want to die, therefore I won't eat this, that's logical. But that's not the claim you made. You made a claim based on 10 people previously ate it, and
I say 100. I can say 1,000. Doesn't matter the number. The point is, I have reason. I have reason. I have data. I have information, and I have knowledge of results. Why am I saying that now? I'm gonna hold on.
You're raising your voice, but you're not making logical sense right now. Logic is not about your preferences. It's about what logically follows from
nothing of preferences, brother.
Okay.
Please don't misquote me, because I said nothing of preferences. I don't
Hang on,
prefer
brother.
to eat it. I'm saying I don't even know what that is, but I do know.
Right.
I do know that this will kill if eaten.
You said you prefer not dying, right? That's a preference. Not dying is a preference.
Okay, go ahead.
Yo, hold on. So Zaman,
I prefer
Zaman and
not to
identity.
die.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Right.
So identity. So this is what I'm getting from the conversation that y'all having right now, right? With identity saying that 10 people ate whatever and it kills them, right? Now it could be just those 10 people. I understand what Zaman is saying. Just because it's those 10 people, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will also die too. Maybe it's certain conditions. Hold on. Maybe there's certain conditions of those 10 people that they may have, right, that will cause them to die already. But it doesn't mean that will be an absolute and universal truth that if you eat it, that you're going to die as well. But I understand what Zaman is saying.
But that breakdown means his hat example doesn't. It falls under the same premise. Not everybody wears hats.
Hang on.
Right. So
he's arguing himself.
So what you did? So hold on. So what you said was inductive reasoning. It was inductive reasoning is what identity just now said. But Zamin is talking about is the other is deductive. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Is deductive reason is what Zaman is talking about. And inductive reason is what identity is talking about. They're both logic, right? Because inductive reason and deductive reason is both.
But he's saying it's not logic, Marley. He's saying it's not logic.
But he's wrong in that aspect because they're both logical. One is inductive reasoning,
let him know.
And the other one is
know.
deductive reasoning, and that's the only difference between the two different types of logic that is being used. Now they have objective logic, and then they have subjective logic. So the objective logic is what Zamin is talking about. That's the objective logic, right? And what
you said it wasn't logic, brother. You're arguing yourself.
So what identity? Hold on. What identity is talking about is the subjective logic through his subjective experience of what he's seeing, but without those conditions. So that's the only difference. But it's logic. It's still logical.
Now, here's the thing, right? If you go research more and compare inductive reasoning to rationality, you realize that those two things are almost the same. But when it comes to formal logic, I'm talking about formal logic. Formal logic is
You
exactly
said it wasn't logic, brother. You said it
It
wasn't
isn't.
even
It isn't.
logical.
It isn't.
It's right
Well,
there on
hang
the
on,
screen. We can read it.
brother.
We don't have to guess.
Right.
Logic is the study of correct reasoning. It uses both
Correct.
formal and informal logic. Formal logic is the study of deduction, valid inferences, or logical truth. It examines how conclusions follow from premises based on the structure of arguments alone, independent of their topic and content. Informal logic is associated with informal fallacy, critical
That's
thinking, argumentation,
correct.
theory.
Correct. That's what the brother was doing. Informal
That's
logic,
what
which
you've
again
been
is
doing.
fallacy.
That's what you've been doing. You've been fallacious this whole
No, hang on, brothers. Hang on. The other brother was the
Yeah,
one talking about.
we need to back up because again, all I said was logic. I did not break
Not
it down
logic.
into subcomponents. Hold on. You said it was not logical.
It
So
is
I'm not
logical.
moving off that point. You said it was
It isn't.
rational, not logical. So please
I
stay on that
I
premise.
still, I'm staying on the premise as I already told you. I'm talking about formal logic, the logic used in mathematics and
What?
science.
Formal what? Formal what?
Formal
Thank
logic.
you.
Right. That is the only logic that's relevant. The other ones you're using there is leading to fallacies. Right. If an argument can be incorrect, then that's not logically correct argument. You can call it inductive reasoning, but it's not logic. Right. It's just not logic. Deductive.
Okay, again, go
reasoning.
back to what you said before about the hat. That you're arguing yourself right now. You
No,
just
you
you just stood on two sides of the fence right now.
brother, you don't even understand what the hard argument is, right? Logic is about rules.
Because you made the statement about of someone wearing a hat, then all men wear hats. That was your logical
Correct.
breakdown.
And that's a logical.
You proved it incorrect. You proved it incorrect.
Identity. He used that as an example, the same way you use that as an example. He was saying
That's
because
my
logic
point.
says.
That's my point, bro.
Brother, I don't think you understand my point. Why do you think I
called it rationale, though, is my issue. That's the only issue I have. He called it rationale. He didn't call it logic.
No, listen,
now he's calling it logic again.
No, he's saying
no.
If one man wears a hat, if a bunch of men wear a hat, everybody wear hats. Logic would say that. He said reasoning and not reasoning. What was the word we was using precisely? I forgot. But he was saying that word is proving that that's not true because logically all men wear hats. But then you ask somebody and rationally, a nigga not
he's
wearing a hat,
not wearing
so
a hat. Exactly. Right, brother. Let me just be very precise here, right? I'll explain it one time. I'll leave it alone.
Logical deduction as of rationale. That's what he said. That's all.
I'm gonna explain it, brother. I'm explaining it one more time so that you can understand, and I'll leave it alone, right?
Oh,
logic.
Right.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I'm just joking.
Logic is a whole study with hundreds and thousands of research papers on it, right? It obviously encompasses what you did, which is inductive reasoning, but I don't claim that that's logic, and I'll tell you why. Logic is the formal logic. Hang on, it's the formal logic. It is. Hang on, brother. Hang on, brother. Hang on, brother. Right, bro. You can. Whenever you study something, you're gonna get loads of information. You're gonna pull in whatever you want to pull in. But logic, and explaining it. Hang on, brother. Hang on. As understood by scientists and mathematicians, logic is about formal logic. As I described it, all men wear hats. You, as I assume, are a man, therefore you wear hats. That is a logically correct argument. But according to rationality, hang on. Hang on. You have to listen to my point, brother, okay? Hang on, brother. Please just listen. Then you understand, right?
Can't keep making false statements.
Brother, that's not a false statement. That's a logically correct statement.
It is.
Brother, if you listen, hang on, brother. If you listen, you'll understand.
So that's
brother. Well, it's wrong in reality, yes, but it's a logically correct argument.
It's a false argument.
No, it's not a false argument. It's a false conclusion on reality. Brother, please understand. Just listen and you get the point, right? Logic is about rules. I've made the rules up. All men wear hats. That's rule number one. You are a man, therefore you must wear a hat. That is how logic works.
No, that's how
Yes.
deductive. No, that's how deductive reasoning works in the logic. There's two different types. Like I said, there's two types of logic. There's deductive reasoning, and then there's inductive reasoning. So what you're talking about is deductive reasoning, which is the objective truths that's used to prove things. I understand. I understand what you're saying, but you cannot say that how that what they're saying is not logical neither, because they're
No, I
using
can. I'll tell you.
inductive reasoning. You're using deductive reasoning, and what you're using is what like a lot of physicists use in order to determine in their theories, right? In their theoretical framework, they use a lot of deductive reasoning. So I understand that point, and I understand that why you're saying. Wait, hold on. I understand that you're saying it was because objectively is true, right? Because it's deductive reasoning. But all they're talking about is inductive reason. However, it's still logical. That's all that they're saying.
So here's the thing, right? Inductive reasoning has
And
inferences
for the
of.
record, you said it wasn't logical. You said it was rational.
No,
So that's all I keep coming back to,
Yeah.
brother.
Y'all
I
won't
think
let
that
him
it's not
finish
logical,
though. Y'all
right?
not
Listen,
even letting the nigga finish to explain it. Like,
right?
let the man finish.
Look.
For what?
Hang on, sorry. Look, listen. I write research papers, right? There's no way I'm gonna write a research paper
Congratulations.
on medicine by. Hang on. There's no way I'm gonna use inductive reasoning to create
Right.
a new theory
You're
or
not.
theoretical
You're not.
framework.
Right. You're
It's
not.
not
It's not
going
because
to
it's not
work.
accurate. It's not accurate. It's not as accurate
Well,
as deductive
exactly.
reason. But no, and what you're saying is true. It is, and what you're saying is true because it's much more accurate, and you're right. No one's disagreeing with that. And you're not going to use inductive reason like what they were using. I
Inductive
agree.
reasoning is the thing that you use when you don't have any more data. You
Mathematics.
don't understand something.
When you don't have mathematics to prove it, right? You could use deductive reasoning to determine if it's true or false. So there's two ways to determine if something is true or false without you physically experiencing it, and that's using mathematics, which is based on objective truths, and then there's deductive reasoning that physicists use in their theoretical framework to determine if something is true or false without using mathematics. I understand it. That's what Einstein used. He used deductive reason in a lot of his theoretical framework, and then years later, some scientists came and they used mathematics in order for them to prove it. But all he did was use deductive reason, which is much more accurate and it's objective. I agree with that. That's true. But you cannot say that what they're saying is not logical neither. It's just a different type of logic. But it's not accurate,
No.
and it's maybe it's not right. But you can't say it's
No,
not
it is
logical.
accurate because even Einstein was considered, like, people said Einstein was incorrect for a long time because it couldn't be proven. They said what he's talking literally goes against logic. And then they proved it, and then they said, okay, this is true. So he's not incorrect when he's saying that. Like, that's why I keep saying, let the man finish. Y'all be interrupting, but bruh, he's not saying nothing incorrect. Even with Einstein, in his time period, they were literally like, this nigga's on crack. He don't make sense. And then someone came and made sense through it, quote unquote, logically and scientifically. It fit in the parameters of how logic would have to be applied. So that's all he's saying.
And that's what I'm saying. I
don't
agree.
think
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
what he's saying,
I agree with what he's saying in terms of that. We agree. But what we're trying to say is that how you cannot say that using inductive reasoning is not logical. That's all we're saying. That's all.
I have a question. I have a question for the brother who really was against my point earlier. Brother, you there?
ID, yo, what's up?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, or Sabio. That could be Sabio too. My bad.
Not Sabio, the other guy.
Me. ID.
Okay. So so you made an argument that I said it wasn't logical, right? You made a claim that, and correct me when I'm wrong, right? You said basically that everybody dies from this thing that you call poison. I don't want to die, so I'm not going to eat it. Was that your claim, right? Just so we're all on the same page.
The reason why I don't eat it is based on the data that I have.
Right. So as I was saying earlier, right, when you make a logical statement, it can't be otherwise. It's not a statement of what happened in this time or space. Real logic is outside time and space, right? It's a symmetry. So it wasn't that 10 people ate this fruit, therefore I shouldn't eat it because I might die. That's not how logic works. That's rationality. Logic would. Hang on. I'll come back to that.
But even if I want to die, then I eat it. That's logical. If I want to die, I eat it. If I don't want to die, I don't eat it. That's logic.
Because you might not die when you eat it. That's the
No.
point.
See, wait a minute. You're throwing that ambiguity in there. I'm telling you, I have data that shows me that if A happens, then B is the result.
But that's what you.
logical. I'm
No,
using
that's
that logical. Okay,
that's
go
what you
ahead. Go ahead. I'm not
mother,
gonna. I
right?
don't want to overtalk.
Pure logic, formal logic. It always has to be like that. It's not a statistical. 1 second, Sabio. Right? 1 second, brother, please. It's not a statistical relationship. It's if this then that must always follow, not if this sometimes or most times or 99% of the time it must follow. It is a pure symmetry. It is always going to happen, and that's not the claim you made. You didn't say every man that eats that plant must die. I don't want to die, then I'm not going to eat that plant. That's logical. Your argument is not that, it's based on data. Anything based on data is no longer logical, rational. It's reasoning. You can call it inductive logic, whatever, but it's not real
Your
logic.
mic is really weird. I don't know, but you repeat that.
I'll repeat it close. For something to be logical, the argument must always follow, and it must always be correct or wrong or whatever according to the rules that you create.
No, that's not true. Because you made the statement about hats, and that's not true.
No, that's not.
I just said that in my own argument right now, right?
Well, you made it up. Either way, you made it up, right? But you had no premise. You had no basis to make that statement other than.
1 second. Like, just understand this for a second, right? Hang on, Sabio. 1 second, brother, please. Just give me a second.
Let somebody else talk.
Well, I'll say this and I'll keep quiet. I'll say one thing.
Can't talk because y'all keep interrupting the nigga, bro. Y'all keep
I'll say one
interrupting the
thing.
nigga. Let him finish and then
I'll
he
say
can
one
talk.
thing, and I'll say one thing, then I'll leave it alone. Okay, Sabio, how do you think mathematics was developed? How do you think quantum physics is developed? They don't start from things that they can test with reality. They start from postulates. A postulate is a concept that you come up with. You just create something. You say, you know what? Let matter be X. Let X interact with Y in such a matter. Then you go and look at the results. Logic is about the ability to create out of nothing, ex nihilo. It's not about reality. That's where rationality comes in. Any moment you make a claim about reality, then it becomes rational. Anytime you make a claim about truth, it is logical because it's about the symmetry itself, not the real world consequences. That is not what logic is about. It's just about the rules. So if I say, every single man who eats that fruit over there dies, I don't want to die, so I won't eat that fruit. That is logical. But if I say I have data of 1,000 men eating fruits and they all died, and I don't want to die, I won't eat that fruit, that is no longer logical because I might not die. That's the point.
I can't make the statement that someone will die unless I have evidence that they died. I can't make that statement without data. I cannot make that statement without data. Therefore, I am not.
Yes, you can. How do you think mathematics was created?
Wait a minute. Wait. So how can I make the statement if it's not true? How do I know if it's even true?
You can make any statement you want in logic. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. Logic.
The point is, I am agreeing with you that it is logic. I am not arguing that it's not logic. I said it was logic from the beginning. That's what I've been saying. I don't know why it keeps changing. I am arguing the fact that when I called it logic, you said it wasn't.
I'm still saying it's not logic. Now
you flipped again.
No,
I haven't
always said that. He's always said that. That's the point of him talking about the hats, bro. Y'all tripping. It felt like y'all
used the same.
with the nigga more than
he said it's all logic. Now he's saying it's rationale. I just want a consistent statement from the brother.
No, because y'all said it would be
and the playing field. Stop. He keep moving the playing field and changing his stance.
No, yeah.
I'm
not gonna lie, bro.
The one thing you didn't do, Zaman, you may have fooled the others. Your pseudoisms didn't get past me.
Pseudoism?
Stop it. Please stop. I knew you was a pseudo.
Brother, you just proven to me why the black man did not
Don't
invent.
even respond to that, bro.
Don't get
Hey, just to move the conversation, the reason why I even brought that up is because I was challenging the fact that you give credit to the white man of creating logic. I was arguing that fact because prior to any philosophical knowledge, any tribe that figured out based on the information that they had that root is dangerous to eat. How is that not science? How is that not logical thinking? We stay away from that. In order to not die, yes, I have a choice to die. But if I want to kill somebody, I can use it. That's still logic.
Like I pointed out earlier with the pyramids, we know they exist. They are there. They were built for sure. We cannot logically explain how it came about. This is what he's pointing out. With them Africans who made it, I bet you they could explain it to a T, probably with a lot of reasoning and shit, right? But for white people to get an understanding, it has to take logic. They cannot logically explain it. Therefore, that's why a bunch of people talk about aliens and shit built.
Wait.
Hold
on, wait, KT.
How the pyramids were built, KT.
KT, hold on, Stabio. I don't want to call nobody stupid, but I think KT, you might got logic and rationale confused right there, which is where I'm kind of lean with identity, because they do